Heaven and earth are profound. The universe is vast, and amidst countless gods and demons, I stand as the king of combat. In a moment of peril, Do Tian was assassinated by two foreign individuals. Faced with imminent danger, he resorted to self-hypnosis, forcibly enhancing his mental fortitude. Unexpectedly, he encountered a portal within his consciousness, and as he felt his soul on the brink of annihilation, he entered without a second thought. Upon stepping through the portal, Do Tian sensed that he had arrived at the end of time itself. With that single step, the world transformed, the very fabric of space shifted. He beheld dragons soaring in the heavens, phoenixes heralding good fortune, and enormous turtles retreating into the boundless cosmos. It was a surreal tableau, and he felt as though he had ventured into the legendary realm of immortals. However, after a wave of intense dizziness, clarity returned. His memories resurfaced, bringing forth the pain of his past. Do Tian mourned the life he had led on Earth, devoid of parents, surviving through sheer will and the kindness of strangers, until he met his master, Gu Xing, who changed his fate. Gu Xing was a renowned hypnotist with another identity as a practitioner of the mystical arts, an elder of the Kunlun sect. By chance, he discovered Do Tian's extraordinary potential and exceptional mental strength, subsequently taking him as a disciple. Yet he could not have foreseen that Do Tian would meet his end due to a spy incident. Li Jiasen, a charming and alluring girl, occupied Do Tian's thoughts, intensifying his sorrow. It was a torment, a sensation more agonizing than death itself. Do Tian yearned to cry out to the heavens, yet found himself immobilized, unable to move an inch. He pondered deeply about his whereabouts. The ancient continent was where Do Tian had lived millennia ago, a realm dominated by cultivators, completely distinct from Earth. Here, various practitioners thrived, including Eastern Taoists, Western divine practitioners, Eastern martial artists, and Western fighters, creating a richly diverse cultivation system. Yet, their ultimate pursuit remained the same: the quest for immortality, known as ascension in the East and divinity in the West. Even non-human cultivators adhered to this aspiration. Do Tian belonged to a prominent family within the Eastern cultivation community, known as the Do family, the most powerful lineage of the enigmatic Nine Secrets clan. Do Tian was the eldest son of the Do family, bearing the same name as on Earth as for the Nine Secrets clan. It shares its origins with the Six True Ones, ancient demons, ancient gods, and ancient beasts, all descending from the primordial era, holding a prestigious status on the ancient continent. The Nine Secrets clan derives its name from the 9 families it encompasses: Lin Bing, Doja Jie, Zhen, Lai, Qian, Zai, and Xing. Each family possesses a unique secret technique, hence the title 9 Secrets. Likewise, the 6 True Ones, while not composed of 6 families, are divided into 6 segments within their clan, each representing a hall. The Ha, Ma, Na, Baimi halls named after 6 distinct incantations, thus earning them the designation of the 6 True Ones. As for the ancient gods, demons, and monsters, they all belong to the primordial races, inheriting bloodlines that grant them an unparalleled starting point, thus being referred to as the nobility among practitioners. Do Tian, the eldest son of the 9 Secrets Do clan, mastered the 9 Secrets Do character's secret technique. His innate talent was extraordinary. By the age of 18, he had vanquished all his peers, defeating the younger generations of the other 8 clans and earning 3 rare secret weapons. These secret weapons are indeed treasures, crafted by the military artisans, and their quality rivals that of ancient divine weapons. At that time, Do Tian was on a triumphant path, possessing formidable strength by the age of 20, and was poised to compete for a coveted spot on the celestial ladder, which opens only once every millennium. This celestial ladder is a mysterious existence on the eternal continent, said to be the staircase to immortality. Those who ascend it can reach the divine realm of the West, achieving eternal life. However, only 3 spots are available every 1,000 years, making conflict inevitable. Yet, an unexpected turn of events occurred at the final moment. Do Tian was unexpectedly bound by his father and his beloved Ling Xian, who extracted his soul and cast it into a portal, severing his chance at the celestial ladder. Pain dulled his senses, and Do Tian felt a yearning for liberation. Yet he could not yield. He sought answers. But more crucially, he dared not, for he was merely 19 on Earth, and had yet to find a wife if he were to perish. He wished to first court a celestial maiden. Do Tian was not a man prone to pessimism. Although his father's and Ling Xian's actions brought him sorrow, he had endured far worse during his childhood on Earth. Thus he resigned himself to the situation, hoping to seek clarity in the future. After an indeterminate passage of time, Do Tian found himself able to move again, and he began to assess his surroundings. He was situated within a rectangular pool, carved from rare white jade, approximately 4 to 5 meters in height, with him seated at the center of the pool's bottom. Standing at the base, Do Tian pondered, was this not the place where his father practiced in the past? How had he ended up here? Observing the traces around the pool's edge, it appeared that he had been submerged in some liquid. Could this be the doing of his father? Exclamations of frustration echoed within the jade-carved pool, gradually subsiding. Do Tian sat down at the bottom, scrutinizing his body, unwilling to accept that his cultivation could have vanished without reason. However, upon closer inspection, he was compelled to confront the reality. His body was indeed obstructed. Some of the meridians he had previously opened had healed once more, yet he discovered a peculiar energy coursing within his veins, immensely potent. He lamented to the heavens, "Damn it, how am I to woo maidens now? Is this not an obstacle on my path to romance?" Chapter 1, Prologue. In the bustling city of H in the Huaxian nation, within a splendid manor, a young lad named Do Tian sat engrossed in watching television. His gaze was captivated by the alluring figure of the beautiful anchor, XX, as he indulged in daydreams. He is not merely anyone, he is the protagonist of our tale, a disciple of the internationally renowned hypnotist, Gu Xing. Orphaned from a young age and forced into a life of begging, Do Tian was taken in by Gu Xing at the tender age of 10, becoming his apprentice. Through nearly a decade of relentless effort, he emerged as an extraordinary master of hypnosis. Gu Xing attributed his rapid progress to the superhuman mental fortitude he developed during his childhood trials. Yet Do Tian, with unabashed confidence, proclaimed himself a genius, much to Gu Xing's chagrin, as he often wished the boy would exhibit a modicum of humility. Perhaps it was the hardships of his youth that left him unaccustomed to the grandeur of life. After being taken under Gu Xing's wing, he encountered numerous influential figures, which emboldened his spirit. Whenever he accompanied Gu Xing, he was always the center of attention, and his handsome features attracted many young ladies, igniting within him a grand aspiration to embrace every woman in the world, indulging in fantasies without restraint. This manor, procured through special channels by Gu Xing, was an investment project by European financiers, featuring 10 such estates, each brimming with the architectural charm of 16th-century Europe. Its vintage appearance and dynamic essence, coupled with intricate decorations and sculptures, left one awestruck, particularly with the vibrant colors that Do Tian found. Irresistible, he was not one to endure solitude within the walls adorned with exquisite murals. He often found himself lost in contemplation. Today, in a particularly jovial mood, he lounged at home watching television, and upon glimpsing the female anchor, his imagination took flight. His buoyant spirits were not without cause. Do Tian had honed his hypnotic skills to a level rivaling that of Gu Xing. The source of his delight was as follows. A few days prior, the prominently group had apprehended a corporate spy, suspected of being part of a larger conspiracy. They sought Gu Xing's expertise to hypnotize the suspect and unveil the mastermind behind the scheme. However, due to his packed schedule and absence from the country, Gu Xing had recommended Do Tian to assist instead. "Ah, how exhilarating!" Do Tian exclaimed as the anchor leaned forward, revealing a glimpse of pristine beauty, stirring a surge of excitement within him. At that moment, his phone rang, revealing a call from the enchanting Li Jiasin, who, while bathing, invited Do Tian to join her. His blood surged with fervor, although she projected an image of innocence. Every young woman harbors desires, and having spent ample time with Do Tian, she had grown increasingly uninhibited, uttering whatever thoughts crossed her mind. Do Tian found this overwhelming. Had he not possessed a shred of self-control, he would have long since succumbed to temptation. Suddenly, 2 foreign individuals entered the scene, blonde-haired and blue-eyed, one male and one female. The male, strikingly handsome, had his golden locks cascading over half his face, lending him an air of intrigue. The presence of the woman stirred an exhilarating sensation within. Do Tian, who mused upon the liberality of foreigners, clad in a revealing leather armor that barely concealed her form, she leapt, exposing half of her posterior in shorts that left little to the imagination, rendering Do Tian momentarily speechless. After a prolonged pause, he regained his composure and inquired, "Who are you, and why have you intruded upon my residence?" "Oh dear, do not be afraid, little brother. I come in peace, merely to guide you on your journey." "There is no need for fear," the blonde beauty approached, attempting to caress Do Tian's chest, which startled him into retreat. The realization dawned upon him that she might intend to harm him. "Who are you really? This is my private abode. I must insist you leave," Do Tian declared, firmly establishing his boundaries as uncertainty crept into his mind regarding their intentions. Such bravado from a mere mortal. Did Alice not inform you? We are here to escort you to meet your maker. The blond man interjected, his tone laced with mockery, sending shivers down Do Tion's spine. The man's words seemed to carry a peculiar enchantment, inducing a trance-like state, reminiscent of hypnotic suggestion. Are you a hypnotist? Do Tion queried, perplexed. Meanwhile, the alluring blonde woman deliberately arched her back, revealing the thong she wore, igniting a rush of blood to Do Tion's cheeks. What is it to you? The man withdrew a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and inhaled deeply before continuing. A couple of days ago, did you not assist the League group in hypnotizing a corporate spy? Extracting vital secrets? Gradually, Do Tion pieced together their motives. They had come seeking retribution for the hypnosis incident. He was no fool after subduing the spy. He had acquired substantial intelligence and learned of the formidable forces behind the operation. He had received assurances from his master regarding police protection, which had dulled his concerns. Yet, now two figures appeared before him seemingly out of nowhere, and anxiety gripped his heart. Were they here to eliminate him? Your silence is an admission, then? It seems we have nothing further to discuss. Alice, what is the likelihood of determining his mental fortitude and erasing his consciousness? The man inquired of the voluptuous woman. His mental strength is considerable. You possess only an 80 chance of success. Proceed with it yourself, I shall observe, she replied, having ceased her earlier provocations to measure Do Tion's psychic waves. She smiled warmly, watching him intently. Who are you truly? Do Tion's unease grew palpable. The term mental fortitude was one reserved for practitioners of the mystical arts. His master was no ordinary individual, but a practitioner of the legendary arts from myth, a disciple of the famed Kunlun sect. This was knowledge Do Tion had gleaned during drunken conversations with the ancient star. In the East, there were those who cultivated immortality in the West, those who sought divine prowess. Additionally, there existed the enigmatic beings known as psychics, though not cultivators. They wielded innate powers beyond the ordinary. Unlike the proud practitioners of divine arts, psychics were all too human, their desires often surpassing those of the average person. They could be employed by any major conglomerate willing to pay. The Western psychics? Do Tion's complexion turned pale as a ghost, bewildered by the sudden appearance of two monstrous beings. This was dire. It seemed the end was nigh. You are quite perceptive. Indeed, we are psychics, Alice and Jack. We have been commissioned by our employer to eliminate you. Not blame us, blame yourself for meddling too much and hypnotizing those who should not have been hypnotized, the golden-haired man, Jack, declared, revealing his identity. He and Alice were seasoned partners. Alice possessed the ability to detect the fluctuations of a person's mental energy, allowing her to gauge the likelihood of Jack extinguishing their opponent's spirit based on his own psychic strength. Her earlier provocative posture was merely a tactic to assess Do Tion's mental prowess. Your mental strength is commendable, befitting a disciple of an international hypnosis master, however. To one endowed with an innate psychic ability like mine, it is utterly negligible. There is a saying, time is money, and conversing with you is simply that. Now, let me escort you to meet your maker. Jack discarded the cigarette, but flipping his hair to reveal a second iron oddity with a silver pupil, emanating an otherworldly aura. Do Tion, upon gazing into it, found himself inexorably drawn in. Realizing with dread the peril he was in, he hastily summoned his mental energy to resist, but against Jack's silver gaze, his spirit felt as insignificant as a drop of water in the ocean, swiftly overwhelmed and thrust into the depths of his consciousness. He paid no heed to anything else, and, recalling the Kunlun technique taught by Gushing, forcefully augmented his mental power to confront Jack's. Boom! In his mind, all Do Tion could hear was a deafening roar, drowning out everything else. Jack's psychic force, being an extraordinary ability, had an innate advantage despite Do Tion's efforts to bolster his mental strength. He was no match and began to succumb to a haze that he retreated deeper into his mind. He glimpsed a portal. With little time to ponder, he dashed towards it. Chapter 3. The ancestor of the Do clan Do Tion, engulfed in frustration, leaped from the pool. Though his strength had significantly diminished, exiting the pool posed no challenge. Upon his emergence, he quickly recognized his surroundings, the ancestral home of the Do family. Yet, this once vibrant estate appeared starkly different from the memories Do Tion held dear. It had transformed from a bustling hub of visitors into a desolate shell, devoid of life and warmth. The air was heavy with a sense of abandonment, prompting Do Tion to ponder what calamity had befallen his family. Navigating familiar pathways, Do Tion revisited his childhood haunts, but his heart was laden with sorrow. Betrayed by those he cherished most, his father and beloved Ling Xian, he was determined to seek answers and demand accountability. As he approached the council hall, a sense of disbelief washed over him. The once majestic structure lay in ruins, its walls crumbled and decayed. Was this truly the Doe family's council hall? Before him sprawled a wasteland of debris, not a single blade of grass standing in defiance of time's ravages. The dilapidated buildings bore the scars of age, overrun by fungi, while Do Tian's fingers disintegrated bricks into dust with barely a touch. How long had it taken for such decay to occur? Everything seemed shrouded in mystery as he pressed onward, determined to explore the ancestral home for any clues. The Doe ancestral estate was divided into 4 primary areas: the council hall, the residential quarters, the training grounds, and the forbidden grounds. Having only visited the council hall, Do Tian resolved to investigate the remaining 3 areas. With each step, he noted signs of conflict. Remnants of battles past marred the grounds, suggesting that more than one adversary had faced the Doe family. Had they suffered a coordinated assault some time ago? And who would dare challenge the once mighty Doe clan? Upon reaching the residential quarters, Do Tian's senses heightened. He discerned voices, though the language was foreign to him. During his time on Earth, he had dedicated himself to the art of hypnotism, honing his mental prowess. Despite his current weakened state, his sensitivity was unparalleled, sharper than during his peak. As he passed through, he was startled to hear human voices. Could it be that some members of the Doe family still survived? Through his heightened perception, he confirmed the presence of 2 men, their conversation unintelligible to him. However, their actions soon became clear. They were assaulting the rooms within the residential area, seemingly in search of something. A chill gripped Do Tian's heart. The dignity of the Doe family was not to be trifled with. How dare anyone attack the ancestral home? Such insolence could only lead to dire consequences. Anger surged within him. His fists clenched tightly, yet he remained composed. It was evident that the Doe family had suffered greatly, and judging by the intensity of the intruders' attacks, Do Tian's current strength would not suffice to confront them. Caution was paramount. A realization dawned upon him. Suddenly, Do Tian recalled certain matters. A plan formed in his mind. He merely needed to gain entry into the dormitory. The 2 individuals appeared to be manageable, yet upon sensing their precise positions, Do Tian furrowed his brow. They were stationed at the entrance, making his stealthy infiltration quite challenging. Cursed be the situation. He resolved to take his chances, reasoning that since they were guarding the living quarters rather than recklessly intruding, they likely were not very familiar with the area. He decided to feign curiosity and hoped they would not impede his progress. As Do Tian envisioned his approach, a tremendous crash echoed through the air. A structure collapsed under the assault of the 2 adversaries, startling Do Tian, who had just exposed himself. Assessing their attack, he estimated that their strength had reached at least the transcendent realm. In the ancient continent, although the cultivation system is varied, the classification of realms is standardized. They are categorized as post-heaven, pre-heaven, transcendent, martial reversal, battle heaven, and void breaking, comprising 6 distinct realms. These realms can also be referred to in 6 stages. The 2 individuals before him undoubtedly possessed strength at least at the 3rd stage of the transcendent realm. Among these 6 realms, the initial 2 are easily attainable for any cultivator. However, once one ascends to the pre-heaven stage, advancing to the transcendent realm requires more than mere diligence. It necessitates innate talent. In his earlier days, Do Tian's extraordinary aptitude allowed him to reach the martial reversal stage by the age of 20, surpassing even some ancient masters, which earned him the right to seize the heavenly ladder. Now, however, Do Tian's strength had waned to that of the early pre-heaven stage, a stark difference when compared to the 2 adversaries. Each elevation in strength represents a formidable chasm, unless one possesses powerful weapons or secret techniques. Reliance on external means is ultimately not a substitute for one's own strength and often leaves lingering repercussions. Previously, Do Tian seldom resorted to such methods, as he had little need for them. As the building crumbled, the 2 assailants floated into the air, awaiting the dissipating dust. This brief moment of respite granted Do Tian an opportunity. He dashed towards his former living quarters. The ancestral residence of the Doe family was structured in rows, and the 2 assailants had only targeted the front row, while Do Tian's room resided in the rear. Without a hint of hesitation, he took advantage of the obscuring dust and directly entered the 2nd row area. How audacious! Which sect do you belong to, daring to act under our very noses? Are you seeking a death wish? Upon entering the 2nd row dormitory, Do Tian was met with an imperious voice. However, he was unable to comprehend the words and disregarded the speaker, making a beeline for his room. How bold! I am addressing you, and you dare to ignore me? It seems you truly wish to forfeit your life. The speaker's tone shifted to one of anger as they descended from the air. Extending a hand towards Do Tian's back, feeling a powerful aura emanating from behind, Do Tian realized the gravity of his situation. He had not anticipated that the two would indeed take action. Did they truly need to be so aggressive over his mere passage? Do Tian had always despised such individuals, relishing the opportunity to confront them, yet his current lack of strength rendered him incapable of retaliation. At this moment, his utmost priority was to retrieve the items within his room, for that would afford him the chance to fight back. Chapter 4. The Celestial Temple. The master of that arrogant voice moved swiftly, reaching Do Tian's back in an instant, his hand poised to grasp Do Tian with increasing speed. Do Tian could not afford to be careless. The opponent's strength was overwhelming, and should he be caught, escape would be virtually impossible. Summoning all his strength, he managed to sidestep 10 meters, narrowly evading the grasp. However, the assailant was relentless. Upon landing, he charged at Do Tian once more, this time not merely aiming to seize him, but delivering a powerful palm strike. With a resounding impact, Do Tian found himself immobilized under the weight of his opponent's might, receiving the full brunt of the blow and being sent sprawling several meters away. "Damn it! I will remember you," he exclaimed in frustration. "You two little rascals, tearing down my home with such audacity. Do you think you are the demolition squad? Just wait. One day I will make you pay for this." Although the adversary's strike was not overly forceful, Do Tian suffered greatly, his head colliding with the remnants of the crumbling structure, blood seeping from the wound. "I thought you were formidable, but with such meager skills, I could easily subdue you with a single hand. What brings you to this place? Speak, or I shall cast you into that room filled with traps. If you wish to live, behave yourself." The man, having followed Do Tian after his fall, placed a boot upon his back, exuding an air of arrogance. You Ayin, do you understand what he is saying?" Confronted by Do Tian's curses, the man appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend a single word. Unable to contain his curiosity, he turned to his approaching companion, Ayin, who was the young lord of the Western Temple and proficient in various tongues. His strength was formidable, and their quest in the Lost Land had yielded considerable treasures. "I do not know," Ayin replied, "but this youth's words are peculiar. They do not resemble any dialect of the continent. I have never heard anything like it." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Lu Xing, although I cannot decipher his intentions, you can restrain him. I have a method to discern his purpose, despite his injuries." Do Tian remained conscious, lifted by Lu Xing by the collar. Now, he could clearly observe the youth before him, strikingly handsome, adorned in unusual attire that seemed to hail from a distant past. Particularly intriguing were the depths of his eyes, which, beyond revealing anger, bore the weight of profound experiences. Lu Xing was puzzled. The youth appeared to be of similar age, yet his gaze conveyed such weariness. "What are you staring at? Just a worthless fool. With your meager abilities, killing you would mean nothing," Lu Xing declared, channeling his spiritual energy and sealing Do Tian's movements with a few gestures. "Ayin, it is now your turn. This fellow seems somewhat extraordinary. Exercise caution." Lu Xing chuckled nervously, unsure whether it was a warning or a jest. Ayin, a man of few words unlike Lu Xing, possessed a wisdom that far surpassed his companions. With a fierce glare at Lu Xing, he produced a round object from his robes. A glowing golden thread was attached to one end. Upon seeing the object, Do Tian's eyes widened in recognition. It was a pendulum commonly used for hypnosis on Earth. However, a hypnotist like Do Tian no longer requires subtle suggestions. His hypnosis permeates every aspect of conversation and movement, effortlessly entrancing those around him. It is rather amusing to think that the individual across from him, adorned with a crown of golden locks and a prominent nose, believes he can employ such tactics against him. Beneath Do Tian's deliberate facade, Ayin's hypnosis proceeded smoothly. Bolstered by his confidence in a secret technique he had meticulously researched, which had proven successful on numerous individuals, there was no reason to doubt its efficacy on a cultivator who had yet to even reach the transcendent stage. He placed his hands upon Do Tian's forehead, extending his consciousness into Do Tian's sea of awareness, seeking to extract memories. However, Do Tian had long anticipated this and had simulated everything, allowing Ayin to inspect at will. In turn, Do Tian employed the Do family's secret arts to delve into Ayin's memories, first replicating the linguistic portion into his own mind. He encountered terms such as Heavenly Palace and Divine Temple. What sects were these? He had never heard of them before. Ayin's consciousness retreated rapidly, leaving Do Tian with only a fleeting grasp of language and two names. Yet, it was these very names that perplexed him. The ancient continent was vast, but he was relatively well-versed in its factions. Apart from the 9 secrets, 6 truths, and ancient demons in the east, there were merely 3 major sects, Kunlun, Tianji, and Wushan. In the west, beyond the ancient devils and ancient gods, only 3 remained: the Church of Light, the Dark Guild, and the Orc Alliance. How could the heavenly palace and divine temple emerge as two formidable sects? According to the fragments of Yu Ai Yin's memories, it seemed these forces were indeed powerful. What have you discovered? Any leads on his background? Lu Xing inquired as Yu Ai Yin released his grip. Nothing substantial. This individual merely stumbled upon this place and was drawn by the sounds. He intended to enter the room to see if there was anything of value. Hoping to exploit a weakness, Yu Ai Yin recounted the scenario Do Tian had simulated. Is that so? What a stroke of bad luck. It's truly infuriating and a waste of my time. If he wishes to enter, we shall oblige him. I will personally escort him inside, Lu Xing remarked with palpable disdain. Casting an irritated glance at Do Tian, he seized Do Tian by the collar and flung him with force, sending him crashing through the wall into the second row of rooms. Lu Xing, your actions are excessively cruel. He merely wandered in by mistake. There is no need for such malice. Simply releasing him would suffice. Why resort to bullying him? Yu Ai Yin frowned, clearly dissatisfied with Lu Xing's conduct. Chapter 5. Secret weapon. As Do Tian was hurled into the room by Lu Xing, he felt as though his entire body was on the verge of shattering, engulfed by excruciating pain. Aside from the suffering, he felt nothing else. A sharp intake of breath accompanied a slight movement, and the agonizing sensation radiated throughout his being, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Once seated in a meditative posture, he was nearly on the brink of collapse from the pain. He began to channel his innate energy to commence healing. Fortunately, Lu Xing had not unleashed his full strength initially. He had only inflicted injuries without damaging Do Tian's vital organs. The impact of crashing through the wall had resulted in mere superficial wounds. Employing his spiritual energy for introspection, Do Tian initiated the process of guiding his innate qi to mend his injuries. When it comes to mental fortitude, one cannot overlook the extraordinary fortune of Do Tian. On Earth, he found himself besieged by a paranormal organization, and in a moment of desperation, he hypnotized himself, forcibly enhancing his mental strength. This led to an unprecedented elevation of his spiritual power. Although Do Tian currently possesses only the foundational skills of an innate beginner, his mental prowess has transcended into divine awareness, a state reserved for those who have reached the extraordinary realm. Consequently, he has naturally acquired the ability for introspective vision within his own body. During his healing process, Do Tian made a remarkable discovery through this introspective vision. After enduring 2 attacks from the arrogant Lu Xing, he sensed a subtle enhancement in his own capabilities. Upon investigating further, he realized that this newfound strength emanated from the latent energy within his meridians and flesh, which had remained dormant until Lu Xing's strikes inadvertently awakened them. This revelation was a serendipitous surprise, filling Do Tian with elation. He could not help but chuckle, contemplating that perhaps he should invite more encounters of this nature. Should he fully harness the potential within him, his achievements would undoubtedly rival those of his past. Nonetheless, this notion left him somewhat speechless. Lu Xing's pointed gestures had not incapacitated Do Tian. Instead, the force was directly dispelled, allowing him to rise once more after being thrown into the room. Following 2 hours of recuperation, he regained the ability to move normally, albeit with lingering discomfort in the impacted areas, which was no longer a significant hindrance. This room was one Do Tian frequented in his youth, belonging to his younger brother, Do Qi, who was 5 years his junior. The year Do Tian was wronged, his brother was still shy of 15, and they shared a close bond, often sneaking into each other's rooms to sleep. Now, countless years have passed. The Do family has undergone tremendous upheaval, with everyone having vanished, including the once vibrant figure of Do Qi. Only the remnants of the room remained: a table, a bed, and a wooden post, the very post his brother used for training. Do Tian gently touched it, now reduced to splinters, a poignant testament to the relentless passage of time. Resolving not to dwell on memories of his brother, Do Tian vowed that one day he would uncover the truth and demand answers from his father and the ethereal beings. This became his unwavering goal, for which he would spare no effort. Do Qi's room was mere steps away from Do Tian's, separated by only one wall. Devoid of any mechanisms as Lu Xing had purported, Do Tian, wary of venturing out through the obvious route, concentrated his innate energy and struck the wall with a powerful punch, creating a sizable hole large enough for him to pass through. Upon entering, he unleashed another blow, breaking through into his own chamber. Inside, familiar furnishings greeted him, though they were now shrouded in dust and cobwebs. Do Tian's room bore a striking resemblance to Do Qi's, with the addition of a cabinet used for storing items. However, as he beheld the cabinet, his expression darkened. It stood ajar, its contents strewn across the floor. A chill ran through him as he hurried over to right the cabinet, anxious to ascertain whether the 3 crucial items remained within. Everything lay scattered upon the ground, consisting of ancient relics, each of which bore a name that the protagonist could recall. Yet, Among the myriad items, he could only locate a single arrow, its surface a deep, unyielding black, utterly devoid of any fluctuation. It appeared remarkably ordinary, indistinguishable from any typical bow or arrow. The secret weapon had already acknowledged him as its master. Only he possessed the ability to communicate with and activate it. Who, then, could have taken it? A weapon that could not be utilized seemed inferior to the other objects present. Who could it be? Did that individual comprehend the significance of the secret weapon? The protagonist. Do Tian pondered incessantly but ultimately found no resolution. He decided to cease his ruminations and slipped a ring onto his middle finger, gathering all the items. Many of the spiritual herbs had deteriorated, and the weapons had crumbled to dust, causing Do Tian to question just how long he had been away. Once he had organized everything, Do Tian began to scrutinize the secret weapon in his possession. Originally, he had 3 such weapons, a bow, an arrow, and a staff. All had accepted him as their master. This particular weapon was among the highest tier crafted by the 9 Secret School, capable of storing power and awakening through specialized techniques, exhibiting formidable offensive capabilities. The so-called advanced nature of the weapon was merely relative to the ancient era, in that distant age of primordial chaos. The weaponry created was truly divine, with autonomous consciousness, far surpassing the prowess of even the greatest masters. After the age of chaos had passed, many secret arts were lost. Although the 9 secrets had persisted, their legacy was limited, failing to reflect the splendor of the primordial epic. Nevertheless, the 9 Secrets clan remained one of the paramount powers on the ancient continent. Each secret weapon was designed to align with its own unique techniques. Only through the operation of these techniques could the weapon's true power be unleashed. This was the source of Do Tian's initial confusion. Even a single weapon would suffice for him to confront the arrogant individual outside. Do Tian would not allow himself to be humiliated without consequence. Since the deed had been done, retribution would be required. Do Tian activated the weapon's technique, channeling the power within the arrow. And an overwhelming aura enveloped the row of houses, shocking both Lu Xing and Yuan outside. Then, Lu Xing burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I have struck gold." Chapter 6. It's Yuan. After though Do Tian had acquired only one secret weapon, it was sufficient to contend with a practitioner at the transcendent stage, provided that Yuan refrained from intervening. At this moment, he could not afford to dwell on such concerns. The weapon had been activated, and its formidable presence would undoubtedly draw the attention of the 2 outside. Taking a deep breath, he thrust the arrow forward, obliterating an entire wall, and leaped out. That fellow has emerged, bearing a treasure. What delightful news. Yuan, do not interfere, this weapon is mine. I shall grant you the next one, Lu Xing declared, taking matters into his own hands, completely disregarding any objections from Yuan. However, the ensuing events rendered him incapable of amusement. Do Tian, harnessing the power of the weapon arrows, soared toward him. Upon reaching his side, one of the arrows thrust forward, accompanied by the taunt. "Aren't you the one who dared to disregard me? Watch as I expose you. Do you think I'm a mere sickly cat because I refrain from asserting my authority?" The weapon arrows belonged to a class of advanced armaments, ranked among the upper echelon of weaponry. In the ancient continent, weapons are categorized into treasures, spiritual weapons, counter-weapons, holy weapons, divine weapons, and ancestral weapons. Yet, only the first 5 types exist in this realm. The ancestral weapon is merely a figment of legend, said to possess the power to slay all beings, regardless of their rank. These arrows, crafted by the masters of weaponry, emanate a force equivalent to that of counter-weapons when activated through a unique technique, easily overpowering ordinary transcendent beings. Therefore, Do Tian yearned to acquire this secret weapon. With it, he would stand a chance against Lu Xing, even if the latter were at the pinnacle of transcendence, provided that Yuan refrained from intervening. Hearing Lu Xing's words now brought him reassurance, for seasoned experts often honor their promises when asked not to interfere, with exceptions made for the more unscrupulous individuals. The weapon arrows erupted with a formidable aura, striking Lu Xing's arm. Had he not evaded swiftly, his arm would surely have been severed. The primary reason for this was Do Tian's sluggishness. Despite possessing a secret weapon, his inherent strength paled in comparison to Lu Xing, rendering him unable to match Lu Xing's speed. "You worthless fool, how dare you take the initiative against me? It seems you are eager to meet your demise. Very well. I shall grant you this wish and send you to the underworld to reclaim your weapon." Lu Xing, incensed, felt the sting of the arrow which, although not inflicting severe harm, nonetheless caused his arm to bleed profusely. From his storage ring, Lu Xing procured a folding fan, its surface a deep azure, exuding an aura of the uncanny. This fan, acquired from a rogue cultivator, was not prized for its function but rather for its aesthetic appeal. Now, with a flick of his wrist, he unfurled it. Do Tian, Observing Lu Xing's scholarly demeanor, felt a pang of discomfort when this individual refrained from speaking. He possessed a semblance of dignity, yet regrettably, having offended him, his appearance had become exceedingly loathsome. The weapon arrows continued their assault. This time, Dou Tian exhibited caution. Instead of launching a direct attack, he advanced using the Dou family's subtle dragon steps, a supreme technique ranked 10th in the ancient continent. When mastered, it allows one to ascend like a dragon and traverse the seas. He wielded the fan as a sword, unleashing the celestial arts with lethal precision against Dou Tian. Each strike aimed to kill. Meanwhile, Yuai furrowed his brow, now certain of Dou Tian's extraordinary lineage. The subtle dragon steps flowed like the wind, resembling the movements of a dragon, a truly exceptional technique, unlike any seen from even the most prestigious sections. It bore a striking resemblance to a legendary technique long thought to be lost. Who could this individual be? Could he be a descendant of that lineage? His presence here could hardly be mere coincidence. This man was undoubtedly formidable. It would be prudent to observe closely before devising any plans. Humph. With such a lack of intellect, how could you claim to be the young master of the Celestial Palace? You truly bring shame to your realm. Earlier, you insulted me. Now it is time for retribution. My combat experience is extensive, having engaged with numerous experts and ancient masters. This Lu Xing, in his arrogance, dismisses me as inconsequential. Although I may not match his speed, I employ stillness to counter his movements, skillfully maneuvering in a dance of combat. Due to the peculiarities of my stealthy steps, Lu Xing struggles to land a decisive blow, and thus we exchange nearly 100 strikes. Eventually, I discern the intricacies of Lu Xing's techniques. Realizing they are derived from the Kunlun sect's swordplay, a style of modest rank that I have encountered before. How did it end up in the hands of someone from the Celestial Palace? What is the true origin of this realm? With the knowledge of Lu Xing's swordsmanship, my battle becomes considerably easier. I mentally rehearse counter techniques, and soon enough, I begin to see results. Lu Xing's astonishment grows as he comes to terms with the fact that his swordplay is an advanced technique of the Celestial Palace, accessible only to elders of the sect, and should be unknown to outsiders. Yet, this seemingly worthless individual possesses the ability to counter him. This is inconceivable. As Lu Xing becomes increasingly alarmed, I gain confidence, ultimately forcing him into a direct confrontation. At that moment, I feel a surge of delight. I have been anticipating this very strike. Unleashing my secret weapon, I emit a formidable power that sends Lu Xing crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. This cannot be. I have been defeated by a mere waste. He exclaims in disbelief. Lu Xing suffers significant injury. My strike has unleashed the full extent of the energy stored within my secret weapon, equivalent to an early-stage martial master's blow. That Lu Xing does not immediately lose consciousness is a testament to his resilience. Observing his grimace, I show no mercy. Approaching him, I place my foot upon his back, stepping down repeatedly until I have delivered 10 punishing blows. Then, seizing my weapon, I drive it forcefully into his rear, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. How dare you treat me this way? You will pay dearly for this. Lu Xing shrieks, curling into a ball and wailing, while still attempting to threaten me. This only serves to infuriate me further, prompting another thrust of my weapon, though it is intercepted by the timely intervention of Yuai. Chapter 7. Flowers in Bloom. What? Do you intend to intervene? I step back, my expression darkening, a sense of unease washing over me. Do you think I fear the Celestial Palace? I glare at Yuai, a cold smirk playing on my lips. No, this is merely a suggestion from me, Yuai. The decision on how to proceed rests entirely with you, as I have stated that I shall not take part. He responds, waving his hand dismissively. Very well, then step aside and do not obstruct me. I do not regard the Celestial Palace with any trepidation. However, you are quite admirable. I am called Dou Tian, and I shall undoubtedly seek refuge in the Divine Hall in the future. I hope to count on your hospitality then. I declare with a smile, appreciating Yuai's character, reminiscent of a friend of mine who tragically perished during the contest for the Sky Ladder. Ah, Dou brother. Your words honor me greatly. I shall certainly extend a warm welcome when the time comes, Yuai replies, aware that he has garnered my favor. It is wise to cultivate a friendship with someone of such a mysterious background. Yuai, assist me in eliminating him, and I shall reward you with a reverse weapon in the future. Just ensure his demise. Lu Xing lay on the ground, bloodied and battered, a sight of utter despair. Overhearing the conversation between Dou Tian and Yuai, he felt a surge of panic. This was the lost land, where death could not be contested, and Yuai had no obligation to offend others on his behalf. Thus, he was compelled to offer a price to persuade Yuai. Yet, would she even entertain his request? The outcome was all too evident. Lu Xing, you were the one who insisted that I, you AI-ine, refrain from intervening. Having promised you, I must adhere to my word. I refuse to be a person of broken promises. You would do well to seek assistance elsewhere. Yu AI-ine flatly rejected him, casting a slight smile at Do Tian. Do Tian's spirits lifted. Yu AI-ine proved to be a person of integrity, worthy of acquaintance. He advanced towards Lu Xing, bow and arrow in hand. Do not approach. You cannot kill me, for you would invite endless vengeance upon yourself, leaving you without refuge. Lu Xing trembled in terror, yet he was too gravely injured to move. Is that so? Then allow me to test your claim. I find your words utterly unconvincing. Suddenly, Do Tian lunged forward, aiming to strike Lu Xing. But lo, a twist of fate occurred. Do Tian's arrow did not pierce Lu Xing but instead struck a sword. The impact sending Do Tian flying. Another expert of the transcendent stage, Do Tian landed hard, skidding across the ground for over 10 meters before regaining his footing, his heart sinking at the unexpected arrival of assistance for his adversary. Lu Xiao, are you unhurt? The newcomer, having repelled Do Tian, did not strike again but inquired about Lu Xing's condition. Her voice was delicate and melodic, revealing her to be a woman. Do Tian looked toward her and confirmed her beauty, yet her sycophantic demeanor filled him with disdain. Bai Kai Xianzi, what brings you here? How could it be you? Upon seeing her, Yu AI-ine was momentarily taken aback before greeting her. Only after Yu AI-ine spoke did Bai Kai Xianzi notice the other presence, and, upon recognizing Yu AI-ine, her expression hardened. What? Is this your territory? Am I forbidden from coming here? As Lu Xiao's partner, you do nothing to assist him, raising suspicions that you conspire with the enemy to harm him. Bai Kai Xianzi, do not speak carelessly. My lack of involvement is at Lu Xing's request. You are unaware of the circumstances, so refrain from making accusations. Otherwise, do not blame me for seeking you out at Baihua Valley to settle this matter. Yu AI-ine's countenance turned frosty. Had he not understood the reason for her animosity toward him, he would have already retorted. One's dignity should never be sullied by others. Senior sister, I believe you are mistaken. Yu Degu is not that kind of person. Many know him to be upright and good-hearted. He would never conspire against Lu Xiao, just as Bai Kai Xianzi was about to retort. Another woman descended from the sky to defend Yu AI-ine. This woman wore attire identical to Bai Kai Xianzi, and upon seeing her face, Do Tian was momentarily struck dumb. She was breathtakingly beautiful, the kind of beauty that made one yearn to possess her at first glance. With delicate fingers, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing a flawless visage that defied description. Bang! Bang! The heart of Do Tian raced, leaving him in a daze for a full minute. It was only upon the arrival of Yu AI-ine that he was roused from his stupor. Fairy Baiwa, you two have come. I am grateful for your trust in AI-ine, Yu AI-ine said, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. This only served to deepen the disdain of Fairy Bai Kai, who cast a sideways glance at Baihua and muttered a soft insult, branding her as seductress. She chose to dismiss Yu AI-ine, turning her attention solely to Lu Xing. A flicker of discomfort crossed Lu Xing's face. He recognized Bai Kai, yet felt no inclination towards her. Her reputation was marred by her venomous nature and promiscuity. As the senior sister of Baihua Valley, she was notorious for her lasciviousness. Having entangled herself with Lu Xing while maintaining a faade of purity, revered as a fairy. Her sinister reputation was further solidified by her ruthless act of slaying her own sister in a bid to ascend to the position of senior sister during a competition at Baihua Valley. She was, without a doubt, a formidable character both overtly and covertly. Baihua Valley, a mid-tier sect on the eastern continent, was aptly named for the multitude of beauties it housed, embodying the aspirations of countless men across the ancient continent. However, in its nascent stages, the sect had instituted a strict prohibition against accepting male disciples, shattering the dreams of many male cultivators. Yet, a millennium ago, the discovery of an exceptionally gifted male disciple compelled Baihua Valley to amend its regulations. Thus, only those who could pass a unique trial were permitted entry. However, until 1,000 years had elapsed, no one had succeeded. In the present day, Baihua Valley brimmed with enchanting women, becoming a nexus for intersect interactions. It was not a place that forbade romance. Each year, the valley hosted a matchmaking event, inviting the elite of the realms to engage in competition and exchange ideas. Drawing widespread attention, it was through such an event that Bai Kai and Lu Xing had come to know each other. Among the disciples of Baihua Valley, two stood out as particularly remarkable. Baihua, revered as the most beautiful woman in the ancient world, captivating countless cultivators' dreams, and Bai Kai, the senior sister renowned for her prowess at the pinnacle of the transcendent stage, a luminary among the young talents of the continent. Chapter 8. Greetings. Fair lady. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xing quelled his disdain. Although Bai Kai was not his favored companion, she was currently the closest ally he had and could be instrumental in eliminating the arrogant fool before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he plotted to frame Do Tian. Bai Kai, you must assist me in avenging myself. That brat over there ambushed me and left me in this state. It was his underhanded tactics that led to my injuries. His words caused both women to frown. Do Tian's gaze turned icy. Lu Xing's shamelessness astounded him, as he audaciously made such claims. This led Do Tian to reassess his opinion of the Heavenly Palace, realizing that to produce such a brazen young lord was indicative of a truly formidable sect. It seems improbable, Lu. That fellow opposite you is hardly a match for you, yet you claim to have been ambushed and injured. Does he possess some secret weapon? Even Bai Kai found Lu Xing's assertions hard to believe. The disparity in their strengths was too great for an ambush to succeed, even without the element of surprise. Indeed, there exists a secret weapon. The arrow in his hand is precisely that. After a mere touch, I found myself in this predicament. You must assist me in eliminating him. He must pay for his affront. Lu Xing's anger rendered him incoherent, merely echoing the words of the 100-color fairy. As long as it leads to the demise of Do Tian, every utterance from her lips is deemed correct. What a shameless lord of the heavenly realm. If your lord were to hear your words, he would surely be infuriated. You sought to seize my weapon, attacking me unprovoked. And yet you speak of ambush. This is nothing short of slander. Do Tian, unable to endure any longer, gravitated towards Yu Ai-in, gradually approaching the 100-flower fairy. The closer he drew, the more he admired her beauty. A natural charmer, in his past life, he was burdened by the constraints of being a prodigious talent, hesitant in matters of the heart. Now, however, unburdened by the halo of genius, he finds himself merely an ordinary man, and like all, he possesses an appreciation for beauty. The 100-flower fairy sensed Do Tian's gaze and playfully winked at him, utterly adorable. That innocent gesture almost caused Do Tian to lose his balance. The 100-flower fairy was merely a young girl, around 18 or 19, with such delightful mannerisms. Greetings, Miss 100-flower. Although this is our first meeting, I feel an inexplicable familiarity with you. Have we perhaps crossed paths before? Do Tian's skills in conversation were commendable. He was well liked on Earth, which was evident as to why Li Jiasen took notice of him, especially with his signature smile that could melt hearts. You are quite amusing. I have never encountered someone so direct in their approach. Be cautious. My senior sister is formidable. 100-flower chuckled at Do Tian's charming smile, offering a gentle warning. Yet, Do Tian remained unfazed, continuing to engage in playful banter with her. 100-flower, could you assure me that you genuinely wish to befriend me? Since the young lord claims I harmed him with my weapon, let your senior sister inspect it to determine if it possesses the extraordinary power he alleges. Observing that the 100-color fairy had left Lu Xing, visibly enraged and seemingly preparing to act, Do Tian decided to express his stance. Since Lu Xing accused him of inflicting injury with his weapon, let them verify the truth and unveil the liar. An excellent suggestion, senior sister. One person's word alone cannot be deemed entirely truthful. Do Tian deserves a fair assessment. Verification is indeed prudent, 100-flower stated. Having exchanged only a few words with Do Tian yet holding a favorable impression, she willingly offered her assistance. Indeed, 100-color fairy, fairness is paramount. There are matters I cannot elaborate on, so let us allow the facts to speak for themselves. Nothing is more convincing than the truth, Yu Ai-in concurred. Secretly admiring Do Tian for his ability to engage so merrily with 100-flower even under such circumstances. Truly, a remarkable individual. Lu Xing, witnessing the silence of the two others around him, felt a surge of anger within. His gaze towards them was laden with resentment, particularly towards Bai Hua. Very well. Your words are etched in my memory. Just wait and see how I will exact my revenge, especially on you, Bai Hua. I will ensure you are at my mercy. Trapped in a situation from which you cannot escape. Since you wish to inspect, then inspect away. I speak only the truth. Bai Kai has summoned them for a reason. Lu Xing conceded with unyielding resolve. His first-hand experience with the weapon arrows had proven their capability to unleash the might of a martial arts master, thus sealing the fate of Do Tian. Upon receiving Lu Xing's confirmation, Bai Kai took the weapon arrows from Do Tian's hands, scrutinizing them meticulously, leaving no detail overlooked. However, the outcome disappointed him. The weapon was merely an ordinary item, devoid of any extraordinary power. It was evident that Lu Xing had intended to deceive him into eliminating Do Tian. See, I was not mistaken. This arrow is indeed a treasure. It inflicted this injury upon me, Lu Xing remarked with a lascivious grin. Yet, in the next moment, his smile froze. Bai Kai returned the weapon to Do Tian and, without uttering a word, departed swiftly, vanishing into the distance. There was not a shred of energy fluctuation. It became clear why the senior sister had chosen silence over confrontation. Lu Xing had never been a virtuous individual. His fabrications were to be expected. Baihua, shaking her fist in a charming manner, expressed her sentiments. Baihua, what you do not realize is that Lu Xing's claims are not mere fabrications. He truly was harmed by that weapon. Lu Xing spoke the truth. This arrow is indeed a treasure. As for why it has turned out this way, that is a question best directed towards Brother Dou, Yuai observed. Her curiosity regarding Dou Tian deepening, recognizing that he was no ordinary person. Dou Tian, watching her intently, seemed to harbor a deep admiration, coupled with a peculiar sentiment. What? This cannot be true. This arrow shows no signs of energy fluctuation. My abilities should suffice to detect any latent power within it. Have you all made a mistake? Baihua re-examined the weapon, failing to discern any anomalies, her skepticism evident. Then try again, Dou Tian urged, imparting his techniques to Baihua through his spiritual awareness, encouraging her to give it another attempt. Baihua paused, astonished as she regarded Dou Tian with newfound respect. Spiritual awareness? This is the manifestation of transcendent mental energy, yet he is merely a practitioner at the innate stage. Baihua diligently grasped the technique he had shared, simulating it in her mind until she mastered it. As she activated the weapon, a powerful aura surged forth, leaving Yuai wide-eyed in astonishment. That is the feeling. Though diminished, it's still present. Baihua, how did you achieve this? I see. This arrow truly has a connection with you, Baihua. It has awakened once more. In light of this, I shall gift it to you as a token of our initial meeting. If you feel any embarrassment, consider it a form of tribute for my future allegiance to you. Baihua, you must protect me henceforth. Dou Tian interrupted Baihua's words, proactively coming to her rescue, feigning a pitiable expression that left Baihua with no time to refuse. Suddenly, with a resounding thunder, Baihua prepared to return the weapons to Dou Tian. But ominous rumbles filled the sky. Both Baihua and Yuai's expressions shifted dramatically as they grabbed Dou Tian and fled, leaving him utterly bewildered. Wasn't it just thunder? It seemed as if the heavens were collapsing. Chapter 9. Yuai before them lay an immense passage, carved from the void itself. Dou Tian, brought here by Baihua, was astonished by the sheer audacity of this feat, who possessed the capability to forge a void passage. Such an achievement was only possible for those who had reached the realm of breaking through the void, a level scarcely attained even in the ancient continent of Ur. As he surveyed the crowd, he noted the diverse array of beings, demons, humans, beasts, and fiends, all present in abundance. Dou Tian, having been escorted by Baihua, naturally attracted attention due to his strikingly handsome appearance. Many assumed that Baihua had taken a liking to him, and hostility brewed among the onlookers. However, Dou Tian remained unfazed. His pursuit of Baihua was his own affair, and he would not yield. Despite the animosity directed at him, he felt no fear. His character, once forged, was not easily altered. After becoming a disciple of Guxing on Earth, he had encountered a myriad of experiences and was no longer intimidated by these individuals. Living life constantly attuned to the expressions and sentiments of others would be exhausting. Dou Tian was a free spirit, unaccustomed to confinement. Yuai regarded Dou Tian with an expression akin to observing an alien, her gaze peculiar and inquisitive. She elaborated in great detail, finally elucidating that the Dou Tian family had transformed into a closed space, accessible only at specific times. According to her insights, he surmised that other lost realms would undoubtedly be equally complex. The transformation of the Dou Tian ancestral home into a lost realm deepened Dou Tian's intrigue. As the number of mysteries awaiting investigation grew, he sighed, shaking his head in resignation. There would be time to explore later. He desired to learn more about the continent. Once resolved, he would certainly visit their temple. He added with a teasing tone, "When I do not skimp on the finest tea. I have quite discerning tastes." "Of course, I shall be at your service whenever you wish to visit," Yuai replied with a smile. She then quietly cautioned Dou Tian to be wary of Lu Xing, who would not let Dou Tian off easily. Grateful for her warning, Dou Tian noticed that the crowd had thinned considerably. Together with Yuai, he leaped into the void, disappearing into the passage. Dou Tian was astonished. Could it be that the Dou Tian family still harbored the deceased? Why then had they not come forth to greet him? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he stepped into the passage, emerging from the lost realm. Upon seeing the light again, he found himself in a forest, a typical woodland located in the central region of the ancient continent, at the crossroads of the east and west. As the cultivators emerged, they exchanged greetings and departed. Dou Tian intended to greet Baihua, but was thwarted by numerous guardians surrounding her, preventing him from reaching her, which left him feeling quite frustrated. "It is quite ordinary here, at the confluence of the two continents," where two formidable clans reside, the celestial demons and the bloodsuckers. Their auras are inherently dissimilar and exceedingly unstable, which frequently incites conflicts, rendering this place rather extraordinary. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The focal point is a mysterious stone tablet that towers above the Battle Heaven stele. Yuan, aware of Do Tian's ignorance regarding the Battle Heaven, took the time to elucidate its significance. How do you know of this Battle Heaven stele? Yuan queried, astonished by Do Tian's seemingly profound shock, as if he had encountered something truly astonishing. I am aware of its origins. I might possess even greater knowledge than you. This stele has existed for at least 1,000,000 years, and I am merely astonished by its longevity. Now, let me pose another question. Where could one gain a comprehensive understanding of the current state of power dynamics in this world? Do Tian sought to grasp the contemporary landscape, hoping to uncover a potential breakthrough, for after millennia of transformation, changes undoubtedly occurred even in the ancient continent. The Do clan serves as a prime example. Once renowned in the ancient era, their name is scarcely recognized today. There are indeed several resources, such as the libraries of the major sects and the archives of the Eternal Divine Dynasty. What is your intent? Do you wish to comprehend the entirety of the continent? Yuan responded, if so, I can recommend a place nearby. Although it is merely a small nation, its history spans hundreds of thousands of years, making it an unparalleled entity throughout the ages. Oh, what nation is that? Do Tian inquired, intrigued. Chapter 10. 10,000 years later what? You know of it as well? Yuan found herself increasingly perplexed by Do Tian. While he claimed ignorance, he seemed remarkably acquainted with the Battle Heaven stele, yet lacked knowledge of many rudimentary matters. What kind of anomaly was this individual? As Yuan observed Do Tian's departing figure, she reflected on her thoughts. She had never encountered someone so peculiar. He was indeed a source of astonishment, especially considering he had gifted a reverse weapon to Bai Hua upon their first meeting. Could this be the demeanor of a legendary master? Upon exiting the forest, Do Tian made his way toward a thoroughfare. As he was not yet a transcendent practitioner capable of flight, he had to rely on mundane means of transportation. However, fortune seemed to elude him, as he was soon intercepted by several practitioners upon reaching the main road. Boss, that's him. Lu Xiao said that capturing his head would earn us 10 spirit augmentation pills. We are about to strike it rich. The group consisted of 5 individuals, appearing to be a gang. The speaker was a scar-faced man, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Of course, I am aware. You needn't remind me, replied a one-eyed man, stout and imposing, referred to as the boss. The remaining 3 were clad in peculiar attire, each bearing physical deformities, one missing an arm, another a leg, and the last, astonishingly, lacking a nose. Where did these individuals originate? They resembled an utterly bizarre ensemble. A quintet of misfits. Surely, they were not part of some heavenly ruin gang, were they? Kid, your head is a prize our heavenly ruin gang has claimed. It would be wise not to resist, lest you endure unnecessary pain. The leader dismissed the scar-faced man with a kick and advanced to confront Do Tian. My goodness. Such accurate speculation. It seems this handsome fellow possesses a latent talent for prophecy. Ha ha ha. Do Tian, amused by his own words, acknowledged the gang's fittingly named Heavenly Remnants. What a splendid moniker. However, it was hardly a matter for laughter. Our leader was addressing you, did you hear? Surrender at once. Once more, the scar-faced man lunged forward, only to be sent sprawling by the one-eyed leader's kick. How dare you? Stay back and don't interrupt me again, or I shall unleash my wrath upon you. The one-eyed leader, visibly frustrated, issued a direct threat, which effectively intimidated the scar-faced man into retreat. Such character. This threat was as distinctive as their personalities, rendering Do Tian entirely submissive. A discreet assessment of the unoccupied fighters revealed their prowess was at the late innate stage, with the scar-faced man being the most formidable, having attained the pinnacle of perfection. It was evident that these individuals were no novices. Their strength far exceeded his own. No wonder they exuded such confidence. Kid, surrender now, and I assure you, your demise will be swift and devoid of pain. The one-eyed leader withdrew a massive blade from a cloth pouch, approximately 2 meters in length. Upon being unsheathed, it gleamed with a dazzling brilliance, prompting Do Tian to exclaim, "What a magnificent sword! Indeed, one must consider whose it is. Within our gang, this weapon is the treasure that safeguards our clan. You should feel fortunate to perish by its edge." Flattered by the praise, the one-eyed leader beamed, his other eye squinting with delight. At that moment, Do Tian seized the opportunity. He swiftly retrieved a strand of celestial silk from his storage ring, executing the subtle dragon step to appear beside the one-eyed leader in an instant. The celestial silk crept toward the leader's neck, prompting terrified cries from his subordinates. Boss, watch out. But it was too late. Do Tian tightened the silk with lightning speed, and before the leader could react, his head fell to the ground, blood gushing forth, shocking the entire assembly. You dare to kill the boss? You shall pay for this with your life. The scar-faced man, now devoid of his earlier greed, charged at Do Tian like a madman. Unfazed, Do Tian knew he could not contend with those at the Transcendence realm. Yet he regarded those at the innate level with disdain. He was aware that the Do family's techniques were based on the Do character's secret arts, with the Do battle saint method being the foremost offensive technique since time immemorial, rendering him invincible among his peers. Longing for a fight? Then come at me. It has been far too long since I had the chance to stretch my limbs. Today, I shall engage. Do Tian picked up the one-eyed leader's golden blade from the ground, instantly feeling a surge of innate energy coursing through him. The weapon was indeed a treasure. What a delightful surprise. In ordinary sects, it would be considered the highest caliber of weaponry. Little did Do Tian know. The Heavenly Remnants were not a mere small gang, but a branch of the demonic cult, led by the fearsome Remnant Demon, one of the 5 most powerful figures within the cult. Do Tian, employing only a secret technique, wielded the golden blade, forcing the scar-faced man to retreat incessantly, unable to press forward. Damn it, didn't Lu Xiao say this kid's strength was merely at the early innate stage? The strength that has manifested today is beyond my reach. It is clearly a sign of late-stage prowess. Alas, with the one-eyed chief deceased, I find myself unable to contend with him. It would be wise to retreat swiftly. Do Tian's assaults have grown increasingly fierce, and Scarface has lost all will to fight, gradually retreating behind the other 3 and turning to flee. Naturally, Do Tian is reluctant to let him escape. However, the strength of these 3 is formidable, as they unite to obstruct Do Tian's sacred combat techniques. Breakthrough. Do Tian, incensed, pushes his sacred combat technique to its zenith, transforming his golden blade into a radiant beam, sweeping it towards the 2 adversaries, sending them hurtling away, crashing onto the main road, unable to rise. One of them, witnessing Do Tian's ferocity, immediately turns to flee. Do Tian, unwilling to allow another to escape, utilizes the hidden dragon step to pursue. With a swift strike, he renders the foe unconscious. Humph, you desire my head, Lu Xing? I shall remember this. I will settle this debt in due time. Chapter 11. The Charismatic Rogue. Having subdued the Heavenly Remnants gang, Do Tian resumes his journey, traversing the official road ahead. The ancient continent is replete with untamed territories, largely unexplored and steeped in mystery. The destination for Do Tian, the nation of Huaxia, is indeed a land shrouded in enigma. Its terrain is elevated, surrounded by myriad mountains and adjacent to the sea, forming a peninsular country. This land has birthed numerous potent cultivators, a testament to Huaxia's enduring legacy. In Huaxia, the dragon is venerated. However, this is not the winged lizard of Western lore, but rather the legendary divine dragon of the Eastern continent. Adorned with the whiskers of a tiger, the tail of a lion, a serpentine body, fish-like scales, antlers resembling those of a deer, and claws akin to an eagle's. It is said that this dragon is a celestial beast nurtured by the deities, cast down to the mortal realm for transgressions. Yet, this remains mere legend. The true origins of the dragon remain a mystery to all. On the ancient continent, the people of Huaxia often refer to themselves as descendants of the dragon, a sentiment reminiscent of the Huaxia people on Earth. Do Tian gradually approaches a populated area along the official road, arriving at a quaint village. The entrance is lush with greenery, ancient trees towering majestically, and near the village entrance stands a stone tablet, eager to meet fellow beings. Do Tian approaches it to inquire about nearby towns, as he possesses only a vague sense of Huaxia's distance, utterly unaware of the precise route. If he were to search alone, it could take an eternity. Upon reaching the stone tablet, Do Tian struggles to decipher the inscriptions. Medicine Village. What an intriguing name. How curious that such a village exists. Peering into the village, he observes many adults at the entrance rolling wheels, crushing bundles of some grassy plants. A guest has arrived. Xiaoniu, go greet them. An elderly voice calls from within the village. Do Tian, taken aback, realizes that there is a master among them. Yes, Grandpa. A youth from among those crushing the plants approaches Do Tian, felt a sense of reluctance to hide any longer, and stepped out from one side of the stone tablet. However, after taking only a few strides, his expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly darted into the woods. The individual across from him, referred to as Xiaoniu, observed this sudden action with a mix of confusion and hesitation, remaining rooted in place. At that moment, an elder from the village spoke up again, and the entire village seemed to revert to a state of tranquility, as if no one had ever passed through. Astutely aware, it was precisely as I had anticipated. Those 5 fools were utterly incapable of capturing you. That is fortunate, for the rewards from Lu Xiao are indeed quite generous, and missing out would be regrettable. The handsome man elegantly flicked open his fan with a flourish. State your name. I do not converse with the nameless. Sensed the presence of the handsome man, prompting his departure. The handsome man chuckled alluringly, exuding an enchanting charm. I am Feng Lu of the Desire Sect. Remember this well, for you may recall my name in the depths below. Curse you, and your Desire Sect, muttered under his breath. The name sounded quite enticing. Could it possibly be a descendant of the ancient sect of human desires? I recall their clan bore the surname Feng. What? The handsome man's expression shifted dramatically, as if he had heard something profoundly unsettling. The Desire Sect indeed evolved from the ancient sect of human desires, but such knowledge was known only to its core members. How could possibly be aware of this? Could there be some connection between him and the Desire Sect? Naturally, someone informed me, retorted. Feng Lu, your prowess is commendable. If you wish to take my life, then come forth, but be prepared. Your life may very well be forfeit in the next moment. He laughed heartily, having inadvertently turned the situation to his advantage, and continued, after today, should we cross paths again, I will ensure that those who once sought my life shall perish. Do not attempt to intimidate me. While I may not comprehend how you uncovered the secrets of my Desire Sect, you must die today. Feng Lu's brow furrowed, the confidence in his voice faltering. Then come and try. I stand here motionless, inviting your attempt. If you wish to avoid meeting the fate of Lu Xing, then strike. Pressed, his words causing Feng Lu's confidence to wane. You truly possess a connection to the Desire Sect. Speak of it, and I shall set you free. Feng Lu contemplated, his resolve wavering. There is nothing to discuss. If you wish to kill me, then do so. I have no explanations to offer, firmly rejected. Feng Lu, infuriated and itching to strike, ultimately restrained himself. He retrieved a jade vial from his bracelet and coldly scoffed at, pouring a crimson pill from within. Since you refuse to speak, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Prepare to lie down. Feng Lu's strength far surpassed, leaving no room for doubt. Stripped of any advantage, felt no desire to resist. He was curious to see if Feng Lu truly had the capability to end his life. In the end, his gamble paid off. Feng Lu did not kill him, but merely forced the red pill into his mouth before departing. This is the Desire Pill. You chose not to speak, which is quite commendable. Although I cannot ascertain whether your connection to the Desire Sect is genuine or feigned, having consumed this pill. Should my antidote elude you, once the effects take hold, you shall be consumed by insatiable desire, descending into madness. The expression of unrestrained lust is profoundly sinister, enough to send shivers down the spine of even the most formidable. By heavens, this fellow is exceedingly cautious. Now, even if I manage to escape, I must find a way to neutralize this poison. Bang, bang, bang. The unrelenting wind flow struck Detian a few more times, causing him to spit blood. He flexed his fists, a cold smile curling his lips. I detest being looked down upon, and this is your punishment for such disdain. Detian grimaced in pain, collapsing to the ground, cursing inwardly that this wretch truly struck with force, nearly driving him to the brink of agony. Very well, I shall endure for now, but mark my words. One day I, Detian, shall make you pay dearly. Chapter 12. The apothecary elder. The exchange with Windflow transpired swiftly, leaving even Detian somewhat astonished that he had navigated through it unscathed. These individuals are indeed dim-witted. Yet, his own condition was far from ideal. Windflow had unleashed a potion upon him. Should the antidote remain out of reach, the consequences would be dire. After administering a few more blows, Windflow departed, leaving Detian alone in the woods. He sat for a moment to recuperate, only to rise in astonishment at the revelation that his injuries had completely healed, and his strength had even increased slightly. By heavens, could it be? Am I destined to endure regular beatings? This could indeed serve as an unconventional method of enhancement, albeit a most vexing one. Alas, we shall see. Detian made his way toward the apothecary village. His previous abrupt departure felt somewhat discourteous, especially considering there might be a formidable presence within the village. Such an aura is unmistakable, and it would be prudent to pay a visit. One might stumble upon unforeseen fortunes, he fancifully mused. Upon reaching the village entrance, the youth named Xiaonyo awaited him, and upon spotting Detian, he approached eagerly. Welcome to our village. I am Xiaonyo. Please, allow me to guide you. My grandfather mentioned your extraordinary nature and requested your presence. Xiaonyo, merely 15 or 16 years of age, possessed a remarkably innocent heart and spoke with remarkable candor. Detian nodded and followed Xiaonyo into the village. His curiosity piqued as he surveyed this quaint locale. Such a simple-minded youth must be a rarity in this ancient land. Upon entering the village, Detian discerned the plants being ground into powder. Indeed, they were medicinal herbs. No wonder it is called Apothecary Village. It is fundamentally a place dedicated to the crafting of remedies. Enlightenment dawned upon him, rendering the village's name perfectly logical. The village was modest in size, comprising a few dozen households, resembling a typical agrarian community, with numerous animal pelts displayed prominently at the entrances of homes. This indicated the presence of hunters, and not just any hunters. The pelts were of extraordinary creatures. The appearance and essence of the furs felt eerily familiar to Detian. The spirit fox, a creature of wisdom and cultivation, is not easily captured, let alone evaded by ordinary hunters. This village, it seems, harbored such low-level spirit beasts, possessing a modicum of spiritual power, rendering them imperceptible to the average person. The existence of such beings within the village stirred a sense of curiosity within Detian. The structure of the medicinal village is a grand quadrangular courtyard. Upon entering from the village entrance, one finds oneself in a spacious courtyard. Standing at the center, one can behold all the buildings surrounding it. At the heart of this architectural ensemble lies a modest room constructed from wooden stakes, and it is here that Do Tian leads the young ox. Upon entering the chamber, a fragrant aroma of medicine envelopes the air. Although the room is quite simple, it exudes an undeniable harmony. An elderly man is diligently refining elixirs in a cauldron, and the fragrant essence permeating the room signifies that success is imminent. It is evident that the elder's gaze has grown serious, fixated on the elixir as if it were destined to soar. As the aroma intensifies, Do Tian gestures for the young ox to step outside, choosing instead to quietly observe the elder from his position. The young ox readily complies and exits. Suddenly, the lid of the cauldron ascends with a swift motion, and several golden elixirs rise into the air. The elder nods in delight, extending his hand to collect the elixirs. In that fleeting moment of suspension, as the residual heat dissipates to expel the impurities from the elixirs, a jade vial is prepared to elevate the quality of the concoction. However, before the elder's hand makes contact, Do Tian's voice resonates softly. Upon hearing this, the elder instinctively halts, only then noticing a handsome young man standing at the doorway, the very individual he had encountered at the village entrance. After a brief contemplation, the elder relinquishes his grasp, allowing the elixirs to hover in the air while he retrieves a jade vial from the cabinet. 15 minutes later, adhering to Do Tian's instructions, the elder meticulously stores the elixirs, his expression transforming into one of sheer incredulity. Young friend, you are truly extraordinary. This method is unprecedented to me, and I am immensely grateful for your presence today. The elder gazes at Do Tian with fervor, his eyes nearly sparkling with admiration, though this moment is fleeting, and he soon returns to his placid demeanor. Senior, you flatter me. I have merely observed a few individuals refining elixirs and casually mentioned it. I had no idea it would prove effective. Please, do not extol my virtues. I am not adept in the practicalities of the craft, Do Tian humbly replied. May I inquire your esteemed name, young one? The elder asked, nodding. With a tranquil expression, he remarked, a commendable name. The path of cultivation is indeed a defiance of fate, and your name reflects this sentiment. Surely, your parents wished for you to travel further along this journey. As for my name, well, I have long since forgotten it. The villagers refer to me as Elder Yao, and I suggest you do the same. During their conversation, the elder scrutinized Do Tian closely, occasionally shaking his head in contemplation, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity, at times rendering him momentarily speechless. This left Do Tian perplexed. Did the elder perceive him as something otherworldly? Yet, without the elder's words, Do Tian felt unable to inquire further. Recognizing the freedom of perception and expression as the elder's prerogative, I dare not claim any lofty aspirations for my parents. They are indifferent to my pursuits. They merely bestowed upon me this name in a moment of whimsy. I apologize for any amusement it may bring you, Elder Yao. By the way, how can you refine elixirs in this room? The flames required for such an endeavor reach exceedingly high temperatures. Do you not fear a fire hazard? This query was Do Tian's attempt to gauge the elder's response. However, the elder maintained his stoic expression, leaving Do Tian feeling somewhat uneasy. Do Tian was not one to hold back. His previous statement was undoubtedly worthy of the precious elixir. Chapter 13. Foundation Establishment Pill. Young friend Do Tian, please take a seat. The surroundings are rather modest, with limited seating available. You may sit on the bed. I sincerely apologize for this, said Yao Lao, collecting the pill bottle and offering a slight smile to Do Tian, tinged with a hint of regret. This was the second time Do Tian had witnessed Yao Lao smile, and there seemed to be an unusual glimmer in his eyes. Please, there is no need for such formalities. It was rather presumptuous of me to intrude. Merely being received is already gratifying, and I dare not ask for more, Do Tian replied candidly. for he was not the type to mince words. He spoke freely, never encumbered by unnecessary politeness. Haha, feel free to be at ease. Do not be overly restrained. Consider this place as your own home. Yao Lao chuckled in response. Do Tian, now relaxed, was naturally sociable. After conversing with Yao Lao for a while, he found him to be quite amiable. Yao Lao, which nation does this area belong to? Is it close to the Huaxia kingdom? Do Tian inquired during their dialogue. His initial intention for entering the village was to gather information about the routes. Now, however, he had an additional concern, the antidote for the poison inflicted upon him by that rogue. He was uncertain if Yu Lao could assist with that. Ah, that is easily addressed. This is the border area of the Cheiluan kingdom, not too far from Huaxia. Why do you ask? Are you planning to travel to Huaxia? Indeed, I intend to visit Huaxia to learn some information. However, I am unaware of the routes. By a twist of fate, I have ended up here, and thus, I apologize for troubling you. Do Tian nodded, feeling no need to conceal his purpose. The depth of Yao Lao's strength eluded him. He was certain Yao Lao had observed the recent altercation in the woods. For how else would he have known about Do Tian's emergence and the subsequent victory of that young bull? Then it seems, young friend, you are indeed fated to be here in our Yao village. I have gained much from our exchange, and should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Perhaps I can provide you with answers, Yao Lao remarked, his fondness for Do Tian deepening due to his candidness. If others were to witness such a conversation, they would surely be astonished. When had Yao Lao become so approachable? He was known throughout the ancient continent as a person who never suffered losses. Thank you, Yao Lao. I must clarify that my knowledge of the current ancient continent is rather superficial. If I inquire about some fundamental matters, I hope you will be willing to enlighten me. Do Tian said, feeling a bit embarrassed for being ignorant of basic knowledge. Not at all. I understand. Please, feel free to ask. Yao Lao encouraged him to proceed with his inquiries. The ancient continent, after millennia of evolution, has gradually seen the East and West converge. The intertwining of cultivation techniques has led to a distortion of the original methods. Many ancient sects have begun to fade from history as their powerful members departed this world. Particularly the great sects of antiquity, whose prodigies ascended to the celestial realm, leaving behind disciples of diminished strength. Numerous techniques have been lost to time, gradually overshadowed by emerging forces, year after year. Thus, the current landscape has come to be as it is, a chaotic tapestry. In the eastern realms, sects have proliferated like the stars in the night sky. Any master who reaches the level of martial reversal is entitled to establish their own sect and gather disciples. Among these, a few larger sects, steeped in time-honored traditions, have emerged as the prominent factions of the East. Notably, the venerable Yao Lao informed Do Tian of three particularly formidable sects believed to have existed since antiquity: Kunlun, Taoism, and Buddhism. These three sects boast a vast number of disciples and possess substantial domains of faith, establishing them as the leading sects of the Eastern continent. Other self-proclaimed major sects, such as Baiwa Valley, Heavenly Palace, Monster God Palace, and the Demon Sect, have only recently risen to prominence, with histories not exceeding 5 millennia. In the West, Yao Lao also mentions several significant sects, including the Temple, Hell, Beast Alliance, and the Demon Sect. Each of these is noteworthy in its own right, teeming with powerful masters whose abilities are beyond measure. Do Tian was particularly cautioned about Hell, an organization that revels in killing, marked by its cold and ruthless nature. It is a faction that one must never provoke. As Do Tian grasped the distribution of power across the ancient continent and learned of these sects, he marveled at the passage of time, which has the capacity to transform all things. His discussions with Yao Lao deepened his astonishment, and he posed inquiries covering various topics. Yao Lao answered each with remarkable erudition, suggesting that his identity was anything but ordinary. Despite his many questions, Do Tian refrained from mentioning subjects like Dao Jiumi and Lu Zhan, having heard from Uai that these were considered taboos, known only to those in the ancient sects, shrouded in secrecy. To inquire about such matters as an ordinary individual would surely attract the attention of major sects, possibly inciting hostility. After all, how could a mere mortal possess knowledge of such concealed truths without having acquired it through some extraordinary means? Uai articulated this notion simply, and Do Tian understood perfectly, choosing instead to wait until his own strength was sufficient to explore such mysteries. Do Tian was not one to engage in ventures without certainty. Once he resolved to act, he committed fully. After absorbing so much knowledge from Yao Lao, he felt he had gained a considerable understanding of the current state of the ancient continent, no longer remaining in ignorance. At last, Do Tian confided in Yao Lao about his poisoning, gazing at him with hope. Yao Lao, You must have realized my abrupt departure earlier was due to being pursued by a formidable adversary. Though I narrowly escaped, I have succumbed to poison. Could you assist me in discerning whether there is an antidote? Do Tian offered a medicinal formula as compensation. He took up a brush and ink from the room to inscribe a formula for a foundational elixir, presenting it to Yao Lao. During his time in the ancient era, he had often engaged in discussions and exchanges, never lacking in knowledge of various formulas and secret techniques, though he struggled with their practical application. As he revealed the formula, Yao Lao exclaimed in astonishment, "The foundational elixir formula. How did you come by this?" The esteemed elder Yao was taken aback. He was not merely a pharmacist, but rather an extraordinary one, possessing alchemical skills that were truly rare throughout the ages. In the vast continent, few could rival his prowess. Alchemists, as they are uniquely known in this ancient realm, primarily engage in the creation of potions, not solely referring to elixirs, but encompassing any concoction that aids cultivators. Thus, they are held in high regard and are in high demand. It is universally acknowledged that forming a rapport with an alchemist can signify immense advantages for a sect or family, promising the presence of numerous formidable experts. Do not be too astonished, Elder. This is merely something I stumbled upon. Moreover, it is not a particularly significant recipe, just a potion that assists others in transcending to the pinnacle of the innate realm. Quite ordinary, really, remarked Do Tian. His words held merit. The foundation-building elixir was indeed commonplace in ancient times. However, he overlooked that this was not the ancient era, but rather a millennium later, where most ancient knowledge had faded into obscurity. The foundation-building elixirs available now were merely concocted from fragmented recipes, possessing only a fraction of the original's efficacy. Chapter 14. A little lowly falls from the sky. Elder Yao was visibly shaken. It was the first time in years he had felt such emotion. He had crafted the foundation-building elixir numerous times, and had rectified many of its omissions. Yet, in comparison to the recipe before him, his efforts paled significantly. This was a pristine formula from the ancient era, one that countless alchemists had long sought after. It had vanished from the annals of time, and now, Do Tian had effortlessly transcribed it, without a hint of hesitation, leaving Elder Yao utterly astonished. He gazed at Do Tian, bewildered, and queried, "Young friend, this recipe is of great consequence. Are you not afraid that I might eliminate you to keep it a secret? Do you realize that in the present ancient continent, there are exceedingly few cultivation elixirs? Should this recipe be revealed, it would undoubtedly invite unending calamity." "I haven't given it much thought. Besides, Elder, are you truly that kind of person? If so, I, Do Tian, would accept my fate. After all, the poison coursing through me is already quite unbearable. Dying sooner or later makes little difference." Do Tian chuckled. With a sigh of relief, Do Tian was grateful that Elder Yao was not of such a disposition. He settled back onto the bed. Elder Yao took hold of Do Tian's hand, channeling spiritual energy to extract a drop of blood, which he collected in a transparent jade vial. He then probed Do Tian's body with his spiritual energy to assess his condition. After a moment, Elder Yao released his grip, his expression grave as he regarded Do Tian, murmuring, "It is indeed the desire pill, crafted by that old rascal Feng. This complicates matters." A chill ran through Do Tian. Could it be that Elder Yao could not remedy the poison within him? What was to be done? Elder Yao furrowed his brow, observing Do Tian once more, and conducted another examination. He had sensed a potent essence earlier, but at the time, his focus was on the desire pill, and he had not paid heed. Now, realizing that Do Tian harbored the desire pill, a concoction that could be considered more of an elixir than a poison, he began to recall those earlier sensations. Do Tian remained still, allowing Elder Yao to conduct his examination. The desire pill, as its name implies, was designed to awaken the desires within a person, leading them to lose themselves in their cravings. He had heard of it since ancient times and had also witnessed its effects, which could be described as an extraordinarily potent aphrodisiac. However, during its onset, one loses their own consciousness. How peculiar. My young friend, have you perhaps immersed yourself in some celestial treasure? How is it that your meridians and bones contain such immense power? You truly are a walking treasury. The elder pharmacist suddenly opened his eyes, displaying a look of incredulity. Did I doze off? The elder pondered, perplexed by Do Tian's meaning. Could it be that this fellow had succumbed to slumber, or had he slept for an extended period? Indeed, just a brief nap, Do Tian replied. Elder pharmacist, how goes your examination? Is there an antidote for my poison? Do Tian, wishing to divert the conversation from himself, shifted the topic. The elder pharmacist chuckled to himself, stroking his beard as he spoke. The poison within you was concocted by an old master, making it exceedingly difficult to remedy, for his alchemical skills rival my own. With a specialization in such elixirs, Thus the quality of this potion is exceptionally high. It cannot simply be undone at will. Do Tian had anticipated such an outcome, and an unwelcome disappointment crept into his heart, causing his gaze to grow despondent. The onset of the desire elixir was set for a month hence. Should he fail to find a remedy during this time, he would risk losing himself. That fate was both dreadful and perilous, as a moment's carelessness could plunge him into the abyss of desire, transforming him into a being of insatiable lust. Clearly, Do Tian wished to avoid such an outcome. The elder's words were easy to comprehend. A solution existed, but it would demand considerable time. How long will it take? More than a month? Do Tian inquired, clinging to a glimmer of hope. If we were to utilize an antidote, it could be resolved in an instant. However, to concoct one would take no less than 6 months, and potentially as long as 2 years, the elder replied. Do Tian fell into utter despair. Did he truly have to venture to the desire sect? That was out of the question. Such a path would surely lead to his demise. It appeared that only one solution remained. The desire elixir, in essence, was merely an aphrodisiac, igniting the flames of human desire. If he could channel that desire outward, he might escape unscathed. At worst, he could seek assistance in a critical moment. Do Tian thought somewhat unscrupulously. The two fell silent. Do Tian was enveloped in gloom, while the elder contemplated the matter. Do Tian's constitution was remarkably unique. Although the desire elixir posed a threat of madness, it might also represent an opportunity. The awakening of desire would undoubtedly invigorate the meridians and bones within him, reviving the latent strength contained therein and enhancing Do Tian's prowess. As for the outcome of this opportunity, it remained uncertain. After all, one could not guarantee that unforeseen circumstances would not arise, for this poison was the desire elixir, a treasure of the continent. Suddenly, a violent tremor shattered their silence. Their abode was under assault, the roof crumbling above them. Do Tian instinctively sensed a shadow descending toward him. He reacted swiftly, reaching out to catch the shadow, only to find that a formidable adversary followed closely behind, launching a fist aimed directly at Do Tian. The force of the blow was fierce, and the surge of spiritual energy left Do Tian pale. This was a master of martial prowess, a level of strength he was all too familiar with from his past life. Now, he was entangled in trouble, and there was no time for regret. He could only muster all his strength to confront the threat head-on. At the critical moment, the elder pharmacist intervened, directing a finger towards the martial expert's fist, shattering the adversary's entire arm. The martial artist let out a pained cry, and upon encountering a formidable opponent, he swiftly leaped from the room. The expression on Elder Yao's face turned icy, and without uttering a word, he vanished into thin air. Do Tian also realized the situation, glancing down at the shadow in his arms, which turned out to be a petite little girl who, rather absurdly, was fast asleep and snoring softly. Leaving Do Tian utterly speechless, he gently placed the little girl on the bed and exited the house, making his way to the courtyard, where he discovered Elder Yao already engaged with a group of individuals. Cloaked in black robes and wearing masks, they stood ominously like specters. "Senior, who are these people?" Do Tian inquired as he approached Elder Yao. "They are denizens of hell. Be cautious. Their strength is considerable," Elder Yao warned Do Tian. Chapter 15. The mysterious Elder Yao. Elder Yao's countenance darkened as he glared at the 5 masked figures across from him. "You people from hell are exceedingly audacious, daring to come to the east and indiscriminately attack our village. Unless you provide an explanation, you shall not leave here today. What are you?" "We are merely here to execute a mission, and as for your village, we attacked it without hesitation. Perhaps once our target is eliminated, you too will cease to exist." One of the masked individuals retorted disdainfully. "Such insolence!" Before Elder Yao could respond, Do Tian interjected angrily, finding the individual's arrogance intolerable. "Kid, you seek death. How dare you insult me? I shall kill you now." The man lunged at Do Tian, clawing towards him while aiming a palm strike to eliminate him. However, Elder Yao was already prepared, pointing a finger and piercing the man's skull, denying him even a chance to approach. Boom! The corpse of the masked man crumpled to the ground, plunging the arena into an eerie silence. It was utterly shocking. One finger had slain a martial artist of such caliber. Not a mere triviality, but a 4th-tier cultivator, a rarity even on the ancient continent. "Provide an explanation." Elder Yao spoke as if performing a mundane task, his tone indifferent. Yet, to the masked individuals, it sounded like an ultimatum. The masked figures exchanged glances, and one stepped forward, removing his mask as a sign of respect for a superior. The individual revealed himself to be an elderly man with white hair, a prominent red birthmark on his forehead that caught the eye. He bowed slightly to Elder Yao and stated, "Senior, we beg your pardon. We were merely passing through while executing our mission and did not anticipate encountering you here." We sincerely apologize for the earlier loss. We will take responsibility for it. Since you have killed one of our companions, shall we consider this matter settled? His words bore no semblance of an apology. They were clearly an order. Without a word, Elder Yao raised his hand and crushed the man's skull, then opened a rift in space to dispose of the body. Provide an explanation. Elder Yao reiterated calmly. His overwhelming might left Do Tian in a state of astonishment. Elder Yao embodied an exalted master, utterly unconcerned with these intruders. He simply wished to teach them a lesson. You dare to assault my village? Now you shall learn the consequences. One of the martial artists, who had also removed his mask, was an elder whose face flushed crimson with rage. Clearly incensed by the death of his brother at the hands of Elder Yao. Seeking vengeance, he drew a weapon from his storage ring and charged forward, oblivious to the futility of his actions. You choose not to speak, then I shall send you to meet your companions. The Elder Yao, with an air of indifference, formed intricate seals with his hands, conjuring a circular barrier that gradually detached from him, ensnaring the approaching martial expert within its confines. This was a formation of his own design, known as the Unity Array. Once an adversary was enveloped by the circle, Elder Yao could constrict the formation, effectively crushing them to death, a veritable prison, capable of extinguishing life in an instant. As the third martial expert met his demise, crumpled like a discarded cabbage, the remaining two members of the Hell faction were engulfed by dread, their former arrogance evaporating as they hastily removed their masks and divulged the nature of their mission. It appeared that a rebellion had erupted within the borders of Huaxia, with individuals seeking the assistance of formidable beings from hell to usurp the throne. However, the intricacies of Huaxia were shrouded in mystery, even eluding the knowledge of those involved. To ensure their safety, they devised a plan to leverage the beloved daughter of the current ruler, Xianyuan Long, as a bargaining chip. Yet, Xianyuan Long, perceptive as he was, dispatched her to safety, only for whispers of her departure to reach the ears of hell, prompting a relentless pursuit that led her to the borders of Che Luan Nation. The shadow that followed was none other than the little princess of Huaxia, Xianyuan Linglong. A rebellion in Huaxia? Such audacity! Did these insurrectionists not comprehend that ascending to the throne necessitated the approval of the people? It seemed they were courting their own demise. Elder Yao swiftly dispatched the two martial experts, for they could not be allowed to live. The vengeful nature of hell's denizens was formidable. While he, Elder Yao, harbored no fear, the villagers were another matter entirely. The revelation that the little girl was a princess of Huaxia was astounding. Was it fate that favored him, Do Tian? Bah! If fate had truly favored me, I would have long since ascended, sparing myself this humiliation. There must be a reason for my plight, Do Tian mused. Elder Yao tore through the void, depositing the 5 recognized corpses within, before sealing it shut and proceeding into the central dwelling. Meanwhile, the other villagers emerged from their homes, resuming their tasks as if nothing had transpired, a calmness that left Do Tian in awe. Upon entering the room, Do Tian found Elder Yao checking the pulse of the little princess, Xianyuan Linglong. As Do Tian entered, Elder Yao completed his examination, placing the girl's hand gently on the bedding, visibly relieved. Do Tian felt a sense of disorientation. He intended to travel to Huaxia, but was at a loss for the route. Frustrated, he gestured helplessly to indicate his confusion. Not to worry, for I possess an item that can guide you to Huaxia, though it requires spiritual energy to operate. I shall bestow upon you some energy to facilitate your journey. Elder Yao retrieved a compass-like artifact from his bracelet and placed it upon the table, channeling spiritual energy into it. Instantly, a map materialized in the air. After setting the coordinates for Huaxia, he handed it to Do Tian. Do Tian accepted the star map, astonished at its resemblance to the global positioning systems on Earth, albeit powered by a different form of energy. He tucked the star map away and approached the sleeping princess, Xianyuan Linglong, who slumbered blissfully, leaving him utterly speechless. All those who brought him out have perished, yet he remains able to sleep soundly. Truly, it reflects a childlike innocence and ignorance. Following this, Master Yao engaged in an extensive conversation with Do Tian, discussing various aspects of cultivation. Master Yao provided insights regarding Do Tian's internal condition, advising him to further harness the power within, stating that once the energies within him were fully integrated, he would be qualified to contend among the continent's elite. This highlights just how formidable the latent energy within Do Tian truly is. Chapter 16. The little lowly Xianyuan Linglong possesses an extraordinary ability to sleep, surpassing even Do Tian's wildest imagination, leaving Master Yao somewhat astonished and contemplative. Upon examination, it was revealed that she bore no injuries. She was merely in a deep slumber. Did she truly need to sleep for such an extended period? While awaiting the awakening of the little lowly Xianyuan Linglong, Do Tian did not neglect his own cultivation. He engaged in daily sparring sessions with Master Yao, enduring rigorous training and subsequently recovering to enhance his strength. This left Do Tian feeling quite vexed. While others cultivated to refine their skills, he found himself being pummeled. It was a form of self-inflicted torment. Yet the more intense the beating, the more exhilarated he felt. Observers would undoubtedly consider him peculiar. However, this occurred in the medicine village, where Master Yao had cast protective formations to conceal their activities. On the 10th day, Do Tian continued his close association with Master Yao, enduring severe beatings that were almost unbearable to witness. Master Yao, with a gleam in his eye, remarked, "Indeed, your strength is increasing rapidly. You can now contend with ordinary innate perfection experts, but against transcendent masters, you would only be able to flee. Why not stay with me for a year or two? I guarantee your strength will elevate you to the ranks of the proficient." "Let us avoid that," Do Tian replied. "I have no desire to be eyed like a piece of meat by you. I must venture out. There are young ladies waiting for me. I cannot squander my youth here with you, or I would be committing a grave error." Despite the daily sparring with Master Yao, Do Tian paid a price. Master Yao extracted some of his blood each day for alchemical purposes, as Do Tian's blood had once been steeped in extraordinary treasures, rendering it invaluable. As Do Tian grew more familiar with Master Yao, he became more relaxed, revealing his lively and humorous nature, perfectly in sync with contemporary trends from Earth. "Are you really that stingy? It's merely a bit of blood. Is it necessary to be so self-absorbed? I am quite taken aback by you," Master Yao chided. "If you must leave, I estimate that Ling Long will awaken in the next couple of days. You ought to refrain from taking advantage of her, or you will regret it." Master Yao's mustache twitched in exasperation. "Master Yao, please refrain from making such baseless accusations. I, Do Tian, am not that kind of person. I have no interest in such a young girl. If she were older, perhaps, but at this age, how can I even contemplate such a thing? Taking advantage of her? Where did that notion come from?" Do Tian protested, his expression full of innocence. He was aware of Master Yao's insinuations, and as time passed, the desires within him were further stimulated by the desire pill, leading to an inexplicable dependence on the opposite sex. He found himself sneaking into the little lowly's bed, embracing her as he slept. This left Do Tian in a state of bewilderment afterward, feeling unjustly accused of taking advantage of her, though it was not his intention to do so. Without explanation, you understand. The potency of the drug grows increasingly intense, and there exists a constant potential for an outburst. It is advisable to release some of this pressure, lest one find themselves in peril, the elder advised. Cough, cough. Upon entering the room, darkness enveloped the space, save for the silvery moonlight casting a gentle glow upon the floor, creating an ethereal ambience. Utilizing the lunar illumination, Do Tian discerned that Xianyuan Ling Long lay asleep, her rhythmic snoring resonating throughout the stillness. The inexplicable restlessness within him began to stir, yet Do Tian made a valiant effort to suppress it, striving to maintain his composure. He was a man of principles. Despite his notorious flirtations, he would never lay a hand on a young girl. However, the effects of the desire pill had commenced, and Do Tian found it increasingly difficult to contain himself. Before long, fragments of his consciousness were eroded, and unhealthy thoughts from his time on Earth invaded his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. Young girls possess three virtues: gentle voice, soft body, easily toppled, Do Tian murmured to himself, as he gazed at the slumbering girl. He reached out towards Xianyuan Ling Long. By the heavens, Do Tian knew he must not succumb to such urges, yet his skill was rather proficient, and his hand found its way to the girl's burgeoning form. Despite being merely 14 or 15, Xianyuan Ling Long had developed quite significantly, her figure proving irresistibly captivating to Do Tian. "No, this is unacceptable. I cannot allow myself to be labeled a beast. I must exercise restraint." Do Tian fought against his desires, straining to retreat. Yet his body seemed to act independently, unresponsive to his will, and his gaze upon Xianyuan Ling Long turned crimson. Alarm bells rang within him. He was losing control. Breathless and frantic, he wondered if he truly intended to act upon this innocent child, thus becoming a creature lower than a beast. No, without convincing myself otherwise, I must not commit such an abhorrent act. Do Tian wrestled with his inner turmoil, even as his body betrayed him, grasping hold of the girl's fullness. At once, his desires surged forth, threatening to drown the last vestiges of his clarity. Absolutely not. "Sleep, sleep. You are weary. You must slumber," Do Tian bellowed, recalling his past life as a hypnotist. Regardless of its efficacy, he plunged into self-hypnosis. To his relief, it worked. His gaze turned hazy, the red receding as he obeyed the hypnotic command, shedding his garments and burrowing into Xianyuan Linglong's covers, drifting into slumber. A night of silence ensued, enveloped in tranquility. After the moon waned, the sun rose, painting the eastern sky with hues of crimson, heralding the dawn of a new day. Within Do Tian's room, Xianyuan Linglong awoke, astonished to find a man lying beside her, unclothed. Recalling what her sister Fian had said, that if a man and a woman slept together in the nude, it signified they were married, and that the woman might bear children, she panicked at the thought. Uncle, you are so bad. Linglong doesn't want to have babies. You're so bad. Do Tian, barely aware of the commotion, perceived it as a dream and did not rouse. However, when the cries persisted, a sharp pain shot through his arm, jolting him awake, leaving him utterly bewildered. The silk robe of Xianyuan Linglong slipped down, exposing her delicate skin. As she bit her arm tightly, the pain stemmed from this very act. However, he had no time to dwell on it. He was astonished by his current predicament. He was not dressed and found himself on Xianyuan Linglong's bed. This situation appeared to herald significant trouble. Could it be that he had truly acted like a beast? Oh heavens, let me perish. Chapter 17. Departure. Linglong, please do not weep. This is merely an accident. My interests are entirely normal. Rest assured, I shall not harm you further. But first, could you tell me why you are crying? Do Tian, finding himself in a helpless position, mustered the courage to inquire. Woo-woo, uncle, you are so wicked. Linglong does not want to have a baby. Linglong is still a child. Do not make her have a baby, Xianyuan Linglong exclaimed. Do Tian's heart shattered at her words. Had he truly behaved like a beast? Yet he felt no such inclination. Xianyuan Linglong was startled by Do Tian's distress, noticing his sorrow exceeded her own. She paused, then left the bed, lifting Do Tian's blanket. Her face a portrait of innocence as she stated, Uncle, Sister Fian said only females can bear children. Why are you crying? Bear children? What does that mean? Do Tian was perplexed. Upon deep reflection, he suddenly realized the absurdity of the notion that sleeping in the same bed could lead to pregnancy. Are you implying to your brother that two people sleeping together results in the woman bearing a child? And this was told to you by your sister? Do Tian gently wiped Xianyuan Linglong's tears away and teased her nose. Observing her, he noted that this little girl was indeed developing into a striking beauty. Indeed. Uncle, how did you know? I do not wish for a baby. What should I do? Let it be. Do Tian exhaled a sigh of relief. As a great weight lifted from his heart, unable to resist, he uttered a popular phrase from Earth, leaving Xianyuan Linglong puzzled, wondering what it meant. Do Tian then seated the young girl on his bed and began to impart a basic lesson on physiology, sharing some fundamental knowledge. By the end of it, Xianyuan Linglong's face was flushed, too embarrassed to meet Do Tian's gaze. Her previous remarks had been utterly naïve and laughable. The idea that merely sleeping together could result in a child was indeed foolish, despite her utter lack of understanding. Though she was adorably naive, she was still capable of feeling shy and did not dare to look up. Do Tian, through this enlightening exchange, understood that he had not harmed the little girl. He had merely held her hand. With this reassurance, he decided it was time to venture out with Xianyuan Linglong since she had awakened. Upon reaching the room of the elder Yao, everything remained unchanged. The elder was busy concocting potions, nearing the completion of his task. Do Tian gently pulled Xianyuan Linglong to sit beside him, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. With a playful smile, she stuck out her tongue and playfully pinched his arm, suppressing a giggle. Ouch! Do Tian winced, breaking into a cold sweat, uncertain whether to feel relieved or dismayed. This girl was undoubtedly a little imp. She insisted on calling him uncle instead of brother, and had decided that he was her destined husband simply because they shared a bed. No matter how he explained, she refused to listen. The situation left Do Tian feeling quite helpless, and he had no choice but to comply. Elder Yao collected the elixir, the lid of the cauldron soaring into the air, revealing a dozen crimson pills suspended in space. After a quarter of an hour, once the impurities dissipated, he carefully stored the pills in a jade vial and handed it to Do Tian. A secret technique? Are you implying that you endured the effects of the elixir last night through some arcane method? How is that possible? What kind of formidable secret technique could achieve such a feat? The elixirs on this continent are classified into 6 tiers: human, earth, heaven, saint, divine, and immortal. What you consumed was a heaven-grade elixir, a rarity in this ancient land where such potions are scarce, and it is considered top tier. If a secret technique can indeed suppress its effects, its value would be immense. Elder Yao pondered in disbelief. He did not retain Do Tian any longer, but advised him to avoid provoking certain individuals. Furthermore, he altered the appearances of both Do Tian and Xianyuan Linglong to evade the pursuit of hellish adversaries. Do Tian, aware of the potential danger, requested some herbs from Elder Yao, adopting the guise of a merchant with Xianyuan Linglong as his younger sister. Thus, they departed from the village, heading eastward. After Dou Tian's departure, Elder Yao's expression reflected a degree of bewilderment. Could it be that reincarnation truly existed? The legendary figure had re-emerged after 10 millennia, prompting movements among the various realms. This upcoming celestial ladder would herald an unprecedented spectacle, ushering in a tumultuous era. Dou Tian, may fortune favor you, he mused. Unbeknownst to Dou Tian, several factions were mobilizing to locate him. At that moment, he was seated in a pavilion with Xianyuan Linglong, enjoying refreshments and engaging in light-hearted conversation. Dou Tian delighted in the company of the little girl, who claimed she was serving him as a future wife. Suddenly, an object sliced through the air towards Dou Tian and Xianyuan Linglong. Quick-witted, Dou Tian instinctively shielded Xianyuan Linglong by bowing low, swiftly guiding her behind a stone pillar. He cautiously peered out to identify their assailants, and his heart sank upon his discovery. Chapter 18. How there were only 4 individuals approaching, one of whom was an exceptionally beautiful woman, while the other 3 were cloaked in black robes, their faces obscured by masks. They were, without a doubt, denizens of hell. Dou Tian cursed his misfortune. How could he be so unfortunate as to encounter the forces of hell less than a day after his departure? Truly, it was ill fate. They likely did not recognize him, but why would they attack? Number 2, we must leave no trace as per our regulations. Since these 2 have witnessed us, it is merely their misfortune, one of the masked figures stated. Number 3 positioned himself ahead of number 2, while number 2 remained behind the girl, with number 1 stationed to her right, collectively encircling her. The girl was tethered by a silver chain, seemingly manipulated like a marionette, as if under some enchantment. Number 3. The rules can be altered. With the 5 elders of Wu and I absent, we need not adhere to them so strictly. Being overly ostentatious will only invite significant trouble. Number 2 argued, attempting to persuade number 3, who remained obstinately unyielding, charging towards Dou Tian and his companion. Dou Tian felt dejected. Indeed, the denizens of hell were notoriously tyrannical, sparing no one in their path. Their vigilance was extreme, devoid of compassion. Each person's life rested in their own hands, and the act of unlawful plunder branded them as demons. Clearly, the agents of hell embodied the very essence of malevolence, and number 3 advanced towards them. Without uttering a word, he struck towards Dou Tian with a swift palm, the Qianlong step. At a critical moment, Dou Tian executed his footwork, swiftly evading the attack while clutching Xianyuan Linglong, causing the hand of number 3 to collide with the stone pillar with a resounding crack. The entire pavilion lost a leg and collapsed with a thunderous roar. Number 3 cried out in anguish, utterly astonished that his opponent could evade the blow. His hand had directly struck the pillar, leaving him buried beneath the rubble, uncertain of his fate. Number 2 stood in shock. Could this be poetic justice? That no. 3 would suffer such harm was simply unbelievable. After a moment, groans emerged from the debris, and with a gasp, number 3 staggered to his feet. His face smeared with blood from the pavilion's collapse. Severely injured, he barely straightened up before collapsing once more, stirring up a cloud of dust. Uncle, that person is my sister Fei Yin. We must save her. These villains have captured Sister Fei Yin. How despicable. Dou Tian and Xianyuan Linglong had narrowly avoided the attack and found refuge behind a stone. It was then that Dou Tian received troubling news from the young girl. Xianyuan Linglong and Xianyuan Fei Yin were cousins, both princesses cherished by the current Emperor Xianyuan Long. The rebellion was instigated by the foreign Prince Tang, a man of great ambition who wielded military power within the empire. For years, he had been suppressed by Xianyuan Long, despite his ancestors' significant contributions to the Huaxia kingdom. Thus, Xianyuan Long had refrained from punishing them severely. Now, having allied with the forces of the Western underworld, Prince Tang believed himself capable of challenging Xianyuan Long and instigated the rebellion. Cold-hearted and intoxicated by power, he ruthlessly eliminated anyone who opposed him. With control over military forces, he stifled any potential leaks of information. However, unbeknownst to him, Xianyuan Long had numerous informants and was aware of the situation, dispatching skilled warriors to escort Xianyuan Linglong and Xianyuan Fei Yin to safety. During their escape, Xianyuan Linglong was intercepted by a formidable warrior from the underworld who aided her flight, but Xianyuan Fei Yin was less fortunate, falling into the hands of their captors. Now, she found herself in this precarious situation. Fortunately, the 5 martial experts who had accompanied them had sacrificed their lives for their country, leaving only 3 late-stage transcendents, who were far more subdued. This had led to their slower pace, allowing Dou Tian and his companions to encounter them. Little girl, make sure you identify her correctly. Do not mistake her for someone else. Observing number three's tragic state, Do Tian was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. I can see it clearly. That is Sister Fei Yin. You must think of a way to save her, or I will go and rescue her myself. Xian Yuan Ling Long fervently shook Do Tian's arm, pinching him insistently. Do Tian grimaced in pain, pulling away her hand. For heaven's sake, please stop pinching me, it hurts. How can someone with such small hands possess such strength? We need a plan to execute the rescue. My strength alone is no match for them. We must strategize, or we shall all perish. I was trying to urge you to hurry. There is no need to be so fierce. Xian Yuan Ling Long's tears began to flow as she unleashed her ultimate weapon. Do Tian fell silent, realizing that if he continued to cater to this young girl at such a critical juncture, he would certainly face dire consequences. 3 individuals stood before him. One lay unconscious, having met with misfortune, while the other 2 possessed extraordinary prowess, being at the transcendent stage. What could be done? Do Tian pondered deeply, furrowing his brow. This was indeed a formidable dilemma. A single misstep could lead to fatality. You must eliminate them, he stated resolutely. You stay here to guard this woman and the third one while I handle them. The third individual, quite exasperated, knew that these 2 were natural adversaries, always taunting one another whenever one sustained injuries. Their frequent brawls were a source of great annoyance. Go ahead. Rest assured, I will not take the opportunity to kill him. Just resolve this quickly. We must reach a town before nightfall. Otherwise, we will be forced to endure another night on the streets, which is far too arduous. It is much more comfortable for the girl to rest. The first individual grinned, his gaze turning sinister. You're the one in a hurry. I'm not so different. Just give me a minute. The second individual stepped over the debris and approached the rock where Do Tian and Xian Yuan Ling Long were located, drawing forth his weapon, a silver chain, and prepared to strike the stone. Wait, do not strike yet. I have a few questions to pose. Before the silver chain could make contact with the stone, Do Tian stepped forward, his expression calm as he regarded the second individual. Oh, you have something to say? What is it? The second individual halted his chain mid-air, intrigued by Do Tian, who exhibited no signs of fear. He could sense the strength of Do Tian's aura. After all, he was merely a practitioner of the innate realm. How could he maintain such composure? Actually, it's rather simple. I am a descendant of a unique race, and there is a custom among my people that requires certain actions to be performed when one of our kin perishes. Failing to do so could harm those nearby. Do Tian explained earnestly, successfully concealing any emotional fluctuations from the second individual. What actions? The second individual inquired further. I will retrieve an item. Just wait a moment. Do Tian replied, a pleading look on his face as he produced a pendulum, a keepsake he had brought with him. Do Tian was confident that only he could unlock its fullest potential in this world. Chapter 19. A moment of embrace. The second individual observed the round object, tethered by a string, with great curiosity. What ritual could this belong to? He had never encountered such a thing before. Do Tian felt a surge of joy as he began to swing the pendulum before the second individual's eyes, uttering suggestive phrases. Initially clear-headed, the second individual soon succumbed to confusion, delighting Do Tian. The hypnotic technique proved effective even against practitioners. As long as his consciousness surpassed that of his opponent, he could induce hypnosis. Since arriving in this world, his consciousness had been growing at an astonishing rate, to the point where he was unaware of the reason behind it. Now, he had achieved a state of perfect transcendence in consciousness. Are you feeling drowsy? Very sleepy? Then just close your eyes, Do Tian suggested. The second individual's eyelids began to droop. With the hypnosis successful, Do Tian began issuing commands, instructing him to confront the first individual. You are currently in a fierce battle. Open your eyes, he urged. That man before you is your adversary. Go and defeat him. Under the spell of hypnosis, the second individual moved toward the first, his eyes glazed and expression vacant. Once he departed, Do Tian sank to the ground, breathing heavily. The exertion of hypnosis had truly drained him, leaving him utterly exhausted. It appears that every action comes at a cost, and hypnosis is no exception. Although he possesses the ability to hypnotize the second, it demands a great deal of mental energy. Wow, uncle, you're truly remarkable. What was that just now? How did you manage to control the other party? The young girl, Xian Yuan Ling Long, clung tightly to Do Tian's arm, her burgeoning form causing Do Tian to momentarily falter. He inwardly sighed, ever since he consumed the desire pill. His sensitivity towards women had significantly heightened, making him more prone to desire, much to his chagrin. Release me for now. We shall discuss this further after we rescue your sister, Xian Yuan Fian. This is not a safe place. It is best to maintain our distance. Do Tian gently pried the little girl's arms away and stood up. The battle had already commenced nearby. He beckoned the young girl to stealthily approach. Second, what are you doing? If you attack me without cause, I shall not hold back. Just as he neared the first, Do Tian heard the latter's shout, a cold smile forming in his heart. Without Do Tian's suggestion, the first would not awaken unless a master intervened. What an opportune moment. Do Tian and Xianyuan Linglong rushed to Xianyuan Fian's side, lifting her up only to discover her expression was vacant, devoid of consciousness. Do Tian no longer cared for the details. He hoisted her onto his back and, taking Xianyuan Linglong by the hand, departed from the scene. On the ground, the third noticed and attempted to intervene, only to be met with a swift kick to the face from Xianyuan Linglong, rendering him unconscious, a rather tragic fate. With a person on his back, Do Tian's speed was unimpeded. Rather, his steps grew lighter, as the presence of the woman spurred the effects of the desire pill within him, invigorating his cells as if they might burst forth. He quickened his pace. Feeling the stimulation from Xianyuan Fian awaken a fervor within, the power in his cells surged with heightened activity, pushing him to the brink of eruption. This was the effect of the desire pill, compounded by the mental strain of hypnosis and Xianyuan Fian's influence. Do Tian could not restrain a roar, startling Xianyuan Linglong, who had been trailing behind him. Upon hearing his cry, she fell to the ground, wincing in pain, tears welling up in her eyes. Do Tian was compelled to set Xianyuan Fian down, for he was struggling to maintain control. At that moment, he was flushed, as if blood were about to spill forth. His gaze dangerously intense, as if he might consume someone. Xianyuan Linglong, upon witnessing Do Tian's demeanor, dared not weep. His piercing stare left her feeling exposed, as if stripped bare, a most unsettling sensation. Little girl, quickly tell your cousin to stop feigning ignorance. You both must rise and leave immediately, otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. After such a prolonged burden, Do Tian had begun to suspect that Xianyuan Fian was merely pretending to be dazed, when in fact she was still alert. How did you know? Xianyuan Fian, realizing her ruse had been exposed, leaped down from Do Tian's back, her awareness sharpening instantly. Initially, she had clung to Do Tian with a sense of trepidation, but as he ran, she found herself inexplicably drawn to the experience. Unbeknownst to her, this was the effect of the desire pill. The boiling cells within Do Tian had released some of its potency, awakening her own desires and leaving her in a state of disorientation. Having been awakened from his stupor by Do Tian Dao, he grasped Xianyuan Linglong's hand with urgency, casting wary glances at Do Tian. We must depart swiftly, otherwise, I may lose control, and I cannot predict the consequences. Do Tian's lips curled into a parched expression, causing Xianyuan Fian to momentarily freeze, soon followed by a wave of unease. Despite possessing extraordinary prowess, she felt utterly vulnerable against the innate power of Do Tian, whose gaze was utterly terrifying. At last, Do Tian made contact with her arm. Her heart raced as she braced for an impending violation. Yet, contrary to her expectations, Do Tian merely brushed against her arm before seizing the silver chain, letting out a roar as he effortlessly snapped it. The shackles on her feet followed suit. Bewildered, she opened her eyes wide in disbelief, finding Do Tian gazing at her with an ambiguous expression, his eyes now clear. What are you? Xianyuan Fian questioned. Bewilderment etched on her face. Hee, beautiful lady, your earlier expression was utterly captivating, igniting a fervor within me. Now, please, spread your arms. Do Tian chuckled weakly. Uncertain of Do Tian's intentions, Xianyuan Fian hesitated before reluctantly opening her arms, only to be overtaken by a surge of anger as the subsequent events unfolded. Beautiful lady, may I rest in your embrace for a moment? In a pivotal moment, Do Tian resorted to his hypnotic abilities once more. Falling into a deep slumber nestled against the lady's bosom, a contented expression adorning his face. Xianyuan Fian nearly erupted in fury. She had not anticipated that Do Tian's request to open her arms was merely an invitation for him to rest upon her. Now, she found herself pinned to the ground, with Do Tian's head resting comfortably upon her chest. An unfamiliar sensation surged within her, causing her cheeks to flush crimson, leaving her in a turmoil of indignation and embarrassment. Sister Fian, what happened to Uncle? Why has he suddenly fallen asleep? Xianyuan Linglong, the curious little girl, observed Do Tian, who lay motionless against Xianyuan Fian, his breath steady. God knows, Linglong. I have no idea where this fellow came from, or how he ended up with you. Xianyuan Fian grumbled as she pushed Do Tian aside, kicking him twice before straightening her clothes and standing up. Now liberated from the silver chains that Do Tian had severed, she was free to move. The memory of Do Tian's earlier transgression ignited a desire for vengeance within her. In a place called Medicine Village, after my uncle separated me from you, I was ambushed by those black-clad villains. I only managed to escape upon reaching Medicine Village, where this Uncle Do Tian was a guest. Xianyuan Linglong recounted earnestly. Medicine Village? What manner of place is that? I have never heard of such a village. Xian Yuan Fian replied. But there is a remarkably powerful old man there. Uncle said those masked ruffians were struck down by him with a mere slap. His name is Elder Yao. Sister, do you not know him? The little girl's face soured with disappointment. She had intended to inquire if Xian Yuan Fian recognized Elder Yao's identity, but her plans were thwarted. Pouting, she displayed her displeasure. Sleeping like a pig. I truly wonder if this fellow is a pig in disguise, for no matter how much I shake him, he remains undisturbed. Xian Yuan Fian sighed in exasperation before hoisting Dou Tian onto her back and hastily pulling Xian Yuan Linglong along as they raced onward. The town is quite small, with only a little over 1,000 households, yet it is frequented by numerous wandering cultivators. The Solon in the town is presently aglow with lights and bustling with patrons. When Xian Yuan Fian, bearing Dou Tian on her back, entered the inn alongside Xian Yuan Linglong, they immediately attracted the gaze of many onlookers. It is not unusual for a man to carry a woman, but a woman carrying a man is a rarity, prompting speculation about their relationship. Among the guests, two formidable cultivators of the transcendence realm, capable of discerning Xian Yuan Fian's prowess, took notice. They also assessed Dou Tian, their expressions revealing disdain, for they regarded him as inconsequential. These two individuals were notorious in the vicinity, known for their thuggish ways, leveraging their strength to plunder the belongings of cultivators and occasionally abducting women for their own amusement, living a life of unrestrained indulgence. At this moment, upon beholding Xian Yuan Fian's exquisite figure, their desire was ignited, and they began to concoct schemes involving her. They exchanged furtive glances and smirks. Boss, do you have any rooms available? We require accommodation. Xian Yuan Linglong approached the counter and called out, her youthful spirit evident in her forthright demeanor. The innkeeper, a portly man in his 40s, lifted his gaze from the counter. After glancing at Xian Yuan Linglong and Xian Yuan Fian, he expressed his apologies. I regret to inform you, esteemed guests, that we are fully booked and have no vacant rooms. While Xian Yuan Linglong conversed with the innkeeper, the two transcendence cultivators found amusement in the situation. Each had their own room in the inn, and they quickly devised a plan. The elder, Tu Fei, said to the younger, Lu Meng, brother, why not offer your room to them? We have some delightful neighbors arriving. Let us extend a warm welcome. Understanding his elder's intent, Lu Meng nodded with a grin and approached the counter. Innkeeper, there is no need to explain further. My brother and I have ample space. I shall relinquish my room for them. He spoke with a gentlemanly air, nodding in acknowledgement to Xian Yuan Fian and her companion before turning to leave. Seeing someone offer their room brought joy to Xian Yuan Linglong, who placed a handful of gold coins on the table and exclaimed, Innkeeper, does this mean you have a room for us now? Please prepare it at once. The innkeeper regarded the two young women, hesitating as if he wished to say something, yet ultimately refrained, wary of the trouble that could ensue given the notorious reputation of the two men. Once the room was ready, Xian Yuan Linglong, the spirited little girl, took a moment to express her gratitude to the two men before following Xian Yuan Fian to their new quarters. After they departed, Tu Fei and Lu Meng exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter, eliciting disapproving shakes of the head from those present. For trouble seemed to be brewing for the two beautiful girls. The room they occupied was of high quality, well furnished, and complete with all necessities, albeit adorned with some men's garments, likely left behind in haste by the previous occupant. The two women refrained from disturbing the items and instead settled onto the bed, taking a moment to gather themselves. Xian Yuan Fei Yin placed Dou Tian on the bed, her entire being leaning against him. She was utterly exhausted, while Dou Tian appeared to be in a deep slumber. After carrying a man for an entire day and night, even the most formidable woman would feel fatigued. It wasn't a matter of her strength, but rather a psychological discomfort. Dou Tian's shamelessness in taking advantage of her was infuriating. There would surely be a chance for her to teach him a lesson in the future. Linglong, did this guy lay hands on you? Tell me, and I shall avenge you. After resting for a moment, Xian Yuan Fei Yin called out to the mischievous Xian Yuan Linglong, who was darting around the room. He did lay hands on me, but not inappropriately. Sister Fei Yin, you were deceiving me all along. You are so wicked. Xian Yuan Linglong pouted as she approached Xian Yuan Fei Yin. Deceive you? On what grounds? Do not heed his words. He is certainly no good. Xian Yuan Linglong recalled how Dou Tian had taken advantage of her, feeling quite uncomfortable. I shall not tell you. You're so mean. I'm going downstairs to call that uncle to take the clothes away. I am so sleepy. Xian Yuan Linglong had sworn to Dou Tian not to speak of certain matters, and with a playful sticking out of her tongue, she dashed out. Xian Yuan Fei Yin was left speechless. This little girl, though small in stature, was astute beyond measure. The flush on her face indicated that she must have been bullied by that scoundrel. It was imperative to find a suitable moment to inquire further. After a short while, Xian Yuan Ling Long returned with the man, accompanied by a cultivator named Tu Fei. Xian Yuan Fei Yin sensed something amiss, but welcomed the two into the room out of courtesy. However, as soon as she ushered them inside, she noticed something was wrong. Both men were holding incense sticks that were already burning. Alarm bells rang in her mind. Her instincts had been correct. These two were not to be trusted. She swiftly attempted to take the initiative, but the duo was prepared and quickly restrained Xian Yuan Ling Long, retreating while leaving Lu Meng to confront Xian Yuan Fei Yin alone. "Who are you? What do you want? Release Ling Long." Xian Yuan Fei Yin's expression turned tense. Chapter 21. The beautiful woman borrows something hee. We mean no harm, simply wishing to converse with two lovely ladies about romance and engage in some pleasurable activities. Tu Fei chuckled, tightening his grip around Xian Yuan Ling Long's neck. "You shameless scoundrels. Release Ling Long at once, or I shall not be polite." Xian Yuan Fei Yin threatened, channeling her spiritual energy. "Excellent. The more you resist, the more excited I shall become. Do not be too polite." Lu Meng laughed heartily. With determination, Xian Yuan Fei Yin unleashed her power, wielding a silver chain as a weapon. It whistled through the air as it struck toward Lu Meng. "What a fiery woman! But I like it. Do you really think you still have strength left? Fall down." Lu Meng produced an incense stick from behind him, his expression bizarre, and sprinkled a handful of red powder, leaving Xian Yuan Fei Yin no chance to evade. Xian Yuan Fei Yin quickly held her breath. The silver chain continued its assault, striking Lu Meng's arm like a serpent. As a cultivator at the transcendent stage, he was roughly equal in strength to Lu Meng, and her blow left a crimson gash on his arm. "Damn it, this woman is fierce." Lu Meng retaliated, launching a vicious attack infused with spiritual energy toward Xian Yuan Fei Yin's chest. "You are shameless." Xian Yuan Fei Yin had never encountered such shameless attacks before. Gritting her silver teeth, she clashed her silver chains. Dragon-slaying technique. After several unsuccessful attempts at offense, Xian Yuan Fei Yin unleashed a unique power of the royal lineage of Huaxia. A torrent of spiritual energy coalesced into a shimmering silver dragon, striking Lu Meng and sending him flying. Bang! Lu Meng crashed against the wall, suffering greatly, unable to believe the extent of Xian Yuan Fei Yin's might, which had left him injured. Painfully, he sat up, his face dark with fury, harboring a vengeful desire to torment Xian Yuan Fei Yin 1,000 times. Yet, she was far too formidable. That dragon-slaying technique was certainly not to be trifled with. However, a smile crept upon his face, for a woman like her was tantalizing. She had already fallen victim to his ecstasy incense and confusion powder, and it wouldn't be long before she succumbed. Indeed, within less than 10 minutes of their standoff, Xian Yuan Fei Yin began to exhale fragrant breaths, the effects of the drug manifesting, causing her discomfort. Xian Yuan Fei Yin thought to herself, "This is dreadful." She recognized the drug, and now her body was betraying her. Despair washed over her, as she felt like she had escaped one den of wolves only to fall into another den of tigers, leading to a sense of impending collapse. "You despicable fiends, perish." The two clashed again, but Xian Yuan Fei Yin was clearly no match, being sent flying directly onto Do Tian's prone form on the bed. "Fei Yin, are you all right?" Upon witnessing Xian Yuan Fei Yin's plight, Xian Yuan Ling Long cried out, and with a swift strike to Tu Fei's abdomen, she astonishingly broke free. This was truly an extraordinary occurrence. Despite Xian Yuan Ling Long's diminutive stature, this blow rendered Tu Fei unable to stand upright, showcasing her incredible strength. The little girl was undeniably remarkable. Although she possessed no fluctuations of spiritual energy, she exhibited innate divine strength, her strike rivaling that of a skilled practitioner. Tu Fei clutched his belly, astonished, yet his heart was suffused with frustration. They had never suffered misfortune while traversing this area, and now they found themselves bested by two women, igniting a murderous intent within him. "Ouch. Beautiful lady. Was it so necessary to be so ruthless just because I borrowed your embrace?" "My waist." Do Tian stirred awake after a day and night, the effects of his hypnosis waning, only to be met with Xian Yuan Fei Yin's forceful impact. Xian Yuan Fei Yin was on the verge of a breakdown. How could Do Tian, upon awakening, speak so callously to her? She had carried him for an entire day and night without so much as a word of gratitude. Yet, he accused her of cruelty. To add to her fury, he had the audacity to hold her in his arms, his hands roaming across her chest, sending shivers down her spine. "Scoundrel, I shall kill you." Xian Yuan Fei Yin completely lost her composure, struggling to grasp Do Tian's throat. However, Do Tian would not allow her to have her way. With a swift move, he flipped her over, pinning her beneath him, their bodies pressed closely together. What do you intend to do? Get off me." Xian Yuan Fei Yin cried out in terror, trapped beneath him. "Beautiful lady, what are you shouting for?" I have no interest in a fiery little girl like you. I could let you go, provided you promise not to attack me. Do Tian maintained his grip on Xian Yuan Fian while simultaneously surveying the surroundings. His spiritual awareness was sufficiently powerful to envelop the entire inn, revealing numerous cultivators. Though their abilities were not particularly high, with only the two inside being somewhat formidable. Uncle, are you trying to take advantage of my sister? Xian Yuan Linglong broke free from Tu Fei's grasp and approached the bed, witnessing Do Tian foolishly pinning Xian Yuan Fian beneath him. Little girl, how could your uncle ever take liberties with this fiery woman? You must be mistaken. I was merely practicing my horsemanship. I shall be down shortly, Do Tian asserted, his heart racing, yet his face betraying no embarrassment. Xian Yuan Fian's frustration reached a boiling point. How dare Do Tian compare her to a horse? This audacious rogue had declared war on her patience, and she swore to ensure he would never have a moment of peace again. Oh, so that is it. Xian Yuan Linglong remarked, half understanding the situation. With a sudden slap, Do Tian struck Xian Yuan Fian's rear, igniting an impulse within her to weep. You too. How dare you stop before reaching a safe haven? You are utterly foolish. Now look, the denizens of hell are upon us. Prepare to meet your demise. As Xian Yuan Fian prepared to curse Do Tian, his words struck her dumb. The forces of hell were indeed pursuing them. Her complexion drained of color. By the heavens, we must fight. May I borrow something from you, beautiful? Do Tian exclaimed, unable to suppress a curse. Xian Yuan Fian, still bewildered, acquiesced. In the next moment, fury surged within her as this scoundrel dared to press his lips against hers. This was the second time Do Tian had taken such liberties, and this time it was exceedingly brazen. The unexpected kiss clouded Xian Yuan Fian's mind, exacerbated by the effects of the drug administered by Lu Meng. She found herself instinctively embracing Do Tian, kissing him fervently, her hand seeking to unfasten his garments. However, Do Tian halted her actions. His mind remained clear during their kiss. His intention was to awaken the latent desires within her, not to violate her. Yet, he had not anticipated Xian Yuan Fian's proactive response, which made him realize that she was undoubtedly under the influence of the drug. Suppressing his own desires, he abruptly leaped off the bed. Linglong, keep a close watch on your sister Fian while I deal with these intruders. Remember, do not let her leave this place. Do Tian stood before the bed, his eyes aflame with a crimson hue, resembling a demon, causing Lu Meng and Tu Fei to tremble in fear. Go. The two fled the scene decisively. The man they had previously overlooked now instilling a sense of unease within them. They dared not linger any longer. Denizens of hell? Allow me to confront you. As they escaped, Do Tian paid no mind to their departure, instead gazing at the encroaching figures in black robes outside the window, murmuring to himself. In the room, Xian Yuan Linglong rushed to Xian Yuan Fian's side, reassuring Do Tian that she would keep a vigilant eye on her sister. Only then did Do Tian leap through the window. Within the inn, guests remained oblivious to the chaos, the establishment bustling with patrons. Tu Fei and Lu Meng descended the stairs, darting toward the exit with alarmed expressions. Their faces pale. The other guests, perplexed by the sudden change in the demeanor of these once mighty figures, speculated on what could have transpired to render them so disheveled. Had those two women bested them? Many patrons followed suit, eager to uncover the source of such formidable prowess that could subdue the once dominant duo. What are you doing here? At this moment, Do Tian stood before them, his eyes gleaming with a crimson light, reminiscent of a devil's gaze that sent shivers down their spines. His expression was so peculiar, akin to that of a demon, captivating their very souls and instilling a sense of dread. Gentlemen, will you not provide an explanation? What brings you to my wife's chamber, armed with such substances? Do not dare to suggest it was merely a visit. Do Tian spoke with a sinister tone. Your transgressions lie within your own flesh and desires. They must be eradicated if you wish to escape this place, he continued. The two men remained transfixed by Do Tian's eyes, unable to tear their gaze away. Even after he had finished speaking, his penetrating stare held them captive. As if they had not heard a word he uttered, Do Tian let out a cold laugh. It was their misfortune to encounter him, marking the end of their days. With the power of his voice and gaze, he successfully hypnotized them. You ought to act thusly, utilizing your respective weapons to engage in mutual slaughter. To purge your sins and break free from here, he commanded, showing no inclination to waste time. Lu Meng and Tu Pei, their expressions vacant, immediately complied with Do Tian's directive, retrieving weapons from their storage rings. They stood poised, ready to stab and slash at one another, creating a scene drenched in blood. The gruesome spectacle tested the limits of human endurance, causing some onlookers to gasp in horror and avert their eyes, while others, cultivators themselves, looked on in shock and confusion. These two were the tyrants of this domain, now reduced to fighting each other at the mere suggestion of a single individual. How tyrannical indeed. With a simultaneous thud, the two engaged in over 20 strikes, collapsing to the ground, momentarily regaining clarity. Gazing at Do Tian, they muttered in broken breaths, "You are a demon." Do Tian touched his face and grinned wickedly. "I am a deity, here to escort you to paradise." Raising his hand, a formidable force emanated from him, reducing the two to mere dust, sending chills through the onlookers. What immense power he possessed. In truth, Do Tian himself harbored unspoken anguish. Although he had awakened latent strength within by harnessing the fervor of the desire pill, insatiable cravings continually threatened to consume his mind, posing the risk of succumbing to base desires. Yet, he felt he had no alternative. Hell was upon him. The pursuers had arrived. Do Tian stood at the entrance of the inn, a vast plain surrounding him, devoid of dense forests, with the inn situated at its center. To the east lay the town. As he stood at the town's entrance, surrounded by a throng of spectators, the hellish pursuers quickly spotted him. 1, 2, 3, all arrived, though all were wounded and in dire straits. For figures approached. Aside from the first three, there was a cloaked individual whose attire differed markedly. Adorned with a golden skull emblem, a most eerie sight. Through Elder Yao's explanations regarding the hierarchy of hell, Do Tian understood that they were categorized into 6 ranks: common hell denizens, elites, major achievers, elders, demon kings, and demon lords. Their attire is stratified. Ordinary members don simple black robes. Elites are adorned in black robes with silver trim. Those of significant accomplishment wear black robes with golden borders, while the elders are distinguished by golden skull motifs. The demonic lords are characterized by a golden demon figure, and the demon masters possess a golden crown. "I am quite skeptical of how you discern our presence in this location," Do Tian remarked, facing the 4 without the slightest hint of trepidation, his blood-red eyes adding an aura of sinister charm. "Do you believe you can escape our control? That silver chain is my weapon, imbued with my spiritual mark. Wherever you go, as long as I am within a certain range, I can sense your presence." The injuries of number 3 were not severe. He had merely been struck by a pavilion, and his fractured bones had been mended by a master of martial arts, allowing him to move. He provided an answer to Do Tian's inquiry. "Is that so? What do you intend to do? Speak." He continued, "You are not in a position to reason with us. Those who offend the denizens of our realm find no survival in this world. We are here to take your life for meddling in affairs that do not concern you." Number 3, the most ruthless among them, spoke with an air of violence. "Meddling? I would argue that it is you who seek trouble. My sister and I were merely conversing in the pavilion. Who attacked us without provocation and sought to take our lives? Is this not meddling?" Do Tian retorted with a cold snort. "Your misfortune is your own doing. Who told you to witness what you should not have? It is your ill fate. We, the denizens of our realm, possess the right to dictate your lives." Number 3 declared disdainfully, regarding Do Tian as one would an insignificant insect. "Haha, excellent. Is this how your realm conducts itself? Such audacity in the East is truly boundless. Then today, I shall seize dominion over your life." Do Tian laughed in fury, provoked by number 3's words. He initiated his attack, employing the dragon step and evolving the battle saint technique to unleash a sword of power. At this moment, the effects of the desire pill within Do Tian sparked a portion of his latent strength, though not substantial. It granted him the prowess of a novice in the dance stage for a fleeting time. This power surged rapidly with the full manifestation of the desire pill's effects. Yet with such a surge, his mind became clouded. Do Tian would not further amplify the effects of the pill unless in a dire situation. In the dance stage, Do Tian was unequivocally invincible amongst his peers. The dragon step flowed as smoothly as a dragon swimming, and in a moment of distraction, he appeared beside number 3. Startled, number 3 attempted to retreat swiftly, but Do Tian's attack had already commenced. The sword of power pierced through number 3's body, leaving him to fall with a look of terror in his eyes. Impudent wretch. The master of martial arts, previously observing from a lofty perch, could no longer tolerate the affront to his subordinate. He charged directly at Do Tian with a strike aimed at his head. Do Tian, brimming with vigor and fearless, engaged in a fierce clash with the master of martial arts, pushing the battle saint technique to its zenith. Boom. Despite Do Tian's possession of unparalleled offensive prowess, the difference in their strengths could not be entirely erased. He was sent flying backward. "Come again." Do Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a surge of indomitable fighting spirit igniting within him. This was the most fundamental essence endowed by the art of combat, manifesting at this very moment, causing his blood to boil anew. Chapter 23. The resurgence of a millennium splendor. The Hell Elder, a master of martial prowess, was momentarily taken aback, observing Do Tian's expression with a flicker of admiration. Although his opponent's strength was lacking, he exuded an ardent resolve, an unyielding spirit that seemed to grow stronger with each challenge. Young man, I admire your talent. How about joining us in hell? I assure you, your potential will not be wasted. Consider it. The elder scoffed coldly, raising a hand to meet the pointed finger of Dotian. However, in the next instant, his smile froze, as he was unexpectedly forced back several steps by that very gesture. What a shocking occurrence! A practitioner of the innate realm had actually repelled a master of martial arts. Not only was the Hell Elder in disbelief, but those watching numbers 1, 2, and 3 were also left dumbfounded. Other cultivators present were equally astonished. To achieve such an effect despite a difference of 2 realms was a rarity, a sight seldom witnessed throughout the ages, destined to be recounted for eternity. How did you accomplish this? The Hell Elder's face flushed crimson. Had he not been wearing a mask, he might have appeared as embarrassed as a blushing monkey. He questioned Dotian in disbelief. Why waste words? Come, face me with 100 strikes. Dotian's fighting spirit soared, and with desire surging within him, he had no time for idle chatter with the Hell Elder. He took the initiative, unleashing the combat Saint-S technique, once again aiming a finger at his opponent. He was testing his power, seeking to understand the strength required to breach the Elder's defenses. The Hell Elder could hardly tolerate such blatant disregard from Dotian. His response became fierce. Meteor Fire Rain. This was a unique cultivation system from the Western continent, known as magic. At this moment, the Hell Elder revealed his identity as a magician of the level of a magus, summoning a forbidden spell with a mere gesture. A torrential downpour of fire rained down, engulfing an area of over 100 meters. This was an indiscriminate assault, and many spectators, along with the residents of the town, found themselves caught in the calamity. Screams echoing amidst the chaos as flames erupted everywhere. Dotian too was affected by the onslaught. His single finger could not even reach the opponent before being neutralized by the meteor fire rain. He had not anticipated that the Elder was a magician wielding such formidable forbidden spells. Witnessing the nearby surroundings engulfed in flames filled him with a sense of guilt. Innocent lives were suffering because of him. Numerous impoverished souls had lost their lives due to his actions, which pained him deeply. Every individual possesses their own reasons for existence, and each has the right to govern their own life. Now, an attack from the Hell Elder had stripped them of that right. Mother, what happened to you? Suddenly, a voice drifted into Dotian's ears. He immediately looked over to see a woman desperately trying to push a 5- or 6-year-old child out of a house consumed by flames. Her efforts stymied as she was rendered immobile, her hand still reaching outward. In an instant, Dotian's eyes glistened with tears. Nothing is more magnificent than a mother's love. This woman, even in her final moments, fought for a glimmer of hope for her child. Such selflessness was profoundly admirable. Look what you've done. Do you truly believe this is your Western territory? Are you not afraid of being hunted down by Eastern cultivators? In a state of profound sorrow, Dotian observed the tragic scenes unfolding nearby, his entire being trembling with emotion. This is all your fault, for you have stirred my wrath. Do not hold me accountable. As for the cultivators of the East, I am well aware of their disposition. As long as their interests are untouched, they will remain passive, adhering to their customary policies. The Hell Elder chuckled sinisterly. Dotian was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom the veracity of this situation. Scanning his surroundings, he sensed several formidable warriors approaching. Yet they merely concealed themselves at a distance, watching the battle without intervening. The chill in Dotian's heart deepened. How could the eternal continent have devolved to such a state? Humanity has grown cold, preoccupied solely with their own survival, indifferent to the demise of an entire race. How has it come to this? Must we wait for someone to take the initiative before others rally in agreement? Dotian's heart turned icy, and the fury within him surged unabated. He ceased to restrain his desires, allowing them to escalate. His eyes blazed red as he fixed his gaze upon the Hell Elder, then glanced at the nearby warriors and unexpectedly smiled. Hell, you are the first organization to ignite my wrath. Prepare for my retribution. With a thunderous roar, Dotian unleashed a terrifying wave of energy that reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. All those in proximity were compelled to retreat. Elder of Hell, do you not delight in toying with others? Let us partake in this game as well. At that moment, Dotian's eyes were filled with a blood-red fury, exuding an air of disdain for the world. His words were brief and light, yet they instilled a profound sense of dread. The Hell Elder was taken aback by Dotian's explosive power, acutely aware that such strength could only be wielded by a warrior of the reverse realm. How could this be possible? Let us start with you, Dotian declared impassively, launching his attack. He transformed the sacred battle technique into a lasso, ensnaring the first target and effortlessly shattering him with a gentle palm strike. Dotian clapped his hands, feigning indifference as if he had merely dispatched a chick. and proceeded to target the second. Impudent brat, the Hell Elder bellowed, witnessing two of his subordinates perish before his eyes, his visage flushed with humiliation. He moved to obstruct Do Tian's assault on the third. Let us set aside our quarrel for now, step aside. As Do Tian saw the Hell Elder attempting to intervene, his battle spirit ignited, and a secret technique from the sacred battle technique was unleashed, summoning a golden Eastern divine dragon that swept the Hell Elder away. Do Tian then directed his focus toward the second target, obliterating him with a single blow. The onlookers, warriors of the reverse realm, were astounded, engaging in fervent discussions about this individual's identity. How could one of innate cultivation unleash such potential, displaying the prowess of the reverse realm? In an instant, various factions moved to court this remarkably talented youth. Elder of Hell, you audaciously commit murder in my eastern territory. Today, I, Lu Yandong of the Heavenly Palace, shall act as the Heaven's agent and end your life to honor those who perished here. Demons of Hell, you disregard the majesty of my eastern sect. I, Zhang Yuanji of the Taoist order, shall come to collect you. Amitabha, your sins are profound, yet I, a humble monk, shall offer you a chance to transcend. The three formidable martial masters of Wu and I have all made their appearance. One is an elderly man clad in an elegant white robe. Another dons a Taoist robe adorned with the Taiji symbol, and the last is a bald monk dressed in a cassock. They stand in a triangular formation, confronting Do Tian and the Elders of Hell. In Chapter 24, the demon, Do Tian's expression remains serene, devoid of any turbulence, exuding an air of calm indifference as the three martial masters engage in exaggerated displays of bravado. Observing this, a smirk plays at the corners of his mouth, as he internally ridicules such so-called experts. The three martial masters discern Do Tian's demeanor, feeling a flush of heat wash over their faces. They had not intended to intervene. But now, perceiving Do Tian's strength, they attempt to curry favor, hoping to draw him into their faction. However, this approach lacks dignity, yet the three, seasoned by time, possess thick skin and resolve to take action. Do you three wish to interfere? How fortuitous. Shortly, my two elders from Hell will arrive, and we can engage in a friendly spar, Do Tian remarks. The Elder of Hell's expression darkens at the prospect of the three intervening. Yet he soon reveals an air of disdain, appearing far more at ease than when facing Do Tian. Do not attempt to deceive us. We have thoroughly surveyed the vicinity and found no practitioners from your hell. Do not harbor any delusions of escape. Today, I shall capture you, proclaims Zhang Yuanji of the Taoist sect, brandishing his sword. Yet another voice interjects, let us be courteous. My heavenly palace wishes to assist this young friend in eliminating this formidable foe. I kindly request that you two refrain from contesting this matter. Lu Yanian from the heavenly palace gestures respectfully to Zhang Yuanji and the monk Wuyin. Wuyin, not to be outdone, responds, Amitabha. Lu Benefactor, your words diverge. My Buddhism specializes in combating such demons. Allow this old monk to help the young friend subdue this demon. He chants, invoking a Buddhist phrase. The three engage in a verbal exchange, debating who shall confront the Elder of Hell, eliciting disdainful snorts from both Do Tian and the Elder. It becomes evident that these individuals harbor no true intent to engage. They merely seek to win Do Tian's favor. Do you see? No one can assist you. Your previous display of power astonished me. However, I surmise you are merely tapping into your latent potential, which will inevitably wane. You shall still meet your end. I offer you one last chance. Submit to my hell, and I assure you will not be mistreated. The Elder of Hell attempts to sway Do Tian. Yet, Do Tian has no intention of aligning with Hell. Dragon warding technique. Do Tian declares, why should he rely on anyone? With his own hands, he can triumph over the ancient and the youthful alike, even causing the elders to turn pale. He acts decisively, fully capable of vanquishing the Elder of Hell. A golden Eastern dragon soars through the air, an embodiment of Do Tian's martial prowess, a manifestation of the power within him communicating and transforming with the external forces. This is the profound utility of the dragon warding technique. Through oneself, one communes with the cosmos, crystallizing combat intent to conjure the desired assault. It is undoubtedly the supreme art of annihilation. What? The dragon warding technique. Is this lad connected to the royal lineage of the Huaxian nation? The actions of Do Tian and the Elder of Hell are closely observed by the three Eastern martial masters, who are once again left astounded by Do Tian's display. The dragon warding technique was acquired by Do Tian from a challenger a millennium ago. Later, he learned that this individual was likely a practitioner from the Valley of 10,000 Dragons, perhaps not even a true human being. The legend of Wanlong Valley has persisted through the ages, claiming the existence of a true dragon. Do Tian's father, Do Yi, once revealed to him that the ancient continent is far more complex than it appears, concealing numerous ancient beings yet unknown to him. When his strength is sufficient to comprehend these truths, he will grasp the continent's true terror. Do Tian is perplexed by the statement from the three Eastern martial masters regarding his connection to the Huaxia kingdom. Yet their expressions suggest a mysterious link between his Baolong technique and Huaxia. It is highly plausible that the heritage of Huaxia originates from Wanlong Valley, the very place where the true dragon is believed to dwell. As Do Tian invokes the dragon, the surrounding atmosphere thickens. The dragon, being the king of all beasts, emanates an intense pressure upon its manifestation. Do Tian commands it to seize the elder from hell. The dragon, measuring a full yard in length, possesses claws substantial enough to grasp the elder entirely. The elder, taken aback, cannot afford to show fear. Succumbing to the dragon's might would seal his fate as mere prey. With a swift motion, the elder brandishes his weapon, a staff, and begins to chant. A massive fireball materializes before him and hurtles toward the dragon. This fireball is a product of his personal attack magic, a compressed forbidden spell, representing the pinnacle of his abilities and undoubtedly wielding immense power. The dragon seems to instinctively recognize the danger of the fireball and attempts to evade it. However, the fireball, seemingly sentient, pursues the dragon relentlessly. Do Tian, noticing its tracking properties, commands the dragon not to dodge, but to consume the fireball instead. With a flick of its tail, the dragon sends the now weakened elder sprawling. Baolong technique. Do Tian directs the dragon, now soaring away from the scene, while he manifests a smaller dragon this time. Qianlong step. The power within Do Tian revives, revealing its mysterious nature as he moves like a swimming dragon, swift enough to bewilder even the martial masters. Coupled with the Baolong technique, Do Tian is confident in his ability to vanquish the elder from hell. Fire shield defense technique. Do Tian's attack arrives in an instant, leaving the elder pale with shock. He could never have anticipated that his full force assault would be devoured, nor that the dragon would take flight to digest the attack elsewhere, leaving him with a painful reminder from its tail. The entire encounter feels surreal. Is such an attack truly possible? Do Tian, now resolute, compresses the Baolong technique, intensifying the pressure. The elder's fire shield shatters in an instant, and Do Tian's hand crashes through his chest. The elder gazes down in disbelief, realizing he has been slain by someone of the innate realm. With a roar, the elder retaliates, his face contorting in rage as he delivers a punch that sends Do Tian flying. Cunning human, you have done well to shatter my form. Today, you shall perish. And you three, stay right where you are. After the elder of hell was sent flying by Do Tian, his body floated into the air, his entire exterior shattering and revealing his true form, a demon with a long horn on its forehead, a face adorned with arcane runes, and a pair of wings sprouting from its back. This is dire. It is a demon from the demon clan. We must flee. As the battlefield experienced yet another upheaval, Do Tian steadied himself only to hear Zhang Yuanji's thunderous shout. He looked up just in time to catch sight of the demon that had emerged from the Elder of Hell. Chapter 25. Deviousness Demons. The aristocrats of the Western cultivation system possess extraordinary talents that are unparalleled by others. This talent is not merely potential. It is an innate gift in both physique and lineage. Their veins pulse with demonic blood, a legacy passed down from ancient times, endowing them with formidable enhancements to both body and soul. Their bloodline is infused with the essence of their ancestors, and with sufficient time dedicated to cultivation, they have the opportunity to become masters. However, such beings are exceedingly rare and seldom traverse the mortal realm, instead opting for secluded places to hone their skills. The appearance of such a demon in the East astounded the three Eastern martial prowess experts. The emergence of a demon in the East would constitute a monumental event. For throughout history, the East and West have existed as two camps rife with animosity, each aspiring to unify the ancient continent and establish dominance over its cultivation resources. Yet, due to the equilibrium of power between the two, large-scale wars had never erupted. The ancient continent is divided into East and West. The East focuses on immortal cultivation, while the West practices divine cultivation, each adhering to its own order and cultivation system, though they appear not to encroach upon one another. This is merely superficial. As Do Tian knows, the discord between the East and West has persisted for millennia, characterized by covert battles and the cultivation of various talents to engage in contests, all aimed at determining the strength of the next generation from both continents and devising future strategies. In those times, demons, angels, and ancient gods all made their appearance, exhibiting formidable combat prowess that was nothing short of legendary. Regrettably, Do Tian had never been afforded the opportunity to engage in such contests before his untimely demise, leaving him with a profound sense of regret and the feeling of missed encounters. Now, To discover that the Elder of Hell is indeed a demon leaves him astonished, his eyes radiating a crimson glow as he scrutinizes the creature. After a prolonged observation, he concludes that this demon's bloodline must be significantly diluted, resulting in its evolution into a mere two-winged form, with strength only reaching the pinnacle of martial prowess, utterly incomparable to the ancient gods, demons, and angels of bygone eras. Confronted by the demon, the expressions of the three Eastern martial experts were nothing short of spectacular, their mouths agape in sheer astonishment, as if they could fit an egg inside. This elicited profound disdain from Do Tian, casting a glance at the nearby ashes scorched by meteor showers. Discomfort welled up within him once more, prompting him to jestingly address the three martial experts. Esteemed seniors, was it not your stated principle to eradicate demons and uphold righteousness? Now that a true demon has arrived, I eagerly await your response. Let us hope you do not bring shame upon our Eastern sect. Do Tian's words were laced with a veiled threat. Should they fail to intervene, the demon's massacre of villages today would be a disgrace upon their great faction. Should they remain passive, neglecting to remedy the situation, he would be ashamed to bear the surname Do. The words of Do Tian momentarily stunned the three formidable martial opponents. But once they grasped his intent, their expressions soured as if they had swallowed a fly, revealing their discomfort. Do Tian was clearly coercing them into action, and the spectacle was regrettable, leaving them wishing they had never engaged. They exchanged glances, at a loss for how to respond. Ultimately, the hellish demon could no longer contain himself. He flapped his wings, and the wound inflicted by Do Tian healed at an astonishing rate, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Hovering in the air, he cast a predatory gaze upon Do Tian and the three martial experts, revealing a bloodthirsty grin as he snarled, "Those who know my identity shall not survive. Today, you shall all perish." With an exasperated curse, Do Tian thought to himself, "If you want me to remain, I shall, for I am weary of life. I shall refrain from action and let my esteemed elders from the East deal with you. You dare to be so arrogant, choosing to come to our Eastern lands, your audacity knows no bounds." Though anger surged within him, he aimed to further compel the three martial experts into action. Despite their ire, they understood that a confrontation was unavoidable. Their knowledge of demons was extensive. A fully grown two-winged demon possessed the strength of a late-stage martial expert, while they were only at the early stages, clearly mismatched. Their only chance of victory lay in utilizing unique and advanced weaponry, both of which they possessed, dispelling their fear and prompting them to take the initiative. The first to act was the silent old monk, who wasted no time and struck the demon atop its head with a large pot lid. The Chinquan bowl, a spiritual artifact. When combined with the monk's spiritual power, it could unleash the attacking strength of a mid-stage martial expert. "Master Wu Yan, I come to assist you." Seeing Wu Yan's immediate struggle, Zhang Yuanji could no longer remain a mere observer. The reputation of their three sects was at stake. If they were bested by a demon, what face would they have to show in their sect? They may forsake their humanity, but they would never abandon their pride. This was their principle, and the reason Do Tian looked down upon them. Zhang Yuanji was the only one among them with a unique ability and an advanced weapon. Thus his strength surpassed that of his companions. He unleashed his weapon, a golden longsword adorned with 5 taiji patterns, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. "Hunyuan Ichi slash," Zhang Yuanji shouted, as the golden sword flared with light. This was a high-level sword technique from his Taoist teachings, wielding formidable power. His spiritual energy intertwined with the sword's aura, forming a taiji that possessed sealing capabilities. Upon unleashing it, the taiji surged towards the demon, intensified by the golden glow infused by Zhang Yuanji. The hellish demon was taken aback, swiftly flapping its wings to ascend to great heights, realizing that the Taoist attack was no ordinary feat. Instead of confronting it head-on, he released hundreds of bats as a test. However, the outcome confirmed his suspicions. As the bats made contact with the taiji, they vanished without a trace, leaving no indication of their fate. Chapter 26. The warriors in battle. Taoism has stood resilient on the ancient continent for countless years. Though tales of Do Tian date back to the primordial era, Taoism was merely a minor sect at that time, hardly worthy of his attention. He had faintly heard that the Taoism practiced here diverged significantly from that of Earth. Despite sharing the same name, their doctrines and followers were distinctly different. On Earth, Taoism venerates the 3 pure ones: Yuqing, the primordial supreme; Shangqing, the spiritual treasure supreme; and Taiqing, the supreme of virtue, all figures rooted in ancient Chinese mythology, surrounded by much debate and uncertainty. In contrast, the Taoism of the ancient continent reveres the Tao ancestor, a legendary figure said to have emerged from the ancient primordial chaos. According to lore, the Tao ancestor possessed extraordinary abilities, transcending to the heavenly realm during the primordial era, achieving the miraculous state of immortality. The teachings of this Taoism were established by his disciples in his name, initially remaining obscure until recent talented individuals revived its prominence. Today, it stands as a formidable sect on the Eastern continent. The spells of Taoism are renowned across the ancient continent, encompassing various types, including offensive techniques aimed at harming the body or soul of the target, control techniques used to command living beings or objects, transformation techniques, which alter the inherent properties of objects, divination techniques employed to uncover the unknown, demon-slaying techniques designed to inflict harm through demonic power, celestial techniques manipulating celestial phenomena with spiritual energy, defensive techniques providing protection against harm, evasion techniques allowing for instant escape, body techniques affecting the physical form of beings. Zhang Yuanji, a master of martial prowess, adeptly wields multiple Taoist spells. Although he is not particularly well-liked, adhering to a principle of non-interference, his strength is undeniable. Notably, he achieved the status of a martial master in his early 50s, a testament to his exceptional talent. His recent move, the primordial unity slash, exemplifies a form of demon-slaying technique specifically targeting non-human entities. Do Tian, having absorbed extensive knowledge about sex during his time on Earth, possesses a fair understanding of Taoism. Although the doctrines of Taoism here differ from those on Earth, he observes a striking similarity in the spells employed by Zhang Yuanji, particularly those meant to seal demons. Yet, he cannot fathom why Taoism was so feeble in ancient times, devoid of status, only to experience a sudden resurgence. He cannot shake the suspicion that there is more to this story than meets the eye. While Do Tian ponders these mysteries, a weapon of the demon emerges, his staff. However, it is transformed. Where once it bore a smooth tip, now extends a bone, emanating a ghostly blue aura that chills the air. The spectral bone. Do Tian feels the icy presence as he places his feet upon the ground. Gazing upwards, he spots the hellish demon, fixating on the bone that radiates a ghostly blue light. His eyes, filled with crimson fury, widen, and he rises abruptly. This is something he must possess. No one is in greater need of this object than he, yet it is a possession found solely among the demons of the West. For it is at least a bone belonging to a demon of the exalted realm of battle. Its value is simply incalculable. Cultivators across the ancient continent are well aware that the bodies of the most skilled practitioners contain astonishing reserves of spiritual energy. Their blood, bones, and flesh are treasures beyond measure, coveted by all who aspire to mastery. However, upon discerning the origin of that bone, Do Tian refrained from immediate action. With someone else depleting their strength, why not seize the opportunity for himself? As long as the battle does not prolong excessively, he possesses the capability to endure until that moment arrives. Once he acquires the treasure, he will no longer harbor any fears. Thus, he settled back down to continue observing the clash. Demon's Judgment. The demon from hell brandished a mutated scepter, casting forth a shroud of black mist that enveloped the sky, engulfing the Tai Chi within. This was the dark attribute of spiritual energy unique to demons, capable of corroding all tangible forms. The spread was immense, its lethality significant. However, contrary to the demon's expectations, Zhang Yuanji's Tai Chi surged forth unscathed from the black fog, continuing its advance towards the demon's seal. The dark attributes could not undermine my Hunyuan Qi slash, a technique uniquely my own, a synthesis of sealing and combat arts that would leave this demon utterly confounded. Furthermore, it possesses an automatic defense mechanism, minimizing damage from other sources. Thus, your demon's judgment is rendered utterly ineffective against my Hunyuan Qi slash, merely a futile endeavor. Zhang Yuanji, brimming with pride, flaunted his prowess before the visibly perturbed demon. Damn it, this fellow is exceedingly cunning. What manner of spell is this, to wield such ingenuity? Have cultivators of today become so innovative? Do Tian exclaimed, unable to restrain his disdain as he observed from beneath a tree. Demon's Shield. The Hell Demon, taken aback by the potency of Zhang Yuanji's spell, found his attack utterly ineffectual. In a moment of desperation, he summoned a defensive magic to withstand the force of the Hunyuan Qi slash. An explosion ensued, golden light tearing through the black mist, leaving a gaping breach. While the demon exhausted his strength and dissipated, the Hell Demon found himself in an even more precarious state. The damage inflicted by Do Tian had not been inconsequential, merely concealed until now. Following Zhang Yuanji's Hunyuan Qi slash, his injuries worsened, and as the golden light faded, he collapsed to the ground, spitting forth a mouthful of blue blood. Cursed Eastern cultivators, treacherous Eastern practitioners, I shall see you all dead. The Hell Demon, now thoroughly enraged, raised his scepter and directed his mouth towards the ethereal blue bone, spitting forth blood. This time, unlike before, the blood shimmered with a deep black radiance. The essence of the held demon's life force, the culmination of his arduous training, splattering onto the scepter. The three martial experts closest to him swiftly retreated, their hearts filled with unease. The hellish demon, utilizing his blood essence, unleashed the power within the bones, causing a chilling wave to permeate the air, which began to freeze rapidly. This sudden turn of events sent a shiver of dread through the three experts. Phantom ice explosion. The hellish demon ascended into the air, brandishing his staff, as a ghostly blue light filled the space. Soon, large chunks of azure ice began to plummet, emitting a powerful force that enveloped the entire town. The demon was utterly enraged, intent on slaughtering the town to vent his fury. At that moment, Do Tian, seated beneath a tree, could no longer remain idle. His expression darkened as he prepared to act. Zhang Yuanji, are you ready? We can barely hold on. The two martial experts, having combined their efforts, found themselves faltering as vast ice blocks descended, reducing many structures to rubble. Even the Olian had suffered damage, compelling Do Tian to take action. He could wait no longer, for everything was at stake. Do Tian rose, positioning himself beneath the demon, meeting its blood-red gaze, which rivaled his own at that moment. He defiantly raised both hands, beginning to channel his power. Suddenly, a resounding shout halted his movements. Hellish demon, you should not have come to the east. Since you have arrived, let this be your eternal grave. It was Zhang Yuanji's voice. Do Tian was taken aback, sensing a familiar energy, and turned to look at Zhang Yuanji. Before him stood Zhang Yuanji, bare-chested, radiating a brilliant golden light that disintegrated the falling ice blocks into thin air. With a powerful leap, he shot into the sky, unleashing secret techniques while proclaiming, in the presence of combatants. In the next moment, four golden characters manifested above him, gradually expanding. This was the culmination of his spiritual energy, assimilating the surrounding forces to enhance himself and shatter all barriers, a truly extraordinary secret art. It was the revered 9-character incantation, the most enigmatic technique of Taoism, so rare that only a select few core practitioners could master it. Zhang Yuanji had been taken under the wing of the Taoist leader due to his prodigious talent and personally instructed in the art. However, he had only mastered 4 characters, and even that bore unimaginable power. Chapter 27. The 9-character incantation above the small town. The ice blocks shimmered under the illumination of the golden characters, transforming into a kaleidoscope of colors that reflected the earth in breathtaking beauty, a miraculous sight that left onlookers speechless. The characters in the presence of combatants grew larger in the air, emanating terrifying waves of energy. With a soft command from Zhang Yuanji, their power erupted, causing the surrounding ice to rapidly melt, evaporating more than half in an instant. Beneath the characters, Do Tian was momentarily lost in his surroundings, as this aura was all too familiar to him. In the presence of combatants, he realized, was the first 4 secrets of the 9 mysteries. The supreme technique of the 9 mysteries clan. What was he witnessing today? Someone had independently mastered the 4 secrets? This had never occurred in ancient times, and now he was witnessing it with his own eyes. A wave of astonishment surged within him, leaving his mind reeling. This was rarer than a national football team winning the World Cup on Earth. Could it be that the cultivators of 10,000 years hence have become this formidable? Even an individual who cannot be deemed particularly gifted can effortlessly master the 4 secrets, something unimaginable in ancient times and unprecedented as well. Do Tian stood in awe beneath the 4 grand characters, his mind in a daze, as he sensed that the initial 4 of the 9 secrets bore a distinctive quality. Though the aura resonated somewhat with the 9 secrets he practiced, the true essence was markedly different. When had the 9 secrets of ancient times ever manifested in written form? Each represented a unique arcane art, possessing unparalleled power, while the combatants of this realm merely materialized as 4 characters, exuding an essence reminiscent of the ancient 9 secrets, essentially imitating the arcane techniques of that venerable lineage. Unintentionally, a term surfaced in Do Tian's mind, one that was quite popular on Earth, Shanzhai. Could it be that the 9 arcane techniques of the 9 secrets clan had been counterfeited, and in a lesser form at that? As he pondered this perplexity, a remark from the silent monk caught his attention. Is this the 9-character mantra of Taoism? Truly formidable. Its might rivals that of our Buddhist 6-character mantra. Each character emanated a supreme force, extracting spiritual energy from the surrounding space to amplify itself. The monk spoke to himself, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. The Buddhist tradition also possesses a 6-character mantra, a secret art passed down since the primordial era, a tradition he deeply admired. Alas, one must reach the heavenly battle realm to practice it, unless one is a genius among geniuses. Witnessing Zhang Yuanji employ the 9-character mantra today only intensified his longing for the 6-character mantra. It seems one must diligently cultivate. With a soft sigh, the monk continued. Meanwhile, Lu Yandong, beside him, absent-mindedly touched his lips, gazing at the characters in the air, a flicker of jealousy flashing in his eyes. Though it quickly faded, he too sighed, acknowledging that no sect derived from the ancient primordial legacy lacked an air of mystery. Their arcane arts were indeed formidable, far beyond the reach of emerging sects like theirs. Lu Yandong seemed to realize he had spoken too much and abruptly ceased, glancing around to ensure no one noticed him before he felt at ease. He thought to himself how perilous it was to bring such matters up. Fortunately, no one had overheard him. But had no one truly heard? Do Tian remained unchanged in expression, contemplating Lu Yandong's words. Aware that not only he but also the silent monk had clearly heard them, though neither displayed any overt reaction, instead silently speculating within. As Do Tian reflected on these thoughts, he looked at Zhang Yuanji in the air, gaining a renewed understanding of this man. The elder, over 40, undoubtedly held considerable influence within Taoism. If one were to comprehend why the 9 secrets had been counterfeited, he appeared to be an excellent starting point. However, how could one foster goodwill with him? As the 4-character mantra was uttered, the situation swiftly reversed. The hellish demon revealed an expression of astonishment, brandishing its scepter as shards of ice materialized. Yet, upon contact with the golden characters, they evaporated entirely. In the blink of an eye, waves of attacks ensued, and the hellish demon began to gasp for breath, swaying unsteadily in the air. Its eyes turned crimson as it bellowed. "This is impossible. How can your inferior Eastern spells contend with our dark magic? I refuse to believe it." With a thunderous roar, the demon spat forth a mouthful of its own vital essence onto the scepter, summoning another cascade of ice that gradually dulled the brilliance of the golden words. This was an ominous sign. The hellish demon was willing to expend its lifeblood to activate the demon bone, seeking to deplete the energy of the 4-character mantra wielded by Zhang Yuanji. The faces of the 3 onlookers, the silent old monk, Lu Yannian, and others, turned pale as they exhausted their strength, despair evident in their expressions at the impending barrage of ice. The might of the Western demon system was overwhelming. Having drained the energy of Zhang Yuanji, who possessed the 9-character mantra, such an occurrence was utterly unfathomable. In truth, it was not that Zhang Yuanji was weak, rather, it was the effect of the demon bone atop the scepter, which belonged to a demon of the battle heaven realm. Its divine energy was unyielding, continuously providing the hellish demon with power to sustain its assaults. Seizing the opportunity, De Tian thought this was the perfect moment to strike and capitalize on the ensuing chaos. A sinister smile crept across his face as he observed the fading glyphs in the sky, initiating the evolution of the dragon technique. In an instant, a golden Eastern divine dragon materialized in the heavens, sweeping away the surrounding ice with a powerful tail swipe. Then, with a mighty roar, it devoured the vanishing golden characters, causing its own form to swell once more. With a resounding roar, the Eastern divine dragon unleashed a mental assault, thwarting the hellish demon's attempts to continue wielding its scepter. De Tian, employing the stealthy dragon step, closed the distance to the demon. After such an arduous battle, the demon too was nearing its limits. Instinctively wishing to flee, it found no escape as De Tian had arrived. With the might of the battle's Saint Law, he emanated a formidable combat aura, forcing the hellish demon to retreat continuously. "Ah, you treacherous fiend. You had a contingency plan. Among them, your power is the greatest, and I have fallen for your ruse. You shall pay." The hellish demon, realizing it had been outmaneuvered by De Tian, roared in a frenzy of rage, unable to find an outlet for its fury. "You can only blame your own foolishness. It is no longer your decision to make. You dare to attempt to slay my Eastern predecessor. Today, I shall erase you on behalf of the many cultivators of the East, and this will serve as my retribution for the 3 esteemed elders." De Tian's gaze remained blood-red, yet his mind was lucid, fully aware of the opportunity to win the favor of the 3 individuals for his future endeavors. On the ground, 3 formidable martial masters gritted their teeth in frustration. The audacity of Do Tian was utterly shameless. He had plunged into battle, enduring blows himself, yet still found time to mock them. His actions seemed to belittle their prowess. In truth, they had gravely misjudged him. Do Tian's intentions were, at that moment, wholly innocent, devoid of any mockery or insult. However, whether there were ulterior motives remained to be seen. Chapter 28. Cultivation. Do Tian unleashed his power, reminiscent of his splendor from a millennium ago, striking decisively at the vulnerable points of the hellish demon, eliciting anguished cries that echoed through the air. This battle was starkly disproportionate. Do Tian fought valiantly, and even though the demon suffered no injuries, he continued his relentless assault. The demon was the last of a familiar visage that had haunted the depths of hell, and to avoid unnecessary complications, he had to be eliminated. Moreover, there was another reason. The demon clutched a demonic ribcage, an artifact crucial for suppressing the effects of the desire pill within Do Tian. Securing it would ensure his survival for the next 6 months. With a fierce technique, dragon combat art, Do Tian struck for the 8th time. And the hellish demon could withstand no more. His body shattered under Do Tian's might, blue blood splattering the ground as he half knelt, propped up by his staff. Human, you will pay dearly for this. The demon roared defiantly before collapsing, lifeless. Indifferent to the threat, Do Tian reached out, drawing the staff into his grasp and extracting the ribcage from its top. Upon contact, a chilling aura emanated from it, perfectly countering the effects of the desire pill, restoring his hand to its normal state. As he toyed with the ribcage, Do Tian mused on its exceptional qualities. Not only did it suppress the desire pill's potency, but it also balanced the excessive yang energy within the human body. More importantly, it served as a vast reservoir of spiritual power, aiding in cultivation and weapon forging. Among other benefits, Do Tian absorbed the ribcage into his body, storing it in his dantian to temporarily suppress the desire pill's effects, allowing him to remain lucid for a while longer. With this treasure in hand, a broad smile lit his face, coupled with his blood-red eyes, presenting an intimidating visage. The 3 martial masters, upon witnessing his expression, broke into a sweat, filled with trepidation, wondering if he harbored any peculiar predilections. Esteemed seniors, your performance was nothing short of spectacular, Do Tian exclaimed, his admiration genuine. Might I inquire about your names? I would be honored to pay my respects in the future. The expressions of the 3 masters elicited amusement from Do Tian. As fellow Eastern cultivators, they had refrained from assisting him, only now realizing the gravity of their oversight. Yet, he held no intention of insulting them, understanding the necessity of maintaining amicable relations on the continent, as accumulating enemies would only hinder his progress. It was far wiser to navigate the complexities of their interactions with tact. The 3 masters felt their faces flush with embarrassment, knowing Do Tian was jesting at their expense. They were aware of their missteps, but remained oblivious to the fact that the current ancient continent was vastly different from the one Do Tian had known. Dark currents swirled beneath the surface, and no one dared to act recklessly. Observing Do Tian's wicked grin, the 3 simultaneously shook their heads. Young brother, there are many matters on the continent that you remain unaware of, and thus, there is no need for us to elaborate. Given your strength, you may soon find yourself in the midst of such knowledge. Certainly, this is insufficient as an excuse for our inaction, since we have chosen not to intervene. Your actions merely reflect your own discontent. We shall not hold it against you. This is our Taoist invitation card, should you find the time. You are welcome to visit us. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Zhang Yuanji turned and departed, his silhouette somewhat desolate. After years on the eastern continent, he had never known defeat until today, when he was vanquished by a demon from the west, leaving him with a sense of melancholy and resentment. As Zhang Yuanji walked away, the silent old monk and Lu Yandong presented him with invitation cards, urging Do Tian to visit when he had the opportunity. They parted ways, having set out to recruit Do Tian, a goal now accomplished, leaving no reason to linger. Once the 3 had departed, Do Tian gazed at the 3 invitation cards in his hand, reflecting on Zhang Yuanji's words, rendered speechless for a moment. With a sigh, he tucked the cards away, casting a glance at the demon's corpse on the ground. With a disdainful grunt, he unleashed a strike, reducing it to a mist of blood, avenging the fallen innocents. Upon returning to the inn, Do Tian found it nearly deserted. The earlier meteor shower and the ice explosion had caused significant collapses, claiming many lives, including several innate cultivators. The innkeeper, having narrowly escaped thanks to the protection of some cultivators, was now profusely thanking them. As Do Tian entered, he immediately captured the attention of everyone present, eliciting a mix of reverence and fear. Unperturbed, he walked past them, heading towards the room occupied by Xianyuan Linglong. What a terrifying gaze, what an intimidating aura of power. Only after Do Tian had left did some cultivators dare to murmur amongst themselves, fearful of being overheard. In their eyes, Do Tian was anything but ordinary. He resembled a demon poised to unleash chaos. If Do Tian were to hear such thoughts, he would surely be incensed. Pondering the absurdity of the situation, having just slain a demon, he had somehow been perceived as one himself. Upon reaching the door of Xianyuan Linglong's room, a fragrant aroma wafted into Do Tian's nostrils. He could not discern the scent. Being anosmic, he could differentiate basic scents but could not identify their origins. Drawn in by the delightful fragrance, Do Tian stepped inside, only to be met with a scene that widened his eyes in astonishment. In Chapter 29, Xianyuan Linglong, a little girl in tattered clothing, displayed a look of terror, her fear palpable. She grasped Do Tian's leg with such force that it caused him pain. The little girl, overwhelmed by Do Tian's gaze, shrank back, shaking her head. I don't know. ISNT at uncle who asked me to watch over my sister? After you left, she became like this. Oh, was it me who asked you to? In a moment of confusion, Do Tian recalled the events that transpired with Xianyuan Fian upon awakening. He now understood, having initially thought the woman was merely in heat, never expecting her to end up in such a state. Realizing this, Do Tian instructed the little girl to keep watch from the side, while he approached Xianyuan Fian to ascertain her condition. At this moment, Xianyuan Fian found herself completely engulfed, unable to distinguish friend from foe. Seeing Do Tian approach like a ravenous tiger, she lunged at him without hesitation. Do Tian did not evade. He allowed Xianyuan Fian to tackle him to the ground. Such an enticing opportunity was rare, and it would be foolish not to seize it. Within him, however, the ethereal essence emanating from his Yin bone prevented him from succumbing to madness. Do Tian extracted a portion of this Yin energy from his chest bone, allowing it to flow through his meridians and into his mouth, penetrating Xianyuan Fian's body through his tongue. After completing this act, Do Tian could no longer maintain his consciousness. His body had reached its limit. Thus, he succumbed to hypnosis, drifting into unconsciousness. Once Do Tian was unconscious, the room was left with only Xianyuan Linglong. The little girl, witnessing the intense embrace between the two, forgot her fear and transformed from her earlier pitiful demeanor into a more ethereal presence. In her eyes, the fiery red mark began to swirl. After observing Xianyuan Fian and Do Tian for a while, and noticing their movements had ceased, she dispersed the fiery mark in her gaze, reverting to her previously sorrowful appearance. After a while, Xianyuan Fian's body returned to its normal hue, and she regained her senses. Upon realizing the position she was in with Do Tian, she let out a terrified scream and immediately bit down on him, sending him flying with a powerful strike. Linglong, what are you doing? Let me go so I can deal with this scoundrel. Xianyuan Fian struggled fiercely, but the little girl's grip was like iron, showing no signs of loosening. Sister, you are mistaken. Uncle did not violate you. If you do not believe me, check your own body. He has merely helped you break the poison. You should not harm him, but rather express your gratitude. The little girl clung tightly to Xianyuan Fian, refusing to allow her to leave. This was a matter of life and death, especially since Do Tian harbored numerous secrets. The little girl had no particular hobbies except for a penchant for uncovering others' mysteries, and Do Tian's behavior piqued her curiosity, compelling her to discover his secrets. As Xianyuan Fian calmed from her fury and conducted a thorough examination, she found that indeed, there had been no violation, save for a large handprint on her chest. Igniting her anger anew. What is this? She exclaimed. Oh, that is a mark you made yourself, the little girl remarked, sensing the situation and fabricating a story on the spot. Sister Fian, the handprint on your chest is your own doing. The little girl wore an expression of utmost sincerity, leaving Xianyuan Fian momentarily stunned, pondering whether it might indeed be true. After a long pause, Xianyuan Fian let out a huff and attempted to free herself from the little girl's embrace. However, Linglong tightened her grip, determined not to let her succeed. Sister Fian, you already understand the circumstances. What more do you intend to do? Uncle is innocent. The little girl had clearly sided with Do Tian, refusing to relent. This scoundrel has touched what should not be touched and seen what should not be seen. I will gouge out his eyes. Linglong, do not hinder me. You know my temper. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on me within the palace has faced my wrath. Moreover, this scoundrel has done this to me. He deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Xianyuan Fian retrieved a garment from the ring and adorned herself with it, concealing her unparalleled beauty. However, her body trembled with rage as she noticed a handprint on her dairy re, a mark that could not possibly have been made by her own hand. Doubts flickered in her mind, wondering if the young girl had deceived her. Yet, upon witnessing the girl's earnest demeanor, her skepticism dissipated. The innocence in the girl's gaze rendered suspicion futile. Dear Sister Fian, perhaps you could temper your temper a bit. Besides, Uncle Tian saved you. You ought to show gratitude rather than seek revenge. Such behavior is unbecoming and would earn you a reprimand from Father. Is it truly acceptable for him to take advantage of me in this manner? Absolutely not. Linglong, do not hinder me. If he does not learn a lesson today, I shall be at his beck and call. Xianyuan Fian remained incensed over Do Tian's actions, her words laced with resentment. Chapter 30. The Underworld See in the End. Xianyuan Fian delivered a thorough beating to Do Tian, leaving him battered and bruised. Even Xianyuan Linglong felt a pang of sorrow witnessing the severity of her sister's actions, as Fian aimed mercilessly at his vital points. causing Do Tian to double over in unconsciousness. The skirmish persisted for half an hour before finally subsiding. Once everything was tidied, Xian Yuan Linglong began organizing their belongings, uncovering items left behind by the ruffians. Remarkable treasures, among which lay a spirit stone, a rare gem unique to the ancient continent. Formed over millennia from the accumulation of spiritual energy underground, it could significantly enhance one's cultivation speed. On the ancient continent, spirit stones are categorized into 3 types: spirit stones, holy spirit stones, and divine spirit stones, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, making them exceedingly rare. Even a medium-grade spirit stone is considered a prized possession, imbued with potent energy, capable of driving transcendent cultivators to madness. After everything was arranged, Xian Yuan Fian hoisted Do Tian on her back, startling those within the inn. The gasp of astonishment echoed through the air as they beheld his battered form. Who did this to him? These 2 women? Enough chatter. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Proprietor, settle the bill. Xian Yuan Fian slammed a gold coin onto the counter, glaring at everyone present. Her fury had yet to fully dissipate, and these individuals were not worth her wrath. Come now, Sister Fian, let us not delay any longer, the young girl urged, pulling Xian Yuan Fian from the tavern, anxious that her sister might unleash her fury upon the bystanders. As the trio departed, 2 days later, a cadre of peculiar guests arrived in the town, cloaked in black robes, exuding an aura of darkness. Notably, one figure bore a robe embroidered with a golden demon. Once they left, the town fell into an eerie silence, devoid of life. The Huaxia Kingdom is a legendary realm, modest in size yet steadfastly enduring. Historical accounts recount that nations which dared to invade Huaxia mysteriously met their demise, leaving behind only vast craters, their inhabitants vanishing without a trace, leaving future generations in astonishment. Thus, no nation dares to invade the land of Huaxia any longer. Insiders reveal that Huaxia possesses formidable hidden strength, with mysterious, unparalleled masters stationed within. It is not something mere mortals can shake. However, some believe that Huaxia merely serves as a fade for a greater power, meant to monitor the dynamics of the ancient continent and to remain vigilant in intelligence gathering. Surrounded on 3 sides by the sea, Huaxia can be regarded as a quasi-island nation, abundant in resources and strategically located. It lies across a vast ocean from the war god dynasty of the eastern continent, separated only by the terrifying Nether Sea, which is infamous throughout the continent. The records of the Nether Sea abound, each warning of its dreadfulness. It is often referred to as a small hell, where the formidable creatures within instill fear even in the hearts of the continent's cultivators. Though the Nether Sea is a place of great terror, it attracts many adventurers, for within it congregate myriad magical beasts. Numerous powerful cultivators willingly risk their lives to hunt these creatures, seeking to obtain their valuable demon cores for alchemical purposes. This immense worth has led to the establishment of a cultivator haven at the borders of Huaxia, known as the Cultivator Dock. This city, named Nether Sea City, was specifically created for cultivators and lies at the heart of the region. Nether Sea City spans 100 miles in circumference, frequently visited by cultivators, and thus houses a multitude of sects and schools. Here, one can find shops erected by cultivators, tea houses, taverns, and auction houses, making it one of the 10 most significant trading hubs on the continent. This serves as the second myth of Huaxia, aside from its rich history. As a border city, Nether Sea City allows cultivators to pass without conditions. Xian Yuan Fian is acutely aware that Huaxia has been sealed off, and this will be the sole path for entry. Huaxia is a prosperous nation with a stable populace, rarely experiencing significant unrest. The current turmoil stems from a betrayal among the nobles. Tang Wang is no noble figure in Xian Yuan Long's eyes. This man harbors rebellious intentions, emboldened by his collusion with the underworld and the support of higher authorities, and he can no longer restrain himself. Yet, this is advantageous. The Xian Yuan family is not easily toppled. Their enduring presence here is a testament to the strength of those who stand above. In the imperial palace of Huaxia, within Xian Yuan Long's chamber, he peruses various memorials. Xian Yuan Long, a man in his 40s with a lean frame, has his hair tied back and is clad in a dragon robe, exuding an inexplicable air of authority. Your Majesty, Commander Gu Mo requests an audience, announces a eunuch from outside the door. Without lifting his gaze, Xian Yuan Long replies, "Let him enter." The eunuch complies, opening the door to admit a young man clad in dark armor, strikingly handsome, yet exuding an intimidating presence that inspires awe. This is Gu Mo, the leader of Huaxia's capital, responsible for all security matters within the city, here to discuss the affairs concerning Princess Xian Yuan Linglong. Your Majesty, I am guilty and deserving of punishment for failing to protect the 2 princesses and allowing them to be captured, the young man expresses, his voice heavy with remorse. Initially, when Princess Linglong was ambushed, she was taken away by two individuals. However, by the time one of the treacherous ministers was safe, the jade pieces provided by the two individuals had shattered completely. The elder had stated that shattered jade signified their misfortune. Guemo trembled all over, rendered speechless. For he was acutely aware of the prowess of those two. Their demise implied that the adversary must be extraordinarily formidable. But who was it that orchestrated this ambush? Upon hearing Xian Yuanlong's inquiry, Guemo hesitated, his words faltering. Who is it? Speak swiftly. Why are you stuttering? Xian Yuanlong could scarcely contain his frustration, almost raising his hand to strike Guemo, yet he refrained. A piece of his dragon robe had already been torn away. It is indeed the Tang King. How audacious of him to dare to capture even Linglong. He must be courting death. Guemo, rise. Go inform the Tang King that I have accepted his challenge for a martial contest, to be held in Minghai City. At that time, each side shall present its most talented youth to determine the victor, witnessed by all the esteemed sections. Let us see who is truly superior. Chapter 31. The Dock of Cultivators. The Forbidden Area is a unique space within the Imperial Palace, isolated by formations crafted by cultivators, possessing a mesmerizing visual effect akin to a powerful illusionary array. Any ordinary cultivator without a map would surely find themselves trapped within its confines. Within this forbidden domain lies a passage steeped in an eerie ambience. Xian Yuanlong guided Guemo here, his steps becoming light, as if wary of disturbing some unseen presence. Xian Yuanlong did not proceed further, but instead performed a deep bow at the entrance of the passage, bending his entire body to a 90-degree angle. This sudden action startled Guemo, who promptly knelt, awaiting Xian Yuanlong's direction. Yet, after bowing, Xian Yuanlong remained still, as though frozen in place. Guemo, your conduct has been commendable. The elders have conveyed that you may be granted one of the spots for this occasion. Should you excel, congratulations are in order, for you will have the opportunity to cultivate in a higher realm, with boundless potential ahead. Do not delay in expressing your gratitude to Elder Xiaohao. A voice echoed in Gumo's mind. It was Xian Yuanlong's, imbued with palpable excitement, as though a rare opportunity had arisen. Guemo knelt there, perplexed about what Xian Yuanlong meant by the higher realm. However, upon hearing the elder's joyous tone, he offered his thanks without hesitation. Thank you, Elder Xiaohao. I, Guemo, shall not let your expectations down. I will achieve victory and make the Tang King, that traitor, aware of who truly embodies the eternal sovereign of our Huaxia nation. Your character is commendable, and your disposition is admirable. Since I have spoken, allow me to present you with a weapon as well. This is the Tianling halberd, a low-grade spiritual weapon. Take it as your armament. A mellifluous voice resonated from the depths of the cave, accompanied by a blue-hued square-headed halberd that emerged and landed before Guemo. This is a spiritual weapon. Truly a spiritual weapon. Thank you, Elder Xiaohao. Rest assured, I, Guemo, will ensure that the Tang King and his faction realize their folly and rebellion. Guemo found himself engulfed in astonishment. As the chief guardian of the Huaxia kingdom, he had dedicated himself to the ancient martial arts of his lineage, which were of a rudimentary nature, limiting his cultivation to the mid-stage of innate strength. This limitation plagued him, for any aspiration to transcend these boundaries necessitated the attainment of superior techniques. However, in Huaxia, while many cultivators existed, these techniques were unique to specific sects. Acquiring them without permission would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. To his astonishment, he had come into possession of a spiritual weapon. Upon grasping the celestial spirit halberd, a set of techniques surged into his consciousness, and after a brief exploration, he was overwhelmed with joy upon realizing they were of intermediate level, precisely what he had long desired. Yet, after the initial elation, a wave of trepidation washed over him. The technique was named Heaven, tailored to harmonize with the celestial spirit halberd, undoubtedly a treasure exclusive to a particular sect. He feared that should he attempt to learn it, he might become the target of relentless pursuit. A cold sweat broke out at the thought. Do not worry, echoed a voice from the shadowy passage. This technique bears my mark. If anyone seeks to trouble you, simply reveal the celestial spirit halberd, and no one shall dare harm you. Excellent, Guemo exclaimed, filled with exuberance. But you must remain vigilant. The rebellion appears to be far from simple. The elders in the valley are observing closely. You must perform admirably. The audacious Tang Wang is emboldened by his connections with the Western Hell Organization, and some within the valley harbor ambitions to usurp your Xinyuan family. This is undoubtedly a prime opportunity they will not let slip. The proposal was tacitly approved from above. Should one side falter, it signifies a loss of power. Thus only victory is permitted. Defeat would render us unable to assist you. By the way, is Linglong well? I assure you, rest easy. I shall ensure Tang Wang knows the consequences of his actions. However, I must report another matter. Linglong has fallen into Tang Wang's hands, and I have come to accept my punishment, Xianyuan Long murmured, his gaze lowered. A heavy silence enveloped the passage, stirring unease within Xianyuan Long. Xianyuan Linglong was not merely a member of his clan. She was a princess sent from above, and he had always lavished her with affection during his visits to Shaoao. The predicament of Xianyuan Linglong now being captured by Tang Wang weighed heavily upon him. Guo rose, determination gleaming in his eyes. He offered no further assurances, merely clenched his fists tightly as he departed alongside Xianyuan Long. At the cultivator's dock in Minghai City, several practitioners gathered, preparing to set sail. They were part of an expedition organized by their sects, entering together to fulfill mutual needs, adhering to certain regulations, while inter-cultivator violence was prohibited, and abandoning fellow practitioners was forbidden. The rules remained notably lenient. However, this very leniency had given rise to a faction of robbers among the cultivators, strong individuals who banded together to prey upon those venturing out to sea. Due to their disruptive nature, the existence of these robbers was intolerable to the major sects, leading to their being hunted down relentlessly. In a bid to eliminate these bandits through a bounty, the cultivators gathered at the pier were preparing to embark on their journey when a sudden commotion erupted as news arrived. The sovereign of the Huaxia Kingdom, Xianyuan Long, was offering 9 high-grade spiritual power stones to hire 10 cultivators to be held at the martial arts arena of the pier. The announcement sent ripples of excitement through the crowd. High-grade spiritual power stones were coveted treasures that accelerated cultivation, formed from millennia of condensed spiritual energy. Their rarity rendered them primarily accessible only to significant sects, leaving ordinary cultivators yearning for such treasures. Xianyuan Long's offer spurred a frenzy among the ordinary cultivators, who rushed towards the arena as if propelled by the winds. Your father is indeed lavish, remarked Do Tian, seated in a tea house, sipping his tea, shaking his head as he teased Xianyuan Fian, who sat across from him. The trio had arrived 3 days prior, and upon learning that Xianyuan Long would compete against the Tang King, Do Tian suggested they halt their journey and stay in the area. Chapter 32. A narrow path for rivals. Do Tian's suggestion was reasonable, prompting Xianyuan Fian to acquiesce without much thought. However, she had yet to meet his gaze, often casting him cold looks. Their banter escalated once more. Silence does not render you mute. You ought to patiently await your role as a thief, leaving other matters aside. Such words are unjust. You nearly assaulted me, which is truly disheartening. Perhaps you should simply push me down. I assure you, I will not resist, Do Tian jested, teasing Xianyuan Fian, making it a source of amusement during their travels. Throughout the journey, Do Tian was carried by Xianyuan Fian, and it was only near the vicinity of Minghai City that she finally set him down, discovering that he had been awake all along. Her frustration was palpable, wishing to dismantle him into pieces to feed the fish. Yet, she had been restrained by Xianyuan Linglong's intervention. At this point, seeing Do Tian's cheerful demeanor fueled her impulse to strike him. I might just chop you into pieces and toss you into the Minghai to feed the fish. Xianyuan Fian glared, her eyes blazing with fury. Grasping a teacup, she exerted a bit of force, shattering it into fragments, which she then blew towards Do Tian, sending a cloud of powder swirling. Do Tian, intrigued by this display of power reminiscent of martial artists from Earth, found Xianyuan Fian's intimidation effective. Indeed, you are a true force, Xianyuan Fian. Come, showcase another feat, he urged, tossing her another cup. Infuriated, Xianyuan Fian trembled with rage, seizing the cup and hurling it at Do Tian. You rogue, perish. Do Tian laughed heartily, dodging the projectile, and seized Xianyuan Linglong as he made his escape. Eager to witness the caliber of cultivators Xianyuan Long would enlist, hoping to mingle among them, for he sought to uncover the royal secrets of the Huaxia Kingdom, an ancient lore spanning millennia. This is a splendid opportunity to approach Xianyuan Long. He firmly believes that if he achieves victory, Xianyuan Long will undoubtedly seek to win him over, thus presenting him with a chance. Xianyuan Fian, radiant in her form-fitting brocade robe, exhibited her figure in an exquisite manner. Gritting her teeth, she slammed her palm onto the table and rose abruptly. Do Tian, I swear, should you ever fall into my grasp, I shall flay you alive to feed the fish. With that, she tossed a silver ingot and hurried after him. To the north of Minghai City, an ancient forest stood tall, surrounded by 4 or 5 peaks, forming a natural basin. Within this basin lay a vast platform, the martial arts arena of Minghai City. Constructed from materials approved by Xianyuan Long, it was encased in a formation barrier, visible only to cultivators, rendering it invisible to ordinary mortals. Presently, numerous cultivators flocked here, all drawn by Xianyuan Long's 9 spirit stones. Dou Tian hurriedly led Xin Yuan Ling Long through the sole opening into the basin. The sight that met their eyes was a crowd of cultivators so dense that one could scarcely move. Goodness, is such madness really necessary? Dou Tian remarked, unable to suppress his astonishment. Yet, this shall not prove challenging for me. Ling Long, observe closely how your elder brother enters. Uncle is going to crawl in. Xin Yuan Ling Long stifled a giggle. You think I am that unfortunate? Dou Tian responded, rolling his eyes. Xin Yuan Ling Long, puzzled, recognized his jest. Yet she doubted Dou Tian's ability to penetrate the throng of cultivators. Uncle, I am eagerly anticipating this. Ha, I assure you, I will find a way. Dou Tian replied confidently, advancing under Xin Yuan Ling Long's watchful gaze. Xin Yuan Fian approached, noticing Dou Tian abandoned Xin Yuan Ling Long to forge ahead, and pulled Ling Long closer. Ling Long, what is that rogue attempting? Is he really going to squeeze in? Has he lost his senses? Not at all. Uncle claimed he has a method to enter the martial arts arena and instructed me to wait here. Does he truly? Look at that smirk. The sun might as well rise from the west, Xin Yuan Fian scoffed. Ah, but Sister Fian, if you look up, you might just see that the sun appears to rise from the west, Xin Yuan Ling Long replied playfully. Xin Yuan Fian, initially intending to dust off the little girl, paused in surprise at Ling Long's words, her hand halted mid-motion. In the next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed Dou Tian approach. Greeted warmly by all the cultivators, who parted to create a path for him, Dou Tian, brimming with self-admiration, engaged in handshakes with the female cultivators. His face adorned with a mischievous grin. Hey, Yinzi, what do you think of my charm? Are you tempted to worship me? Fear not. For I shall provide you with an opportunity for intimate contact. Escaping the enthusiastic crowd of cultivators, Dou Tian reached the little girl and, noticing Xin Yuan Fian nearby, casually remarked, See, I told you. Ugh, uncle is so full of himself, Ling Long thought, her expression one of playful disdain. Her mind, however, was filled with countless questions. Having observed much over the past few days, he discovered that Dou Tian resembled a wild man emerging from a desolate mountain. Utterly ignorant yet capable of articulating ancient matters with remarkable eloquence, prompting him to ponder whether Dou Tian was a descendant of an ancient tribal lineage. How did you achieve this? Xian Yuan Fei Yin inquired directly. I will divulge the necessary details when the time is right. Let us proceed. As long as I reach the martial arena, I have my reasons, and the specifics are none of your concern. Dou Tian pulled Xian Yuan Ling Long forward, disregarding Xian Yuan Fei Yin entirely, which incited her irritation. She stomped her foot and hurried after them, her gaze fixed on Dou Tian, who now appeared as indifferent as a corpse. This fellow had an uncanny ability to provoke her, and it seemed he did so deliberately. Following this passageway, the trio swiftly approached the vicinity of the martial arena. Not all cultivators yielded the path to Dou Tian. Upon nearing, several individuals obstructed his way. This irked Dou Tian, yet as he beheld them, his heart settled. It was them. How could they be here? The Celestial Palace, Taoism, Buddhism, I comprehend now. The three of them intended to preside over this competition from the outset, merely passing by the inn earlier. Otherwise, they would not have been so eager to depart. Chapter 33, The Calamity of Women. Ah, what a coincidence. Esteemed seniors, it is a pleasure to see you again. What brings you here? Dou Tian approached them. Indeed. And who might this esteemed senior be? Dou Tian inquired with a cheerful demeanor, appearing quite familiar. Come, young friend, allow me to introduce you. This is Senior Shinfeng from our Taoist sect, a remarkable figure indeed. You should get to know him well. Zhang Yuanji warmly grasped Dou Tian's hand, directly introducing the elderly gentleman. The elder, clad in a robe of purple and gold, bore a benevolent expression, his long white hair tied up, resembling a sage who had attained enlightenment. He cast a surprised glance at Dou Tian, puzzled by the courteous demeanor of Zhang Yuanji and his companions. May I inquire your name, young friend? After observing Dou Tian for a moment, Shinfeng's expression shifted to one of astonishment. His prowess was already at the late stage of Wu and I, making him a top-tier cultivator in the present day. Yet, he could not discern Dou Tian's dantian or consciousness see. He could only sense a formidable membrane within Dou Tian, pulsating with powerful energy, which left him astounded. Now he understood why the trio was so warm towards him. I am Gu Tian, esteemed senior. I humbly seek your guidance. Dou Tian naturally sensed Shinfeng's extraordinary nature and responded respectfully. Shinfeng, of course, would not decline, nodding in agreement before leading Zhang Yuanji aside to discuss matters. By the way, young friend, how did you end up here? Lu Yindong also spoke, as they all endeavored to win Dou Tian over. Naturally wanting to make a good impression, I heard there would be excitement in the Huaxia Kingdom, so I came. On the way, I encountered that ruckus. which was quite infuriating. Were it not for the three esteemed seniors, I might have lost my reputation. Do Tian sighed dramatically. That is hardly a sigh. It seems you are mocking us. Lu Yin and the silent old monk exchanged uncomfortable glances. Young friend Gu Tian, your prowess is unparalleled. We cannot compare. Please, spare us your jesting. Come, it is a rare occasion to meet. Allow this old monk to treat you. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. Indeed. Brother Gu Tian, you jest. Were we to reach your level, we would not need to exert ourselves so, Lu Yindong admitted, albeit with a hint of discomfort. Yet he was brave enough to acknowledge their shortcomings. Oh haha, I spoke too much. Since the seniors are so courteous, let us depart. We shall visit the drunken fragrance inn in the city, where I am aware of exquisite delights. It promises to be a feast for the palate. Do Tian, unreservedly, broke into laughter. However, we cannot leave just yet. Brother Gu Tian, please wait a moment as we must oversee the hiring ceremony of Xin Yuan Long. Once that is concluded, we shall proceed to indulge in merriment. The two felt a hint of embarrassment as they observed Do Tian's demeanor, which rendered them somewhat uneasy. At that moment, the competition commenced. The silent old monk and Zhang Yuanji ascended the stage, joining Xin Yuan Long to announce the beginning of the contest. After which several cultivators began to take their turn. The rules of the competition were quite straightforward. Challengers would face off, and those who could remain standing after 10 victories would be selected, with the reward being a spirit stone. This method is perhaps the simplest known to antiquity, aimed at identifying the strongest among them. Xin Yuan Long proved to be quite astute. Nonetheless, this contest appeared somewhat inequitable, although each participant possessed comparable strength. A contender who had fought several matches would be at a significant disadvantage when pitted against a fresh opponent. Consequently, this might lead to the oversight of some commendable cultivators. However, for Xin Yuan Long, this was of little concern. Within this crowd of cultivators, finding 9 exceptional individuals would hardly pose a challenge. The competition unfolded smoothly, with one individual taking the stage to face multiple challengers, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and displaying an overwhelming sense of defeat. Such is the fate of ordinary cultivators. Despite their efforts, they could be outmatched by a singular presence, whose stamina would deplete them. The opponent might possess rejuvenating elixirs, while they could only draw upon the essence of the world around them. Such is the nature of destiny. Of course, there were a few prodigies among them, whose formidable strength allowed them to effortlessly dispatch numerous challengers. My dear lady, would you grace us with a smile? I know you are a refined woman. Yet a smile would enhance your beauty, and I would be utterly captivated, Do Tian remarked, thoroughly engrossed in the scene, when suddenly a voice echoed from nearby. He turned to see Feng Lu, who was playfully bantering with Xin Yuan Fian, much to her indifference. She appeared worldly-wise, entirely ignoring him while focusing on the competition, particularly on one individual whose presence was magnetic, with striking features and an undeniable air of authority. Standing beside Xin Yuan Long, he remained still, intently observing the match. It was Gu Mo. He had indeed arrived. A gentle light appeared in Xin Yuan Fian's eyes as she became entranced by the sight. Who dares to call me a fly? Speak clearly. Feng Lu's gaze turned icy as he sensed a powerful, yet familiar aura, though he could not pinpoint its origin. Humph, I care not for his sect. Anyone who dares to compete with me for a woman is doomed. Lu Shao, fret not. I shall act discreetly, and no one shall notice. He sneered repeatedly. Observing Do Tian, Feng Lu's confidence surged. He could not decipher Do Tian's strength nor detect any fluctuations in his power. This implied that he was merely an outsider who had come here with the aid of external means, making it effortless for Feng Lu to eliminate him. Ah, Yanzi. I must say, why adorn such beauty if it invites trouble? I harbor no intentions of pursuing you. As you can see, it was he who said so. Do Tian sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. At this moment, Xin Yuan Fian was on the verge of igniting with fury. He could dismiss flirtatious remarks as mere whispers in the wind, yet the words of Do Tian struck him like a tempest, piercing directly into his heart and igniting his rage. I see you harbor such intentions. Do I not offer you a chance? Xin Yuan Fian's voice was chilling, reminiscent of echoes from an icy cavern. Yanzi, Sun Ran and I share some familiarity, but do not tempt me. I am exceedingly innocent. Should you press the issue, I shall raise a commotion. Do Tian clutched at his chest, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Perish, you lecher. Xin Yuan Fian exploded in anger, delivering a swift kick. Do not be so violent. I am not fond of it. Do Tian continued to act adorably, provoking Xin Yuan Fian to pursue him with vigor. Feng Lu and Lu Xing exchanged glances, astonished that such audacity existed in the world, a rarity indeed. However, once Xin Yuan Fian had dashed away, they suddenly realized they had intended to confront Do Tian, but had allowed him to escape. They lamented the absurdity of the situation. "Let us go. He has halted over there. We shall deal with him and compel him to disclose his connection with the elders," Feng Lu suggested, and Lu Xing, equally curious, followed as they approached Do Tian. Chapter 34. The Burning Stick. This was a tavern, now notably empty. Previously, it had been filled with cultivators who were generous with their expenditure, much to the delight of the owner. Now, with cultivators flocking to the training grounds, business had dwindled, and the owner's face was etched with worry. "Owner, prepare a table of exquisite dishes and bring a bottle of 50-year-old daughter's red. I am in high spirits today." The owner, idling at the counter, shifted his attention to the cultivators within the tavern. Upon hearing the shout, his expression transformed abruptly, a smile breaking forth. "Certainly, esteemed guests, please command whatever you desire. Owner, do not hesitate to bring forth the best. Fear not, we shall not leave you in debt." Do Tian called out as he entered the tavern, naturally seeking a window-side seat and prompting Xianyuan Linglong to pay, for he was but a pauper. Xianyuan Linglong did not hesitate. She produced a banknote from her attire and handed it to the owner. "Linglong, why are you so compliant? Why should he dine at your expense? Come, disregard him. We shall eat over here." Xianyuan Fian interjected, halting the banknote midway with evident displeasure at Do Tian's tone. Do Tian sat at the table, calm and collected, twirling a chopstick between his fingers with a broad smile, seemingly unperturbed by Xianyuan Fian's actions. "Sister Fian, must you be so harsh? This uncle is ordering for us. Let us share." Xianyuan Linglong wriggled free from Xianyuan Fian's grasp, thrusting the banknote into the owner's hand, determined not to let Do Tian lose face, as she intended to accompany him for the long haul. Do Tian placed the chopsticks in a bamboo holder on the table, shrugged his shoulders, and made a dismissive gesture towards Xianyuan Fian. Driven to the brink of speechlessness by anger, Xianyuan Fian seized Xianyuan Linglong's arm and launched a tirade against her. "All right, owner, where's your kitchen? The meal is not yet prepared. I shall wait there and find something to eat, for I am truly famished." Do Tian pouted and exited, for not a single word from Xianyuan Fian was to his liking. He couldn't comprehend how such a seemingly demure girl could suddenly exhibit such a sharp tongue. "Uncle Tian, wait for me. I shall join you." Xianyuan Linglong, unable to endure any longer, swiftly removed Xianyuan Fian's hand from her shoulder and darted behind Do Tian, grasping his arm as they departed. "You infuriate me, Do Tian. This isn't over between us." Xianyuan Fian pounded the table with both hands, her voice echoing with fury. In that moment, she resembled a tempestuous spirit, her anger palpable, as if she longed to consume Do Tian whole. Within the establishment, other cultivators could easily discern that Xianyuan Fian was no ordinary person. Being solitary practitioners, they naturally preferred to avoid provoking such a stunning beauty, choosing instead to observe from a distance, captivated by the spectacle of her ire. Do Tian, leading Xianyuan Linglong, followed the proprietor's guidance towards the kitchen, pausing only upon their arrival. Inside the kitchen, 3 fire attendants and 2 chefs were diligently occupied, crafting an array of dishes from fresh ingredients, causing the chefs to perspire profusely. This is indeed the primary kitchen. Assess what appeals to your palate, and let your appetite guide you. I shall promptly place your orders, and it won't take long for them to be prepared. The proprietor chimed in with a smile, his heart brimming with joy. For the funds provided by the young lady Xianyuan Linglong could easily cover an extravagant feast. He understood that the 2 individuals before him were undoubtedly formidable figures deserving of utmost respect. As Do Tian laid eyes on the stove, memories of his past on Earth flooded back. An orphan since childhood, he had relied on begging for sustenance, having experienced various forms of labor. Naturally, he was well-versed in cooking. After being taken in by Gu Xing, he even pursued culinary training and earned a prestigious chef certification, excelling in the art of cuisine. After surveying the surroundings, Do Tian casually grabbed an edible item, discovering a beast's leg. He tore off a small piece for Xianyuan Linglong while selecting a few wooden sticks to sit upon. He was indeed hungry, having awakened from several days of unconsciousness. He had already devoured several meals, yet still felt insatiable, leaving him perplexed. As he ate, he observed the chefs at work, noting the fire attendants diligently adding wood to the flames. Tending to the fire is, in truth, a skilled endeavor. Most individuals lack the finesse required, often succumbing to tears from the smoke. However, Do Tian understood that the wood must be arranged in a manner that allows for airflow beneath, facilitating the dispersion of smoke. The 3 fire attendants exuded an air of expertise, their control over the flames impeccable, the heat uniformly managed. All 3 fire attendants appeared to be of considerable age, likely over 50, with the eldest among them seemingly exceeding 70. Do Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy, regardless of the setting. There exist both the affluent and the impoverished. A man of such advanced years should ideally be enjoying a peaceful retirement. Yet here he was, toiling away at the fire. After gnawing on the beast's leg, Do Tian's stomach still felt like an insatiable abyss, prompting him to seek out more food. Xianyuan Linglong followed closely behind, watching as Do Tian rummaged for sustenance. The duo resembled two gluttonous cats, making it difficult for the chefs to manage the ingredients. Clearing his throat, Do Tian set aside his food and approached the elderly man. Such a venerable figure, having lived a full life and experienced countless events, now found himself tending the flames, truly worthy of respect. He felt the pulse of the old man, though it was not truly a pulse examination. Rather, Do Tian merely infused his innate vital energy into the elder's body to assess his condition. Beside them, Xianyuan Linglong shook her head slightly. Having seen the outcome, the old man's internal organs were in a state of severe decline, and he had little time left. However, Do Tian's subsequent actions stirred her spirit. After determining the old man's condition, he too shook his head. Yet, he retrieved a small vial from his storage ring and poured out a golden pill, presenting it before the elder. "Please take this, it will benefit you," he urged. The old man lifted his head, gazing at Do Tian with his murky eyes, then glanced at the pill in his hand, sighing and shaking his head. "Young man, there's no need. I am aware of my own body. Do not waste such a precious elixir on me. This is a treasure meant for cultivators. I may be an old fool, but I can discern that you possess a kind heart. However, there is no need to expend it on a dying man like myself." Tears welled in the old man's eyes. He had lived a life of abandonment by his children and the early death of his spouse, never having experienced such care before. A steely resolve flickered in his gaze, as if he had made a decision. He reached into the stove and retrieved a charred stick, extending it toward Do Tian. Chapter 35. Do Tian's culinary skills. Old man. Do Tian was taken aback, staring at the firewood stick in his hand, darkened from years of use. "Young man, I'm not one to take from others without giving in return. This firewood stick has been passed down from my great-great-grandfather. It is indeed a family heirloom, though it serves little purpose aside from being sturdy, which is why it has been relegated to this role. Alas, it is my descendants who have been ungrateful. This stick is all that remains of my family's legacy, and now I offer it to you. I know it pales in comparison to the pill, but I truly have nothing else to express my gratitude." "Old man, what are you doing? I have already stated that the pill is a gift for you. Just focus on the fire and cook the meal quickly. I am quite hungry," Do Tian insisted, returning the stick to the elder. "It would be absurd to accept something so precious, a relic of your great-great-grandfather." Although the old man was frail and his eyes clouded, his spirit was indomitable. "Ah, old man, are you trying to put me in a difficult position? Very well, I shall accept it. But first, you must take the pill. Allow me to help you absorb its effects," Do Tian conceded, a resigned smile gracing his face as he accepted the firewood stick, a legacy from the old man's ancestors. "Here, Linglong, help your brother hold this." Do Tian handed the stick to Xianyuan Linglong before stepping forward to assist the elder in dissolving the efficacy of the pill. Xianyuan Linglong observed Do Tian's actions, her heart profoundly moved. Among cultivators, the ultimate pursuit was often longevity, and they typically regarded the lives and deaths of mortals with indifference. Yet, Do Tian was willing to expend a precious pill for the sake of a dying elder he had only just met. If other cultivators were to witness this, they would undoubtedly exclaim at the sheer extravagance. However, Do Tian appeared unfazed by such considerations. The elderly man was infused with the medicinal effects, after which he was disregarded. As they continued to search for food, as if nothing had transpired, the only notable difference was that the old man's body had transformed, becoming youthful and robust. In Xianyuan Linglong's hand appeared a firewood stick. The young girl observed it closely and noticed that there were inscriptions on the stick, though obscured by a layer of dark soot. "Little girl, your brother is asking you something. Why are you silent?" "Oh, what?" Xianyuan Linglong was lost in thought, oblivious to Do Tian's inquiry. She received a gentle tap on her head. "So, you have an interest in the firewood stick. Do you often sneak into the palace's Yushan chamber to pilfer food?" "Uft, I believe it is you, uncle, who secretly indulges in snacks. That is my home. I can simply call a palace maid for a meal. Why would I need to steal?" Xianyuan Linglong shot Do Tian a glance, then pulled out a silk handkerchief to wipe the firewood stick. "Stop wiping it. Perhaps someone outside will provide us with a complimentary cleaning," Do Tian remarked. Watching the white handkerchief turn black, he patted the little girl on the head. "Uncle is truly mischievous. Don't hit my head. I might become foolish." "Ah, haha. All right. I want tea hit. While we wait here, today your brother is in high spirits and will personally prepare a dish for you. You shall witness my culinary skills, which will undoubtedly leave an indelible impression on you." The little girl's adorableness brightened Do Tian's mood, and he was eager to showcase his talents. Approaching the chef, He drew them aside and began cooking with the remaining pot. Do Tian's cooking prowess was astonishing. His knife skills were top-notch, even on Earth. Now, endowed with strength. His motions flowed seamlessly, leaving behind mere afterimages, rendering both the chefs and Xianyuan Linglong awestruck. Even the three tending the fire were no exception. Into the pot. Do Tian's knife danced, and all the ingredients entered the pot in succession. His hands were deft, constantly lifting, shaking, and tossing to ensure even heat distribution. In no time, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, causing mouths to water. All right, it's time to serve. Little girl, fetch a plate. Xianyuan Linglong was nearly overwhelmed by the fragrance. Do Tian instructed, and she quickly returned with a plate, placing it on the stove. Do Tian's eyes gleamed. Her speed had clearly surpassed that of an ordinary person. What was she concealing? Momentarily puzzled, Do Tian chose not to dwell on it. He placed the fragrant dish onto the plate and sat down with Xianyuan Linglong by the firewood stack to eat. Wow, uncle, your dish is delicious. You must cook for me often in the future. It's exquisite. Xianyuan Linglong exclaimed, immediately digging in with gusto. Slow down, little girl. There's no one competing with you, Do Tian chuckled, watching her eat. The scene was heartwarming, as the sun set, painting the sky with brilliant hues. He recalled moments spent holding Ling Xian's hand, strolling through the celestial realms, admiring mountains and rivers, how beautiful it was. Yet, with the opening of the heavenly ladder, everything changed. He had been torn from his beloved and closest ones, cast onto earth. Why was this happening? The tides of time had shifted. Do Tian vowed to uncover the truth, to reveal all mysteries. Little girl, tell me, what makes the Huaxia kingdom special? You are its resident. You should act as my tour guide. After a long while, Do Tian sighed, a smile once again gracing his face. On Earth, he had mastered the art of disguise. Despite the multitude of sorrows he harbored, he would not allow them to surface, for there was no need, and at times, revealing one's emotions could provide others with leverage against him. Uncle, what is a tour guide? Do Tian had forgotten. This was not Earth, and the term tour guide was likely seldom used here. The little girl lacked the comprehension to understand that it meant someone who points the way and indicates places of interest. Is that so? No problem. Uncle, rest assured. Although I am not entirely familiar with the attractions here, Sister Fian certainly is. I will have her be your guide, Xianyuan Linglong declared. Perhaps it's best to reconsider. Did you not see how she seemed to want to devour me? The only way she would guide me is if the sun were to rise in the south. That is not true. Sister Fian is actually quite nice. It's merely a misunderstanding between you two. Xianyuan Linglong finished her last bite and dabbed her lips. Nice? My eyes are not deceiving me, little girl. In the future, do not heed your sister's words. Irritate her, and see how arrogant she remains. Do Tian recalled Xianyuan Fian's angry demeanor and could not help but smile. Just then, a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside, and the plump figure of the innkeeper appeared. An anxious expression etched upon his face. He approached Do Tian. Quickly, go take a look. Your female companion, the one who came with you, has gotten into a scuffle with someone else. My establishment is on the verge of being demolished. This small business of mine cannot withstand such turmoil. Do Tian slowly rose, nodded to the innkeeper, and bid farewell to the elderly man stoking the fire, guiding Xianyuan Linglong toward the tavern. Finally, some ruffians had arrived. It appeared that the fire poker indeed had its place. Linglong, soon it will be your turn to shine. Chapter 36. Why do I fear his pain? Uncle, I am but a minor. I do not engage in fights. Xianyuan Linglong looked up, her face a portrait of confusion. There is a reason for everything. Lean in closer, and I shall tell you what to do. Do Tian whispered a few instructions into Xianyuan Linglong's ear, then smiled, his expression mischievous. You are quite the rascal, uncle, to devise such schemes. However, it sounds amusing. Let us hurry. We must not allow Sister Fian to be harmed. Do Tian explained the newcomers and their character. And upon hearing this, Xianyuan Linglong fumed. Though unable to express her anger, she ultimately acquiesced to Do Tian's plan. In this vast world, there exists a dichotomy of good and evil in every corner. Regardless of one's lofty stature, if one is not malevolent, they are inherently benevolent. There are no exceptions. Each individual's perception of good and evil varies. Yet, once a person is branded as evil by the entire world, it is likely that they have committed great wrongs, or at the very least, acted contrary to the will of others. Lu Xing, a notorious figure in the city of Minghai, leveraged the power and influence of his formidable sect to commit numerous misdeeds, earning a reputation that was far from savory among the cultivators and the populace. The innkeeper had previously fallen victim to their bullying, which is why he had urgently sought Do Tian's assistance. Upon entering the tavern hall, the once sparse assembly of cultivators had departed, leaving only Xianyuan Fian and Lu Xing. Ah, You too, why arrive so late? When did you become so polite? Feel free to fight as you wish. Simply pretend I am not here. Do Tian and Xian Yuan Ling Long entered the hall, selecting a chair to settle into. Grasping a teapot from the table, he poured himself a cup of tea, smiling as he spoke. The boss who accompanied them nearly fainted upon hearing Do Tian's words. He had sought Do Tian's assistance in the past, yet here he was, merely a spectator. You knew we were coming? Lu Xing remarked, taken aback. Do Tian, with an air of certainty, raised his teacup and took a sip. Given your personalities, if you weren't here, it wouldn't be you, Lu Xiao, would it? Am I right? Today, I specially ordered a multitude of dishes for everyone to enjoy together. Please, don't hold back. Indeed, you know what to do, don't you? Lu Xing concurred. Lu Xing and Feng Lu, eager for Do Tian's demise, believed he was oblivious to their intentions. However, Do Tian was far from foolish. Am I truly that dim-witted? Not to grasp my grandson's meaning? Perhaps he should elucidate further, Do Tian replied calmly, taking another sip of tea. This remark infuriated Lu Xing and Feng Lu. How dare you refer to us as your grandsons? It seems you truly seek your end, and I shall grant it. Lu Xing's expression darkened as he prepared to strike. Lu Xiao, do not act impulsively, Feng Lu interjected, blocking Lu Xing's attack. What are you doing, Feng Lu? Why are you stopping me? Lu Xing retorted, visibly displeased. Have you forgotten our purpose? Gu Tian has yet to reveal his connection to the three elders. We cannot kill him now, Feng Lu explained. Do Tian placed his teacup on the table, regarding Lu Xing as if he were a fool, raising his middle finger in a gesture of disdain. Do you consider me a fool as well? If I spoke, my life would be forfeit. However, I can tell you this, Lu Yandong has treated me quite courteously. The rest, I shall leave to your imagination. You, Feng Lu, did you hear that? It is not that I do not wish to inquire. But this fellow's lips are tightly sealed. He is utterly unyielding. Now, killing him should pose no problem, should it? Lu Xing declared, his face flushed with rage. Allow me to question him once more. If he refuses, then he shall perish. Feng Lu's demeanor turned deadly serious as he addressed Do Tian. Disclose your relationship with them, or none of you shall leave. His words were laced with a mental assault, aiming to shatter Do Tian's defenses. Feeling the assault on his mind, Do Tian's consciousness automatically shielded itself, swiftly neutralizing Feng Lu's mental attack. Are you truly that foolish, or merely brainless? Do you not comprehend my words? Do Tian scolded, growing irritated by their arrogance. If it were a millennium ago, he would have swiftly dealt with them with a mere flick of his sword. Lu Xiao, strike now. This is intolerably disrespectful. Feng Lu's patience wore thin, urging Lu Xing to take action. Lu Xing had long harbored disdain for Do Tian, and with Feng Lu's agreement, he acted decisively. A powerful palm struck forth. 6 harmonies palm. Lu Xing bellowed, channeling his inner energy to unleash a mid-level yellow-grade palm technique from the Heavenly Palace. This technique embodied the essence of the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies, fierce and formidable in its might. Another technique from Kunlun. What is the connection between the Heavenly Palace and Kunlun, that their techniques are so strikingly similar? Do Tian pondered internally. Although unfamiliar with the 6 harmonies palm, he had studied it previously and could emulate it through the combat saint method. 6 harmonies palm. In the face of Lu Xing's assault, Do Tian could not afford to be careless. He countered with a palm strike while simultaneously invoking the power of the desire pill, releasing a trickle of energy. However, he was cautious, for the effects of the desire pill were dual-edged. Prolonged use could alter one's character, a conclusion Do Tian had drawn after several recent episodes. With a resounding crash, the table splintered into fragments, and Do Tian was propelled backward, while Lu Xing staggered back a few steps before collapsing onto the ground. Suddenly, an unexpected occurrence ensued. Upon hitting the ground, Lu Xing emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his body soaring upward, crashing into the ceiling of the tavern, leaving a fissure in its wake, before descending silently. Do Tian and Feng Lu were momentarily stunned, while Xian Yuan Fian exhibited an expression of disbelief. Was Lu Xing unwell? Had he suddenly gone berserk and slammed into the wall? At that moment, Do Tian glanced at Xian Yuan Ling Long, who had yet to prepare her items. However, upon meeting her gaze, he observed her raising her fist and then covering her mouth with a laugh. Uncle, you were right. When a person experiences excruciating pain, they are bound to act erratically. I have witnessed it firsthand. Her words left Do Tian perplexed. He turned his gaze to the spot where Lu Xing had fallen, and a chill ran down his spine. There, upright, was a bloodied chopstick, its end sharpened to a point. Lu Xing had indeed been impaled. Little girl, this is rather ruthless. I merely asked you to poke him with a fire stick. Why resort to chopsticks? Do Tian inquired. I was concerned about that uncle's pain. Thus, I chose a slender chopstick and sharpened it specifically. Xian Yuan Linglong replied with a hint of innocence. Dou Tian pondered the formidable nature of Xian Yuan Linglong. Chapter 37. Innate Divine Strength. Xian Yuan Fian, having observed Xian Yuan Linglong's expression, could hardly believe her ears upon hearing the young girl's explanation. Linglong, did you truly do this? With a gleeful demeanor, Xian Yuan Linglong rushed to Xian Yuan Fian's side, clasping her arm. Yes, I placed the chopstick there, but I didn't anticipate he would fall onto it, so I cannot be entirely blamed. As she spoke, a mischievous grin spread across her face. You cannot engage in such actions. Was it Gu Tian who coerced you? Tell me, and I shall confront him for corrupting you. We shall not let this go. Xian Yuan Fian's tone was fierce. Xian Yuan Linglong shook her head vigorously. Sister, you've misunderstood. He did not force me. It was my own idea. Seeing that uncle was about to bully you, and knowing I couldn't overpower him, I resorted to this desperate measure. Xian Yuan Fian regarded Xian Yuan Linglong with a discerning gaze, her expression softening as the child appeared sincere. Do not engage in such antics again. Why not? It was quite entertaining. There is no reasoning behind it. You simply cannot do it. Do you not heed your sister's words? Xian Yuan Fian's expression hardened. Xian Yuan Linglong felt a sense of injustice. Although she had concealed certain matters from Dou Tian and Xian Yuan Fian, her youthful mind was still naive. Lacking the capacity for sound judgment, she cast a pleading glance at Dou Tian. Linglong, you must heed your sister Fian. In many respects, she is indeed correct. And in time, you shall understand. Dou Tian offered this counsel to Xian Yuan Linglong. All right then, I will refrain from such actions. Xian Yuan Linglong pouted, burying her head in Xian Yuan Fian's arm. Xian Yuan Fian affectionately patted her head, while the little girl, not idle, defiantly raised her middle finger towards Dou Tian. Dou Tian immediately turned away, feigning ignorance. You lecher, at least you said something sensible. Rest assured, this is already the territory of my Huaxia, and these fellows cannot harm you. Dou Tian received a subtle transmission from Xian Yuan Fian. Gu Tian, I shall kill you. Xian Yuan Fian, in a fit of rage, freed herself from Xian Yuan Linglong's grasp, seizing the fire poker from the table and lunging forward. Hey, why are you so furious, Yinzi? I did not provoke you. Put down the poker, we can discuss this calmly. Xian Yuan Fian was swift, denying Dou Tian any time to react. The fire poker, black as ink, quivered in the air, sending ashes flying everywhere. Today, I must teach you a lesson, you lecher, or you'll think me easy to bully. Linglong, go fetch that chopstick. I shall take my turn with Gu Tian. Sister Fian, you just mentioned it, and Linglong does not wish to go against your wishes. So perhaps the chopstick is best left alone. Handle it as you see fit. Also, remember that the fire poker belongs to uncle. Be sure to return it. Xian Yuan Linglong, feeling exasperated, was somewhat displeased with Xian Yuan Fian and chose to ignore her words. The little girl found a seat, poured herself a cup of tea, and began to sip. Look, Yinzi, fighting is ill-advised. If you were to expose yourself during a brawl, it would be quite detrimental. Quickly, sit down and enjoy your tea. See, Linglong has prepared it for you. Dou Tian rambled on, his words flowing like a torrent. This only fueled Xian Yuan Fian's determination. The fire poker infused with spiritual energy revealed its true form, a striking red staff, as the surface soot was entirely cleansed. Dou Tian's eyes widened in astonishment, and he no longer avoided it, reaching for the fire poker with both hands. The outcome was predictable. Although Dou Tian's strength had surged rapidly, he had yet to attain the transcendent realm, and the innate true energy within him fell vastly short compared to Xian Yuan Fian's spiritual prowess. Dou Tian was forcefully sent flying, crashing into numerous tables and chairs until he finally collided with the wall. Uncle, Xian Yuan Linglong exclaimed, rushing towards Dou Tian. However, someone else was faster. Feng Lu, witnessing Dou Tian severely injured by Xian Yuan Fian, reveled in the moment and sought to eliminate Dou Tian. Supreme bliss, soul palm. Feng Lu shouted, a surge of spiritual energy emanating from his palm, potent and imbued with a faint fragrance, descending upon Dou Tian's crown. Get away from me. The little girl, Xian Yuan Linglong, resolutely stepped forward, knowing that if she did not intervene, Dou Tian might very well perish on the spot. She positioned herself in front of Dou Tian, her once adorable smile replaced by a frigid expression that chilled the air around her. Raising her fist, she stepped forward and struck. This punch was unremarkable, driven solely by instinctive rage. Yet, Feng Lu immediately regretted his actions after the impact. He had gravely miscalculated. Bang, bang, bang. Feng Lu staggered backward, toppling several tables before finally halting, staring at his hand, which was now severely swollen, with undoubtedly more than one bone fractured. In a state of disbelief, Feng Lu was astonished by the immense power demonstrated by Xian Yuan Linglong. Despite the absence of any discernible spiritual energy, it was evident that she possessed extraordinary strength. This little girl was indeed a natural powerhouse. Such an exceptional talent has always been a coveted prize among the great sects. Throughout history, her future potential is undoubtedly boundless, and he feared he had attracted considerable trouble. However, he reassured himself. The strength she exhibited was merely a trifling annoyance for him. Do not worry, little one. You have certainly surprised me. To be able to send a transcendent realm cultivator flying is no small feat. Dotian, having engaged in sparring with Yao Lao, had suffered far more grievous injuries than those he bore now. These minor wounds were of no concern to him. Yet, he feigned severe distress, continuously coughing up blood. Uncle, do you harbor a desire to kill my Uncle Gutian? The little girl inquired, standing resolutely before him. If you reveal your connections with several esteemed predecessors, I may consider sparing your life. Feng Lu, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the little girl's scrutiny, took a step back and retorted. You should not meddle in matters beyond your understanding. Though you possess innate strength, I do not fear you. Nor should you act rashly for the sake of a worthless individual. His harsh words were not born of fear of the girl herself, but rather a trepidation of what she might become, a natural power wielder with an unimaginable future that far surpassed his own. Who are you calling worthless? Repeat that if you dare. Dotian stepped forward, his face etched with frost as he pulled the little girl aside, finally striking a nerve with Feng Lu. Chapter 38. The challenge with Dotian's threshold crossed, he emerged, his smile transforming into a chilling grin as he fixed his gaze on Feng Lu. The moment Feng Lu uttered a word, Dotian would undoubtedly retaliate. Feng Lu scoffed at Dotian's lack of self-awareness. The prospect of confrontation was precisely what he desired. As long as he repeated the term worthless, he could act without the little girl's influence, since it would be Dotian who initiated the attack. Raising an eyebrow, he glanced at Xianyuan Linglong, noting her lack of intent to intervene, which brought him a measure of comfort. Yet, he did not underestimate Dotian. He had witnessed Xianyuan Fian's previous attack with clarity and was astounded. Before Dotian's arrival, he had sparred with Xianyuan Fian, whose power was not far behind his own. The fact that Dotian could withstand such a blow and remain standing was remarkable. Not far away, the innkeeper wore a worried expression, frequently glancing towards the door as if expecting someone. When a servant entered, he hurried over. Well, has the person we summoned arrived? Yes, they are outside. But are you certain this individual is capable? They are merely a monk with a penchant for fine wine. Can they truly possess such ability? The servant replied. Upon hearing the servant's words, the innkeeper's face turned ashen. What do you know? Do not speak carelessly. Go back to work. No slacking off. Afterward, he scanned the vicinity. And upon realizing no one else was present, he exhaled a sigh of relief. The innkeeper, having established a tavern in the city of Minghai, where cultivators abounded, was well acquainted with several of them. Whenever a cultivator visited, they would inform him of any prominent figures arriving and those who should not be provoked. He had sent someone to seek out a master as soon as Xianyuan Fian, Feng Lu, and Lu Xing engaged in combat, hoping to attract them with his exquisite wine. It turned out to be the esteemed Wu Yin. Greetings, Gutian. It is nothing. Merely a slight altercation with the monk before me, which I am currently resolving. How fortunate to see you here, esteemed elder. The newcomer is none other than the silent old monk of Buddhism. How peculiar. Is this not the same individual who usually exudes arrogance? Has he finally met his match today? Could it be that he is experiencing the consequences of his past actions? Amitabha, what sins have been committed? The silent old monk murmured, causing Dotian to break into a cold sweat. He also came to realize that in the eyes of some seasoned masters, Lu Xing's character could only be described as arrogant. Yet, this indeed suits him. Feng Lu, frightened by the old monk's presence, retreated, and Dotian's anger began to dissipate. He conveyed a message to Feng Lu through his spiritual sense, stating that if he wished to eliminate him, he should choose a side between Tang Wang and Xianyuan Long, and they would settle it in the martial arts arena. This was tantamount to a declaration of war. Feng Lu had crossed Dotian's threshold, and a price must be paid. Dotian nodded in gratitude for the old monk's reminder. Esteemed elder, I am perplexed as to why the heavenly palace would appoint such a disciple as the young palace master, unaware of his character. What does it matter if they know? After all, he possesses a formidable grandfather, and strength always dictates everything. The heavenly palace is home to many young masters, each far superior to Lu Xing. For years, they have vied for the position of young palace master, but 3 years ago, Lu Batian single-handedly suppressed them. He is the supreme elder of the heavenly palace and Lu Xing's grandfather, the oldest entity within the palace. His strength is unfathomable, and who would dare to obstruct him? To avoid unnecessary complications, the palace master had no choice but to appoint Lu Xing as the young palace master. Lu Xing's poor character and his actions over the years have been witnessed by many, yet no one dares to speak out for fear of inciting that living fossil. The silent old monk elaborated for Do Tian, frequently providing examples, leading Do Tian to sigh. No wonder Lu Xing, despite his lackluster abilities, displays such arrogance. It is apparent he is backed by this ancient figure. Trouble seems inevitable for me. I have also heard that near the borders of Huaxia, there exists a small sect whose leader's daughter caught Lu Xing's attention. When she refused to submit to him, he ruthlessly annihilated the sect, leaving no survivors. And the woman was ultimately subjected to a tragic fate at his hands. After listening for a time, Xianyuan Fian spoke up, revealing one of Lu Xing's monstrous deeds. Such a person deserves death. He is a villain of the highest order. When I come of age, I shall be the first to slay him, seeking vengeance for those wronged and justice for the oppressed. Xianyuan Linglong also expressed her outrage upon hearing this. Linglong, do not be reckless. His power is vast. It would be wise for us to avoid provoking him. Others will deal with him in due time. The young girl's words caused Xianyuan Fian to feel uneasy, prompting her to urge caution. In the face of strength, influence is but an illusion. Linglong, I stand with you. When the time comes, I shall summon my brother, and together we will rid the world of this scourge. Do Tian cared little for any influence. As long as he could eliminate his adversary, he would not let the chance slip by. Without danger, where lies the motivation? He sought to grow stronger through battle, aspiring to ascend the heavenly ladder. Xianyuan Fian, feeling disoriented, pointed at the young girl and Do Tian. You both are out of your minds. Esteemed elder, please guide them. This is an unattainable feat, even if accomplished. There would be no escape from the consequences. The silent old monk revealed a crucial piece of information. The heavenly ladder will soon appear, and the continent shall soon be drenched in blood and chaos. Do Tian, Xianyuan Linglong, and Xianyuan Fian all turned pale. Indeed, this was a matter of great significance. Many ancient existences are bound to emerge. There exists no individual who is beyond the reach of mortality. Everything has slipped from the realm of control. Chapter 39. Do you fancy me? Swallow, every person harbors a desire for vengeance. Your line of thought is decidedly antiquated, based on what you just articulated. Should I remind you that Lu Xing has taken a liking to you? Are you merely going to acquiesce and present yourself to him without resistance? Do Tian discerned the meaning behind Xianyuan Feiyan's gaze and felt a hint of annoyance. He began to tease her. You are the one who would willingly present yourself. One cannot expect wisdom from a fool. With someone like him, I would rather perish than allow him to succeed. Xianyuan Feiyan retorted. Do Tian nodded and continued. Then it is settled. Since you refuse to yield, you must resist. He will undoubtedly become enraged and seek to kill you, and you shall find no escape. Wouldn't thoughts of eliminating him arise? If you were to perish and you survive, would you not flee? It follows. Do you still believe that we are imbeciles? Swallow, some matters are not dictated by personal volition, yet they must be addressed. Xianyuan Feiyan fell silent upon hearing Do Tian's words. His reasoning was inescapably accurate. Indeed, when one cannot dictate their own path, they may resort to desperate measures. She fell into silence, no longer speaking. Haha. Indeed, young friend Gu Tian possesses great wisdom. Why not join me in monastic life? In a few years, you will undoubtedly ascend to the rank of elder. The mute old monk applauded, laughing heartily. Ah, esteemed elder, spare me. I am a person accustomed to freedom. If confined within your temple filled with shaven heads, the beauties of the continent would surely mourn, Gu Tian remarked, narcissistically patting his hair. Disgusting. Not a soul would grieve for your demise. Xianyuan Feiyan scoffed at Gu Tian's self-admiration. Hee, uncle, you are exceedingly self-absorbed. Your audacity surpasses even the thickness of city walls. The young girl could hardly contain her laughter, covering her mouth. Do Tian and the others exchanged glances, bewildered at the monk's jovial demeanor. The onset of conflict had been effectively quelled, allowing the proprietor to breathe a sigh of relief. He commanded his staff to tidy the hall while he engaged in conversation with Do Tian and the others, repeatedly offering apologies. The proprietor's actions were swiftly unveiled by Do Tian, causing his face to flush crimson. You know, this is a modest establishment. I cannot withstand such upheaval. Seeking assistance is simply unavoidable, the proprietor attempted to explain, but Do Tian interrupted. Enough. Just bring the dishes promptly. I am famished. Ah, please wait. I shall attend to it immediately, the proprietor replied, relief washing over him as he departed. Just like you, utterly insufferable. Xianyuan Feiyan muttered after the proprietor had left. I say, Swallow, could you speak a bit louder? Though my hearing is sharp enough to discern your insults, I choose not to hold it against you. After all, who are we to each other? As the saying goes, To strike is to show affection. To scold is to care. You both strike and scold me. Truth be told, do you harbor feelings for me? Do Tian feigned shyness, eliciting peals of laughter from Xian Yuan Ling Long. Curse you. Gu Tian, may you meet your end. I might come to like you. Unless the sky turns white with the rising sun and the moon, and the sun shines at night. I've encountered many who were self-absorbed, but none compared to the level of your narcissism. You could easily win first place at a convention for the thick-skinned. Xian Yuan Fei Yin has truly succumbed to the heavens. The extent of this fellow's self-love is nothing short of primordial. I almost wished to pound that insufferable face of his into a pulp. Yet, that alone wouldn't suffice to quell my rage. In frustration, she let slip a curse. If there's nothing, then so be it. Why the agitation? Don't tell me you're feeling guilty, attempting to mask the true thoughts within your heart. Do Tian wore a smirk, seemingly unfazed by Xian Yuan Fei Yin's words, continuing to jest. Xian Yuan Fei Yin felt as though she might faint. She simply could not hold her ground against Do Tian. His audacity and self-absorption were overwhelming. In the palace, she had always been rather gentle. A true lady in every sense. Due to her cultivation, she had spent years in seclusion, speaking little and having only one friend, Xian Yuan Ling Long. Many young nobles sought her hand, but she refused to meet them, even when Emperor Xian Yuan Long proposed matches, citing her cultivation as an excuse. Thus, she remained oblivious to the dynamics between men and women, growing accustomed to solitude alongside Xian Yuan Ling Long. Now, with Do Tian professing his affections, she felt an inexplicable restlessness and blurted out a curse. If you dare to speak again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Let me tell you, even if I were to fancy the beggar on the street, I would never look your way. A person like you is better suited to a pig. Xian Yuan Fei Yin decided not to be angry anymore. She understood Do Tian was merely teasing her, delighted by her vexation. Are you certain? If I can withstand it, will you comply with whatever I say? Xian Yuan Fei Yin was skeptical of Do Tian's generosity. Absolutely. As long as you can endure it, I will fulfill my promise. However, if you overstep, do not expect me to go down without a fight. Get lost. You've got a face that invites a beating. Just wait. Soon, even your mother won't recognize you. What is this pendulum? Let me inspect it. Are you planning to ambush me? Xian Yuan Fei Yin didn't know Do Tian well, but she still couldn't bring herself to believe he was that harmless. This pendulum was undoubtedly a peculiar weapon. Do Tian, unbothered, wore a smile as he handed the pendulum to Xian Yuan Fei Yin. Examine it to your heart's content. Xian Yuan Fei Yin turned it over, scrutinizing the pendulum, only to discover it was merely a stone polished into shape, not a weapon at all, and returned it to Do Tian. Since you're looking for trouble, bring it on. I want to see what makes you so special. Do Tian smiled as he accepted the pendulum back, letting out a quiet chuckle inside. Even Xian Yuan Ling Long, watching from the side, was bewildered by Do Tian's antics, observing him intently to see what he would do next. Are you ready, Yinzi? I'm about to begin. Let us start. Enough with the chatter. Can't you take a loss? Chapter 40. The Wanderer from the East. Xian Yuan Ling Long watched Do Tian's movements with wide eyes, eager not to miss anything. Yet, after some time, she realized that aside from swinging the pendulum in front of Xian Yuan Fei Yin, Do Tian had done nothing else, continually repeating phrases about feeling tired, which began to annoy her. Before long, 20 minutes had passed, and Xian Yuan Ling Long, thoroughly disappointed, yawned and rested her head on the table, falling asleep. Just as she was about to drift into slumber, Xian Yuan Ling Long felt a gentle nudge from Do Tian, causing her heart to leap in surprise. She pondered how she had unknowingly fallen asleep, realizing she had indeed missed her designated rest period and should have ample time before needing to sleep again. My dear, allow me to introduce you to a delightful game. Pay close attention and do not blink, Do Tian mysteriously declared. Rubbing her temples, Xian Yuan Ling Long lazily stretched and gazed at Do Tian in confusion, questioning why she had dozed off. What is so mysterious? Hurry up and tell me. I'm utterly exhausted and need to sleep, she replied, her voice lacking energy. Do Tian burst into hearty laughter. Do not fret, my dear, he cannot hear you. Did you see that? He is lost. Still daring to challenge me? Watch as I thoroughly outplay him. Yin Yin, come here and massage my shoulders. They ache terribly. Do Tian instructed Xian Yuan Fian. Yet, contrary to her usual fiery demeanor, today Xian Yuan Fian astonished Xian Yuan Ling Long by obediently approaching Do Tian's side, dutifully massaging his shoulders. No need to exert yourself. She will not awaken without my command. Come closer and see what services are available. This is a rare opportunity. When the meal arrives, it will be even more entertaining. Haha. Do Tian chuckled mischievously, sending a shiver down Xian Yuan Ling Long's spine as she marveled at his laugh. Noticing that Xian Yuan Ling Long had deduced the situation, Do Tian did not hesitate to confirm. I have hypnotized Xianyuan Fian with this pendulum. She is now under my control. Speak up, little one. What do you wish your sister to do for you? This is your chance. Do Tian grinned broadly. Is it truly so potent, uncle? What kind of magic is hypnosis? I have never heard of it, the little girl inquired. Her curiosity piqued. The power is indeed substantial. Did you catch my earlier words? Those were merely common phrases, devoid of significant effect. However, when paired with mental energy and the pendulum's rhythmic motion, one can induce a profound state of slumber, rendering them susceptible to my control. Without my awakening, they shall not rouse, Do Tian proclaimed proudly. What an extraordinary technique. How did you conceive of such a method? Teach me. Linglong wishes to control others as well. Anyone who disobeys shall be hypnotized and thoroughly punished, the little girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Do Tian, however, was drenched in sweat, unwilling to entertain the notion of handing over such power to her. This would be a grave mistake. Little one, perhaps you should reconsider. This technique is only suitable for males. It is beyond the grasp of females. Now, quickly tell me what service you require, lest I rescind your request. Oh. Females cannot practice? How can that be, uncle? Are you certain Linglong cannot learn? Upon hearing that females were excluded, Xianyuan Linglong's previously buoyant spirits plummeted. She cast a sideways glance at Do Tian, her big eyes shimmering with disappointment, compelling Do Tian to suppress his urge to admit he had been exaggerating. To avoid future repercussions from this spirited girl, he resolutely maintained that females could not master the art. Indeed. Now, go fetch some water. It is time to wash our hands and eat. As they spoke, the meal had already been laid out on the table. The little girl, feeling somewhat disheartened, complied and went to bring the water. Had Xianyuan Fian wash her hands and, after she had cleaned them, commanded her to sit on his lap and feed him. He incessantly exclaimed how comfortable and fragrant the food was, leaving Xianyuan Linglong speechless. It was evident that Do Tian was teasing Xianyuan Fian, and should she become aware of such antics, a cataclysmic conflict would surely ensue. Oh beauty, feed me, what bliss. Do Tian caressed Xianyuan Fian's waist, his heart fluttering as he hummed a tune. However, upon closer inspection, Xianyuan Linglong noted that although Do Tian had Xianyuan Fian seated in his embrace, he had not truly taken advantage of her. He had merely pinched her chest a couple of times. Xianyuan Linglong could not be bothered with him. He was merely a rogue with desires but lacking the courage to act upon them. Since Xianyuan Fian had already dealt him a blow previously, she considered it a fitting retribution. Unbeknownst to Xianyuan Fian, her closest sister, Xianyuan Linglong, had abandoned her to sit in the lap of the very person she wished to slay, dutifully feeding him. Were she to discover the truth, she would surely go mad, unleashing a massacre. As Do Tian reveled in Xianyuan Fian's attentive feeding, a sudden clattering sound caught his attention, reminiscent of a peculiar noise from earth. Frowning, he sensed a sinister aura approaching. Ignoring the words of the man in the gray kimono, Do Tian stood to face the three individuals. Upon seeing the woman, his eyes brightened. Yet another stunning beauty graced his presence, and he thought to himself how fortunate he was. Hello, beautiful. I am Gu Tian. May I inquire your name? Are you married? Do you have a boyfriend? If not, might you consider me? How dare you disrespect our beautiful Aoi Sora? The gray kimono-clad man exclaimed, his fury palpable. Since you are Gu Tian, there is no need for pleasantries. Your life is now mine. Chapter 41. Nichitaro, the man in the gray kimono, was arrogant, completely disregarding Do Tian as he attempted to claim his life. Do Tian's smile faded. The three individuals before him were formidable, their powers exceeding the realm of the extraordinary. Yet, the man's words grated on him. As he prepared to confront the advancing gray kimono figure, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Fian, do not hold back. Deal with him, Do Tian instructed calmly. Xianyuan Fian, ever obedient, retained her strength under Do Tian's control and actively engaged the kimono-clad man's assault. Bang! The gray kimono man shouted, conjuring a fireball in his hand and launching it fiercely at Xianyuan Fian. Sparks erupted, igniting nearby tables. Dragon technique. Xianyuan Fian remained impassive, unleashing a mystical dragon of spiritual energy from her palm, which consumed the fireball and struck the gray kimono man across the face with a powerful tail swipe. Ah! The man's face instantly swelled, the searing pain contorting his features into a grimace, but it proved ineffective. Xianyuan Fian unleashed another dragon technique, sending him sprawling away. Wishing for my demise, you were sorely mistaken. The chilling voice of Do Tian resonated. The man clad in a gray kimono, known as Koizumi, was gripped by astonishment. He had indeed halted, yet the woman confronting him relentlessly pursued her lethal assault. With no choice left, he could only evade. Koizumi hailed from a renowned maritime sect called the Eastern Dawn, alongside his compatriots, Teru, and always Sora. The Eastern Dawn wielded considerable influence over the mysterious seas. Teru, the third disciple of the sect, possessed extraordinary prowess and was widely recognized in the realm, ranking 10th on the esteemed Underworld list. The Underworld list is a compilation of cultivators within the city of Undersea, collaboratively established by various sects to better supervise their disciples' cultivation. Only 10 cultivators are acknowledged on this list, representing the pinnacle of strength among all practitioners in Undersea. Annually, there exists an opportunity for challenge, wherein 10 cultivators are selected from the secondary ranks to contest the 10 on the Underworld list. Success in these challenges yields significant rewards from all major sects, presenting a tremendous opportunity. However, achieving a place on the Underworld list requires exceptional skill, and successes in these challenges are rare. The highest number of successful challengers in a single year has been merely 5. As this year's challenge approached, Teru, being the 10th on the Underworld list, arrived early. He intended to explore Undersea City with his junior sister, always Sora, the daughter of the sect's leader, Soten Getsu. Should he manage to win her favor, both his senior and second brothers would undoubtedly bow to him, allowing him access to the supreme secrets of the Eastern Dawn. With this ambition in mind, Teru set off with always Sora, and despite the lurking dangers of the seas, they were accompanied by esteemed seniors from the sect who ensured their safe arrival at Undersea City. Upon reaching the city, Teru guided always Sora through its streets, while their accompanying seniors proceeded to the Eastern Dawn's quarters within the city. Having previously interacted with Lu Xing, another individual of the Underworld list, Teru had developed a camaraderie with him. He learned that Lu Xing had also come to Undersea City and decided to pay a visit, only to find Lu Xing unconscious, accompanied by the frigid presence of Feng Lu. Understanding that both Feng Lu and Lu Xing were heirs to significant sects, Teru perceived this as an opportunity. If he aided Lu Xing and Feng Lu in eliminating Do Tian, he could secure substantial support for his own ambitions within the Eastern Dawn. Thus, he inquired about Do Tian's whereabouts from Feng Lu and hastily made his way there. Upon entering, Teru beheld the trio described by Feng Lu. Do Tian was joyfully indulging in food fed to him by Xianyuan Fian, which left Teru momentarily stunned. He attempted to engage Do Tian in conversation, but received no response. Koizumi's harsh words were intended to provoke Do Tian and gauge his strength. However, he was unprepared for the revelation that one of the stunning women beside Do Tian possessed strength surpassing the transcendent realm, effortlessly overpowering Koizumi. In alarm, he shouted for them to cease. "Who do you believe you are? Stop when I say so," he asserted, his demeanor lacking the requisite respect. However, upon directing his gaze toward always Sora, his attitude shifted dramatically. If the enchanting Aoi were to speak, it would certainly be a different matter altogether. Xianyuan Linglong, observing from across the way, was nearly rendered speechless by this remarkable change in expression. What a fickle character he was. Aoi Sora's name was all too familiar to Do Tian. Across the earth, the esteemed teacher was renowned, her reputation known to children of 10 and elders of 60 alike. A household name and a trademark of fame. It was no surprise that her name had even reached the ancient continent, stirring a tempest of emotions within him. Yet, this Aoi Sora seemed rather reticent, having maintained a serene silence since her arrival, her eyes reflecting an unfathomable depth, seemingly indifferent to Do Tian's attempts at conversation. Undeterred by his lack of success, Do Tian chose not to resort to violence and instructed Xianyuan Fian to cease her actions. "Speak. What brings you here? If there's nothing of consequence, kindly refrain from disrupting our meal." At that moment, Koizumi limped over to Nichihiro, his gaze filled with animosity directed at Do Tian. Upon catching sight of Xianyuan Fian, he trembled in fear, having been thoroughly intimidated by her earlier assault. Nichihiro's initial probing plan had been thrown into disarray, leaving him somewhat taken aback, yet his purpose remained steadfast. It was evident, however, that now was not the time to act. The recent confrontation between Koizumi and Xianyuan Fian had attracted the attention of numerous high-level cultivators who were now encroaching upon them. "I have come merely to deliver a message. To preserve your life, you must participate in the underworld ranking competition. At that time, you shall challenge me," Nichihiro intoned, his voice chilling as he wore his pristine white kimono, his pallid complexion accentuating the foreboding atmosphere. With that, he turned and departed. Do Tian was momentarily taken aback by the implications of this kimono-clad beauty's words. Did his striking appearance truly overwhelm her to such an extent? Chapter 42. Ancient ink. As the three from the Eastern Isles departed, Do Tian chuckled to himself. How intriguing it was that so many events could unfold within this seemingly insignificant realm of Huaxia. It appeared he needed to stretch his limbs, for only through such exertion could his strength swiftly grow. The secret technique he practiced, the fighting character secret method, was the supreme art of the Nine Secret Clan, distinguished by its internal and external divisions, categorized into 3 tiers and 9 transformations. These tiers encompassed the Fighting Saint art, Fighting Divine art, and Fighting Supreme art, with their corresponding external methods being the Fighting Saint method, Fighting Divine method, and Fighting Supreme method. The former could transform mundane arts, the latter could manifest divine powers, while the lattermost could embody the laws of heaven and earth, rendering it an extraordinary secret. Yet, the lineage of the 9 secret methods had endured through the ages. Originating before the primordial era, Do Tian's branch, however, had lost much of its completeness, retaining only the initial tier, with the latter 2 merely referenced in ancient texts. Had the methods been intact, the 9 secret clan would undoubtedly dominate the ancient continent, instilling fear throughout the celestial realm. The 9 secret methods are said to comprise 9 distinct forms, each representing an evolution of a principle, showcasing varied powers. For instance, the weapon character method relies on weapons as an aid, allowing one to cultivate through the refinement of arms, ultimately transforming oneself into a weapon of immeasurable might. The essence of the Duziju is distinct. The character Do signifies combat. The progression of the Duziju is achieved through continuous battles, breaking through limitations and transcending the earthly realm to ascend to the heavenly domain. In ancient times, only the first tier of the Duziju remained, known as the Dozhanshinjue, which is divided into 3 transformations. The first transformation, Xiantian Gua, the second transformation, Wuni Tian, and the third transformation, Suizong Qiong. On the ancient continent, it stood as an unparalleled force. Presently, Do Tian's power is nearing the realm of the first transformation, Xiantian Gua. Given time, he is confident in his ability to break through in the coming days. However, time waits for no one, and a few foolish individuals have disrupted his plans, provoking a wry smile from him. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you, he mused, unafraid of any adversary in battle. In a vague sense, the warrior blood within Do Tian surged once more. A millennium ago, he had sung triumphantly, refining himself through combat, and in merely a few years, he had ascended to the realm of Wuni. This was nothing short of a miracle, a true legend. Now, despite his diminished strength, he remains undeterred, confident in his ability to reclaim his former legendary status. Moreover, the changes within him bolster his self-assurance, and he eagerly anticipates his return to legendary heights. Girl, hurry and eat. After your meal, go find your father. If the spots are taken, I shall suffer greatly, Do Tian instructed, releasing the hypnotic hold on Xianyuan Fian. Not even glancing at her, his expression remarkably normal as he urged Xianyuan Linglong to eat quickly. All right. Xianyuan Linglong observed that after the departure of the 3 from the Eastern Japan faction, Do Tian seemed to possess something more, though she could not discern what it was. At that moment, Xianyuan Fian awoke, her expression filled with confusion as she began to eat. Suddenly, Xianyuan Fian's body weakened, collapsing into Do Tian's embrace. Startled, she sensed that her energy had been drastically drained, as if she had just endured a fierce battle. Struggling to rise, she grasped a firm object, only to realize she had fallen into the arms of that rogue and was inadvertently touching a rather inappropriate part of him. Xianyuan Fian was on the verge of losing her composure, quickly retracting her hand, her cheeks flushed as she attempted to distance herself from Do Tian. However, due to her weakened state, she found herself sitting abruptly on the ground. Ancient Tian, you lecherous rogue, what have you done to me? I shall kill you. Do Tian's face also reddened. Fian's earlier grasp had nearly elicited a moan from him. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. Responding to her accusations, he feigned innocence. Yanzi, you cannot blame me. It was you who insisted on wagering with me. These are merely the aftereffects of our bet, not my fault. And you, upon awakening, take advantage of the situation. How shameless. His expression was one of deep grievance, as if he bore the weight of the world. Xianyuan Linglong, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter, incredulously gazing at Do Tian. Is this still a person? His audacity knows no bounds. Uncle, one cannot behave like this, Xianyuan Linglong cautioned. Yet, she underestimated Do Tian's shamelessness. He interrupted her, proclaiming, little girl, I know you mean to say that your brother is too lenient and should have severely reprimanded Yanzi during her hypnosis. However, I assure you, I am not that kind of person. I hold no grudges against Yanzi. You need not defend me. I am perfectly fine. Xianyuan Linglong felt dizzy. The audacity of Do Tian was simply beyond comprehension. Fine, she decided to remain silent and simply focus on her meal. Xianyuan Fei Yin struggled to rise. Her heart jolted upon hearing Do Tian's words. She scrutinized him, only to see his face brimming with loyalty, devoid of any hint of deceit. Could it be that she had misjudged him? Nevertheless, she steeled herself, determined not to apologize. Upon realizing that he had successfully hoodwinked Xin Yuan Fei Yin, Do Tian refrained from mentioning previous matters. Nodding, he began to elucidate the principles of hypnosis, leaving Xin Yuan Fei Yin utterly astonished. She was amazed by the existence of such wondrous techniques. However, a sense of displeasure welled up within her. Do Tian was clearly leading her into a trap while she naively believed she was gaining a significant advantage, despite her anger upon uncovering the truth. Xin Yuan Fei Yin did not retract her agreement to overlook past grievances with Do Tian. The three of them then commenced their meal. Though Xin Yuan Fei Yin was so fatigued that she lacked the strength to even grasp her chopsticks, proving to be quite a nuisance, Do Tian, not one to hesitate, produced a medicinal pill for her to consume, restoring her strength. Xin Yuan Fei Yin was well aware of the pill's rarity and did not wish to accept it without offering something in return. She decided to gift Do Tian a small, fire-red bow, albeit rusted and ordinary. Do Tian accepted the bow without hesitation, lowering his head to eat. Yet he was astonished to realize that they had exchanged weapons. Could it be that fortune was finally favoring him? After their meal, the trio exited the tavern and, under Do Tian's guidance, made their way towards the training grounds. As they passed a weapon shop, Do Tian unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure, the man who had previously stood beside Xin Yuan Long, now perusing swords within the shop. It was Uncle Guillermo. Fei Yin. It's Uncle Guillermo, Xin Yuan Ling Long exclaimed, recognizing the figure and joyfully running over. Do Tian glanced back at Xin Yuan Fei Yin. Noticing a tender expression in her eyes, her cheeks flushed. Hey, Yanzi, you can't do this to me. I'm feeling jealous, he lamented. Mind your own business. It has nothing to do with you, Xin Yuan Fei Yin retorted, ignoring him completely as she sauntered towards the weapon shop, her demeanor sweet and affectionate. Do Tian, feeling despondent, sighed and hastily followed, determined to uncover the identity of this unexpected rival. Princess Fei Yin. Princess Ling Long, is that truly you? How is this possible? How did you escape? Do Tian heard the exclamation upon entering the shop. It seemed they were indeed acquainted. Gumo's name was notable, yet it paled in comparison to his own. He thought self-indulgently, approaching Gumo with a handshake. Hello, handsome. I am Gu Tian. And these two beauties are ones I rescued from several black-clad figures. Do you know them? Don't be too surprised. I secretly knocked them out to save them. Do Tian said, feigning embarrassment as he tugged at Xin Yuan Ling Long's hand for confirmation. Indeed, I am deeply grateful to Brother Guitian. Let us move to a more suitable location for conversation and express our thanks to Brother Guitian properly later. Guillermo glanced around, noting no one was paying attention to them, and lowered his voice to speak. Do Tian was aware that this was a critical moment and did not continue with Guillermo, releasing his grip and following him instead. Behind them, Xin Yuan Ling Long and Xin Yuan Fian held hands, trailing in front of Do Tian. This was Do Tian's idea. He wished to inquire of Xin Yuan Ling Long about her confidence in navigating the platform. Guillermo led Do Tian to a tavern not far from the martial arts arena, owned by the royal family for the entertainment of nobles. At present, many patrons had gone to the arena, leaving the tavern relatively empty, with only a few individuals present who greeted Guillermo upon his entrance. Greetings, Commander Gu. Who is this? As Guillermo departed to find Xin Yuan Long, Do Tian, Xin Yuan Ling Long, and Xin Yuan Fian ushered the remaining trio into a grand hall adorned with golden splendor and intricate carvings, exuding opulence and strength. Where have the two princesses gone? The emperor has been mentioning you daily, and we are quite worried for his sake, spoke the trio, who were quite charming with their words. One was named Hua Fei, another Hua Hu, and the last Huan, all three being scions of the Hua family, assigned to serve as deputy commanders in Gu Mos city guard. In his absence, they held the highest authority. On this occasion, Xin Yuan Long had allowed them to accompany him. Come here, young lady, I have something to discuss with you. Do Tian led the girl outside to a large tree, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, behaving as if he were engaging in some clandestine affair. Uncle, what is it? Why the secrecy? Couldn't we discuss it inside? Xin Yuan Ling Long inquired, her large eyes filled with curiosity. Once assured of their privacy, Do Tian placed his hands on Xin Yuan Ling Long's shoulders, adopting a serious expression. Dear girl, I implore you for a favor of great importance to me. You must assist me, and in the future, I shall repay you handsomely. Xin Yuan Ling Long, now even more perplexed, touched Do Tian's forehead, finding it cool to the touch, and concluding he was not feverish. Uncle, what is it? If I can help, I shall certainly do so. Please tell me, are you certain this is not just due to your own folly? Do Tian felt a wave of dizziness. How could she hold such a low opinion of him? After all, he was once invincible in his prime. And could she not offer him a word of encouragement to lift his spirits? Dizziness aside, the matter had to be addressed. Xianyuan Linglong assured Dou Tian that as long as Dou Tian was not afraid of a beating, securing a place was no issue, considering it a reward for his care over her these past days. However, Dou Tian shamelessly declared that he would prefer not to compete, yet he still desired the spiritual stone. Upon learning this, Xianyuan Fian felt an urge to strike him, having never encountered such audacity. I don't know, a group of masked figures. And there were a few with skulls embroidered on their garments. Quite frightening indeed. Skulls. Xianyuan Long's body trembled. He had suspected all along that the Tang King had indeed established a connection with the underworld, indicating that his situation was truly dire. The underworld, an invincible force from the west, was a perilous abyss indeed. Understood, father. Rest assured, I shall ensure that justice is served for you, declared Xianyuan Long. His resolve firm as he clenched his fists. He ceased further inquiries and affectionately tousled Xianyuan Linglong's hair. Turning to Dou Tian, he nodded appreciatively. I am grateful for your life-saving intervention. Should you desire any form of recompense, do not hesitate to speak. I shall endeavor to fulfill your wishes. Dou Tian smiled. It is precisely the sentiment I sought. Your Majesty, please do not speak so modestly. In truth, rescuing the two princesses was merely a spontaneous act. I could not bear to witness outsiders meddling in our eastern affairs. It was but a trifling matter, so there is no need for excessive gratitude. Xianyuan Long remained skeptical of Dou Tian's claims. A mere coincidence? You managed to dispatch members of the Hell's faction, adorned with skull insignias, so effortlessly? One would think our own people would be just as easily dealt with, he thought, suspecting Dou Tian was concealing deeper truths. Yet, as the other party chose to remain silent, he refrained from pressing further. Nevertheless, he was not one to withhold rewards. Father, Uncle Gu Tian has expressed his desire to represent our Huaxia nation against Grandpa Tang's warriors. Please grant him this request, Xianyuan Linglong interjected. Sensing the underlying current in the conversation, Dou Tian remained silent, while Xianyuan Linglong, with a playful demeanor, continued, please agree to him. Xianyuan Long's gaze sharpened, suspicion creeping in as he regarded Dou Tian. Could this fellow be a spy for King Tang, scheming to undermine their combat strength for an easy victory? He began to scrutinize Dou Tian's expressions, but after 10 minutes, he abandoned his observations. Dou Tian's inscrutable demeanor, with that persistent smile, unnerved him. Surely, this individual must harbor some peculiarities. Engage in a spar with Gu Mo, Xianyuan Long proposed, seeking to gauge Dou Tian's prowess. Xianyuan Fian observed him with keen interest. Despite spending considerable time with this rogue, she remained unclear about his capabilities, having never witnessed his skills firsthand. This was an opportune moment to assess his strength while also admiring the elegance of Gu Mo. She had long harbored feelings for Gu Mo. Yet he was already enamored with another, leaving her feeling despondent. Nonetheless, she resolved not to surrender hope, believing that her own exceptional qualities would eventually earn his recognition. Xianyuan Fian gazed at Gu Mo, her expression one of infatuation. Dou Tian, feeling slighted, thought, this young lady is utterly heartless. After all I have done. Will she not even cheer for her brother? Uncle, I can no longer assist you. It's up to you to demonstrate your strength. This is a competition, not a game. You shall have to manage on your own, Xianyuan Linglong said, pulling Xianyuan Long closer and presenting a sword she had pilfered from him to Dou Tian. Brother, this is Father's weapon. I borrowed it for you. Please, take it and ensure you emerge victorious. Perhaps it is best to refrain from wielding a sword here. Moreover, I am not well versed in swordplay. I am but a humble individual. I shall rely on my fists instead, Dou Tian replied, returning the sword to Xianyuan Long. He then respectfully clasped his fists towards Gu Mo, signaling his intent to engage. Together, they made their way to a small training arena within the courtyard. Xianyuan Long was taken aback. Dou Tian's actions were indeed peculiar. He had never prohibited him from using the sword, yet Dou Tian had willingly relinquished it. For a moment, he found himself perplexed by Dou Tian's conduct. In the hazy atmosphere, a palpable aura emanated from Dou Tian, leaving Xianyuan Long with a vague sense of intrigue. A mere insignificant character? How amusing. Yinzi, must you express such profound affection? I find myself consumed by jealousy. This truly feels like a blow to my pride. I assure you, I still possess considerable charm, at least not inferior to the current presence of Gu Mo. Consider this. I would take responsibility for you. Xianyuan Fian recalled Dou Tian's words, her body trembling slightly. She glanced around, relieved to find no one paying her any mind before focusing back on Dou Tian. If you remain silent, I might mistake you for mere air. Your jealousy is of no concern to me. Honestly, I eagerly await the sight of you battered and bruised by Gu Mo. I would gladly applaud such a spectacle. By the way, you may be handsome, but in my eyes, you resemble a cricket's charm. Should you wish to take responsibility, it would require you to ascend to immortality and enlighten me. Otherwise, perhaps in the next life. Xian Yuan Linglong remarked quietly, clearly dismissive of Do Tian. Shall we begin? Gu Mo appeared impatient to commence. Of course, proceed as you wish. I am unconcerned. Do Tian assumed a stance, leaning forward as if intending to grapple with Gu Mo. In Xian Yuan Fian's eyes, Do Tian's movements resembled those of a simpleton, employing such cliche maneuvers as if he were wrestling. Gu Mo was momentarily taken aback by Do Tian's antics but quickly regained his composure. Following Xian Yuan Long's orders, he would not be lenient. He would confront Do Tian with his utmost strength. Gu Mo unleashed a series of family combination punches, infused with spiritual energy, directed towards Do Tian's chest. Do Tian did not budge. Just as the fist approached, he executed the Qianlong step, evading the blow, albeit in a rather disheveled manner. Is this the extent of your prowess? Xian Yuan Fian scoffed, her disdain evident. Do Tian, drenched in sweat, stood poised for Gu Mo's next assault. Eager to gauge the extent of Gu Mo's strength. His current predicament was merely an act. He possessed the formidable power of innate perfection, rendering ordinary transcendent practitioners wholly inadequate opponents. Such a disappointing uncle, reduced to this state of disarray, it seems his prospects are grim. Despite Xian Yuan Linglong's high hopes for Do Tian, she could not help but sigh at this moment. Perhaps her initial impression had been misguided. His earlier display of combat had merely awakened the dormant power within him. He remained a novice cultivator, after all. Shaking her head with a sigh, she continued to observe the match. Gu Mo, keenly attuned to Do Tian's movements, launched another attack, this time with increased intensity, accelerating his speed fivefold. In an instant, he was upon Do Tian, delivering a punch aimed at his chest, the spiritual energy radiating outward in a menacing aura. Do Tian, still refraining from using his full strength, executed the Qianlong step with rapid precision, retreating and continuously shifting positions, ultimately dissipating Gu Mo's strike entirely. Xian Yuan Long took note of this, recognizing Do Tian's peculiar footwork as he consistently evaded Gu Mo's assaults. He signaled for Gu Mo to unleash his full power against Do Tian, eager to see how he would respond. Should Do Tian evade once more, the match would be declared over. His footwork had already proven itself worthy of acknowledgement. This is the most advanced martial art within his family, possessing immense power and being quite renowned among the practitioner families of Huaxia. As the fist was unleashed, a vague outline of a human head began to emerge, enveloping the surrounding space. The sound of air being sliced was incessant, hinting at the formidable strength behind it. The indistinct head surged forward, locking onto Do Tian, as if to say, no more evasion. Xian Yuan Fei Yin sensed the might of the immovable King's fist and believed that Do Tian was destined to fail, unable to withstand Gu Mo's impending strike. A smile unconsciously forming at the corner of his lips. Chapter 45. Offending someone, yet in the next moment, her expression froze, for Do Tian's body suddenly accelerated, slipping through the gaps under Gu Mo's influence with even greater elegance than before. This maneuver not only left Xian Yuan Fei Yin stunned, but also moved Xian Yuan Long. He was well aware of Gu Mo's prowess. Any innate master would surely be outpaced in terms of speed and explosive force. With the support he had received, Gu Mo had attained the innate level and, without the Qinglei sword, would undoubtedly not be inferior to any ordinary transcendent practitioner. Was Do Tian truly at the mid-transcendent level? However, upon probing with his spiritual energy, he discovered that the opponent's realm was merely innate, with no fluctuations of spiritual energy within. A wave of astonishment washed over him. Could it be the efficacy of that footwork? If an innate practitioner could evade using such footwork, it must be of a high grade, possibly even a sacred level. The thought of someone possessing sacred footwork unsettled him. What on earth was Do Tian's origin? After the initial shock, Gu Mo did not hesitate. Since Xian Yuan Long had not signaled him to cease, he should continue the battle. However, just as he made his move, Xian Yuan Long called out for his assistance. Gu Mo stepped down. Gu Tian has passed the assessment. Huan, Hua Hu, prepare dinner. We shall all dine together today. With still some time to spare, Xian Yuan Long led the way out to the training grounds to observe the selection matches. Do Tian chuckled, casting a glance down from the training arena and nodding. Xian Yuan Long was indeed clever. Though Do Tian had no substantial background, his actions served as a tantalizing prelude, designed precisely to pique Xian Yuan Long's curiosity and facilitate his future endeavors. As Xian Yuan Long prepared to leave, Do Tian leapt down from the training ground and called out to him, "Your Majesty, isn't there a reward for participating in the competition? Shouldn't I receive one as well?" Isn't equality for all the principle here? I do not ask for too much. As for Guo, he is merely a busy individual, a minor character. Why would he choose to make an enemy of me? Do Tian regarded the extraordinarily handsome Guo with considerable hostility, thinking, how dare you covet what belongs to me? I have already shown restraint in not giving you a thorough beating. Do you still wish for more? Do you think I am your sparring partner? At your beck and call? How naive. Xin Yuan Ling Long joyfully ran up to Do Tian, wrapping her arms around his. Uncle, you're so amazing. I knew you were the best. Let's go watch the match and not disturb Sister Fei Yin and Uncle Guo. There are so many delicious treats ahead. The young girl, astute and perceptive, could easily discern the intentions of Xin Yuan Fian. She often playfully teased Xin Yuan Fian, suggesting they engage in merriment together. Now that Guo and Xin Yuan Fian had finally crossed paths, how could she not facilitate an opportunity for them? Why leave? They are conversing. Must we vacate the premises? What sort of rule is this? If anyone should depart, it ought to be them. Linglong, you should just go. The air here is refreshing and conducive to breathing. Do Tian, visibly irritated by Linglong's remarks, stood his ground defiantly. Guo observed in astonishment, bewildered by Do Tian's brazen demeanor. He cast a cold glance at Do Tian and chose to walk away in silence. Uncle, what are you doing? Look, you've upset Uncle Guo honestly. Do you harbor feelings for Sister Fian? Linglong twisted a piece of Do Tian's flesh, expressing her displeasure. Do Tian winced, nearly brought to tears, and promptly pleaded for mercy. Little girl, why not to bully their elder brother like this? Did I not mention that the air is fresh and invigorating? It is not that I wish to leave. It is merely his pettiness. He cannot blame me. An excuse. I perceive your intentions towards Sister Fian. You dare not confess. Linglong holds you in contempt. As Do Tian gazed at Xin Yuan Fian's departing figure, he found himself momentarily stunned. What was happening to him? He had scarcely interacted with Xin Yuan Fian. What could have prompted such a reaction? Had he, perhaps, developed feelings of affection? Linglong's words stirred confusion within him. How could he be consumed by such emotions over someone he had only met a few times? Do Tian did not linger long and soon exited the tavern, following Xin Yuan Fian's silhouette as they ascended to the martial arena. At that moment, the silent old monk and Zhang Yuanji, seated among the judges, were taken aback upon seeing Do Tian. When they noticed Xin Yuan Long greeting Do Tian, their astonishment deepened. Had Do Tian been accepted by Xin Yuan Long? This promised to be an intriguing turn of events. Meanwhile, Lu Haodong, positioned furthest to the right, regarded Do Tian with a look of pity, sighing inwardly that Do Tian had chosen to provoke Lu Xing. It seemed unlikely that he would witness Do Tian's selection of a prestigious sect. The news of Lu Xing's injuries had already reached the skilled practitioners within the heavenly palace of Minghai City, prompting an investigation into Do Tian. Once they unraveled the truth, Do Tian's fate would undoubtedly be grim. The judges exchanged sympathetic glances toward Do Tian. Do Tian, possessing keen awareness, swiftly sensed Lu Haodong's expression, a cold smirk forming within him as he pieced together the unfolding drama. Since Lu Xing had chosen to act so foolishly, let the confrontation begin. It had been too long since he last tasted the thrill of battle, and his fervor had dulled. As Xin Yuan Long and Lu Haodong watched the competition unfold, they occasionally whispered insights to one another, while Do Tian remained puzzled by the Taoist figure observing him with an ambiguous smile. It sent a shiver down his spine, yet he felt powerless to demand anything. After all, the gaze was directed at him, and he had no right to obstruct another's view. With a smile, Do Tian returned the gaze. Contemplating his own striking appearance, Xin Yuan Long introduced Lu Haodong, Wu Yin, and Zhang Yuanji to Do Tian during dinner. The moment the four recognized Do Tian, they found themselves increasingly aware of his extraordinary nature. Who exactly was this remarkable descendant? After dinner, Do Tian ventured out alone to investigate the matter of the underworld ranking. While he was indifferent to the threat posed by Ritaro, it was essential for him to comprehend the nuances of this peculiar city, Minghai. Such insights could only be truly grasped through first-hand experience. He set off towards the grandest tavern in Minghai City, known as the most exquisite building. The meaning of its name eluded Do Tian, but upon entering, he marveled at the opulent decor. It was indeed a fitting residence for the most luxurious establishment in Minghai, resembling a miniature estate with its numerous tables and chairs. The tavern was divided into several sections: the ordinary area for common folk, the VIP section for minor cultivators, and the elegant rooms reserved for those transcending the mortal realm. As for the intriguingly named first floor, it housed a highly secretive space, shrouded in mystery even to Do Tian's spiritual sense. Settling in the VIP area, Do Tian ordered some food and drink, realizing that he was quite hungry despite having just dined. In ancient China, taverns held significant importance. They served not only as resting places but also as hubs of information. Cultivators from various regions often congregated in taverns to share their experiences over light meals and drinks, inadvertently exchanging valuable intelligence. Consequently, major sects deployed cultivators to gather information within taverns, leading to the establishment of an organization known as the Intelligence Alliance. This alliance stationed agents in every tavern, collecting information to sell at high prices to those in need. Do Tian's purpose for visiting was to gather intelligence on the underworld ranking. He sought to learn which individuals had entered it, considering his own participation if it proved advantageous. As he recalled Ritaro, the image of Sora always in different gaze and ethereal presence flashed through his mind, a stark contrast to the earthly Sora he once knew. Nevertheless, Do Tian found himself drawn to the current version, whose cold demeanor exuded an ineffable allure, making her unforgettable. After his meal, Do Tian picked up a toothpick when he overheard a conversation about the recent arrival of demons in the east. The speakers recounted a tale of someone in a western town who had slain a demon with astonishing prowess. Do Tian remained silent, realizing that they were referring to him. This was not his primary concern, but the latter part of their discussion sent a jolt through him. The small town he had previously visited had been slaughtered, with no survivors. Startled, Do Tian stood up and approached the two men, taking a seat beside them. Two friends, greetings. What are you discussing? Let us share a drink together. For it is quite dreary to drink alone. Come, come, today the drinks are on me. Do Tian lifted his cup and retrieved a flask of exquisite wine he had acquired from Xinyuan Long, filling the cups of the two companions. The two, also generous souls, welcomed Do Tian without hesitation, offering him a seat. He raised the cup filled with the wine he had poured, taking a sip. What a fine wine! One of them exclaimed in admiration. The other followed suit, also praising the beverage, and their initial wariness towards Do Tian dissipated considerably. I overheard some of your previous conversation, but I am curious about the last statement you made. Did you say that the town was destroyed? That cannot be, for I recall it being perfectly well when I left. Do Tian seized the moment to inquire about the circumstances. You are unaware? That indicates you left early and narrowly escaped calamity. The town itself remains intact, but alas, not a single soul within survived. Even passing cultivators met a tragic end. Their heads crushed by an unseen force, the burly man on the left recounted. He had only witnessed the aftermath, fleeing in terror without daring to linger. Upon reaching this place, he had learned the details and, while sipping tea, felt compelled to share. The lean middle-aged man on the right nodded in agreement. He had been with the burly man and bore witness to the nightmarish scene, trembling as he recalled the shattered skulls. As if something had feasted upon them, truly a gruesome sight. Having obtained the information he sought, Do Tian set down the flask and produced two more. Distributing them to the two cultivators, this news was of utmost significance to him. The two men, taken aback by Do Tian's sudden generosity, accepted the offerings with hearty spirits, each eager to partake. I am Niobin. May I ask your name, my friend? You are exceedingly courteous. This wine is delightful, so I shall not stand on ceremony, said the burly man. What need is there for formality? This wine is meant to be enjoyed, especially in the company of good friends. It is far more flavorful with your presence, Do Tian replied without hesitation, raising his cup to toast with Niobin. The lean middle-aged man, however, remained reserved, exhibiting more caution than his jovial companion. I am Gu Tian. I hope you will keep me in mind for any good news in the future, he said, laughing. Indeed. Let us drink, responded Niobin, exuberant, draining his cup in one go, and soon he and Do Tian were deep in lively conversation, leaving the cautious middle-aged man somewhat sidelined. Niobin, are you aware of the Ming list in the city of Minghai? I have heard whispers of it, and am quite curious, Do Tian inquired, raising another cup in respect. Niobin, finishing his drink, replied, of course. This is common knowledge among many. How could you, Gu Tian, be unaware? You must be new to these parts. Do Tian nodded, picking up a piece of meat, chewing thoughtfully before swallowing. Indeed, I have only recently arrived from afar. Seeking knowledge, I found myself in this tavern, and it seems fate has brought me to you. Niobin, please, enlighten me further. There is no issue. The underworld ranking is merely a list established collectively by the various sects within the city of Minghai, designed to showcase the top 10 skilled practitioners surrounding Minghai City, serving as an inspiration for their disciples. When discussing the underworld ranking, two aspects capture the utmost attention: rewards and strength. The rewards, generously provided by several sects, are quite substantial, varying by level, with each rank practitioner receiving a different reward. As for strength, all individuals who appear on the list are among the most formidable young experts in the vicinity of Minghai City, possessing immense potential, which makes them highly sought after by various sects, propelling them towards rapid advancement. Consequently, the competition is fierce each year. Is it possible that Brother Gu Tian wishes to participate? Niu Ben inquired, gazing curiously at Do Tian. Perhaps, but are there any requirements for the underworld ranking? Do Tian responded casually. Niu Ben acknowledged, indeed, there are stipulations. Any participant in the underworld ranking must not exceed the age of 25, and during the competition, one may engage in unrestricted combat, even at the risk of death. Thus, the contest for the underworld ranking is exceedingly brutal, and those of lesser strength would be foolish to risk their lives. Niu Ben's words served as a caution for Do Tian to deliberate carefully. However, Do Tian appeared indifferent. Sensing a familiar aura approaching, he turned in astonishment, realizing that the world was indeed quite small, as he unexpectedly encountered them here. Chapter 47. Scorn. The visitors were none other than Ri-Teru, the second disciple of the Eastern Yamato sect from the depths of the underworld. Accompanied by the enigmatic Song Jingkong and a subordinate named Xiao Quan, they strode confidently into the most dazzling building and headed toward the elegant seating area. Located within the VIP section, the closest area to the entrance of the tavern was the VIP section where Do Tian was situated to reach the elegant seating. They had to traverse this path, which diverged into 3 routes leading to distinct areas. Do Tian mused to himself, what a small world. I never expected to encounter them so soon. He observed Song Jingkong's indifferent gaze and the ethereal aura emanating from the celestial maiden, stirring a sense of tranquility within him. Niu Ben, taken aback, looked at Do Tian and asked, Brother Gu Tian, do you know these 3? That is Ri-Teru, the final contender on the underworld ranking. Do Tian regained his composure and subtly nodded. I have met him once. It appears that Ri-Teru is indeed an expert on the underworld ranking, which explains his arrogance. Brother Niu, could you share more details about him? I would like to admire the legend of such a master. While Do Tian spoke, he inwardly held a sense of disdain, perceiving Ri-Teru as unsavory. His strength might be commendable, but regarding character, Do Tian could easily surmise that anyone associated with Lu Xing could not be of high moral standing. Niu Ben responded generously, ready to provide the requested information. On this day, Ri-Teru served as the second disciple of a medium-sized sect within the Mystic Sea, known as the Eastern Isles sect. This sect has a long-standing history, believed to have been founded by ancestors from the ancient Huaxian nation who ventured out to seek elixirs of immortality. They encountered fierce attacks from formidable aquatic practitioners, nearly facing total annihilation and losing contact with the mainland, which ultimately led to the establishment of the Eastern Isles sect. Ri-Teru possesses considerable strength, being at the latter stage of the transcendence phase, ranking quite well within the sect. Among the younger generation, aside from his elder brother, Xia Lu Fanjian, he stands as one of the most formidable figures, holding the 10th position on the Mystic rankings. Furthermore, he has remained unscathed in the recent competitions for the Mystic rankings, showcasing his exceptional prowess. Outwardly, he appears casual. However, beneath that facade lies a heart filled with malevolence. Having claimed the lives of countless individuals, it raises the question of how the Gu Tian brothers came to know him. After hearing Niu Ben's introduction, Do Tian gained some insight into Ri-Teru, chuckling lightly. Well, I suppose I will refrain. I only know the enchanting beauty by his side and the man dressed in gray with a bandage on his head. Song Jingkong? You actually know her? Niu Ben gazed at Do Tian in disbelief, skepticism evident in his eyes, causing Do Tian to feel somewhat uneasy. His acquaintance with Song Jingkong was merely a brief exchange of words. However, Do Tian would not retract his statement, embracing the facade he had constructed. He raised his chin confidently, declaring, of course, Niu Ben, do not underestimate me. With my striking appearance and charming demeanor, it is only natural for someone like Song Jingkong to want to know me. Gu Tian brother, you are truly talented. I admire you, Niu Ben responded, a teasing glint in his eye. Since you know the fairy Song Jingkong, why not summon her to join us for a drink? I could use a bit of your charm. Do Tian felt a twinge of guilt. That might not be appropriate. After all, it is not polite to disturb others. Let us enjoy our drinks in peace. It won't be a bother. Just call her over. It won't take much time. Niu Ben's smile grew broader. Having discerned Do Tian's hesitation, thus concluding that he was fabricating his story, Do Tian shot Niu Ben a speechless look. This hulking figure's laughter nearly obscured his eyes. It seemed that if he did not make the call, the surrounding tables would assume he was boasting. A reputation he was not accustomed to, especially in a tavern, a hub for gathering information. If his exaggerations were to be spread, his hard-earned reputation would be tarnished. Fine. I'll call her over, but what will you offer in return? Do Tian relented. What about this? As long as Gu Tian brother can summon the fairy Song Jingkong, this piece of century-old mysterious iron will be yours, Niu Ben proclaimed, producing an iron block, a crucial material for weapon crafting, and placing it on the table as a wager. Do Tian, in turn, retrieved a small piece of low-grade spirit stone and placed it on the table. Then I shall wager as well. Just wait and see. As Do Tian rose to his feet, Ritaro and his companions approached within 2 meters of him. Upon recognizing Do Tian, Ritaro momentarily froze, his expression swiftly contorting into one of anger. This was indeed a case of enemies crossing paths. The bandages on Koizumi had been applied by him personally, and he had broken countless bones in the process. The thought of confronting Do Tian here felt like fate's cruel jest. A cold smile crept across Ritaro's face. If fate had brought them together, perhaps he ought to take some action. Isn't this Gu Tian? What brings you to this tea house? Surely, you must be surprised to see us. Care to treat us to a drink? I have matters to discuss with you. Ritaro sneered, stepping closer with the intention of draping an arm around Do Tian's neck. However, Do Tian deftly sidestepped, causing Ritaro to stagger and nearly topple over the wine jug on the table. Ignoring Ritaro, Do Tian strode directly to the front of Aoi Sora. Miss Aoi. Or should I say, Celestial Aoi, might I have the honor of inviting you for a drink? Your beauty is such that it feels as though I have encountered a living deity. My admiration for you flows like the endless waters of the Yangtze, overwhelming like the floods of the Yellow River, a testament to the boundless energy that fills the cosmos, Do Tian proclaimed, almost feeling nauseated by his own words. He looked up to find Aoi Sora still indifferent, as if she hadn't heard a word. What a waste of breath that had been. Enough of the pleasantries. I have warned you before. If you harbor intentions to strike against me, I am always prepared. Yet now, you seek to instruct me? Aoi Sora remarked, her expression still aloof and her demeanor unearthly. Had you said so earlier, I wouldn't have wasted my breath, Do Tian thought, somewhat dazed by Aoi Sora's unusual forthrightness, which left him feeling slightly out of sorts. Nevertheless, he moved to extend an invitation. Aoi Sora merely glanced at him before walking toward the area where Nyo Bin was located. Upon reaching there, she poured herself a glass of wine and drank it in one swift motion before heading toward the private area. Remember, you owe me a favor. Aoi Sora's words echoed in Do Tian's mind. He was taken aback. Had she truly heard his boastful remarks? Had she willingly come to his aid? Could it be that his charm had indeed captivated this young lady? Ritaro's countenance soured. Aoi Sora was his, and he would not allow anyone else to intrude. As he eyed Do Tian, a murderous intent flickered in his heart. He retrieved a small vial from his storage ring, extracting a pill and handing it to the bandaged Koizumi. Take this, and you know what to do. He instructed before departing the VIP area and making his way toward the private room. Chapter 48. The calm before the storm. Koizumi swallowed the pill, remaining still for a moment before suddenly opening his eyes, which sparkled with astonishment. He raised his hand to examine it. He had miraculously recovered. Gu Tian, you are indeed my lucky star. In gratitude, you shall savor the pleasure of being tortured to death, Koizumi smirked coldly. Oh? Do Tian cast a nonchalant glance at Koizumi before dismissively replying, you are hardly worthy. Haha, you, a congenital waste, dare utter such words? I could easily take you down. Koizumi laughed heartily, as if he had heard the most amusing of jokes. With a disdainful glance, I observed the man named Nobin and the slender individual seated in the VIP area. What a character, indeed. One must ponder the caliber of individuals they associate with. To hell with it, I declared. Are you looking for a brawl? You remain utterly inept. After consuming the elixir, Xiaoqian's injuries had nearly healed, granting him considerable confidence. Typically, those who occupy the VIP section possess innate strength. What could they possibly fear? I regarded Do Tian with palpable contempt. How dare you label Lord Nyobin a fool? I'll have your head. With a single punch, the surrounding air seemed to solidify. Nyobin was enraged. After years in this realm, no one had dared insult him so brazenly. His immediate impulse was to retaliate. Xiaoqian's expression froze. Nyobin's power exceeded his expectations, sending tremors through his legs. How absurd. You possess such formidable strength, and yet choose to linger in the VIP area? Xiaoqian's calves quivered as he cast a glance at Ritaro, who was sipping tea, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama. A wry smile crossed Xiaoqian's face. I must apologize, Lord Nyobin. My earlier remarks were directed at Gu Tian, not you. Please, take a seat. This round of drinks is on me. His demeanor underwent a complete transformation, bowing and scraping like a sycophant. Absolutely, without a doubt. Do Tian, ever astute, recognized that Nyobin was no ordinary adversary. It was a test, a measure of their hidden potential. Xiaoqian personally poured wine for Nyobin, then stepped aside, refraining from further conversation. Redirecting his attention to Do Tian. You are fortunate to share company with Lord Nyobin, yet this does not disguise your inherent inadequacy. Gu Tian, you have offended someone you ought not to have. Should misfortune befall you, do not blame me. Do Tian smirked, his demeanor dripping with disdain. I've stated before that you are unworthy. Summon your master. Let us see if he can measure up. The audacity of his words was striking. Xiaoqian, following Ri Teru's directive, launched a punch with remarkable speed, sure that Do Tian, beneath the innate threshold, would be unable to evade it. Yet, Do Tian remained unfazed, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he watched the fist approach. Xiaoqian envisioned Do Tian's blood splattering, a grin splitting his face. At that moment, Do Tian moved, his body swaying and vanishing in an instant. With the agility of a dragon, he reappeared at Xiaoqian's side, delivering a blow to his chin. Crack. Now. That was splendid. Come, Niobin, let us see what you've got, Do Tian said, his expression a blend of amusement and challenge as he scrutinized Niobin. Yet he found himself thwarted. Niobin was a man of profound depth, impossible to decipher. Come on, let us see it. Gu Tian just broadened my horizons. It is indeed an honor to witness your prowess, Niobin. I must invite you to my home. You shall find unexpected delights awaiting you. Aware of Do Tian's scrutiny, Niobin chose not to conceal his intentions any longer, casting a meaningful glance in Do Tian's direction. What do you know? Do Tian's expression turned icy, his gaze fixed intently on Niobin. The conversation shifted as they decided to indulge in some drinks. Skinny one, are you keeping an eye on the reporter? Speak up. One remarked, while tossing half a bottle of liquor to the lean figure. Niobin clinked glasses with Do Tian. Niobin made it abundantly clear that if one wished to uncover the truth, they should visit his family. Observing Niobin's innocent smile, Do Tian felt a sense of relief. It was rare to encounter families acquainted with the lineage of Qianlong. It was likely a clan with ancient roots. Possessing knowledge of matters from primordial times, perhaps a journey was in order. Very well, I shall seize the opportunity, Do Tian replied, raising his glass. After the meal and drinks, Niobin departed with the slender youth, leaving an address for Do Tian, inviting him to visit when convenient. Do Tian cautiously exited the luxurious tower. Didn't I warn you not to be too arrogant? Now look where it has led you, Song Jingkong remarked coolly, observing the disdain on Xiao Quan's face before she left the luxurious tower. Second brother, I wish to participate in the selection contest hosted by Xianyuan Long. Please assist me with the registration, one young woman said. If you wish to meet Gu Tian, I suggest you head to Tang Wang's side. That's where you'll have the chance to confront him, replied Ritaro, who had noted Do Tian's entry into Xianyuan Long's ranks. Understanding Song Jingkong's intentions, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. It was time to take action against the Eastern Japan faction, and this was merely the beginning. Very well. I shall go with Tang Wang. Please assist me with the registration. When is your Mingbang competition? I will bring my senior brother along to witness it, she continued. Ritaro's senior brother had never participated in the Mingbang competition, thus no preparation was needed. Song Jingkong shared a closer bond with him than with Ritaro, which was partly the reason for Ritaro's resentment towards his senior brother. Tang Wang, merely a small player. Do you genuinely believe you can claim the Middle Kingdom? In the end, you won't even know how you met your demise, Song Jingkong warned. Do not blame me. It is your ignorance of choices that has led you here. You shall serve as the spark for the turmoil in the Eastern Japan faction. Ritaro dragged Xiao Quan out of the luxurious tower. Upon reaching a secluded spot, he did not even spare a glance at her. Gathering his spiritual energy, a lion mark manifested, reducing her to ashes. Useless waste. Consider it a catalyst for dealing with Do Tian, he mused. Chapter 49. Framing the Eastern Japan faction's residence was adorned with ancient architecture, lush foliage, and expansive courtyards dotted with ponds and rockeries, resembling a tranquil park. Surrounding the ponds were the living quarters for the sect's members. As night fell, the entire compound was bathed in moonlight, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Ritaro entered through the main gate, his face a mask of frost. The doorman immediately approached, sensing the tension in Ritaro's demeanor, and dared not utter a word. He quickly ushered him inside. Once Ritaro departed, the doorman straightened up. Within the Eastern Japan faction, Ritaro held a position of considerable authority. His wrath was feared more than that of the senior brother. Anyone who provoked him faced dire consequences, which were often tragic. Today, with Ritaro's grim expression, it was evident he had encountered some misfortune, and thus the doorman remained utterly silent. The Grand Elder, an elderly man clad in a golden kimono, spoke earnestly, prompting a fellow elder in a silver kimono to express concern regarding the matter of Nichitaro. Among the four elders, this particular individual held significant influence, seemingly linked to the Xianyuan family of Huaxia. Should we not first consult with the Xianyuan family to see if they might offer an apology? Nichitaro feigned anxiety, his expression betraying a hint of unease. The four elders were no fools. Upon hearing the name Xianyuan, they instantly fell silent. Fully aware that the Xianyuan family was protected by a formidable lineage, one they dared not provoke. A palpable chill enveloped the atmosphere. Caught off guard by the mere mention of a family name, Nichitaro was taken aback, unaware of the Xianyuan family's formidable connections, and was surprised to see the once furious expressions of the elders transform into mutual silence. Pray tell, what extraordinary abilities does this individual possess? Or what special ties does he have with the Xianyuan family? Let us assess the situation further. The Grand Elder sighed with a sense of helplessness and shook his head. But, Elder, what significance does the Xianyuan family hold? Why do you all appear so perturbed? Nichitaro could not contain his curiosity. However, the three elders refrained from divulging the reason, simply urging him to elaborate on the relationship between this individual and the Xianyuan family. It appears that this person is a talent selected by Xianyuan Long and has previously participated in the Xianyuan Long competition, seemingly acquainted with both Xianyuan Linglong and Xianyuan Fian. Though the depth of their connection remains uncertain, Nichitaro spoke candidly, unable to comprehend the elder's apprehension towards the Xianyuan family, his mind swirling with questions. It seems prudent to investigate the origins of the Xianyuan family. This newly recruited contender turns out to be merely a hired hand of the Xianyuan family. Worry not, Nichitaro. Leave this to us. I shall ensure he visits our Eastern Japanese faction personally, and at that time, he shall find it impossible to leave. A sinister expression crept across the Grand Elder's face, causing Nichitaro to feel a twinge of guilt. He nodded and fell silent, satisfied that he had achieved his objective, and prepared to depart. The four elders lamented the untimely demise of Koizumi, too unjustly treated. I shall bury him now. I bid you farewell. He turned to leave. What are your thoughts on this matter? Is Nichitaro deceiving us? The master has warned that he may be blinded by power, potentially bringing great calamity to the Eastern Japanese faction. Should we trust his words? The elder in silver expressed his concerns. Let us observe for now, ensuring Nichitaro remains unsuspecting. I am eager to see just how much turmoil this fish can stir. Do you not see that this presents an opportunity for us? If Nichitaro truly intends to undermine the Eastern Japanese faction, chaos will surely ensue, allowing us to unveil his schemes. We would emerge as saviors, and the Eastern Japanese faction would then have no choice but to heed our commands. The Grand Elder laughed heartily. Indeed, it is a profound strategy, a masterstroke of thought. We shall proceed with this plan. Fourth Elder, you were tasked with visiting the Xianyuan family's training grounds to ascertain the origins and strength of this individual. The Elder in silver concurred. Second Elder, let us not rush. We shall observe the developments. I have heard that the girl Akiyo is set to participate in this competition. If we do not afford him this opportunity, would it not be rather inappropriate? Haha. Let him test the waters first. The outcome will soon become clear. The elder brother's words resonate profoundly. Thus, we shall proceed as he suggests, allowing that girl Akiyo to participate first before making a final decision. The four elders from the eastern realms convened, deliberating until they reached a consensus. They entrusted the task to the fourth elder while the others began to mobilize. Fully aware that this could escalate into a formidable tempest, they were thoroughly prepared. Meanwhile, our protagonist, Do Tian, was blissfully indulging in a bath, serenely singing a joyful tune. He found himself in the luxurious establishment of Xianyuan Long, where every amenity was exquisitely catered to him, leading him to lament how it was no wonder that Emperor Tang aspired to the throne, given the plethora of pleasures available. Suddenly, he recalled Xianyuan Fian, and an unsettling agitation stirred within him, a fiery emotion igniting in his heart. His eyes gradually transformed into a blood-red hue as he licked his lips. Rising from the water, donning his garments, and stepping out of the room, uncertain whether the other party was asleep, he presumed she might be bathing, thus decided to proceed without hesitation. An aura of malevolence emanated from Do Tian as he approached Xianyuan Fian's chamber. Ah, it's Uncle Gu Tian. Why is he wandering about at this late hour? Xianyuan Linglong pondered, unable to sleep, and upon seeing Do Tian exiting, her curiosity compelled her to follow. Chapter 50. Untitled. Xianyuan Linglong trailed Do Tian, discovering to her astonishment that he was heading towards Xianyuan Fian's room, which piqued her curiosity further. What could he possibly intend to do? Do Tian halted before Xianyuan Fian's door, refraining from knocking. With a leap, he ascended to the rooftop. Linglong's confusion deepened. If he was not seeking her elder sister Fian, what could Uncle Gu Tian possibly be doing that required him to ascend a roof? Oh, I shall inquire with Uncle Guimo. He should have the answers. The human body is a wondrous entity, harboring infinite secrets. Do Tian was fortunate. His physique had been refined by a unique treasure bestowed upon him by his father, transforming him into something extraordinary, akin to a moving treasure. His father, a prodigious talent, was unparalleled in history. Do recalled that in his youth, his father had single-handedly faced 5 formidable masters with ease, leaving the four others utterly defenseless. As Do Tian matured, his father, Do seldom revealed his prowess, yet when he did, it was with monumental force, leaving even the most skilled practitioners in despair. Reflecting upon his own journey, he realized he was merely beginning to compete for a place among the heavens, a chasm of disparity separating him from his father. Yet, he could not comprehend why Do sought to end his life. What hidden truths lay beneath this enmity? As the innate energy coursed through him, Do Tian employed the techniques of his past to compress this primordial essence. The energy intensified, and he sensed something amiss. Despite his efforts to condense and transform it into spiritual power, the compression yielded unexpected results. The innate essence did not cease its influx into Do Tian's body. Reluctantly, he continued to compress, striving endlessly. However, it is merely a matter of exerting oneself further. The spiritual energy has already been transformed, and its essence is now equivalent to the innate aura from before. Yet, the innate vital energy has not diminished. It continues to surge in, and fortunately, Do Tian's meridians have received tremendous reinforcement within the white jade pool. Even though the innate aura flows incessantly, he still does not feel fully replenished. What is this? Is it not yet over? It is nearly midnight. Do Tian felt vexed, although he was not absorbing the innate essence from the external world. His body was suffused with spiritual energy, far surpassing the innate aura by several fold. This energy continually transformed, gradually condensing into a river of spiritual power that coursed through Do Tian's meridians, eliciting soft groans of pleasure from him. However, this involuntary sound startled Xinyuan Fian, who was indeed bathing at the time. Hearing the commotion, she hastily leaped from the bath, donning a thin nightgown before rushing out. Since ancient times, individuals whose spiritual power has undergone a transformation have been able to cultivate at a significantly accelerated pace and more readily unleash their greatest potential. This phenomenon arises from their heightened awareness of the surrounding energies, allowing them to swiftly absorb strength for their cultivation, naturally putting them ahead of others. Do Tian's current condition exemplifies this reality. Thus, the training of one's spiritual power is essential for certain practitioners, possessing a consciousness that transcends ordinary abilities. Do Tian was unafraid of losing control as he began to compress the spiritual energy within him. Yet, at that moment, Xianyuan Linglong leapt onto the rooftop. And upon discovering Do Tian's groans, her fury ignited. In her mind, Do Tian was an unrepentant lecher. Now, on the rooftop, his moans could only signify unspeakable deeds, causing her chest to heave with anger. Fortunately, Do Tian was focused inward, compressing his spiritual power, unaware of Xianyuan Fian's presence. Otherwise, he could have lost control entirely. However, ignorance bred danger. Xianyuan Fian was unconcerned with Do Tian's actions. His inexplicable presence on her rooftop, coupled with his ghastly sounds, triggered unsettling thoughts, leaving her increasingly uncomfortable. Lecher! Scoundrel! You wretch! Perish! In a fit of rage, Xianyuan Fian unleashed an attack, executing the dragon striking technique. Her spiritual energy filling the space as others became alert and emerged from their rooms. She swiftly approached Do Tian, the technique impacting him and sending him flying into the woods behind the house. Xianyuan Fian was relentless, pursuing him with the intent to kill. This lecher was utterly detestable. Having repeatedly offended her, he deserved to be torn into 18 pieces. As Do Tian sensed the impending attack from Xianyuan Fian, he was focused on compressing his spiritual energy and did not anticipate an assault. Realizing too late that danger was upon him, his body was struck violently. The energy within him erupted chaotically, and blood spewed from his mouth as he fell into the woods behind the house, sustaining grave injuries. The suppressed desires within him surged forth instantaneously. Struggling to rise, he gazed at the approaching Xianyuan Fian, a bloodthirsty smile flickering in his eyes. Desire Dan amplifies the inner cravings without restraint. Do Tian, caught off guard by Xianyuan Fian's sudden strike, shattered the previously balanced aura, rendering even the demonic breastbone incapable of immediate suppression. The insatiable desire erupted forth. Chapter 51. The menacing aura in the royal garden, where every detail is meticulously curated. A small forest lies behind the tavern, lush with bamboo leaves, teeming with vitality. Xianyuan Fian soared directly into the forest and spotted Do Tian, who stood motionless, seemingly awaiting her arrival. You lecherous scoundrel, what are you staring at? You must perish today. After repeatedly offending this princess, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. What will you do about it? Your words hold no weight, little girl. I have merely been granting you opportunities. If I wished to do as I pleased. Do you truly believe you would find yourself in this predicament today? What I intend to convey is that this was merely an accident. You still have time to withdraw, or else bear the consequences. Dou Tian's countenance was sinister, his eyes a blood-red hue, leaving Xianyuan Fian momentarily dazed. Today, Dou Tian seemed markedly different. His words laden with a dangerous undertone that incited a desire to flee. Yet, his words ignited a fierce anger within her. How could he claim it was a misunderstanding? Who would believe such a blatant lie? You have consistently provoked me, yet now you seek to argue? Very well, I shall dispense with idle chatter. I have proclaimed that you must descend into hell today, or it shall be my demise. Xianyuan Fian drew forth her weapon, a low-grade spiritual weapon. A crimson whip crafted from the hide of a demon beast, a rare treasure indeed. As she lashed the whip, her spiritual energy surged, howling towards Dou Tian's head. Dou Tian merely shook his head, surrendering to his awakened desires. Constant suppression was unsustainable. Thus, influenced by his cravings, a wicked thought emerged, and he found himself smiling involuntarily. With a swift motion, Dou Tian ascended into the air, reaching for the approaching crimson whip. However, Xianyuan Fian would not grant him such satisfaction. She intensified the force of her whip, striking Dou Tian's wrist and drawing forth a crimson line of blood. With that, she retracted her whip and retreated. Upon landing, Dou Tian examined the wound on his wrist, the red glow in his eyes intensifying. He licked the wound with a smirk, exuding an aura of malevolence. Upon witnessing that smile, Xianyuan Fian's first thought was, "You brought this upon yourself, yet you remain unwilling. If you possess the courage, come forth. Otherwise, you shall find no opportunity." Xianyuan Fian swung her whip once more, channeling her spiritual energy, and a golden divine dragon's roar erupted. The whip transformed into a dragon, its head lunging towards Dou Tian's hand. "Let us see how you evade this." Xianyuan Fian chuckled with pride. However, her amusement quickly froze as Dou Tian's figure vanished in an instant. She looked around, unable to find him. Suddenly, a heavy presence filled the air. Xianyuan Fian seemed to grasp something, her head snapping upwards. Dou Tian loomed above her, still sporting that wicked smile, now accompanied by an ominous aura, resembling a predator poised to strike. In that moment, she contemplated escape, but it was too late. Dou Tian would not allow it. "This is what you sought for yourself. Choose to bear my desires, then." With a flick of his fingers, Dou Tian conjured a martial arts cage, channeling the newly evolved spiritual energy into it, leaving Xianyuan Fian with no chance to resist. Dou Tian's desires surged forth, awakening a portion of his power. Although it was not as formidable as before, it was certainly sufficient to deal with someone like Xianyuan Fian. "Pervert, what do you intend to do? Release this princess at once, or you shall regret it." Xianyuan Fian cried out in panic, sensing that this incarnation of Dou Tian was vastly different from the one she had known. While he had always been somewhat lascivious and shameless, never had he displayed such bloodthirstiness. His raw desires radiated in a way that made Xianyuan Fian feel utterly exposed. "Haha, go ahead and scream, little girl. We are leaving now, so spare your breath. No one will know where you have gone." Dou Tian, with the subdued Xianyuan Fian in tow, exited the tavern, moving stealthily, leaving no trace behind. It was only after their departure that Xianyuan Long arrived at Xianyuan Fian's doorstep. Noticing the arrival of Chiffon, he approached to greet him and inquire about the situation. Chiffon, possessing extraordinary prowess, had sensed Dou Tian's actions for some time and revealed everything he had witnessed to Xianyuan Long without reservation. "Ah, it appears Fian has erred. Senior Chiffon, what do you believe Gu Tian will do to Fian? Given his background, you would do well to cultivate a good relationship with him. That is my counsel. Gu Tian is no ordinary individual, and I shall refrain from elaborating further." With that, Shenfeng vanished from sight. Xianyuan Long nodded, having felt the fluctuations earlier. They were undoubtedly no less than that of a late-stage transcendent. It was indeed peculiar for someone to conceal their background so adeptly. "Whoever can treat me like that, I shall marry," the young girl declared, raising her fist defiantly before darting back to her room. The following day, Dou Tian returned, invigorated and with a rosy complexion. Upon entering the tavern, he discovered Xianyuan Long and others dining and unceremoniously joined their table. His appetite had been remarkable over the past few days, and he devoured the meal voraciously, leaving his companions in astonishment until he finally set down his chopsticks, having polished off the entire spread. Feeling the gazes of those around him, Dou Tian wiped his mouth sheepishly. "I was so hungry. This food is exquisite. Is there more?" The others were left dumbfounded. After all, he had consumed the entire table's worth of food. Was he still not satiated? Xianyuan Long, wishing to recruit Dou Tian for his own purposes, could not allow him to go hungry. He ordered another table of food to be brought, and this time, everyone hesitated to eat, fearful that Dou Tian would finish it all once again. As it turned out, their caution was well-founded, for Dou Tian indeed cleared another table. likely eliciting looks of bewilderment from those around him. Once Dou Tian had satisfied his hunger, Xian Yuanlong finally posed his question, Gu Tian, where is Fian? Did you not leave together? I did not. I had a stomach upset in the middle of the night and went out alone. You must be mistaken, Dou Tian replied, looking at Xian Yuanlong with confusion, unsure of the basis for his inquiry. Chapter 52. The legendary family. Truly, there is nothing amiss, the emperor asserted. Why do you say otherwise? I was genuinely troubled by an upset stomach in the dead of night, and the disappearance of Xian Yuanfian has nothing to do with me. What do you mean by this? Do you suspect me of wrongdoing? Speaking of which, where is Xian Yuanfian? Let him emerge for a confrontation. Dou Tian declared with unwavering confidence, lacking even the slightest hesitation. However, even Xin Feng, who had been calmly sipping tea, furrowed his brow in concern, intently scrutinizing Dou Tian, seeking some indication of guilt, yet finding nothing. Dou Tian felt perplexed, for he had indeed done nothing wrong. What was Xian Yuanlong truly implying? He cast a questioning glance at Xian Yuanlong. Xian Yuanlong's brow furrowed deeper, his face flushed with anger, on the verge of erupting, but was restrained by Xin Feng. Xin Feng approached Dou Tian and inquired, have you truly not seen Xian Yuanfian? What? That girl was taken by me. How could that be? I assure you, I did not abduct her. You must be mistaken, Dou Tian exclaimed, leaping to his feet. How could I, Dou Tian, commit such an act? Besides, I have no particular interest in that girl. Do not think for a moment that I will spare you. We witnessed you taking her. Your current denial is unacceptable. I demand an explanation, or you shall not leave this place, Xian Yuanlong threatened, his eyes filled with fury. Dou Tian felt a chill in his heart as he met Xian Yuanlong's wrathful gaze, his expression growing cold. Is this a threat? Indeed, it is a threat. Reveal Fian's whereabouts, and we may refrain from taking further action against you. Otherwise, you will not leave here today. Even if I must employ the soul-searching technique, I will uncover the truth, Xian Yuanlong declared, his fists clenched, determination etched across his face. He gestured for Gu Mo to approach. Gu Mo stepped beside Xian Yuanlong, his eyes narrowing as he regarded Dou Tian, a surge of battle fervor igniting within him. He had not fully satisfied his desire for combat during their previous sparring session, and today might present another opportunity. I assure you, there is nothing to reveal. If you resort to force, I cannot be held responsible for your impulsiveness, Dou Tian retorted, wiping his lips and placing his hands behind his back. It seems you truly intend to remain silent. Very well, Xin Feng, if you would kindly step aside. I must ascertain the whereabouts of my niece. I hope you will not interfere, Gu Mo stated, stepping forward at Xian Yuanlong's behest, ready to strike. Xin Feng's eyes were inscrutable as he regarded Dou Tian, saying nothing to impede him, allowing Gu Mo to approach while whispering a few words to Xian Yuanlong, which seemed to improve his demeanor. Gu Mo, act decisively, do not hold back. Capture him alive. I wish to delve into his memories, Xian Yuanlong commanded. Understood. Gu Mo replied, swiftly closing the distance to Dou Tian and launching a punch without hesitation, adhering strictly to Xian Yuanlong's orders. Your Majesty, I must remind you, Gu Tian's strength far exceeds that of young Gu Mo. You might wish to consider how this will conclude. I have sensed Fian's presence. She is in Xian Yuanlinglong's chamber. It appears we have greatly misunderstood the situation, Xin Feng cautioned, noting the aura of Xian Yuanfian and feeling astonished as he realized her unexpected presence in Xian Yuanlinglong's room. How could this be possible, Senior Xin Feng? You witnessed it yesterday. Gu Tian indeed left Yanzi City. At that moment, we chose not to pursue him, believing that Gu Tian would not harm Yanzi, allowing him to depart unimpeded. Yet now he denies it. My actions were justified. Besides you, who else saw Gu Tian take away Xian Yuanfian? If Gu Tian refuses to acknowledge it, we are left powerless. He Quan Dou Tian's words ring true. He has not seen Xian Yuanfian, and that is a fact. Xian Yuanlong found himself at a loss for words, yet he could not afford to lose face. Stubbornly maintaining his stance, what I witnessed is the truth. I am determined to confront Gu Tian. Senior Xin Feng, let this matter rest for now. We shall await the outcome. Dou Tian's origins also warrant investigation, and this presents a perfect opportunity to delve deeper. Very well, I too wish to uncover Gu Tian's background. Yet an unsettling feeling lingers within me, as if something significant is about to transpire. Do not dwell on it. At best, he is merely a late-stage cultivator of the transcendent realm, someone we can manage. Now, let us observe. Xian Yuanlong instructed Huawen to summon Xian Yuanlinglong without disclosing the purpose. You are framing me. I have stated time and again that I did not abduct anyone. Gu Mo, if you take action, I shall not hold back. Gu Mo snorted coldly and unleashed another punch, the air whooshing around him. You claim there was no abduction, yet the Emperor's judgment shall prevail. Today, We shall determine our strengths, Gu Tian. Prepare yourself. So, you wish to unveil my secrets? Xin Yuanfian is clearly within this tavern, yet you continue to accuse me. Very well, let us compete and see the true prowess of Gu Tian. Do Tian's demeanor transformed. He no longer bore anger, but wore a smile, leaving the onlookers astonished. This individual is truly unpredictable. Could he possibly be unhinged? It appears you possess great confidence. Let us see who emerges victorious. Gu Mo persisted in his attacks, probing Do Tian, who skillfully evaded, never allowing Gu Mo to land a blow. Consequently, he unleashed the Chang Ling sword technique, directing it with his fingers. The azure spiritual energy swirled and surged towards Do Tian, causing the atmosphere to grow oppressive. Well executed. Do Tian maintained his smile, remaining stationary. His eyes narrowing as his fingers gracefully glided through the air, initiating an evolution. Below the martial arena, Xian Yuanlong's expression shifted as he beheld Do Tian's transformations. The technique he manifested was none other than the Bo Long art. Indeed, Do Tian had evolved into the Bo Long art, a technique from the Xian Yuan family that he had intended to showcase during the competition, now revealed unexpectedly. It seems that unpredictability reigns supreme. Chapter 53. The Enigma. Xian Yuanlong stood dumbfounded. Was this not a secret art of his own family? To witness it manifested in Gu Tian was nothing short of absurd. The very idea of an unfamiliar youth possessing the techniques of his lineage left him bewildered. Perhaps? Xian Yuanlong's body trembled as a thought crossed his mind, an ancient legend recorded in the forbidden archives of the Huaxia kingdom. Yet, few were privy to this knowledge. And Xian Yuanlong had stumbled upon it by chance, his heart filled with uncertainty. Could it be that he is indeed a member of that family? In a moment of contemplation, Do Tian had already unleashed the dragon battle technique, summoning a magnificent golden dragon that soared through the sky with imposing grandeur. Unlike the dragon imagined by Xian Yuan, Do Tian's divine dragon was born from the evolution of combat prowess, requiring minimal spiritual energy, rather. It drew upon the ambient spiritual essence to continually enhance its power. This bore a certain resemblance to Zhang Yuanji's 9-character mantra. The dragon would not dissipate easily unless it was struck by an opponent or Do Tian himself exhausted his spiritual energy. Of course, should the opponent's might greatly surpass Do Tian's, it could indeed extinguish him. Immovable King Fist. Ancient Mo was struck with astonishment. This sudden display of power from Gu Tian had caught him utterly unprepared. He had presumed Do Tian to be merely an innate master, only to realize that Do Tian was now wielding spiritual energy of a magnitude beyond his comprehension. In an instant, he executed a flawed technique and immediately regretted it. The dragon's spiritual force far exceeded his own. Before his fist could even reach Do Tian, he was sent flying, tumbling through the air before crashing down to the ground of the martial arena. Nonetheless, being a transcendent master, he summoned his azure spirit sword, which gracefully flipped in midair before landing on the ground, albeit in a rather disheveled manner. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, indicating the severity of his injuries. Humph, the battle is far from over. Come at me. I wish for you to witness the consequences of provoking my wrath. Do not assume that I am easily bullied just because I am alone, Do Tian proclaimed with a beaming smile, devoid of any trace of anger. Yet his words were resolute. Don't be too arrogant. Let us go again. Ancient Mo was not one to concede easily. Armed with his azure spirit sword, he was fully capable of standing his ground as a mid-transcendence master. After spitting out blood, he returned to the arena. Very well, let us continue. Do Tian expressed his admiration for Ancient Mo. In ancient times, individuals like him were considered remarkable youths, a rarity in the present day. Any cultivator aspiring to greatness must possess an indomitable spirit. Azure Spirit Sword Technique, Ancient Mo declared, yet Do Tian found it still lacking in maturity. I do not mean to belittle you, but with your level of skill, how could that little girl, Yanzi, possibly be enamored with you? Just look at me. I am far more handsome. His foolishness was evident. Ah, women, such peculiar creatures, Do Tian sighed as he stood opposite Ancient Mo. He dismissed the opponent's attacks effortlessly, with the golden dragon effortlessly neutralizing them and forcing Ancient Mo to retreat. Do not misinterpret. How could Princess Fian ever fancy a commoner like myself? Is this some divine jest? Ancient Mo retorted, Humph, your strength is insufficient. Prepare for my next strike. Let us see how you fare against this. He shouted, channeling all his spiritual energy into his sword. Azure Pine striking heaven, as Ancient Mo unleashed his full spiritual force. A vast spiritual pine tree materialized in the air, its leaves swaying as they flew towards Do Tian. Do Tian stood bewildered. What was this? The Azure Spirit Sword technique had evolved into something extraordinary, truly a marvel of creation. He had engaged in a sparring match with the youth from the Dragon Valley eons ago, seemingly employing a similar sword technique. That young man had mastered it to perfection, far surpassing his own clumsy attempts. Although Detian was unaware of the precise incantation, he possessed the ability to transform anything through the art of combat. A mere finger pointed at his opponent, and the golden dragon twisted in the air, dissipating into ethereal motes of spiritual energy. Detian then began to conjure the Azure Spirit Sword technique, entirely mirroring the young man's moves from millennia past. The spiritual energy reconfigured itself, not forming a mere orb, but rather a dragon-shaped azure pine, transcending the essence of a simple pine tree, becoming a dragon composed of azure pine. With a roar, the azure pine dragon soared through the air, its jaws agape as it unleashed a torrent of energy towards Guemo, moving with astonishing speed. In a single snap, it bit off half of the tree trunk, and with another swift motion, it consumed the remnants. Undeterred, it charged toward Guemo, while Detian revealed a cold smirk from a distance. The azure pine dragon accelerated, poised to strike. "Stop!" Gu Tian cried, but Detian appeared oblivious to the warnings from Xianyuan Long and Xin Feng, commanding the azure pine dragon onward as it opened its jaws wide. "Cease this at once, or I will hold you accountable should anything happen to Guemo." Gu Tian's initially cold demeanor transformed into a beaming smile, relishing the thought that he had orchestrated this predicament. How foolish of her. He had long sensed the approach of Xianyuan Linglong and Xianyuan Fian, fully aware that this was merely a tactic to draw Xianyuan Fian into the fray. "Oh, my beloved swallows. You emerged just in time. I nearly met my end at the hands of your uncle. Now that you are here, my innocence is restored." The feeling of being wrongfully accused is truly unpleasant. To prevent Detian from being untrustworthy, Xianyuan Fian flew directly between Detian and Guemo, nearly stumbling upon landing. Her face bore a fleeting expression of pain and dissatisfaction. "Withdraw your attack. It was my fault for taking offense at your presence. All this mischief was solely my doing. Do as you wish." She added, "Remember, during the competition, I will be there. Xianyuan Long know this. I am not afraid of you. Rather, I am merely granting Linglong some consideration and choosing not to hold you accountable. What a bore this is. I shall seek solace in drink." Xianyuan Long observed Detian's retreating figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. He was certain that Detian belonged to that particular family, for only they possessed such peculiar abilities. "Your Majesty, have you discerned the origins of Gu Tian? Why the sigh?" Xin Feng inquired, puzzled as he regarded the path Detian had taken. Xianyuan Long ascended to the martial arena, leaving Xin Feng, who was filled with confusion, and the somewhat numb Hua and Hua Hu behind. Chapter 54. I am Yi Chi. Xianyuan Long tidied up the aftermath, while Guemo emerged unscathed, instead gaining a wealth of knowledge. He understood that Detian had no intention of killing him. The azure pine dragon that had approached him bore no intent to harm, a sentiment only he could perceive. Xianyuan Linglong supported Xianyuan Fian as they departed. Without exchanging a word with Xianyuan Long, Xianyuan Fian appeared exceedingly frail, struggling even to walk. Xianyuan Long wished to inquire, yet upon seeing Xianyuan Fian's expression, he found himself momentarily stunned, unable to decipher the meaning behind her gaze. "Your Majesty, it seems the situation is more complex than it appears. Xianyuan Fian has evidently suffered some form of distress, yet she does not exhibit overt signs of it, instead exuding profound sorrow. Alas, I have overstepped. This is a matter of your own household, and you must decide for yourself. Let us conclude our discussion for today and proceed with the selection process, as time is of the essence." Listening to Xin Feng's words, Xianyuan Long nodded resolutely. Casting a glance at the departing Xianyuan Fian, he instructed Huaman to attend to her needs, ensuring that her requirements would be met. Together, Xianyuan Long, Guemo, and Xin Feng exited the tavern and made their way to the martial arts arena, which was already teeming with spectators upon their arrival. Standing in the arena, Xianyuan Long surveyed the crowd and sensed several formidable auras, nodding in acknowledgement before declaring the commencement of the day's competition. Meanwhile, our protagonist, Do Tian, found himself ensnared in trouble. The moment he exited the royal tavern, he became the target of scrutiny. After a considerable effort utilizing the stealthy dragon technique to elude his pursuers, he encountered a nemesis, Lu Xing, who was shadowed by an elderly man with a shock of white hair and pronounced temples, exuding a potent aura. Do Tian inwardly lamented his misfortune. He was mistakenly pursued, and now he faced a bitter adversary with whom he had an unresolved conflict. "Ah, what a coincidence. You, my dear fellow, have finally chosen to show yourself. Let us see where you intend to flee today, for it is my intent to see you meet your demise," Lu Xing proclaimed, having recognized Do Tian's visage, regardless of any disguises. "Oh, is that not Lu Xiao? What brings you here on such a blustery day? Come now, let us embrace. There is no need for such ire. As you can see, I did not instigate our previous encounter. It was not my hand that struck. I was merely acting under another's command. You cannot hold me accountable for that, Do Tian replied with a broad smile, casually draping an arm over Lu Xing's shoulder in jest. Lu Xing took a moment to register Do Tian's actions, only to recoil in alarm upon realizing he was being embraced. What the hell? You creep. I have no interest in your advances. Did you not see my uncle? Kill him. Do Tian, feeling unjustly accused, observed Lu Xing's reaction with a sense of indignation and involuntary amusement, while Lu Xing, horrified, hurriedly retreated, retching in disgust. Lu Wu, harboring a sense of disdain, thought to himself, why did you not mention this sooner? Witnessing Do Tian's plight, his eyes brimmed with sympathy. Do not blame me, young man. You crossed paths with this affluent and powerful figure. Rest assured, I will look after your family. Esteemed elder, oh no, my lord, greetings to you. It is apparent that you have aged considerably. Witnessing the efficacy of my hypnosis, I, Do Tian, acted decisively, swiftly retreating to safety. It is no jest. This is a significant figure, one who has never encountered a rival of my caliber before. Engaging him would be tantamount to courting death. Young one, you possess some skill. Yet it is ultimately futile. Your mental fortitude is commendable, but your actual prowess is lacking. The impact you could have on me is negligible. I had initially contemplated leaving you in a state of dismemberment, but it seems that such measures are unnecessary now. What are you even saying, my lord? Who do you think you are that I could possibly compare to you? However, should you choose to end my life, it would bring you considerable trouble. I am currently the son-in-law of the Xianyuan family, and to speak frankly, Xianyuan Fian is already under my protection. Should you take my life? They will not let this transgression slide. It would be unwise to offend the Xianyuan family for the sake of Lu Xing, a man of power and wealth. In this perilous moment, Do Tian found it necessary to leverage the reputation of the Xianyuan family. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the Heavenly Palace is a formidable sect, one that does not regard a mere family like the Xianyuan with much respect, as they possess the strength to contend with the forces that back them. Thus, Do Tian's fate is indeed grim, with no escape in sight. Lu Wu is unwilling to engage in idle banter with Do Tian. Meanwhile, Lu Xing lay buried in the earth, unaware of his fate, and Lu Wu needed to check if he was indeed dead or if he had been killed instead. As luck would have it, a figure appeared in this scene, a youth clad in a blue casual outfit, complete with denim trousers, which left Do Tian utterly astonished. Who might this be? A time traveler, or perhaps an extraterrestrial? The newcomer sported a broad smile, exuding an air of mischief. With long black hair cascading down his shoulders and a handsome visage that would surely captivate countless young hearts, he sauntered into the alley, retrieving a cubic box from his pocket, approaching Do Tian and Lu Wu. From within, he extracted two cylindrical objects, which Do Tian discovered to be cigarettes. Gentlemen, the world ought to develop in harmony. Violence and bloodshed are mere illusions. Let us smoke and temper our tempers. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the one and only genius, Yi Qi, though you may also call me Shao Qi. Chapter 55. The staff Lu Wu and Do Tian exchanged glances, contemplating the cigarettes in their hands, feeling as though the world had become utterly insane. Who are you? Young one, to meddle in our affairs? Lu Wu demanded, crushing the cigarette in his grip, glaring at the unexpected guest. Yi Qi, the dashing youth, lit the cigarette and took a deep drag, exhaling a cloud of smoke while smiling at Lu Wu. Elder, no need to be so agitated. Let this go. Your words carry no weight, and you speak as if you were an emperor. I have no desire for further bloodshed. It would be best for you to leave. I will not hold you accountable for your intrusion. Lu Wu smiled bitterly in his fury, observing Yi Qi as if he were an ignorant child unaware of the world's complexities. Elder, violence does not suit you. It would be wise for you to depart. Or I may not be so courteous. Just look at me, so youthful. While you have lived a long life, engaging in combat would not favor you. Yi Qi was not angered. Instead, he chuckled softly, raising the sleeves of his garment to reveal arms more delicate than a woman's. Beside him, Do Tian stood utterly transfixed. He had considered himself sufficiently self-absorbed and brash, yet in comparison to this youth named Yi Qi, he felt like a mere novice. Observing Yi Qi with his spiritual sense, he was astonished to find not a trace of power emanating from him. In response to Do Tian's scrutiny, Yi Qi merely smiled at him. Not bad, little panda. This is my limited edition. I only have this one box. Yi Qi took a cigarette from Do Tian, flicked off the ash, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a smoke ring. Hey, buddy, to be honest, you seem like an alien. Do you even know who this guy is? You should really leave. I wouldn't want to drag you into this. And thank you for the cigarette. It's really nice. I haven't tea smoked in ages, and it's quite a surprise to have one before I meet my end. Do Tian, adhering to his principles, felt it unnecessary to involve others in his affairs. To him, Yuchi was merely a newcomer, likely caught in the old man's sights. Oblivious to the danger he faced. "You're right, you should go. I don't intend to make things difficult for you," Lu Wu interjected. He felt no significant anger towards Yiqi's words, simply perceiving them as those of a naive child. "Why leave? There are experts fighting here. I want to watch. Who knows, I might gain some insight. You all continue your match. I'll take a look over there. Someone seems to be coming from that direction." Yiqi stepped away, heading toward Lu Xing and pulling him out of the fray. Lu Xing's face was flushed, his eyes rolling back in his head. After being yanked out, he stumbled and finally regained his senses. Upon seeing Yiqi's handsome visage, a twinge of jealousy stirred within him. "Thank goodness you're all right. Here, buddy, have a smoke. Let us watch the experts duel." Yiqi offered a cigarette to Lu Xing before settling down on a flower bed, smoking while glancing at Do Tian and Lu Wu in the distance. Do Tian shook his head in silent exasperation. He found Yiqi to be an odd character. "Whatever. I'll focus on finding a way to escape this predicament." With Lu Xing unharmed, Lu Wu felt considerably relieved and turned his attention fully to Do Tian. In a flash, Do Tian made his move, employing the hidden dragon step to deliver an attack, testing Lu Wu's strength. A mere trick, Lu Wu thought, surprised by Do Tian's technique. The footwork was undeniably sophisticated, yet it lacked maturity, and Do Tian's abilities were insufficient to manifest its true potential. Lu Wu's body shifted, leaving behind a fleeting shadow, and Do Tian was sent hurtling away from his original attack. The narrow alley was quite enclosed, bordered by walls with only a few flower beds present. Do Tian collided with the wall upon being flung out, instantly feeling the impact. Cough, cough. Do Tian rose from the ground, a weight of gravity settling in his heart. The old man's strength was simply monstrous. His speed and power far exceeded Do Tian's own by an unimaginable margin. How could he possibly fight back? Was he truly destined to meet his demise? Do Tian was not one to resign easily. "Damn it, today is just not my day. It seems like without my secret weapon, there is no hope for survival." Spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body trembling slightly as he bitterly chuckled to himself. It seems that the more one fears something, the more likely it is to occur. Damn it, the effects of the desire pill are about to take hold again. It appears that every time I excessively utilize my spiritual energy, I disrupt the equilibrium of power within me, allowing the desire pill to gain the upper hand. No matter what I do, it is futile. Today, I shall entertain this young lad for a while. Let whatever secrets you possess reveal themselves. I am curious to see what you truly hold. Lu Wu, somewhat unconcerned, felt secure in his strength. Nothing could alter the reality of his power. With Lu Xing unharmed, it was a good opportunity for him to stretch his limbs. "Very well. Let us put it to the test. As you wish. The weapon, my old companion, it is your time to shine." Lu Wu was puzzled as to what this weapon could be. When Do Tian revealed it, he stumbled back in disbelief. What kind of weapon is this? It resembles a mere firewood stick. The absurdity of its name infuriated him. Young people these days are truly becoming more and more unsophisticated. Lu Wu shook his head. "Let us see your prowess. Can this dark, unassuming object truly be deemed a weapon? It seems I have overestimated you. You, old man, are merely speaking without understanding. Given your age, you have long been out of touch with the current era. Now, allow me to demonstrate the might of this firewood stick, which has not seen the light of day for millennia. You shall enjoy this spectacle." Do Tian moved, executing the subtle dragon step once more. However, unlike before, a blue spiritual energy dragon emerged beneath his feet, constantly shifting its position until it vanished from sight. Lu Wu was stunned. What is happening? Walking upon a blue dragon. Could this step be the subtle dragon step recorded in the heavenly texts? How is this possible? This young man's strength seems to have surged suddenly. Such mastery of the subtle dragon step can only be achieved by a true master. Do Tian wasted no time, and, executing the subtle dragon step, ascended into the air. He hurled the firewood stick upwards, employing a unique series of techniques. In no time, he completed the sequence, and the firewood stick began to tremble in the air. The black ash on its surface started to peel away. "Open!" Do Tian shouted one final time, and the firewood stick erupted in a blinding radiance, causing the atmosphere in the vicinity to become stifling. Knight 7, seated on a flower bed and smoking, nodded imperceptibly. The gray light in his eyes flickered before returning to normal, and he continued to smoke. Chapter 56. The Power of the Stars. Lu Wu was utterly astonished. This was unmistakably the aura that only high-level reverse weapons could emit. How could such a dark firewood stick be a reverse weapon? This is utterly insane. Thank you for the warning. However, I am not easily intimidated. After a brief moment of shock, Lu Wu regained his composure, just as Do Tian landed back down. The blue spiritual energy dragon beneath his feet remained intact. Old man, prepare to experience the might of this young man's attack. It will surely surprise you. Do Tian wielded the firewood stick as if it were a sword, channeling his control over the weapon and lunging towards Lu Wu. This strike represented the full extent of Do Tian's 10th level strength. He had now restored his power to that of a millennium ago, and his assault was terrifyingly formidable. Lu Wu sensed the fluctuations emanating from the fire stick, a feeling of alarm washing over him as he hesitated to confront it directly. Instead, he drew forth his weapon, a celestial sword, a weapon of counterattack, radiating a brilliant green light. Its formidable presence was undeniable, yet it paled in comparison to the earlier fire stick. Tianjia. Lu Wu had no choice but to exert himself, unleashing a technique known as Tianjia. The azure sword energy coalesced into crescent-shaped light barriers that extended towards the fire stick. Soon, the two forces collided, and Lu Wu realized he had underestimated the power of the fire stick and the might of Do Tian at that moment. The fire stick pierced through the azure crescent strike and advanced towards Lu Wu, causing his brows to twitch in alarm. Tianji, recognizing the urgency of the situation, Lu Wu decided to hold nothing back and unleashed a divine technique, one he had comprehended upon reaching the latter stages of martial reversal. This technique concentrated his strength into a singular point, unleashing tenfold power. However, it came at a significant cost, as he could only utilize it twice with his current strength. With no alternatives left, he invoked it. Clang. Lu Wu did not wait for Do Tian's retort, letting out a sigh that signaled the likely end of the confrontation. In a flash, he closed the distance to Do Tian, striking with his sword. From a distance, Yi Qi observed this scene and sighed, vanishing from his original position. Lu Xing, standing nearby, was left dumbfounded. Had he truly disappeared? What was happening? Clang. Elder, perhaps it is time to relent. This young friend has ties to me. Do not press him further. His strength is still insufficient, and I implore you to spare him this time. In the future, when his power is akin to yours, I shall ensure he engages in a friendly spar with you. Yi Qi interjected at this critical moment, deflecting Lu Wu's celestial sword with a mere flick of his finger. Wu Lao, this fellow can indeed vanish at will. He just did so, Lu Xing chimed in, hastily approaching. Directly disappear? Lu Wu echoed, increasingly agitated. The ability to vanish could stem from two possibilities. Either one possessed spatial spiritual power or had achieved an unparalleled level of strength. At present, he found himself unable to contend with either. The mere act of Yi Qi deflecting his sword had rendered him incapable of comparison, let alone the prospect of instantaneous disappearance. He felt entirely outmatched. Young Lu, what do you propose we do? Shall we still pursue his demise? Lu Wu sought Lu Xing's counsel. I believe the words of that brother hold some truth. It is improper to blame him for obeying his master's orders. The fault lies with that young lady, or rather, with that miss who played this just upon me. I acknowledge my own pettiness in this matter. Let it be. Wu Lao, you have already injured him. It would be prudent to compensate him for his medicinal resources, Lu Xing reflected, recalling Do Tian's acknowledgement of Xianyuan Fian as his own. Lu Wu rolled his eyes in exasperation. You were the one who urged me to act, and now you place the blame on me? Were it not for my grandfather's reputation, I would have dealt with you already. However, with the popularity of the matter becoming evident, he felt somewhat embarrassed to admit his lack. Reluctantly, he retrieved a pill from his storage ring and offered it to Yi Qi, who, however, did not accept it. Instead, she approached Do Tian, conjured a golden pill from thin air, and administered it to him. Subsequently, a surge of blue energy surged into Do Tian's body. After a brief examination, he stood up. Elder, you have also expended considerable energy and sustained some injuries. Please do not hesitate to accept this. I hope you will take good care of Gu Tian in the future. Yi Qi raised her hand, gestured a few times, and a blue crystal materialized, directly embedding itself into Lu Wu's body. Lu Wu, taken aback, attempted to evade it, only to find himself utterly immobilized, just as he was about to protest. A wave of comfort washed over him from within. Upon inspecting, he discovered that the blue crystal was steadily healing his wounds. Stellar energy? Lu Wu pondered, bewildered by the potency of such a force. Just as he was about to inquire further, he noticed Yi Qi had hoisted Do Tian onto her shoulder and vanished without a trace. Fifth Elder, I was not mistaken, was I? He truly can disappear. It seems we cannot afford to be adversaries with that individual in the future. Given his strength, he likely rivals that of my grandfather. We cannot provoke him. Lu Xing became notably serious. I saw it too. But, how did he make my celestial sword disappear as well? Chapter 57, Benefactor. I see ominous signs above your head. With Lu Wu's expression reflecting his speechlessness, this ordeal concluded. He couldn't shake the image of Yi Qi's innocuous smile from his mind. It felt as though it was etched into his heart. With a sigh and a shake of his head, he departed, feeling less troubled. As Yi Qi's stellar energy had proven to be remarkably beneficial. After Lu Xing left, he sought out Feng Lu, of course, refraining from mentioning the incident. For someone of his stature would never divulge his embarrassing moments. Meanwhile, Yi Qi, having transported Do Tian, arrived at a tavern, remarkably. It was the most splendid establishment in the area. After exchanging greetings, she entered a private room, concealing Do Tian's body from others' view. Once inside, Do Tian was beginning to regain consciousness. Upon assessing the energy within him, he was astonished to find the turbulent force had been subdued. He opened his eyes to discover himself in an opulent chamber, further fueling his confusion. "You are awake. That is good. Come, let us go downstairs for tea," came a familiar voice as Do Tian regained his senses. He turned to see the unexpectedly present Yi Qi. A thought crossed his mind. Could she be the one who saved me? Yet, he sensed she possessed no strength. No, she must not be an ordinary person. Her calm demeanor in the face of Lu Xing indicated she was either exceptionally gifted or a true master. But how could such a young master exist? Cut it out. I am merely contemplating. Don't touch me. Be careful, or I might accuse you of ambush, Do Tian remarked. By the way, where exactly is this place? Is it your doing? Do Tian was a free-spirited individual. Once he comprehended the situation, he felt no need for restraint. The fact that she had not harmed him assured him of her benign intentions, dispelling any constraints he might have felt. Senior? Go to hell. According to age, I am still a senior. I remember reading a book on Earth about the elderly, and I consider myself of ancient caliber. Haha, splendid. My character is indeed reminiscent of my own. Come, let us indulge in a few drinks. Yi Qi pulled Do Tian out of the room and descended to the lower level. Do Tian quickly recognized that they were in the most dazzling building. Noticing the prominent divisions, they settled into a distinguished seating area. Observing the distant, perplexed gazes, it was evident that some had seen Do Tian before. Today, he occupied a seat in the elegant section, typically reserved for extraordinary masters. Among the onlookers were a few who lacked discernment. Upon seeing Do Tian seated with a remarkably handsome youth, they immediately devised a plan, for the youth exhibited not a trace of spiritual energy. In this illustrious establishment, there were rules permitting the reporting of those who occupied seats beyond their rank. If he could teach the youth a lesson, his own reputation would surely flourish. With this thought, a cultivator seated in the elegant area rose. He was a man in his 50s, possessing mid-level extraordinary strength, adorned in a striking brocade robe that radiated charisma. A captivating woman by his side made no effort to dissuade him, her gaze fixated on Do Tian in the distance. Yi Qi licked his lips, remarking on the handsome young man, sensing an impending romantic encounter for his sister. Look what you've stirred up, don't involve me in this. As Do Tian sensed someone approaching, he shamelessly turned his attention to Yi Qi. Oh, what do you mean? I see they suspect you. Weren't you seated in the VIP area yesterday? Now, here you are. They seek trouble with you. Just don't drag me into this. Honestly, why are you so polite? If they approach you, wouldn't that be beneficial? You might even have someone to converse with and alleviate your loneliness. Do Tian was taken aback by the incessant chatter of the other party, witnessing a level of pettiness and shamelessness he had never encountered before. Brother, I admit my wrongdoing. Please, spare me from further conversation. Am I guilty of some grave offense? Yi Qi regarded Do Tian with admiration, continuing, my dear, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but your manner of speaking is neither good nor bad. If you had my correct guidance, you could find your way. Listen, regarding the recent incident, you ought to conduct yourself like this. As Do Tian endured Yi Qi's incessant monologue, he felt himself nearing a breaking point. At that moment, the provocateur approached Do Tian. Without uttering a word, Do Tian seized his hand with fervor. Brother, you're a good man. You're truly wonderful. Are you here to teach me a lesson? Excellent. Let us step outside. I can hardly contain my eagerness. With that, Do Tian dragged the bewildered elder out swiftly. Yi Qi observed Do Tian's escape, a smile creeping across his lips. Youngster, you are far too inexperienced to challenge me. Ah, that lady over there is quite alluring. I have a keen interest in the beautiful. Without hesitation, Yi Qi approached the enchanting woman. My dear, I foresee ominous signs for you. Within 3 days, you shall encounter disaster. Come, allow me to divine your fate. Alas, handsome, how mischievous you were to openly tease me. The woman, upon seeing Yi Qi's arrival, displayed no fear. Instead, she cast a flirtatious glance in his direction. Bashfully, she remarked, Benefactor, do not slander me. I have said nothing. It is merely your own impure thoughts. Yi Qi and the alluring woman began to engage in a flirtatious conversation. He learned that she was a disciple from the 100 Flowers Valley, sent to deliver invitations to the upcoming dance conference in the city of Netherworld. This annual event invites legendary figures to admire the flowers and partake in the dance, with enticing rewards promised. Each year, the 100 Flowers Valley sees 10 of its disciples marry outside, each one a paragon of beauty, a truly fortunate event for the ancient cultivators. Little sister, do not look at me. I do not know him. Yichi suppressed a laugh, his face reddening. Aha, are you truly unfamiliar with each other? You seem like brothers, she giggled. My name is Hua Mei, a disciple from the outer sect of 100 Flowers Valley, responsible for delivering messages. This time, we have sent 10 individuals, all stationed at our residence. Today, I was merely bored and ventured out, chanced upon that old man, and struck up a conversation. Eventually arriving at this dazzling building, where I encountered Yi Qi and Do Tian. Humph, little sister, did you not mention some invitations? Let me see if I am worthy of one. We could reminisce together later. Do Tian and Yi Qi simultaneously cast flirtatious glances at Hua Mei. Initially, she frowned, but her expression soon dimmed as she retrieved 2 invitations from her storage ring, handing them to Yi Qi and Do Tian. Chapter 58. Huan, come paint a beauty to alleviate boredom. With that, Do Tian and Yi Qi departed decisively. After their exit, Hua Mei's gaze sharpened, her heart racing. Yi Qi's eyes were quite fearsome. Who exactly was he? Disregarding any notions of romance, she glanced at the old man with a look of sympathy, exchanged a few words, and took her leave. Before departing, she tossed several invitations to the customers in the elegant chamber, who seemed to know what was happening and reached out to receive them. A young man remarked, Flower Fairy, we will ensure your invitations are delivered on time. Do not forget to arrange for a good lodging. Do not be so polite. If you desire good accommodations, it is but a word away, Hua Mei replied, parting ways as she awaited the arrival of Yen Xiao at 100 Flowers Valley. Do Tian absorbed every word, intent on discerning the content within. If you wish to avoid immediate demise, do not inquire further. They are merely a few wealthy heirs and prodigies. You are no less than any of them, provided you have ample time for cultivation. Who are they? Do Tian, already aware of Yi Qi's extraordinary nature, refrained from questioning his basis for knowledge and instead inquired about the others' backgrounds. Yi Qi, unconcerned, replied, they are merely individuals from the Zhe family. As for their precise identities, I am not certain. You should be aware of the Zhe family. It seems your family has some connections with them. What? The 9 Secrets Zhe family? It is indeed them. This is intriguing. They have all emerged. It appears the heavenly ladder is truly about to commence. Yi Qi, take another look. What is their strength? Do Tian requested Yi Qi's assistance. Stronger than you. Yi Qi simply replied. And what else? Nothing more. You are truly infuriating. I am no deity, and the intricacies of your aura are not as evident to me as you might assume. Ah, by the way, they seem to have mentioned someone you are acquainted with, Baiwa. You know her, don't you? They spoke of embracing the beauty of her return, claiming it would inaugurate an era spanning thousands of years, entering the valley of Baiwa and whatnot. You may decide how to proceed from here. Yi Qi, what? You seem to possess considerable knowledge, don't you? Not too shabby. Observing Do Tian's frostbitten gaze, I chuckled shyly, covering my face with my hands. Who are you truly? It's as if you operate like a private investigator. Speak honestly. Puffed. A private investigator is hardly impressive. I merely possess a modicum of deductive reasoning. As I have stated, I harbor no interest in you or your private affairs. Then refrain from voicing it repeatedly. It would ease my discomfort. Oh, where's your spirit? For goodness sake. Enough of that. You must undoubtedly hail from Earth. Let us set that aside and discuss your forthcoming endeavors. I am preparing to participate in a competition. Will you join me? Of course. How could I resist the allure of so many enchanting ladies? However, I shall forfeit my chance to cheer for you. Allow me to present you with a token of our meeting. Do not feel overly grateful. Yi Qi extended her hand and tapped Do Tian's head, transmitting a surge of information into his mind. Do Tian's body trembled slightly. The Doplitsang diagram. Thank you, but you are rather stingy, aren't you? You possess techniques, yet lack a weapon. Doesn't that seem a tad unbalanced? Do Tian jested, though in his heart, he resolved to remember this matter. Those who extend kindness to him shall face tenfold retribution. I anticipated you would respond thus. Although your weapon is formidable, it requires prolonged energy storage, rendering it effectively a one-time use. Here, take this celestial sword. I found it from that old man. See if it suits you. When your strength increases in the future, I shall bestow upon you something superior. Yi Qi handed the celestial sword to Do Tian. Do Tian accepted the sword, caressing its blade, which unexpectedly cut his finger, revealing a hexagram. Astonishingly, Do Tian felt an inexplicable connection to the sword. This is a unique binding method. In the future, you may store it within your dantian. thus avoiding the inconvenience of occupying space. Yi Qi elucidated. You certainly ignite my curiosity. What compels you to assist me so? Do not suggest it is merely because of my handsome visage. It's perhaps better that you remain unaware for now. Eventually, the truth will reveal itself. I shall refrain from participating in that competition. My assistance today is merely a matter of principle. My presence here is transient. After aiding you thrice, I shall vanish. You must make the most of your opportunities. These two chances may prove invaluable in the future. All right, you are becoming increasingly enigmatic, successfully capturing my heart. I shall repay you, Do Tian smirked, resembling someone who had inadvertently consumed a fly. Get lost. Do not push your luck. I must take my leave and check on your little acquaintance. Should someone else seize the opportunity, you shall have cause to lament. Knight 7 kicked Do Tian, causing him to vanish from the dazzling building, which immediately stirred a commotion. Fortunately, Knight 7 also took Do Tian with him and placed him at the entrance of the Royal Tavern. Before disappearing, Lin uttered a perplexing remark to Do Tian. Kid, you'd best be cordial with that Xianyuan fiend. What the hell? What is going on? That girl is out to trap me. You want me to be nice to her? Isn't that asking me to be magnanimous? Well, I admit, I am quite magnanimous. That girl does have a lovely face. I forgive her. Upon entering the Royal Tavern, Do Tian's mood lifted. How could he feel down when encountering someone like Knight 7? Their personalities were strikingly similar. However, in terms of audacity, he felt he fell short of Knight 7, and thus decided he must surpass him. Inside the tavern, he noticed Xianyuan Long was absent, likely off watching the selection. Only Huan remained. Do Tian called him over, partly out of boredom. Huan approached Do Tian's room, smiling. What can I do for you, esteemed one? It's nothing serious. I'm just feeling a bit bored. You take care of it. Draw a beautiful woman to alleviate my boredom. Do Tian placed a sheet of prepared paper in front of Huan. He remembered that Huan was a renowned painter in Huaxia, and he was quite familiar with his works. Seeing Do Tian's eager expression, Huan hesitated before responding. Well, since you are feeling down, I shall give it a try. Before long, Huan completed the drawing and handed the paper to Do Tian. The expectation in Do Tian's eyes swiftly morphed into horror as he looked up at Huan. Is this some sort of joke? 7 circles and a so-called beauty. Does this resemble a turtle? And what is going on between those legs? I certainly didn't ask you to draw a hermaphrodite. Chapter 59. The panda person busy, are we? Little girl, how have you been these past few days? Have you missed your uncle? Do Tian chuckled while tousling the little girl's hair. Do Tian felt quite at ease. Although the little girl was still a mere child, she had developed quite nicely. And combined with her doll-like face, it was hard for Do Tian to suppress any wicked thoughts. But he quickly dismissed them from his mind. Do you also doubt your brother? Do Tian furrowed his brow. Could it really be true? I have no recollection at all. Linglong, could you elaborate? A thought crossed Do Tian's mind. Could it be that he truly took Xianyuan Fian away without realizing it? Perhaps in a moment of unconscious desire? Well, here is how it was. Xianyuan Linglong began, recounting the circumstances to Do Tian. After hearing her explanation, Do Tian fell silent. He had guessed correctly at that moment. He had indeed lost control due to desire and had no memory of the subsequent events. He only remembered leaving. What about your sister? I'll check on her and see if I truly did something wrong. Recalling Knight 7's words before departing, Do Tian felt an overwhelming sense of dread. You should refrain from going. My sister has resolutely declared that she will not meet anyone, and your presence would be futile. Instead, let us accompany Linglong in playful activities. Come, let us venture to the bamboo grove on the back mountain, where numerous adorable pandas reside. Their clumsy charm is utterly delightful. The little girl, brimming with excitement, eagerly took Do Tian's hand and led him away from the room, making her way through the backyard. Do Tian was curious about the circumstances. Yet his interest waned when he realized the other party was unresponsive. For heaven's sake, is it such a big deal that you have been taken away? It's not as if I cannot take a loss for your sake. Must it be so? Such thoughts left an unsettling feeling in his heart. Upon reaching the bamboo grove, Do Tian was greeted by a verdant sea of bamboo leaves, with several bamboo shoots peeking through the soil. The little girl dashed forward, uprooting 2 shoots and handing one to Do Tian. Brother Tian, this is panda food. We shall go feed them shortly. You must behave well. Perhaps you might earn a sweet kiss, she exclaimed joyfully. The little girl, perhaps having lowered her guard around Do Tian, felt free to make playful jokes, teasing him with bamboo sticks and making silly faces, which proved to be quite amusing. As they ventured deeper into the bamboo grove, they encountered a group of giant pandas. However, to Do Tian's astonishment, these were no ordinary pandas. They were small panda beings exhibiting human-like features. They stood in neat rows, practicing various combat techniques. Upon noticing Xianyuan Linglong and Do Tian, They merely nodded and continued their training. Before long, the training session concluded, and the coach, a panda being, approached Do Tian and Xianyuan Linglong. Noticing the bamboo shoot in Linglong's hand, he took it without hesitation and bit into it. Linglong, why don't you introduce me to this handsome fellow? He inquired. Oh, this panda brother has quite the discerning eye. No need to ask her. Allow me to tell you. I'm the one and only Gu Tian, the most handsome in all realms. He boasted, his confidence soaring at the flattery. Gu Tian, a fine young man indeed. But let me correct you. I am not a panda brother, but rather a panda sister. Remember that, the panda being's voice transformed into a melodious feminine tone, enchanting to the ears. Haha, Brother Tian, you have been misled. This is Sister Xiong Miao. She is a girl. Xianyuan Linglong laughed heartily, moving closer to Xiong Miao and embracing her robust, white-furred arm, winking at Do Tian. At that moment, a panda approached, and without hesitation, Do Tian offered it the bamboo shoot in his hand. Greetings, dear panda sister. It is a pleasure to meet you, and though I possess no gift, I present to you this bamboo shoot I have treasured for centuries. With the bamboo shoot given, Do Tian eagerly awaited a word of gratitude from the panda. However, the response he received nearly caused him to faint from shock. Brother, please do not look at me like that. I am a male, and I do not engage in romantic relationships with humans. You should abandon such hopes. Thud. Do Tian collapsed, tears streaming down his face. What a cruel twist of fate. He lamented. This is utterly ridiculous. Haha, this is too hilarious. You have mistaken your target, dear brother. His name is Xiongji, and he is indeed a homosexual. Perhaps you should pursue him. She laughed heartily. After a considerable time, Do Tian found himself amused by Xianyuan Linglong's laughter. Nonetheless, Do Tian, being a person of remarkable resilience, swiftly regained his composure. Let us proceed to my sister's place. This year, we have gathered an abundance of spirit dew. You should accompany Gu Tian. It is a local specialty, he stated. Xiong Mian led the way, guiding Xianyuan Linglong and Do Tian deeper into the dense bamboo forest. This lush expanse could not possibly be contained within a mere tavern. It merely connected to it, extending far beyond, with myriad wonders residing within. After approximately 10 minutes, Do Tian and Xianyuan Linglong found themselves in a bamboo hut nestled deep within the forest. Xianyuan Linglong held a bamboo tube, her face alight with joy as she gazed at its contents. Do Tian, too, possessed a tube, its liquid shimmering golden and radiant, infused with abundant spiritual energy, a rare and precious treasure. This is spirit dew, Gu Tian. It is your first time tasting it. Be sure to indulge, as it will greatly benefit your cultivation, Xiong Miao remarked with a smile. Thank you immensely, Sister Xiong Mian. How did you come to know Linglong? This place seems rather elusive, Do Tian inquired. Indeed, it was a serendipitous encounter. While I was foraging for bamboo shoots at the outskirts, I met Linglong, who is quite the whimsical character and aligns perfectly with my temperament. I shared with her the method to reach this place. What you saw earlier were not actual paths. I merely guided Linglong here, allowing you to witness it, she explained. Chapter 60, Breakthrough. So it is indeed fate. This spirit dew is rich in spiritual energy, a most extraordinary treasure. Does this not render your panda clan immensely powerful? Surely it is enough to exchange for countless cultivation techniques and treasures, Do Tian mused. While you speak truthfully regarding the efficacy of spirit dew, you are mistaken about the size of our panda clan. We are quite small, and we do not intend to trade spirit dew for anything. Do you believe we would survive in such a manner? Young man, you are thinking too simplistically. Xiong Miao replied thoughtfully. Surely not. The avarice of humankind is beyond what you alone can fathom. Once this spirit dew becomes known, tomorrow this bamboo forest will be razed to the ground. Do you believe we would act in such a way? Of course, should you desire some. I am willing to barter with you. However, if you engage in trade with others, suspicion would not fall upon us. Xiong Miao extended an olive branch. But I have nothing to offer. Would you have me mortgage my own body? That would be rather embarrassing, Do Tian suddenly replied shyly. Uft. Xianyuan Linglong burst into laughter, while Xiong Miao looked at Do Tian with surprise, extending her large paw. Very well. Let us defer the transaction until you possess something of value. Here are 5 tubes of spirit dew. Take them as a token of goodwill, Xiong Miao offered, presenting the tubes before retreating to prepare a meal for Do Tian and the others. Once Xiong Miao departed, Xianyuan Linglong became animated. Brother Tian, I feel rather embarrassed today. Look at what you have done. But truly, it is quite amusing. You are just too adorable. Ha! Seeing your words, dear brother. Where lies the embarrassment? That is merely an expression of artistic flair, is it not? Clearly, it has left a profound impression on others. You may be unaware of the intricacies involved. This is a strategy of courtship. leaving a lasting impression as the first step. Oh, dear brother, your insights are quite profound. Indeed. However, do you not feel that your target might be misguided? Are you certain you wish to pursue the bear maiden? Is there a taboo associated with this? You may not know that within a certain formation, I have encountered individuals brimming with affection, some even interacting with wild beasts. This is not an uncommon occurrence, especially since they are magical beings capable of transformation into human form. Dou Tian spoke eloquently, expounding upon grand philosophies. Yet as Xianyuan Linglong drew nearer, his countenance grew increasingly flushed, culminating in a revelation that left him in utter disarray. Brother, I must disclose a crucial fact. The bear maiden is actually 500 years old, creating quite a gap in your ages. But that is of no consequence. Age is merely a number, Dou Tian began, only to be interrupted by the staggering realization. 500 years, he exclaimed, the weight of the revelation crashing down upon him. This is outrageous. She must be an ancient enchantress. My goodness, spare me the details. You've made it impossible for me to eat. Did you perhaps divulge too much? I hardly had the chance to speak, Xianyuan Linglong teased. So, do you still wish to pursue the bear maiden? No more of that. A grand beauty awaits me outside. Why linger over this prickly flower? Dou Tian replied, shaking his head. Let us instead indulge in the divine dew. It appears most delightful. Indeed, it is exquisite. Brother, do have a taste, Xianyuan Linglong encouraged, nodding in agreement. However, at the moment Dou Tian lifted the bamboo tube, a glimmer of clarity flashed in her eyes. Eager to discover the flavor of the divine dew, Dou Tian gulped it down eagerly, only to find himself overwhelmed, tears welling in his eyes as he looked at Xianyuan Linglong with an expression of profound melancholy. Ha! I knew it. Do not let my sweetened version deceive you. My sister merely added honey. The original divine dew is rather bitter, she laughed. Dou Tian, feeling utterly vexed, was about to voice his frustration when he sensed a surge of spiritual energy stirring within him. His contest with Lu Wu had ignited his desire pill, and he now found himself at the mid-stage of transcending the ordinary, truly a young prodigy. Yet, his potential extended far beyond this. Certain latent factors, once awakened, would yield a staggering presence. The divine dew was indeed remarkable. Linglong, you must practice here. I shall retreat to the forest, Dou Tian decided, feeling the urge to break through. Xianyuan Linglong, however, would not comply. She followed him outside. Upon discovering a spacious area, she seated herself there and established a basic gathering formation. A fundamental array that Dou Tian was familiar with, capable of accelerating the accumulation of spiritual energy, which could prove vital in critical moments. Very well, what a talent you are, indeed. Your aptitude is commendable. Let us depart. He shall not awaken so swiftly. Upon exiting the bamboo forest, one finds oneself in the rear courtyard of the royal tavern, which at this moment is devoid of any presence. It is not surprising, given the circumstances. Stepping out onto the street, the lack of passers-by prompts the search for someone to inquire about the location of the competition. As he approaches the most extravagant building, Dou Tian catches sight of a familiar figure. It is Lu Xing. He, along with Ritai Lang and Aoi Sora, is engaged in jovial conversation as they make their way out. Without a second thought, Dou Tian strides over. Lu Xing, what a serendipitous encounter. Where are you headed? Dou Tian queries. Lu Xing, with his back to Dou Tian, turns upon hearing his name. Upon recognition, an involuntary shiver runs through Dou Tian. Lu Xing hastily responds, Ah, Brother Tian, shouldn't you be at the competition? We are on our way to watch it. You must be aware that many distinguished figures are present this time. We are eager to pay our respects. Lu Xing displays a demeanor of modesty. I had a prior engagement and missed the start. Please, lead the way swiftly. Dou Tian insists, adopting a commanding tone. However, Lu Xing, startled, quickly complies, hurrying forward as those nearby look on in astonishment. Behind them, Aoi Sora's eyes reflect disbelief, soon igniting a surge of competitive spirit as she follows at a measured pace. As time elapses, the competition commences, and the announcer calls for the participants to take the stage. Opposite Xianyuan Long sits a man in his 50s, somewhat portly, with an air of treachery about him. He discreetly nods to an associate, who then steps onto the martial arts arena. It is Wang Tang, the traitorous king from a rival faction. Chapter 61. Pirate King Zhangyu. The individuals on Xianyuan Long's side are filled with anxiety, yet they find themselves powerless. For the list of participants has already been finalized and cannot be altered. They can only hope for Dou Tian's timely arrival, though it appears increasingly unlikely. Wang Tang as competitor is already in position, awaiting Dou Tian's appearance. However, after a brief wait, it becomes apparent that no one is coming forth, stirring unease in their hearts. Could it be that the match is not to take place? Wang Tang, please hold on. My competitor is quite exceptional and is currently preparing. He will arrive shortly, Xianyuan Long asserts, though his anxious expression betrays his calm words. Wang Tang, observing this, feels a surge of delight within, yet maintains an air of composure, appearing as though he has not heard Xianyuan Long's plea. He turns to the judges present, Shinfeng, Ryu, and Lu Zhentian, and states, "Esteemed judges, our competitor is ready, while the opposing side has yet to arrive. According to the rules, should we not be declared the winners?" Xianyuan Long clenches his fists tightly, staring daggers at Wang Tang as if wishing to devour him. Yet, he soon releases his tension, realizing that this was precisely the reaction Wang Tang sought to provoke. There is no reason to fall into his trap. Thus, his expression swiftly returns to normal. He addresses the judges, "Honorable judges, my competitor will arrive momentarily. Just a brief quarter of an hour will suffice. Should he fail to appear, we shall concede this match." "This is absurd, Wang Tang. We are discussing a serious matter, not a child's play. Since there are rules, they must be adhered to. There can be no leniency." Shinfeng interjects. The sun and moon represent an elder woman, a prominent figure among the eastern faction in the city of Minghai, who has been invited to officiate as a judge for the upcoming competition. Her prowess is nearly on par with that of Shinfeng. Shinfeng speaks on behalf of Xianyuan Long, while Reitera directly opposes him, revealing his allegiance to the Tang King faction. This discontent is evident on Xianyuan Long's face, which darkens considerably. He discreetly communicates with Shinfeng, urging him to gauge Lu Zhentian's intentions, as Lu is a significant authority from the Heavenly Palace who has fortuitously arrived in Minghai City. Though Xianyuan Long remains uncertain of his stance. "We are not late for this competition." "Aha, not late at all. Let us continue," he proclaims, merely rising to stretch after a lengthy period of sitting. "Please do not stand on ceremony." A glance at the Tang King's countenance brings Xianyuan Long a sense of delight, savoring the pleasure of watching someone fall from grace. As the competitors prepare for battle, the contest commences between Zhang Qianxi, representing the Tang King, and Gu Tian, representing Xianyuan Long. The rules dictate a life-or-death confrontation, with the option for voluntary surrender contingent upon the opponent's agreement. The judge, Ryu, announces this prior to the match, a stipulation well known to all participants. "This is outrageous. How was I not informed of such rules? This is tantamount to murder. Is this not a crime?" Do Tian contemplates, realizing that both the Tang King and Xianyuan Long are intent on a relentless struggle to the bitter end. Let the match begin. The three judges declare from the arena's edge, descending into the fray at the moment the competition commences. Historically, they have remained in the arena. But this time it is Lu Zhentian's request, who seems to have anticipated the unfolding events. Xianyuan Long narrows his eyes, focusing intently on the arena without uttering a word, merely observing. Beside him, Xianyuan Ling Long and Xianyuan Fian exchange hushed words, while Gu Mo also watches intently, his gaze unwavering. The contest begins, and Zhang Qianxi, a renowned rogue and adventurer from Minghai City, has made a name for himself through 3 prosperous sea voyages. It is rumored that he has reached a level of strength unattainable by the young. The youth known as Gu Tian appears to be in peril, for Zhang Qianxi is no ordinary adversary. His actions during past voyages are well known, though few dare to confront him due to his enigmatic nature and the formidable power he wields, prompting even the most influential to tread carefully. You are unaware, but Zhang Qianxi is a general under the pirate King Zhang Yu, responsible for external communications and engaged in unsavory dealings. Someone whispers quietly, "Hush, are you not afraid for your life? We know nothing. Let us simply watch the match." Another responds as murmurs fill the air. In the meantime, Xianyuan Long peruses a dossier detailing Zhang Qianxi's identity. Upon reading, he furrows his brow. The name Zhang Yu carries a weight of trepidation. His notoriety in Minghai City is widely acknowledged, marked by acts of arson, murder, and robbery against cultivators at sea. Many major sects have attempted to eradicate him, yet all have met with utter annihilation. Each encounter has ended similarly, for Zhang Yu's strength is overwhelmingly potent. Zhang Qianxi, one of Zhang Yu's 2 formidable guardians, possesses strength only second to Zhang Yu himself. He has roamed the seas for over a decade, earning a notorious reputation. Now, having been selected as a contender by King Tang, one must wonder if an alliance between King Tang and Zhang Yu is in the works. If that were the case, it would spell trouble. No matter how you look at it, you seem like a brigand. What were you doing before the competition even began? Do Tian boldly declared such a statement. "You are correct. I am indeed a brigand. Today, you are prepared to be robbed," Zhang Qianxi said, revealing a signature wicked grin. "It is nothing extraordinary. Behold my skills." Do Tian stepped forward with the dragon steps, effortlessly evading Zhang Qianxi's attack, and launched a series of explorations against him. The audience was left utterly bewildered. Is this truly happening in public? Chapter 62. The Forbidden Taiji Technique. This aura emanated an endless sense of bloodshed, transforming Do Tian into a solitary figure amidst a sea of corpses. It was an incredibly chilling sensation. How many lives must have been extinguished to produce such a presence? This individual is undoubtedly a great demon. Very well, with my power now enhanced, I shall deal with him. Do Tian did not unleash his full aura. His presence was not as overwhelming as Zhang Qianqi's, merely serving as a backdrop. Thus, he remained still, adopting a strategy of stillness to counter-movement. Die. You have incited my wrath today, and I shall torment you in the most brutal manner, leaving you to seek death, yet find no escape. Zhang Qianqi was infuriated. He had already suffered a setback. The opponent's speed had surpassed his own, which was quite unexpected. However, this was not a problem. Having learned from his previous misstep, he recognized Do Tian's strengths and formulated a counter-strategy. You dare to move? Then I shall seal this space and see where you can flee. Left Qian, right Kuan. Sealed in the center, heaven and earth's door, be sealed. The restriction formation. A gasp arose from the crowd. This was a unique and advanced Taoist technique that Zhang Qianqi had dared to employ. Could this be an artifact left by the ancestors from ancient times? It was truly terrifying. The restriction formation, once established, posed a significant threat. As a senior figure in Taoism, Xinfeng understood the terror of such formations. Once initiated, the opponent's attack and movement speeds would be halved. In a battle where both sides were evenly matched, if one party's speed was restricted, it would be a fatal blow. But would Do Tian fear him? Certainly not. Do Tian felt his body being constrained, yet he remained motionless, standing still with a hint of terror in his gaze as he looked at Zhang Qianqi. This was precisely the expression Zhang Qianqi sought. Without further ado, he struck Do Tian, sending him flying across the martial arena. Brother Tian, scoundrel, thief. The simultaneous cries startled Do Tian, who then laughed. Realizing he was not alone after all, wiping the blood from his lips, he stood up and nodded at the excited Zhang Qianqi. Thank you. Zhang Qianqi felt slightly dizzy. Had Do Tian been rendered foolish by his blow? What was happening? The spectators were equally perplexed, watching Do Tian with confusion etched on their faces. At that moment, Xian Yuanlong observed a flicker of a comforting smile on Do Tian's face, sensing a shift in his aura. What was once an expression devoid of vitality transformed into one brimming with an enigmatic emotion. Perhaps only Do Tian himself could fathom its true significance. Your formation is commendable, yet it is insufficient to vanquish me. Today, I shall indulge you, allowing you to witness the authentic essence of formations and the true art of combat. Pay close attention. Do Tian's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation as he distanced himself from Zhang Qianqi, minimizing the influence of the formation. He then began to evolve the Do Zhan sacred method. The formation is as follows. Observe keenly. Left Qian and right Kuan. Bind in the center, heaven-s law and earth-s gate. I command you to restrain. Do Tian, suspended in mid-air, transformed his hands into the shape of Tai Chi, directly manifesting a Tai Chi diagram that encapsulated the essence of restraint, gradually expanding until it reached the size of a grinding wheel. This was his utmost effort, a manifestation of spiritual energy crystallized. Half of Do Tian's spiritual essence coalesced within it. The Tai Chi diagram, embodying the essence of restraint, hovered above Do Tian's head. With a sudden movement, he activated the Qianlong step, his Tai Chi diagram mirroring his swift approach to Zhang Qianqi. The latter was taken aback, astonished that his restraints were disregarded. As Do Tian approached, Zhang Qianqi felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding. What was happening? The Tai Chi restraining technique. Xinfeng was visibly stirred. This was one of the most secretive techniques of their Taoist tradition, possessing the power of restraint, solidifying Tai Chi, and bestowing upon it various profound meanings that could yield diverse effects. How could this be? He had only recently been exposed to this technique. Yet this ancient figure had already mastered it. Who exactly was Do Tian? Xinfeng felt a stirring in his heart, a sensation he hadn't experienced in many years. This revelation truly astonished him. Do Tian was an anomaly, and the secrets surrounding him ignited a maddening curiosity. Do you still wish to restrain me? Then I shall oblige. Prepare to receive my punch. Immovable King Fist. This was a technique of Gu Mo, which Do Tian had not learned. However, through his mastery of the Do Zhan sacred method, he could unleash a mightier force than Gu Mo himself. As he struck, Zhang Qianqi's expression shifted dramatically. Attempting to evade, he found his mobility restricted. He gritted his teeth and braced for the impact, exerting his 8th level of power. A cold smile crept into his mind. Did he truly believe that merely fixing his gaze upon me would inflict harm? Such ignorance! My strength is far beyond what this young lad could comprehend. Yet, This confidence crumbled in an instant. He was sent hurtling backward by Do Tian's forceful strike, landing at the edge of the training ground. Do Tian would not allow him to rise. He advanced once more to restrain him, delivering another punch. Zhang Qianxi, utilizing his full 10th level of strength, attempted to resist. But he soon realized that his power was utterly inferior to that of his opponent. The spiritual energy behind the punch was something he could not fully dissipate, meaning that even if he faced Do Tian head-on, victory was not within his grasp. Who was this individual? He was astounded. This person appeared to be no older than 20, yet his prowess was astonishingly formidable. Bang! Bang! As the battle with Do Tian intensified, Zhang Qianxi found himself overwhelmed, realizing that not only was he facing a formidable spiritual attack, but his very consciousness was under siege as well. In that moment, the specter of death loomed before him for the first time, instilling a sense of fear. No longer willing to hold back, he withdrew a jade token from his bosom, infused it with spiritual energy, and pressed it firmly into his palm, directing it towards Do Tian. The impact sent Do Tian hurtling through the air, a forbidden artifact. Zhang Qianxi had resorted to using a forbidden device. Was Do Tian's assault truly that fearsome? The crowd below buzzed with speculation, soon noticing that Do Tian was spitting blood incessantly. What was happening? Who was truly at a disadvantage? Yet, amidst the tumult, some individuals discerned the underlying dynamics. Their astonishment directed at the Taiji symbol above Do Tian's head. However, they refrained from further comments, resolutely deciding to establish a connection with Do Tian. Chapter 63, Black Dragon Stop. Do Tian relentlessly pursued, intent on delivering a fatal blow. He harbored a deep disdain for those who perpetrated evil without remorse. In the past, he dealt with such individuals decisively. Although he now lacked support, his principles remained steadfast, and he struck downwards unhesitatingly. However, voices from the sidelines called for restraint. Some attempted to leap onto the arena, only to be restrained by 3 judges, one of whom was Zhang Yu's subordinate, a formidable warrior named Zhang Chun, a guardian. He had accompanied Zhang Qianxi to bolster the Tang King, yet witnessing Zhang Qianxi being mercilessly beaten, his life hanging by a thread, was unbearable. During the competition, any disruption of order was strictly prohibited. Any grievances were to be resolved post-match. This was a directive from the sun and moon, the implication clear. If Zhang Chun sought vengeance, he must wait until the conclusion of the contest, as they would not intervene. Zhang Chun was acutely aware of the sun and moon's intentions, yet impatience gripped him. Zhang Qianxi was being overwhelmed, his life in imminent danger. Yet, before the mighty judges, he felt powerless, his eyes aflame with rage, fixed intently on Do Tian. Do not look at me like that, brother. I know you admire my strength, but I do not welcome such fans. You might as well give up that hope. Do Tian's voice echoed in Zhang Chen's ears, infuriating him further. His fists clenched tightly, his entire being trembling with fury. Do Tian continued to unleash his spiritual power in a relentless barrage, each strike infused with full force, forcing Zhang Qianxi into a desperate retreat. Yet he could not escape the confines of the arena, unable to shake off Do Tian's relentless shadow. Damn you! I will take you down with me. Zhang Qianxi, feeling utterly humiliated and suppressed by Do Tian, found himself incapable of counterattacking, unable to unleash his powerful techniques, consumed by rage. A fiery red celestial sword emerged from within him, adorned with swirling inscriptions, a special sword empowered by characters. With a spurt of essence blood, he initiated its absorption, and soon the sword erupted with an overwhelming crimson aura, engulfing the entire arena. In that moment, Zhang Qianxi began to fade, gradually merging with the sword. Don't. Brother. How could this happen? No, you will die? Gu Tian, in distress, implored. Hurry and declare the match over. I will not complicate matters for you. Otherwise, you shall face the wrath of the Lord, consequences too grave for you to bear. Zhang Chen threatened. Let him come. I, Gu Tian, have been expecting him. After robbing for so long, he must be quite wealthy now. I wish to see what treasures he might bestow upon me. Do Tian chuckled, enveloping himself in the protective embrace of the Tai Chi forbidden technique, while his consciousness sought the location of the celestial sword. He sensed that the final strike from Zhang Qianxi would not be so straightforward. Outside the arena, Xian Yuanlong and his companions gazed intently at the stage, their hearts laden with tension. It was not Do Tian's fate that concerned them, but rather the outcome of the contest. A victory would grant them the voice they sought. Sister, who do you think will triumph? I can't help but envision a ferocious beast roaring. It's truly terrifying. Xian Yuan Linglong's eyes mirrored the image of a raging black serpent, thrashing and surging with crimson fury. Rest assured, that scoundrel shall not falter, Xian Yuan Fian replied. Her gaze momentarily clouded, trailing off into silence. What do you mean? Nothing of concern, simply watch the match. He is destined not to lose. Xianyuan Fian patted the little girl's head, attempting to dismiss the matter. Honestly, you must say something. The little girl pouted, clinging to Xianyuan Fian's arm. Yet, the latter remained silent, her focus fixed on the unfolding spectacle. Sensing Xianyuan Fian's lack of engagement, the little girl grew disinterested and ceased her chatter. On the arena, a miasma of blood enveloped the space, obscuring the scene. A final roar echoed, and the sanguine haze began to dissipate, revealing a 5-meter-long black serpent. Its claws bared and eyes aglow like crimson orbs, uttering words in a human tongue, Zhang Qianqi's voice. Gu Tian, today I shall perish alongside you. I sacrifice my soul to summon forth the black dragon. Let us see how you escape my relentless pursuit. The black dragon, embodying Zhang Qianqi's wrath, fell silent, leaving only an overwhelming sense of vengeance. With a fierce exhalation, it unleashed a black flame towards Xianyuan Long, a manifestation of Zhang Qianqi's final intent. He was commanded by the Tang King. An agreement had been forged between Zhang Yu and the king that should the latter ascend the throne, Zhang Yu would gain entry into the city and receive the recognition of the Huaxia nation, allowing him to exist lawfully. This was a monumental opportunity that Zhang Yu could not overlook, hence he dispatched 2 guardians. Though Zhang Qianqi's life was forfeit, Zhang Yu's mission remained clear, to slay Xianyuan Longhumph. Is someone attempting to disrupt the rules? We shall not be so courteous. Lu Zhentian observed the black fireball and took action. A flash of light marked his presence before Xianyuan Long, where he conjured a blue water sphere, a manifestation of water elemental energy, which Lu Zhentian compressed into crystalline form, meeting the fireball head-on. In a silent clash, the fireball and the crystal collided, instantly nullifying each other. The onlookers gasped in awe. Such mastery over elemental control was nothing short of terrifying. Lu Zhentian had neutralized the fireball and stepped onto the arena, declaring, "You may withdraw. This match ends in a draw, with no victor." His words were simple yet brimming with arrogance, akin to a command. Who decrees this? I am on the verge of vanishing. Why is there no victor? Elder, you should retreat. I wish to continue the contest. Your presence only disrupts the rules. Do Tian dismissed him entirely. Are you certain? If I step down, with your current strength, that serpent could swallow you whole, tearing you asunder. This is for your own good. Lu Zhentian felt that his words were somewhat inappropriate and proceeded to explain. Do Tian waved his hand dismissively, then pointed at the dark, indistinct creature, the Jiao Long, saying, I have not taken it to heart. You should retreat. I appreciate your goodwill. The black dragon sensed that the danger had receded and took the initiative to mount itself, for it had perceived Do Tian as a feeble insect, opening its mouth to demand its due. Truly, it was a scene of bloodshed and chaos. Goodness, how long has it been since I brushed my teeth? The stench is unbearable. Do Tian narrowly escaped being bitten by the black Jiao, nearly succumbing to its foul odor instead. He quickly retreated from this place of turmoil. However, the black Jiao would not let him go so easily. It pursued him relentlessly, snapping its jaws once more. The Jiao Long was determined to consume Do Tian, exuding a black mist that enveloped the area. Do Tian and the black dragon vanished once again, and the arena was shrouded in invisibility. Although unseen, one could still hear. Soon, the arena echoed with Do Tian's mournful cries, sending chills down the spines of those who listened, prompting speculation. Could Do Tian have been devoured by the dragon? Chapter 64. Drawing the bow to shoot the Jiao Long before long, even the cries ceased, and the black mist in the arena showed no signs of dissipating. Curiosity was piqued among the onlookers regarding the outcome of the battle. Who would emerge victorious? Meanwhile, Xianyuan Long was also inquiring of Xin Feng about similar matters. No, the sounds have not ceased. You simply cannot hear them. Wait and see. I am equally eager to discover the outcome, Xin Feng replied without elaborating, asserting that the competition was not yet over. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted, and the black smoke quickly dissipated, revealing a colossal silhouette in the arena. Do Tian held a blue sword in his hand, causing Lu Zhentian to pause in astonishment. Was that not the sword belonging to Lu Wu? He was quite familiar with it, yet the aura surrounding it had evidently transformed. Black blood dripped from the sword. It was the blood of the Jiao Long, which had failed to injure Do Tian and was instead wounded by his celestial blade. The sequence of events unfolded as the black mist coalesced, prompting Do Tian to launch a counterattack without reservation, manifesting the diagram of Do Put Song Qiong, a technique he had never previously employed. As it initially materialized, he was taken aback. What was this? It was utterly astonishing, resembling the embryonic form of a world, complete with towering mountains, vast rivers, and starry skies, as if encapsulating a genuine realm within the mist. His combat prowess surged, merging with his being, filling him with an invigorating power akin to a potent elixir, prompting him to roar with exhilaration. Subsequently, he began his counteroffensive, brandishing the celestial sword against the Jiaolong. In a brief span, the situation shifted. The Jiaolong had been sealed within the sword by Zhang Qianxi. Though summoned forth, it was still bound by a temporal limitation. Its strength could not be infinite. Thus, after sustaining injuries, it began to flee, dissipating the mist and soaring into the sky. Dou Tian snorted coldly, choosing not to pursue. Instead, he retrieved a small bow from his storage ring, its crimson hue exquisite yet devoid of any discernible fluctuation. As he held it, a nostalgic expression washed over Dou Tian, evoking a sense of familiarity. This bow was no mere ornament. In a moment of breathtaking spectacle, Dou Tian demonstrated his prowess by casting his weapon into the air. With deft movements, the bow expanded to an impressive height, radiating a crimson glow that heralded an ancient aura. The atmosphere within the 1,000-meter arena fell into a suffocating silence, charged with the essence of battle. Indeed, this was Dou Tian's formidable weapon, the sun-shooting divine bow, the sole sacred artifact among his 3 secret weapons. Even in dire circumstances, with this bow and its arrows, Dou Tian could overwhelm the most skilled adversaries. As the sun-shooting divine bow was unveiled, its aura pressed down upon the heavens, emanating waves of sanctity that rendered the onlookers speechless. Yet, the dragon, sensing the impending threat, hastily retreated. Dou Tian's subsequent actions tested the limits of the spectators' nerves. Despite lacking the ability to fly, he harnessed his spiritual energy to elevate himself into the air. Drawing back the bowstring, he transformed a celestial sword into an arrow and unleashed it towards the dragon. With a resounding roar, the celestial sword pierced the air, creating a brilliant arc of light that struck the dragon with precision. Dou Tian then channeled the sword's spiritual energy, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that showered the audience with droplets of blood. A wave of exhilaration swept through the crowd. What have I witnessed? A cultivator has slain a dragon with a bow and arrow. Is this the age of legends? They exclaimed, their excitement palpable. Who is this extraordinary individual? I must obtain his autograph, one enthusiastic onlooker declared, while another, a stunningly beautiful woman, expressed her desire to become his bride. Get away from me. A handsome man like him deserves to be with me, or else it would be a disservice to our great cause, another insisted. Dou Tian, overhearing their fervent declarations, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead, bemused by their wild imaginations. He noted the lack of shouts of admiration, I love you, I worship you, and concluded that even the celestial realm had its limits. With the competition concluded, Dou Tian emerged victorious and exited the arena, making way for the next contender. As he stepped off the stage, he approached Xianyuan Long, engaging in light conversation before casting a playful glance at Xianyuan Fian, who suddenly blushed, seemingly lost in thought. Get lost. This is none of your business. You're just a lecher, she retorted, dismissing him with disdain. Dou Tian scratched his nose, puzzled by her reaction to a simple inquiry about her health. His interest waned, and he joined Xianyuan Linglong in idle chatter. The next match commenced swiftly, featuring Xianyuan Long in high spirits, his excitement evident as he animatedly gestured. In the 5th round, Dou Tian discovered that the opponent was the renowned teacher, Miss Sora Aoi, instantly piquing his interest. This prompted a sharp retort from Xianyuan Fian, who scornfully labeled him a lecher. Dou Tian merely shrugged, feigning injury. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Ms. Aoi, who donned a striking white martial attire composed of a top and pants. The attire was reminiscent of Taekwondo uniforms found on Earth. He stepped onto the arena, remaining motionless as he fixed his gaze upon his opponent. Biding his time for an attack. A striking beauty, yet I would show no mercy. Be cautious. Xianyuan Long's adversary was a rogue cultivator, relatively formidable among the top 10 contestants. He advised Aoi Sora to strike first, emphasizing that seizing the initiative is paramount in combat. The rogue, known as Xiao Yuan, unleashed his attack with the ruthlessness he had promised, having once acquired a fragment of inheritance from an ancient ruin, mastering the art of fire manipulation, essentially playing with flames, harnessing fiery spiritual energy to forge his techniques. Fire Meteor. Xiao Yuan summoned as numerous fireballs materialized, arranged in a line, hurtling towards Aoi Sora. However, at that moment, she vanished, as if she had simply ceased to exist, prompting gasps of astonishment. Where had she gone? A technique of invisibility. Indeed, a manifestation of Taoist mastery. Dou Tian discerned the truth. As anticipated, Aoi Sora reappeared behind Xiao Yuan, a long blade piercing through him, robbing him of life. The match was swift yet profoundly impactful. This invisibility technique was undoubtedly a lethal art, effective for both assassination and espionage. Such a skill could minimize harm to its wielder, rendering the threat to opponents incalculable. Chapter 65. The Tailor Shop. After 5 rounds, Xianyuan Long held a temporary lead. A unanimous agreement was reached to postpone the subsequent matches for 10 days. Both Xianyuan Long and Tang Wang had no objections, and thus it was settled. They required time to deliberate on their next choices, having agreed that participants could be reused, which would add a layer of intrigue to the competition while also keeping their strategies concealed. Upon returning to the Royal Tavern, Dou Tian was in no mood for pleasantries with Xianyuan Long and promptly dragged Xianyuan Linglong towards the courtyard. Don't pinch her nose. She's only looking out for your best interests. I intended to wake you, but Sister Xiong Miao advised against disturbing you at such a critical moment. So I ventured out alone, Xianyuan Linglong protested. Ah, that's more like it. I shall hold no grievances against you. Let us visit the bamboo grove and see Sister Xiong Miao. I have acquired a sword today, perfect for trading for some spiritual elixirs, Dou Tian replied. That's not feasible. Brother Tian, you should go alone. Today, I made plans with my sister to shop downtown, and we intend to browse for quite a while, Xianyuan Linglong said apologetically. Her expression tinged with bashfulness. What are you buying? Dou Tian inquired, his curiosity piqued. That's something you need not concern yourself with, Brother Tian. It's a matter for us girls, Xianyuan Linglong retorted, her cheeks flushing. Dou Tian's heart fluttered momentarily. Could it be that they were shopping for such items? He felt compelled to accompany them, not just to satisfy his curiosity, but to ensure their safety. Linglong, how could I not be invested in your affairs? Come, let me join you. I may offer some valuable insights, he laughed warmly. Perhaps that's unnecessary. Your presence may not be suitable, she countered. Nonsense. Let us be off. We wouldn't want your sister to fret over our delay, Dou Tian insisted, disregarding Xianyuan Linglong's objections as he nudged her toward Xianyuan Fian's quarters. All right, brother. No need to push. We have arrived. As you stand here, I shall converse with Sister Fian and see whether he agrees. Xianyuan Linglong closed the door, leaving Dou Tian outside. Dou Tian, unperturbed, touched his nose and gazed at the scenery beyond, his thoughts already drifting inside the room. This was indeed a splendid opportunity. Soon, it would be a captivating sight. Lost in thought, Dou Tian chuckled. Huh, Brother Tian, your smile lacks sufficient wickedness. Do you harbor some nefarious scheme? You mustn't act recklessly, for there are formidable individuals present. If you misbehave, we shall not come to your aid. Xianyuan Linglong pulled Xianyuan Fian out of the room, their attention drawn to Dou Tian's hearty laughter, causing a slight shudder in them. If he isn't causing trouble, he must be a rogue, Linglong remarked. Come now. If you wish to join us, you must carry the items we purchase. Xianyuan Fian shot a piercing glance at Dou Tian as she walked past him. Ah, how fragrant. Dou Tian inhaled deeply, clearly referring to Xianyuan Fian. She shivered slightly, nearly losing her balance, huffed disdainfully, and continued on her way. Dou Tian smirked. Little girl, if you wish to challenge me, you have much to learn. He followed, imagining the places Xianyuan Fian and Xianyuan Linglong would lead him to. Upon exiting the tavern, the sun blazed overhead, and the ground radiated heat. Dou Tian purchased 3 ice creams, and the trio savored them as they strolled along. Soon, they arrived at the destination where Xianyuan Fian and her companions had come. Upon glancing at the shop sign, Dou Tian was taken aback. Goodness, isn't this a pharmacy? Why on earth did the 2 girls choose this place? Brother Tian, what troubles you? Your face is as pale as a ghost. Could you be unwell? It seems you are in the right company. Let us venture inside. Xianyuan Linglong expressed concern. Xianyuan Fian regarded Dou Tian with a playful glint in her eye. Illness, my foot. I'm merely feeling vexed, Dou Tian thought to himself. Nevertheless, he forced a smile and followed them inside. It would be foolish to ask if they had come out to buy lingerie. Such a question was only for the foolish. Dou Tian was momentarily bewildered, but soon everything became clear. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. How infuriating. You and your family are infuriating. I worry for you. And yet you choose to ridicule me. Haha. Xianyuan Fian laughed heartily, genuine joy illuminating her face, leaving Dou Tian momentarily dazed. It must be said, Xianyuan Fian was indeed a quintessential beauty. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, and her smile enchanting. It left Dou Tian, who was accustomed to her icy demeanor, momentarily speechless. Enough jesting. Linglong, let us attend to serious matters. We must move on to the next location. All right, Brother Tian, let us go. Your eyes are practically bulging. Must you embarrass yourself so? Dou Tian sighed, feeling like a defeated rooster, trailing behind Xianyuan Fian. He observed the passers-by and recognized many familiar faces, including several enthusiastic audience members from the stage below. Fortunately, Do Tian had changed his attire, ensuring he went unrecognized. Otherwise, he might have stirred quite a commotion. Xian Yuan Fian and Xian Yuan Linglong strolled for a while before entering a shop, and without a glance at the store name, Do Tian followed them inside. Upon crossing the threshold, Do Tian was rendered speechless. Was this paradise? With determination, he ventured further inside, wandering about. Yet soon found that Xian Yuan Linglong and Xian Yuan Fian had vanished from sight. This was a vast lingerie store, spanning an impressive 10,000 square meters, filled with an array of exquisite garments that stirred Do Tian's blood. However, he also encountered a barrage of scornful glances. For this was a women's lingerie store where ladies often showcased their figures. The sight of a large man amidst them was enough to elicit gasps. The women regarded Do Tian with judgmental eyes, compelling him to navigate the aisles with a sense of embarrassment. Were these two young ladies conspiring against him? After searching for quite some time to no avail, Do Tian felt dejected. Although this place was indeed a haven for men, it was also a hub of various women. Just moments ago, he had stumbled upon a few beauties that nearly made him lose his composure. Determined to find them, he thought mischievously to himself that once he caught up, he would surely give them a playful reprimand. However, as he approached a certain corner, he froze. Before him stood a woman, half-clad, slipping into her attire. Do Tian gasped in shock. Oh no, what a misstep. He realized it was none other than Aoi Sora. This was truly unfortunate. Do Tian felt a wave of despair wash over him, having inadvertently witnessed such an intimate moment. He turned to leave. But just as he took a step, a chilling sensation gripped his neck, a dagger pressed against his skin. A bitter smile crept across his face. Miss Aoi, let us remain calm. Impulsiveness breeds folly. Let us converse amicably. Violence disrupts harmony. What did you see? A cold voice emanated from behind him, causing Do Tian's heart to race. He hurriedly replied, No, I saw nothing at all. Why should I trust you? Give me a reason not to end your life. Well, if you could just lower the dagger, we can discuss this rationally. It's not that I am unwilling to speak. Rather, I fear that my words might provoke you. Do Tian implored. Will you speak or not? Do Tian felt the dagger press into his flesh, realizing that if he remained silent, Aoi Sora might indeed take his life. He sighed, lamenting his predicament. Oh, Linglong, you and your companion have truly put me in a dire situation. I am quite handsome. You really shouldn't harm someone as charming as I, huh? Indeed. You are handsome, albeit like a cricket, Aoi Sora chuckled, retracting her dagger. But honestly, what possessed you to enter such a place without caution? Aren't you afraid the owner might eliminate you? Do Tian stood in a daze, bewildered by her sudden shift in demeanor. How could one person be so unpredictable? Well, it is indeed a cricket, is it not? Truth be told, I really saw nothing just now, he explained, fearing another change in Aoi Sora's mood. Enough of that. I know you meant no harm. So what do you think? Is it beautiful? Beautiful. Do Tian blurted out instinctively, only to immediately regret his hasty words. What had he just revealed? Men are indeed skilled deceivers. When they see something, they simply see it. Are women inherently meant to be observed by men? I feel quite honored to be seen by a handsome gentleman like you. What do you think? Would you like to take another look? I assure you, you'll have a comprehensive view. Aoi Sora winked. Well, since this opportunity is rare, I have regained my true self for this moment. Only you have witnessed it. So please keep it to yourself. In truth, being someone other than oneself is quite exhausting. Handsome, would you be interested in accompanying me to select some clothing? There are many delightful styles here. Aoi Sora's words were rather cryptic, leaving one puzzled. However, the latter part of her statement became clear. She wanted him to accompany her in choosing clothes, and if all went well, he would be in for a visual treat. As the saying goes, if one does not seize a bargain, they are a fool. He decisively agreed. Xian Yuan Fian and Xian Yuan Linglong were among the closest spectators. They had already heard Du Tian's voice and were secretly amused, initially expecting Du Tian to arrive promptly. They were taken aback upon hearing that he was to accompany someone else in purchasing lingerie. Fian's face flushed red, filled with indignation. This lecherous rascal was indeed no good. No, she couldn't allow him to lead other girls astray. Linglong, let us go outside and see if your elder brother can help us choose a couple of outfits as well. Sister, you have no right to resist. Xian Yuan Linglong was pulled away by Fian. Where have you gone? Weren't you supposed to accompany us to buy clothes? Why are you leaving with a stranger? Xian Yuan Fian caught up to Du Tian, calling out to him. Hey, young lady, don't be so loud. You're tarnishing my reputation. Du Tian glanced around furtively, noticing numerous onlookers, and quickly ushered the three of them behind a tall clothing rack. The rack was quite high, filled with hooks, and the lingerie hung there was opaque, shielding their view. Fine, if I'm not calling you a lecher, then I shall call you Tian. Does that sound agreeable? Fian surprisingly compromised, even bestowing him a rather affectionate name that left De Tian momentarily taken aback. Perhaps you should still call me Gu Tian. We aren't that familiar yet. You're all here to buy clothes. Then, let us choose together. Come, this section over here looks quite good. De Tian attempted to change the subject, but as he pointed to the seemingly fine fabric, his mouth twitched slightly. This was quite the predicament. He had inadvertently stumbled upon the lingerie section. Alas, his pristine reputation was at stake. Yet, upon his statement, no one voiced discontent. Instead, always Sora spoke first. Indeed, Tian is right. I shall give it a try. Please help me evaluate. If it looks good, I shall purchase it. What did this mean? De Tian perceived a hint of hostility in always Sora's gaze, and Fian seemed equally resolute. I could try it too. If Tian wishes to see, he is welcome to come to my place anytime. After all, we reside in the same vicinity. Quite convenient. De Tian had unwittingly ignited a spark. Fian and always Sora exchanged glances, then decisively seized the garments and hurried toward the fitting room. De Tian found himself at a loss for words, merely gazing at Xian Yuan Linglong, who teasingly remarked, "Well, brother, it seems you have indeed gotten your wish. Why not, Linglong, try on another outfit. Go on. Why are you making this so complicated? What is going on? They truly are something else. Although I am quite handsome, is such a fuss really necessary? Yet, I must admit, I find this feeling rather enjoyable. Haha." Xian Yuan Linglong rolled her eyes, ignoring Do Tian. Amidst Do Tian's anxious anticipation, someone emerged. It was Xian Yuan Fian. Adorned in a sheer piece of lingerie that could hardly be termed clothing, more akin to two strips of translucent fabric. On her, it was utterly tantalizing. No, I must remain composed. I must maintain my composure, Do Tian silently chanted. Yet Xian Yuan Fian seemed determined not to let him off the hook, approaching him with intent. What do you think? Isn't it lovely? Xian Yuan Fian spoke in a stammer, her voice trembling, clearly indicating the resolve she had mustered. Beautiful. Do Tian swallowed hard, managing to utter with difficulty. Chapter 67. The Jiao Dragon reappears. Is what you say true? You must not deceive me. Do Tian remarked with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Of course, I am quite honest, but there is a condition. You must eliminate the day wolf for me. Always Sora replied with a playful smile, her eyes sparkling as they fixed on Do Tian. Do Tian rolled his eyes in frustration, thinking his charm had finally won her over, only to find it came with a price. I will wait. I will eventually deal with him. But can you allow me to? Well, just a little trial? Do Tian chuckled mischievously. All right then, just a touch, nothing more, always Sora said, lowering herself so that Do Tian's face was pressed against her chest. Do Tian was once again stirred, captivated by her ample bosom. Humph, what's so impressive about large breasts? It's a well-known fact that those with ample bosoms often lack intellect. If you dare to touch, you will regret it, Xian Yuan Fian declared, lacking the courage to offer herself further. She stood there, snorting disdainfully. Do Tian found himself in a quandary. He was caught in a dilemma. If he touched, he would forever bear the title of lecher in her eyes, but to refrain would mean denying himself a moment of temptation. He took a deep breath. At that moment, a wave of clarity surged through him, shaking his very core. Upon glancing at always Sora, his eyes regained their sharpness. What a close call. It was the desire pill that clouded my judgment. Although I am no saint, I can still resist temptation. This sudden clarity was due to the celestial power left by Yi Qi, which emerged at a critical moment, awakening me. Always do not tempt me. I am a person of purity. How could I ever touch you? Please, step back and try on those outfits. Both would suit you splendidly. Do purchase them. Do Tian asserted, pushing gently against always Sora's chest to create distance, then calmly walked away. Xian Yuan Fian stood there, momentarily stunned. Do Tian had indeed touched her. And so naturally, a wave of sorrow washed over her. She mocked herself. What was she to him that he would heed her words? In an instant, her eyes dimmed with disappointment as she turned to retreat into the fitting room. After experiencing a moment of frustration, always Sora entered the fitting room. Upon her emergence, she was adorned in a new outfit, holding a paper bag containing the ensemble she intended to purchase, believing it may serve her purpose in the future. Always Sora was relatively easygoing. Perhaps influenced by her mother, she often masked her true feelings and tailored her actions according to those around her. How exhausting it must be to maintain such aids, muttered Do Tian quietly. Ah, the weather is quite lovely today, my dear. What other activities do we have planned? Do Tian inquired, observing Xian Yuan Fian's expression, which left him somewhat at a loss. Where shall we go? Hee, let us go swimming. I just happened to buy a swimsuit. Xian Yuan Fian replied with a wry smile, her resolve solidifying within her. If the other party did not regard her with significance, she would ensure he regretted it. allowing him to experience the feeling of abandonment. Splendid. Swimming is the most delightful, especially with a companion. I adore it. Where shall we go? Do Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed intently at Xianyuan Fian. Xianyuan Linglong was momentarily taken aback. They had not mentioned swimming as part of their plans, leading her to wonder if it was a last-minute addition. Suddenly, her excitement surged. Yes, yes. Let us head to the beach. There's a diving area where we can both enjoy the water and bask in the sun. It will be utterly delightful. The trio unanimously agreed and set off towards the beach, located on the eastern outskirts of Minghai City. This stretch of sand was referred to as the Shallow Beach, signifying its suitability for swimming and relaxation. Upon arrival, they found the beach bustling with people. Do Tian, along with his companions, rented a simple tent and began changing clothes, a process he was unable to witness. Instead, he could only imagine what lay beyond. Before long, Xianyuan Fian and Xianyuan Linglong emerged in their swimsuits. Do Tian's immediate thought was that it was indeed a sight to behold. Xianyuan Linglong, the younger girl, wore a traditional one-piece swimsuit, while Xianyuan Fian donned a daring leopard print ensemble, which, despite being a one-piece, left much of her midriff exposed, accentuating her curves beautifully. Not bad, right? Let us go swimming, Xianyuan Fian declared, adjusting her posture to emphasize her figure, leaving Do Tian momentarily in awe at her stunning appearance. Soon, Do Tian swam into deeper waters, only to find Xianyuan Fian unexpectedly joining him. She swam swiftly, wrapping her arms around him, her body entirely draped over his. Do Tian was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. However, he quickly discerned Xianyuan Fian's intentions in a fleeting moment. His left lip was sealed as she executed her plan to ensnare his affections, only to later abandon him, allowing him to experience the sting of rejection. Unbeknownst to them, lurking not far beneath the surface of the deep sea was a dragon, awakening with a fury. Its eyes, akin to basketballs, opened wide as it sensed the essence of its incarnation, a scent of despair that hinted at impending demise. A surge of anger coursed through it. Who dared to extinguish its manifestation? With a roar, it announced its wrath. The dragon emerged, and Do Tian soared through the tumultuous waves, harnessing his spiritual power to ascend into the sky. Upon spotting the dragon, he sensed impending danger. Chapter 68, The Internet CAF Beneath the Sea. Hey, you're quite heavy. It's time to shed some pounds, Do Tian said with a mischievous grin as he held Xianyuan Fian in the air. How dare you? I only weigh 100 pounds. I'm absolutely slender, Xianyuan Fian retorted, rolling her eyes and burying her face in his neck. Really? I don't believe it, Do Tian replied, his expression filled with skepticism as he gazed at her. Fuming, Xianyuan Fian pinched Do Tian and declared, when I speak, it is the truth. You must believe me. If you don't, I shall take matters into my own hands. She made a slicing gesture, sending a chill through Do Tian's heart. Indeed, the most venomous heart is often that of a woman. Very well, to prove you weigh only 100 pounds, let's conduct an experiment. The distance to the shore is about 1 kilometer. I can usually throw something weighing 100 pounds that far. If you let me throw you, and you reach the shore, I will concede your claim, Do Tian said earnestly. Xianyuan Fian's expression froze, tears involuntarily streaming down her cheeks, and she bit down hard on Do Tian's neck. Why must you do this? Why? I hate you. I could almost kill you. She understood that Do Tian intended for her to escape while he faced the dragon alone, causing her heart to tremble with fury. Yet Do Tian was sacrificing himself for her survival. What kind of person would do such a thing for someone else? Why? Come on, what are you talking about? I'm merely trying to validate your words. I have no ulterior motive. You should really go now. If you can reach the other side, then you are indeed telling the truth. Do Tian feigned ignorance. Stop saying that. I want to leave. I want to stay with you, to share life and death together, Xianyuan Fian said, tears streaming down her face, shaking her head. Go. I want to say it a second time, or I'll have to resort to force, Do Tian exclaimed, jumping up. He felt the dragon had noticed them and ceased his playful banter with Xianyuan Fian. He wanted her to be safe, for only then could he fight with peace of mind. Having accepted Xianyuan Fian's presence, he was determined to protect her with his life. I won't go? Xianyuan Fian stubbornly lifted her head, pleading with Do Tian. In that moment, thoughts of revenge faded away. All that remained in her heart was Do Tian, with whom she wished to share life and death. Then do not blame me, Do Tian said as he activated the Tai Chi forbidden technique, restraining Xianyuan Fian before forcefully tossing her toward the shore. His eyes were filled with reluctance, but he had to do it. After all, if he could not even protect a woman, what face would he have left to live? Where's my brother? Where's my sister? Brother Tian, where are you? Xianyuan Linglong exclaimed, her mouth agape as she spotted the enormous dragon, Linglong, hurry and fetch help. Brother Tian is battling that dragon. The dragon's strength is overwhelming. He won't last long. Go call for assistance. Xian Yuanfian urged, finally coming to her senses upon seeing the dragon. Quickly, you must go. However, sister, your prowess must surpass mine. Shouldn't you hasten? Xian Yuan Linglong gazed at Xian Yuanfian in confusion. Xian Yuanfian, taken aback, realized the truth of the situation and, without a moment's hesitation, dashed off at lightning speed to seek assistance. Such swiftness was astonishing. The emergence of the dragon prompted all visitors to flee in terror. None wished to meet a grim fate. Do Tian, upon encountering the dragon, recognized it as identical to the one he had slain previously. Yet this creature possessed a far greater strength. In its presence, escape was inconceivable. The dragon glared at the diminutive figure before it with unbridled fury, unleashing a torrent of rage as it recounted the demise of its avatar. With a swift motion, it lunged at Do Tian. Do Tian brandished his celestial sword, executing a horizontal slash aimed at the dragon's claw. However, to his dismay, the blade failed to sever the claw, instead producing a resonant clash of metal, revealing the dragon's formidable essence. Its scales had transformed into an impenetrable barrier. What to do? This was a disparity of an entirely different magnitude. Do Tian estimated the dragon's might to be at least at the level of a war god, having mastered divine powers and roamed freely between heaven and earth. Meanwhile, he remained a mere novice in the realm of the transcendent. A chasm of difference lay between them. But the dragon had originated from a serpent, and all serpents possess a vulnerable spot, the 7 inches behind their head. If only he could strike that precise location with the sun-shooting divine bow, perhaps this dragon would not emerge unscathed. With this thought, Do Tian devised a plan. However, as is often the case, a well-formulated idea pales in comparison to absolute power. Enraged, the dragon lashed out with its tail, catching Do Tian off guard and delivering a crushing blow that sent him crashing into the depths of the sea. Spluttering. In the face of such overwhelming power, Do Tian found himself utterly powerless. The dragon's strike left him bleeding profusely. Each time he resurfaced, the dragon's tail would strike again, granting him no opportunity for reprisal. Ultimately, Do Tian was left in a state of frustration, his body severely injured. He resolved not to surface again, retreating deeper into the water. After a considerable time had passed without Do Tian emerging, the dragon seemed to have an epiphany. That accursed little insect dares to slay my avatar. You shall soon comprehend the gravity of your transgression. I will rend you into countless pieces, you wretched creature. The dragon dove headfirst into the sea, navigating swiftly to the depths, as it was a denizen of the ocean, inherently adept in its aquatic domain. In no time, it spotted Do Tian, who, upon catching sight of the dragon, hastened his descent upon discovering a grand structure submerged in the water. Regardless of its origin, Do Tian's first thought was the possibility of it being a sanctuary of a formidable entity, an ideal venue to confront the dragon and avenge himself. Gradually, Do Tian approached the structure and noticed a sign above the entrance, though its name eluded him. It was only when he finally discerned the name that he stood frozen in shock. Internet Cafe. Chapter 69, Xuanwu. Do Tian was dumbfounded to encounter an internet CAF in such a locale. What was the meaning of this? Behind him, the dragon had followed, and without a moment's pause, he dashed into the CAF. The dragon, witnessing Do Tian's entry, let out an unwilling roar, refraining from pursuit, and instead turning away, seemingly wary of something within. The dragon departed without a moment's pause, and once he was gone, a sigh echoed through the internet CAF before me. The depths of the sea returned to their tranquil state. As Do Tian entered the CAF, he was astonished to discover that it was separated from the ocean, revealing a lavish room adorned with electric lights, leading him to believe he had stepped into an internet CAF on Earth. As Do Tian wandered about, he realized the room was shaped like a coral, surrounded by an unknown substance that gleamed silver, reminiscent of an alloy. Had he perhaps arrived at the fabled abode of extraterrestrials? Suddenly, a door opened from beneath the floor, and a creature emerged, startling Do Tian, who swiftly drew his celestial sword. However, upon seeing the creature, he was utterly dumbfounded. It was a turtle. "Who are you?" Do Tian asked, oblivious to whether the turtle could comprehend his words. "Greetings, young man. I am the master of this domain. I detest being disturbed during my slumber. And you have roused me today. Speak, what price are you willing to pay?" The turtle crawled forward, and an ancient voice resonated within the room. "Oh, I sincerely apologize. Venerable one, I merely passed through and did not mean to intrude. Please do not be angry. If it displeases you, I shall remain silent. As for any price, let us forego that, shall we? Surely, you are magnanimous enough not to hold a grudge against one such as me." Do Tian replied with a smile. Your words are rather eloquent, but I have my principles. I, the old turtle, have lived for countless years, and my principles have never wavered. I cannot bend them for you alone. I sense you possess something of value. Show it to me, the turtle declared, lifting itself upright and becoming shrouded in a mist that obscured its form. What do I possess? Do Tian pondered, producing from his person a storage ring, a celestial sword, and a swimsuit, rendering him almost entirely unclothed. Ah, indeed, it is here, the old turtle said, standing upright beside Do Tian and reaching for the storage ring. Upon grasping it, several barrels of golden liquid materialized in its grasp, spiritual essence gifted by Bear to Do Tian. Excellent, delightful to consume. Let this serve as the price for your refuge. I have no need for your worn-out possessions, the turtle stated. Venerable one, I had thought you meant something else. If you desire it, take it all. I have no use for it. Do Tian chuckled, though his heart ached. Those precious barrels were a gift from Bear, and having consumed merely one had already elevated his strength. Losing them now would hinder his recovery of power. Truly, he cursed the dragon, wishing for him to be torn apart by a true dragon in the skies. Despite his resentment and heartache, Do Tian maintained his composure and followed the turtle further into the expansive room. According to the turtle, this was merely a section of a far larger space. He claimed he was not the original master of this place, but had settled here many years ago. The characters inscribed at the entrance were remnants of an ancient civilization, of which he had no understanding. Do Tian reflected with a sense of wonder. Could the characters be ancient scripts? It seemed implausible. His command of Chinese characters is decent. Although he may not know many, he can recognize the words Internet CAF. Do Tian was intrigued, pondering whether there truly existed a prehistoric civilization in this world. He had heard tales from ancient times about records that spoke of formidable civilizations that perished for various reasons, leaving behind countless treasures. These included not only advanced technology but also powerful cultivation systems, reminiscent of the mythical Nine Secrets, an era steeped in legend, the true nature of which remains unknown to all. Senior, after all this time, I still don't know your name, Do Tian remarked. I'm Do Tian, and I apologize for the intrusion. I do not even recall my own name. Even if I told you, it would be of no consequence. You may call me Xuanwu, as the people outside do. The name sounded pleasing to Gu, the ancient creature. Xuanwu? Could it be one of the 4 divine beasts from ancient times? What a remarkable coincidence, Do Tian thought, overwhelmed with astonishment at encountering this living legend. Yet, he felt a surge of joy. Perhaps this was his fortune. Xuanwu had existed for countless years, and Do Tian had heard tales of him from antiquity, undoubtedly possessing knowledge of many undisclosed matters. He could certainly seek his counsel. Have you heard my name? Xuanwu, revealing his true form, dispelled the aura concealing him, manifesting as an elderly man bearing a turtle shell, smiling at Do Tian. Do Tian nodded solemnly. I have known your esteemed name for 10,000 years. Alongside you, there are Qing Long, Zhu Ke, and Baihu. You 4 divine beasts are revered as the guardians of the ancient path. Enough of that. Come, let me show you my greatest discovery, an exceedingly delightful artifact. Xuanwu beckoned, his demeanor akin to that of a child eager to flaunt a prized possession. Upon arriving at their destination, a secluded room, Do Tian beheld several computer-like devices. Approaching for a closer inspection, he confirmed they were indeed computers. With a hint of pride, Xuanwu pressed the power button, and the machines whirred to life, revealing an extraterrestrial-like entity. Upon closer examination, Do Tian realized it was a robot, which bowed to Xuanwu and spoke in a melodious voice. Hello, dear user. Please confirm via voice whether you wish to enter the main interface. Hello. As there was no voice confirmation, I shall automatically enter the main interface. Enjoy your experience. After a considerable pause, the robot's voice echoed once more, and the computer transitioned to the main interface. Do Tian felt faint. It dawned on him that Xuanwu did not comprehend Chinese, explaining his earlier confusion. I found it. Do Tian. Come quickly and see what this is. It's something you've never encountered before. I only recently began to explore it, and it's quite entertaining. Xuanwu excitedly navigated through files, halting at a game interface. When Do Tian glanced over, he was stunned to see Xuanwu opening a game. Could the secret he mentioned be this game? Super Mario. This was a game even children could play. As the screen flickered to life, the iconic visage of Super Mario emerged, igniting a surge of excitement within Xuanwu. He promptly immersed himself in the game, completely disregarding Do Tian, who soon lost interest after observing for a while. Xuanwu had traversed this game countless times, and witnessing his relentless failures diminished Do Tian's enthusiasm. In a moment of ennui, Do Tian activated another computer, his voice guiding him to the main interface. He discovered a plethora of unfamiliar items on the desktop, But one folder piqued his interest, a network directory. Upon opening it, he was exhilarated to find nearly 100 connection pathways labeled with terms like world, otherworld, universe, other realm, Xian realm, and boundless realm. It dawned on him that this was a device capable of connecting to the cosmos. He speculated on the former occupant of this room, pondering the legacy of a technologically advanced empire. The notion of such a network bridging dimensions seemed utterly fantastical. Connection successful, he exclaimed, marveling at the miraculous discovery. Do Tian attempted a connection to a network named Heavenly Realm, and to his astonishment, he was online. Eagerly, he logged onto a website intriguingly dubbed Celestial Network, which featured absurd claims about celestial bodies and mythical figures. Do Tian, what are you looking at? There is so much here that defies comprehension, Xuanwu remarked, perplexed. Turning to Do Tian, he inquired about a figure known as the Queen Mother. Do Tian translated and elaborated on her historical significance, even finding a text converter that transformed the information into archaic script, which Xuanwu could finally understand. He was captivated, having spent countless years in this room, unaware of such a function. Now, as Do Tian elucidated the details, his interest grew immensely. Remarkable. This is indeed a wondrous capability, Xuanwu mused. To connect to the Heavenly Realms network is nothing short of miraculous. It seems certain truths are about to be unveiled. He then entered Jade Emperor into the search bar. But the screen abruptly turned white. Alert! The connection has been terminated by the other party. Please reconnect, the message read. Don't bother attempting again. The name Jade Emperor is undoubtedly a taboo in the Heavenly Realm, and no one dares to display it online, Xuanwu cautioned Do Tian. He began to pace the room, deep in thought. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and he instructed Do Tian to input Do-E, a name tied to a significant historical figure who had made waves millennia ago. Hoping for a different outcome, Do Tian hesitated but ultimately typed Do-E, only to be met with the same white screen as before, confirming that this name too was a forbidden one. Do Tian stood frozen in disbelief, grappling with the realization that his father had also become a taboo figure in the Heavenly Realm. What had transpired in the annals of history? He gazed at Xuanwu, who wore a rather knowing expression. Senior, what transpired 10,000 years ago? Do Tian could not help but inquire. Xuanwu was a being prone to slumber, spending over 90% of his life in a deep sleep. After meeting Do-E, he quickly succumbed to sleep again, retaining only fragments of knowledge. This left Do Tian filled with anticipation. Oh, it seems you recognized me early on, Senior. I am Do Tian, son of Do-E, paying my respects, he declared, inwardly cursing himself for having been deceived by his own spirit dew, thinking Xuanwu was a cunning old fox. Haha, do not be overly formal. I was initially uncertain, but upon seeing your expression, I am convinced you are indeed Do-Yi's son. A fine young man, indeed, Xuanwu remarked, stroking his beard and chuckling heartily. Xuanwu then requested Do Tian to teach him some computer skills, and they perused the significant events in the celestial realm. However, they found that the celestial network revealed little of importance, as it was predominantly filled with games and entertainment information. To Do Tian's surprise, there was a game titled Constellation Romance that piqued his interest. After playing for a while, he found it quite enjoyable and registered under the name Night Moon 7 Wounds to begin his adventure. Feeling fatigued, Do Tian and Xuanwu exited the room and entered the bedroom, where Do Tian saw a sofa and promptly collapsed onto it. Not bad. Genuine leather. In Chapter 71, Xuanwu invited Do Tian to share a bottle of red wine. As is well known, wine only becomes more fragrant with age, yet upon drinking, Do Tian's face flushed immediately. He was unable to consume alcohol. On Earth, Guxing had never allowed him to drink. However, this wine was irresistible, and he could not help but take a sip, promptly becoming intoxicated. This was not a beverage to be trifled with. It contained spiritual energy, and lacking sufficient strength could lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, Xuanwu would not harm Do Tian, for his body was protected by a treasure robe, which would merely unlock the treasures within him. Hot. Senior, what kind of wine is this? Why do I feel this way? Do Tian exclaimed, tugging at his clothes, his entire body ablaze, with smoke emanating from his nose and ears, a truly spectacular sight. Fear not. It is merely that this wine has been steeped in spiritual energy for tens of thousands of years, absorbing far too much. Once it dissipates, you shall be fine. No need for concern, Xuanwu reassured with a smile. Do Tian understood completely. No wonder Xianyuan Fian had been so sorrowful that day. He truly was a scoundrel for saying such things. He deserved to be cursed. Do Tian vowed to make amends to Xianyuan Fian, ensuring he would not suffer further harm. Well, young man, it seems you have had your fair share of romantic encounters, Xuanwu remarked, Senior, it is unethical to pry into the memories of others. Please do not take offense. I merely caught a glimpse, Do Tian replied. How do you feel? Are those energies within you restless? Xuanwu inquired. They are indeed restless. This is poison, Senior. When will this spiritual energy dissipate? I can hardly endure it. Do Tian lamented, pain etched upon his face. The effects of the desire pill were eroding his willpower, and he felt himself descending into a haze. Experienced a surge of frustration, feeling an impulse to curse. What age must I reach? He mused, reflecting on the fact that Xianyuan Fian had yet to marry another. Truly, it was perplexing that this fellow could not select a fitting gift for himself. Now, he found himself in a quandary, unsure of how to proceed. Dazed, he lamented the irresponsibility of the Xuanwu, who offered no opportunity for gratitude. This divine beast, in its mystery, rendered assistance in such a cryptic manner. Nevertheless, he resolved to repay the elder in due time. There were numerous cultivation techniques, and while Doughton was a determined individual, he lacked a holy level skill. Throughout the ages, he had challenged and defeated countless young masters, leaving a lasting impression. However, a sudden demise had left many adversaries lamenting his loss. Doughton had a practice. Anyone who competed against him would receive a cultivation method, with the stipulation that it would not be below intermediate level. Naturally, the same applied to those who lost. Thus, he had amassed a wealth of techniques, which contributed to his formidable reputation. Eons swiftly passed, eras transformed, and all vanished like smoke. The once bright moon remained, yet the people of that time were no more. Apart from him, the world was devoid of life. His current pursuit was to uncover the events of yore and seek clarity from his father. Additionally, he was devoted to the one he loved, vowing to prevent regrets and shield those who cared for him from harm. Thus, he sought strength. The Xuanwu Ju was soon to manifest. Doughton, through introspection, perceived that the wine had begun to emanate spiritual energy. He diligently recited the mental formula of the Xuanwu Ju, and the energy surged within him, rapidly saturating his being. Yet, he showed no intent to halt, continuing to unleash the energy with growing ferocity. Crack! Doughton heard the sound of something fracturing within him. His meridians had been overwhelmed by the influx of energy. This was the peril of unbridled ambition. Alarmed, he had assumed his body was enhanced enough to endure. Yet the reality was starkly different. Now, with his meridians destroyed, he faced a fate akin to ruin. Had he truly rendered himself incapacitated? Cough. Senior, the youth departs. Should fortune allow, I shall return to pay my respects. Doughton bowed deeply toward the depths of the dwelling before resolutely departing. Once he left, the figure of the Xuanwu materialized, observing Doughton's retreating form, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Where there is destruction, there is also creation, he murmured. Young one, this is an opportunity. You may not comprehend the significance of the 9 secrets, but I am well aware. It all hinges on your destiny. Alas, such matters are truly vexing. Perhaps it is best to rest. The Xuanwu shook his head and retreated into the depths of the abode. Before long, tranquility returned to the sea, and the vast chamber vanished as though it had never existed, leaving behind only a pool of crimson blood, Doughton's own. A testament to his ebbing strength, yet simultaneously growing, a tumultuous clash that left him in great distress. Chapter 72. The Crisis of the Undersea City in the Undersea City. Shinfeng's expression turned grave as he witnessed Lu Jintian battling a dragon, the conflict brutal and fierce. He yearned to assist, yet the dragon's aura locked onto him, dispatching a doppelganger to attack. Zhang Yu, as a formidable sovereign, how can you serve as an accomplice to this aberration? Do you not fear the wrath of the 3 great sects? At this moment, Ryu glared at a burly man with a twisted beard, his anger palpable, inciting the experts of Minghai City to contemplate delivering a beating. Here you are, incessantly chattering for an entire hour while others engage in combat. Are you here to fight, or merely to quarrel? You old crone, your incessant prattle is tiresome. Do remove yourself and cease obstructing my efforts to dispose of the refuse. How dare you kill my protector? You are courting death. Summon that person forth. I shall exact vengeance for my fallen guardian and sever that scoundrel's head. Zhang Yu exuded an air of brazen defiance, while Ryu could scarcely contain his frustration. What nonsense is this? I am thwarting your criminal endeavors. This is for your own good. By the heavens, do not provoke this formidable woman. Your incessant nagging is unbearable. Zhang Yu's fury was ignited. Ryu, however, remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Unable to endure any longer, Zhang Yu struck with swift precision, landing a solid blow. Ha! Zhang Yu laughed heartily, kicking Ryu away. It turned out that Ryu was already in a precarious state. He had made his move against the Jiao Long, but had failed to counter a single attack, sustaining severe injuries. His reluctance to engage Zhang Yu stemmed from fear. leading to his incessant chatter. Zhang Yu's anger exposed his vulnerabilities, leaving everyone astonished. It became apparent that he was merely a paper tiger, a dreadful deception. Everyone, retreat hastily. Had it not been for you, we would have fled long ago. Many cursed and turned away. Ryu, fuming, lamented the ingratitude of those he had shielded from foes, only to be met with their indifference. Now that he was incapacitated, they offered no support and instead mocked him. Infuriating indeed. Though I relish plundering, I am a principled brigand. Bring forth Gu Tian. I will spare your lives, but should you delay, I shall have you all slain. And that wretch shall regret his actions. Zhang Yu pointed at Xianyuan Long, Xianyuan Fian, Xianyuan Linglong, and Gu Feng. Unexpectedly, beside Xianyuan Linglong stood a figure, Sora Aoi. Hearing of Do Tian's assault by the Jiao Long, she sought out Xianyuan Fian, claiming she could assist Do Tian, thus arriving here. I have spoken, I do not know, but I shall inform you once I do. Xianyuan Long seethed with anger, yet dared not unleash it. Despite his prowess at the martial reversal level, he knew he stood no chance against the brigand leader Zhang Yu. Unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from striking. Father, this will render you passive. The Tang King has already gained the upper hand. If you resort to the power above, it will reveal your weakness, and I fear. Xianyuan Linglong communicated discreetly. An astute young lady. Do Tian perceived only a facade, yet that was the essence of his character. This clever girl was not merely Xianyuan Linglong. She was a unique being, a legendary dragon maiden sent by the elders of the Dragon Valley to undergo trials in the outside world. Publicly recognized as the daughter of Xianyuan Long, yet secretly symbolizing his identity within the Dragon Valley. That is of little consequence now, do you see it? The dragon did not attack the Tang King at all, and Zhang Yu stood firmly by the Tang King's side. Should the Tang King fail this time, it would spell his doom. Ah, I see now. Father intends to expose the Tang King's collusion with the dragon to the elders within the Dragon Valley, compelling them to abandon him, ultimately securing victory for our Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Long remarked. Indeed, Linglong, the success of this plan rests upon your shoulders. Hurry, for without your intervention, Do Tian may not survive. Xianyuan Long was acutely aware of the young girl's concern for Do Tian. Understood, I shall proceed. Father, you must ensure everything is in order while I am away, Xianyuan Linglong declared, her hands forming a unique symbol. In an instant, a portal materialized, and she stepped through, causing it to vanish. It is only natural for one to escape when ensnared. How could you impose such constraints upon us? Xianyuan Long scoffed. I sincerely hope you do not deceive me, for should you do so, your lives are forfeit. Zhang Cheng, however, was not focused on Xianyuan Long but rather on the fierce battle between the dragon and Lu Zhentian. Their clash was nothing short of brutal. Although Lu Zhentian possessed extraordinary strength, he found himself unable to subdue the dragon, whose power exceeded his expectations, leaving him astounded. This was undoubtedly a dragon that had achieved enlightenment over a millennium ago. How it had come ashore remained a mystery. Could it possibly be a relative of the dragon that had been slain by the ancient Tian? With a flurry of movements, the dragon's tail swept across the battlefield with the force of 100,000 mountains. Its scales transformed into countless serpents, launching an assault on Lu Zhentian. Foul creature, cease your rampage. Today marks your demise. Dragon binding technique. Lu Zhentian extended his hand, creating a golden barrier that emerged in the air, a treasure of his, capable of restraining all. As the myriad serpents surged forth, they were ensnared and reduced to ashes. Interesting. I had not anticipated such a formidable practitioner among the human race. This contest promises to be thrilling. Come at me with your next attack. Million Icefall. The sky darkened as snowflakes descended, giving way to massive hailstones, culminating in towering ice pillars that rained down upon Lu Zhentian. His expression shifted. This assault pushed him to his limits. He sensed that the dragon retained considerable strength, indicating a disparity in their powers. If the battle were to prolong, defeat would undoubtedly be his. This predicament was daunting, yet he refused to concede. He unleashed the dragon binding technique once more, positioning it in the heavens as he initiated an offensive against the dragon. Heavenly punishment of divine authority, 5 thunder execution. Zhang Yuanji appeared unexpectedly behind the dragon, summoning a 5-colored divine lightning that struck the creature directly. Instantly, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, tantalizingly fragrant. Roar. You vile reptile, dare you injure me? Prepare to meet your end. The dragon retaliated swiftly, its fury ignited. Zhang Yuanji's timely strike had wounded it. An occurrence that had not transpired in countless years. To be harmed by such a lowly creature was a profound humiliation. All of you shall perish. Not a single one shall survive. Chapter 73. Misty rain in the south of the Yangtze River in a breathtaking duel. The extraordinary powers of Lu Jinyu clashed against the formidable dragon, a spectacle far beyond the comprehension of the ordinary realm. Lu Jinyu, transcendent and ethereal, wielded his spiritual energy with grace, yet against the dragon, he found himself devoid of any chance of victory. Upon reaching the martial inverse realm, one cultivates their unique divine abilities, a necessary evolution beyond the ordinary, not merely a product of advanced or sacred techniques, but rather a path forged through personal cultivation and discovery. Dragon, are you still entangled in your delusions? Who has wronged you? Why must you wreak havoc upon the cultivators of Minghai City? This defies the natural order. Do you not fear the retribution of the heavens? After a fierce exchange, Lu Jinyu evaded the dragon's assault, fatigue beginning to set in, while the dragon, fueled by divine power, grew ever more formidable with each encounter. Finding the culprit is easier said than done. Where shall I search? Provide me with a direction. I remain oblivious to who has slain my avatar, and thus, I must eliminate each suspect one by one. My principle is to err on the side of caution, willing to mistakenly condemn 3,000 rather than let a single one escape. Enough with the idle chatter. Conserve your strength. Wait, I know who killed your avatar. His name is Gu Tian, a cultivator. I shall dispatch others to locate him. I believe he will be eager to confront you. Lu Jinyu, willing to sacrifice one for the greater good, deemed it preferable to the cultivators of the winged city. Gu Tian, is it truly him? Are you jesting? His strength is so feeble that I have already vanquished him beneath the waves. How could he possibly have slain my avatar? I suspect you're lying. And perchance you are the very one who murdered my avatar. Come then, let me deal with you. It has been far too long since I have savored the flesh of a worthy opponent. The dragon, bloodthirsty, spoke with a sinister tone. His intentions were far beyond merely seeking vengeance. The nature of demons is such that their motives are inscrutable to those like Lu Jinyu. King Tang, let us forge an alliance. I shall assist you in vanquishing your adversary, and in return, you will help me uncover the identity of my avatar's slayer. Thus, we shall meet our respective needs, a most fortuitous arrangement. Would you not agree? The dragon ensnared King Tang in the air, addressing him directly. Indeed, this is splendid. I, of the Tang royal family, shall never forget your generosity, venerable dragon. It is settled then. We shall seek out Gu Tian and strive to assist you at the earliest opportunity. King Tang responded, turning towards Xianyuan Long and the others. Zhang Yu, upon seeing King Tang, let out a derisive snort but made no effort to obstruct his progress. King Tang approached Xianyuan Long with a smile. Xianyuan Long, do you have anything to say now, or shall you find yourself rendered speechless shortly? Do not revel too soon. Virtue is rewarded and vice punished. Your blatant collusion with the dragon will invite the ire of all. You should reconsider, for there remains a glimmer of hope for your redemption. Your words are mere drivel. I am on the verge of becoming the true sovereign of Minghai City and the emperor of the entire Huaxia nation. You expect me to concede? Xianyuan Long, I once thought you possessed a measure of intelligence, but now it appears you are nothing but a fool. I will emerge victorious. Your request for me to surrender is the height of absurdity. What do you intend to do? Xianyuan Long, sensing King Tang's fury, questioned with an air of foreboding. Not particularly impressive. I merely wish to witness your downfall. Do you recall the words you spoke in our youth? You declared that divine right dictated your supremacy, and I was but a mere accessory, destined never to surpass you. At that time, you were merely 10, while I was already 20, possessing greater wisdom and understanding of the power dynamics at play. This outcome encapsulates my sentiments, the words I long to convey to you. Are you excited? Then meet your demise. The Tang King shifted, launching a fist towards Xianyuan Long, while Gu Mo decisively struck at Xianyuan Long's heart. Indeed, he aimed directly for Xianyuan Long's core. Despite Xianyuan Long's prowess at the martial reversal level, Gu Mo was at a disadvantage, and with a swift movement, Xianyuan Long evaded the attack. Gu Mo, have I not treated you well? What is the meaning of this? My liege, do not be so astonished. You seem to wonder why I have betrayed you. Well, allow me to elucidate. I have always been an operative of the Tang King, embedded within your ranks a decade ago. Fortuitously, you recognized my potential and welcomed me into your fold, granting me the accomplishments I hold today. I am truly grateful to you, and as a token of my appreciation, I shall personally escort you on your final journey, Gu Mo replied, his expression unflinching as he stood beside the Tang King. Xianyuan Long, do you see? You have been utterly defeated. Today marks the demise of the Xianyuan clan. You might as well surrender, for escape is futile. The Tang King laughed heartily. Not necessarily. Look behind you, what do you see? Xianyuan Long suddenly chuckled, an eerie glimmer in his eyes. The Tang King turned in alarm, only to find Zhang Yu approaching, accompanied by Gu Lai. Xianyuan Long cannot be slain yet. He must assist me in my endeavors. You will have to wait, Zhang Yu stated calmly. What? Zhang Yu? Are you contemplating an attack? You shall have to pass my challenge first, Zhang Yu retorted with a haughty snort, emanating an aura that left the Tang King momentarily paralyzed. He knew Zhang Yu's strength surpassed all but the dragon, and he dared not provoke him. How long will you require? I shall wait here, the Tang King conceded. Recognizing Zhang Yu's formidable presence. Only an hour. It is not an excessive duration, Zhang Yu replied. An hour is still considerable. Do you think my time is worthless? The Tang King nearly exploded but quickly regained his composure. Very well, half an hour it shall be. I can manage that. Jiao Long remains unscathed and remarkably strong. What do you think, Yin Xiao? In a corner of the crowd, 3 individuals conferred. Fortunately, the old man Lu can last for half an hour, but ultimately, he will be defeated. Xiao Yu, prepare, we are about to act. This is my opportunity to make a name for myself, to reclaim some loyal supporters. My path to immortality shall become much smoother, Yin Xiao declared, a youthful figure beside him nodding obediently. Yin, are you truly intent on intervening? Jiao Long's strength is formidable. Even that old coot Lu Jintian cannot contend with him. I fear we may not be his match, cautioned another, a young man in white garments, exuding an air of freshness and grace. Enough of this. My decision is made, Yin Xiao affirmed. This is an opportunity to slay the dragon of chaos. Under the name of the Misty Rain. In Jiangnan, there is no need for further words. You should also take a look over there. The crisis in the city of the underworld presents a remarkable chance. Seizing it will yield boundless benefits, as the heavenly ladder is about to be unveiled. We must hasten to enhance our strength to gain entry. The secrets contained therein are coveted by many, and we must grasp this opportunity. Yin Yu nodded, his demeanor shifting dramatically, revealing a sharp brilliance as he approached Zhang Yu casually. Chapter 74. The dominance of Xianyuan Fian Yin Xiao is indeed Yin Yu, a descendant of the 9 seers. This was Knight 7 speaking to Do Tian, who was unaware of Yin Xiao's origins, even oblivious to the location of the seer's abode. Now that Yin Yu was ready to take action, many began to take notice, for he was not merely a scion of the seers, but also ranked among the top 3 on the underworld list, his strength unfathomable. Everyone anticipated that his prowess could suppress the dragon of chaos, resolving this crisis. With swift strides, the subtle dragon step transformed into an azure dragon beneath his feet. Soaring into the sky, a remarkable manifestation of the latter stages of the subtle dragon step. In an instant, he covered a distance exceeding 100 miles, rapid and enigmatic. In the city of the underworld, Xianyuan Long was indeed anxious. Do Tian had yet to be found, and time was running short. What should he do now? As he gazed at Xianyuan Fian, he fell silent for a moment before slowly shaking his head. Fian, did your teacher inform me that you have developed feelings for Do Tian? At this moment, Xianyuan Fian appeared dazed, her heart solely preoccupied with thoughts of Do Tian. Completely oblivious to Xianyuan Long's words, her gaze chillingly fixed upon the dragon of chaos. Haha, Xianyuan Long, I wonder how long you can endure this. I shall make you witness how Xianyuan Fian meets her demise, causing you grief, trembling, and helplessness. When Tang Wang perceived the despair in Xianyuan Long's eyes, he formulated a plan. Xianyuan Fian was the apple of Xianyuan Long's eye. It was time to strike. Zhang Yu had advised against harming Xianyuan Long, but he had not mentioned refraining from targeting Xianyuan Fian. Do not look at me. As long as Xianyuan Long remains unharmed, you may proceed as you wish. I shall not interfere, Zhang Yu declared, turning away from Xianyuan Long. Haha. I must thank you, Zhang Yu. I shall treat you to a drink when the time allows. Tang Wang chuckled as he walked past Xianyuan Long, glancing at Xianyuan Fian with a sly smile. What a beautiful goddess. How delightful it would be to have her beneath me. Xianyuan Long, your niece is indeed a rare gem. What do you intend? I warn you. Should you dare to harm her, I shall not bear the consequences, Xianyuan Long roared, feeling insulted. It was a humiliation for the emperor of a nation to be so derided in such a manner. It was akin to a slap to his face. Do not be so enraged. I have yet to take any action. Just observe what I possess. If he consumes this, what do you think will transpire? Tang Wang revealed a crimson pill, which would undoubtedly astound Do Tian, for it was the desire pill, an aphrodisiac of the highest caliber. The very one Feng Lu had once administered to him. You despicable fiend. Once this matter passes, we shall settle our scores properly. Do not take advantage of another's misfortune. Do you take me for a fool? In this day and age, such archaic rules are absurd. You merely seek to stall for time, which is utterly futile. I am not so naive. If those antiquated figures emerge, what future remains for me? Your cunning schemes are indeed clever, yet they shall not come to fruition. Xianyuan Fian, consume it willingly. I shall not coerce a woman, though I am not averse to making an exception this once. The Tang King positioned the desire pill at Xianyuan Fian's lips, attempting to feed it to her. However, Xian Yuanfian swiftly evaded the pill, swallowing it instead without uttering a word. She had encountered such substances before. As a princess, she had indeed partaken. Xian Yuanfian unsealed the celestial power within her, revealing a different facet of herself. With nothing left to lose, she feared nothing. If need be, she would forsake all, determined to safeguard the purity of Do Tian, ensuring he could witness her splendid side even amidst hell. She had long harbored disdain for this journey, but as a lady, she had lacked the opportunity to express her discontent. Now, however, the situation was different. The Tang King had betrayed her, and she resolved to eliminate him for the greater good. What a character! How does it feel to consume it? How does this pill taste? The Tang King inquired with a smile. Surprisingly sweet. Where did you procure this? I'd like a few more. It's quite a delightful treat. Xian Yuanfian feigned nonchalance, rapidly channeling the stellar energy that Night 7 had infused within her, suppressing the desired pill. Simultaneously, a formidable force erupted from within her, propelling her fist forward and sending the Tang King flying 15 meters, crashing against a sturdy wall. What the? A super transformation? What did you just feed her? Zhang Yu was taken aback as he sensed Xian Yuanfian's power surge to an extraordinary level, leaving him in awe. The Tang King was embedded in the stone, rendered speechless, while his subordinates struggled to extract him. He had sustained severe injuries, several bones broken, and now could barely stand. How could you achieve this? The Tang King was drenched in cold sweat. He had anticipated witnessing Xian Yuanfian's downfall, but now she had sent him flying. What manner of situation was this? How could someone of her realm suddenly possess such incredible strength? He began to doubt whether he had truly given her the desire pill, or perhaps something akin to a strength-boosting elixir. You, a mere waste, aspire to be emperor? I find that utterly unacceptable. I shall send you to your demise, to reign as emperor in hell. Xian Yuanfian moved, unleashing the dragon fighting technique, conjuring a golden dragon that formed in the air and surged toward the Tang King. Block it. From now on, your affairs are my concern. Once I succeed, I shall remember your glory. The Tang King sensed the gravity of Xian Yuanfian's strike and turned to his subordinates, realizing they were merely lowly individuals. Yet, facing the current Xian Yuanfian, they seemed woefully inadequate. It is not that we refuse to assist you, Tang King. Rather, we are simply outmatched. Our adversary's strength has far surpassed ours, rendering us powerless. You would do better to seek the aid of skilled individuals from that side. The cultivators behind him were perceptive enough to recognize their own limitations. Xian Yuanfian had now ascended to the status of a formidable master, rendering them utterly incapable of being her adversaries. Yet, some remained skeptical, rashly advancing only to be reduced to mere ashes, vanishing without a trace. This sobering event quelled the remaining cultivators, none daring to withstand even a single strike from Xian Yuanfian. As the golden dragon drew ever closer to the Tang King, poised to deliver a fatal blow, Zhang Yu intervened at the last moment. With a resounding roar, he shattered the golden dragon and fixed a solemn gaze upon Xian Yuanfian. Chapter 75, The Eerie Ha. Quite commendable indeed. Let us temper his arrogance through decisive action, Xian Yuanlong exclaimed, his shock giving way to laughter. Look at the time, it's clear you're just stalling. Attempting to assist the Tang King. Xian Yuanlong's anger flared as he glared at Zhang Yu, then shifted his gaze to the incapacitated Tang King, eyes brimming with murderous intent. Do not regard me with such a gaze. I speak the truth. An hour has elapsed. And if none of you possess the ability to combat the heavens, do not blame me for what follows, Zhang Yu retorted, irritation evident in his tone. Why the excessive chatter? Let us engage. Ancient Tian is not something you can summon at will. If you wish to go, I shall facilitate your departure. Xian Yuanfian declared, her prowess having ascended to an entirely new realm. Though she was somewhat unaccustomed to her newfound strength, her hesitation had dissipated. The martial reverse realm, which she had attained through unconventional means, now offered her an unprecedented experience. Her attacks had become not only sharper, but also intertwined with numerous esoteric techniques, gifts from Yi Qi that were now proving invaluable. Speaking of Yi Qi, Xian Yuanfian only knew him to be an exceedingly enigmatic figure of unfathomable power. Spinning dance of the nine heavens, she invoked, her spiritual energy rippling as she gracefully executed her techniques in midair. The space around her trembled as her spiritual power surged. A technique designed to channel energy through spatial pathways, culminating in an assault that manifested beside Zhang Yu. Simultaneously, she employed the spin dance steps, an exquisitely beautiful and mystifying footwork that allowed her to glide effortlessly to Zhang Yu's side. Zhang Yu's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he sensed the impending danger, enveloping himself in spiritual energy for protection. He unleashed the martial reverse realm's power with a punch that shattered the obstacles before him, bracing himself against the onslaught of the spinning dance of the nine heavens. Nevertheless, he was forced to retreat a step. How did you achieve this? This attack, this footwork, it's utterly flawless. What kind of individual could conceive such a technique? Zhang Yu inquired. You need not concern yourself with that. Since you are impressed, allow me to show you another two moves and witness their efficacy, Xin Yuan Fei Yin replied, retrieving the moral sword bestowed upon her by Do Tian from her storage ring. Sky break slash. What in the world? How is this possible? What have you given her? This is extraordinary, Zhang Yu exclaimed as he was compelled to retreat, frustration spilling forth. The Tang King, utterly bewildered, looked at Zhang Yu with a mix of dismay and confusion. What are you so aggrieved about? This is the elixir of your own making, not one I provided. Speak quickly, what is that pill, and what purpose does it serve? Zhang Yu seethed, his desire to strike the Tang King mounting, yet feeling powerless to do so. Xin Yuan Fei Yan's attacks grew increasingly fierce, leaving no room for even a single clone. There was nothing to be done about it. It was a pill. A potion of desire, known as the desire pill, which I had painstakingly sought after. The desire pill? That is an aphrodisiac. How could the outcome be like this? Are you certain you haven't mistaken the pill? No, it is indeed the one given to me by Feng Lu, without any error. However, just as he finished speaking, Feng Lu rushed over, sweat beading on his forehead as he looked at the fallen Tang Wang, and hurriedly said, Tang Wang, you haven't used that pill, have you? I mistakenly gave you the wrong one. This is what you truly need. Feng Lu was flustered. I mistook another pill for the desire pill, in reality. This is the genuine one. What is that pill then? What effect does it have? Let's not discuss that for now. Tell me, what about the desire pill? Feng Lu asked, clinging to a thread of hope. Good heavens. You are truly generous. That is the great strength pill. Once consumed, your power will surge instantaneously. If you wish to kill him, there is no need for such extravagance. Now, everything was in disarray. That was something entrusted to me by the sect leader for transport. And I never expected to have made such a blunder. This is troublesome, Feng Lu thought, as his last sliver of hope shattered, filling him with regret. You both are truly reckless. What kind of pill is this that you would administer to the enemy? This has placed me in a dire situation. This cannot stand. It seems I must resort to serious measures. Step aside. Zhang Yu, feeling the pressure from all sides, finally lost his patience and took the initiative, becoming ferocious. The flood dragon roared, its eyes filled with rage as it spotted its foe, swiftly striking Lu Zhentian with its tail, sending him flying. Before turning to attack Xin Yuan Fei Yin. However, at that moment, Yin Yu soared into the air, blocking its path. Get out of my way, or this will be your fate. The flood dragon unleashed its spiritual power, turning the surrounding cultivators to ash. Is that Yin Xiao? He has finally made his move. I wonder where Di Shang is. If they appear together, the flood dragon will truly face retribution. Soon, murmurs began to circulate among the crowd. Di Shang's power surpasses that of Yin Xiao, but if another bloodthirsty killer joins, it would be absolutely perfect. The onlookers slowly began to fantasize. The flood dragon, unable to tolerate their chatter any longer, released another wave of spiritual energy, claiming more lives, which silenced the crowd once again. Then let us kill until you yield. The flood dragon was not one to waste time. It acted decisively, sensing the location of the true perpetrator, deeming unnecessary any further pointless battles. In truth, its purpose for coming this time was that sword, which held a monumental secret, an immense secret, indeed. Of course, that is a tale for another time. I fear not. Come forth. Yin Xiao drew a circle in the air, conjuring a Taiji diagram, standing atop it, causing the flood dragon to pause with surprise as it recalled a certain thought, exclaiming, You are indeed his descendant. What relation do you have with that genius of Baihua Valley? Chapter 76. Di Shang Yin Yu's expression tensed, regarding the flood dragon with a hint of wariness. What you speak of is unknown to me. I am merely an ordinary disciple of the Taoist sect, slightly favored by the sect leader. I know nothing of this genius from Baihua Valley. We are but humble aspirants in the presence of such esteemed predecessors. Oh, is that so? Then there's no need for restraint, young man. Do you know who created the forbidden techniques of Taiji? It was he. Since you do not recognize him, I shall not hold back any longer. A million glaciers. The dragon rises, unleashing its ultimate attack, bringing forth a cascade of ice blocks once more. This time in a merciless assault that befalls even the remaining cultivators, each one suffering harm. Although Yin Xiao possesses considerable strength, he lacks the experience to handle such a scene. Unlike Lu Zhentian, who would have eliminated all the ice blocks, Yin Xiao invokes the forbidden techniques of Taiji to bolster his defenses and charges directly at the dragon. His approach, rooted in defense, integrates the essence of safeguarding into the Taiji diagram, a feat that would astound the average observer. Even the divine wind feels the weight of age. This realm belongs to the youth. With a disposition like yours, aspiring to prominence is but a source of embarrassment. Observe below, that individual shall express gratitude for your efforts. The dragon scorns Yin Xiao, fully aware of his intentions, but indeed, the crowd below echoes the dragon's sentiments, hurling insults at Yin Xiao, lamenting how he has brought calamity upon them. Yin Yu, upon hearing this, is seething with fury. What manner of people are these? Do they believe that without his intervention, they would not survive? This is a heartless society, where even acts of kindness are met with disdain. What kind of upbringing has led to such behavior? Do not attempt to sway my resolve. Exorcising demons and vanquishing evil is the duty of our kind. Today, I shall use you to cleanse the resentment I harbor among them. The law of heaven and earth, the light of five thunders. This spell bears resemblance to Zhang Yuanji's five thunder technique, yet unlike Zhang Yuan, Yin Xiao's version infuses a unique spiritual energy, a distinctive attack derived from the secret of Zhe. This secret, unlike the Dou of Dou Tian, harnesses an inexhaustible life force, wielding vitality as a weapon. Your tears are quite intriguing, yet your current prowess is still insufficient. I once faced him in battle, and that encounter ended in utter defeat. I could not withstand even a single strike. And these displays are woefully inadequate. The dragon, filled with nostalgia, halts in midair, then a dark glow flickers and transforms into a graceful youth. The image he projects instantly causes a stir. Dishang. The dragon is, astonishingly, Dishang. What a twist of fate. So it is you. I wondered where you had gone. You are indeed the dragon. Why do you sit so idly? A weight settles in Yin Yu's heart. He has crossed paths with the one below more than once, yet always succumbed to his might, a reality he has long sought to evade. Is this not the arena of the underworld city? The very battleground for the contest of the underworld rankings? Is the competition for the underworld rankings about to commence today? What an unbelievable crisis this is. A passerby has noticed this phenomenon, and soon it spreads like wildfire. You say you can leave at will? What a jest. Do you take me, Yin Yu, for a fool? For the sake of pride, Yin Yu stiffens his resolve and declares, let us inquire of the masses below, to hear their perspective. Dishang remains unperturbed, addressing the assembled crowd, saying, let him go. If you have no business here, do not meddle. Allow him to depart. Let him go. Quickly, let him leave. Who do you think you are, merely an onlooker? Depart at once. Do not be foolish and endanger us all. As the sound of the dragon's retreat echoed, cheers erupted from the crowd, expressing their sentiments regarding the rescue operation. Such is the inherent flaw of humanity, a profound selfishness that disregards the plight of others. Dishang. Very well, I shall remember this. Await my arrival. If you possess the courage, then make your way to the 100 Flower Valley, where we shall duel, remarked Yin Yu, her voice laced with determination. I shall certainly go. There lies the person I seek. You need not worry, Dishang replied, passing through Yin Yu and heading directly towards Xinyuanfian. Yin Yu made no further attempt to obstruct him and swiftly departed into the distance. Young Master Jiangnan. We should take our leave as well. Our master has departed. Yin Yu's fearsome little fish communicated telepathically to Jiangnan. Nodding in agreement, Jiangnan exited the scene. Meanwhile, Lu Zhentian, bloodied, confronted Dishang, casting a cold gaze in his direction. Shinkong had also arrived, having traveled directly from his younger self, his apprehension evident as he remained uncertain of the unfolding events. So, you are Dishang. Quite impressive. A millennium of cultivation has elevated your strength beyond many of us. Truly deserving of the title senior. May I inquire your intentions behind the unprovoked assault on the underworld city? Is an explanation in order? Lu Zhentian's countenance was grim. No explanation is necessary. Did I not state it clearly? Someone has slain my avatar, and I am merely seeking an account. As for attacking your underworld city, I harbor no interest in that. My sole purpose here is her. Do not hinder me, and if you allow me to take her, I shall depart without further aggression. Dishang asserted, pointing at Xinyuanfian, his words leaving no room for dispute. And what if we refuse? Do you intend to fight us? Very well. I shall take her by force, Dishang declared, his body moving with swift decisiveness as he ensnared Xinyuanfian and began to carry her away. Dishang, you overstep your bounds. Release Yen'er, or face the consequences, Xinyuan Long warned, his resolve firm. Xinyuan Linglong shared a bond akin to sisterhood with Xinyuanfian. And should she be taken, Xinyuan Linglong would undoubtedly hold herself accountable. He contemplated intervening, yet another figure struck first, Sora Alway. Dishang responded with a dismissive grunt, delivering a powerful punch that sent Sora Alway crashing to the ground, blood staining her attire in an instant. Xinyuanfian remained silent, observing Sora Alway's plight. Refusing to remain passive, she summoned her spiritual energy, forcefully breaking free from Dishang's grasp and ascending into the air. Dishang, have you truly slain Gu Tian? Xinyuanfian called down, her voice resonating with authority. I would never deceive a woman. To be candid, he has entered a unique realm, effectively rendering him deceased. Dishang replied, Huh, dead. Tian, why did you not wait for me? Why must I endure such a prolonged wait? Dishang, you shall pay for this, she declared, invoking the celestial diagram of sun and moon. Xian Yuan Fei Yan's expression was one of profound sorrow as she moved her hands gracefully through the air, causing the sky to shift in hue. This was a technique passed down by Yi Qi, known as the battle map, a unique method designed to connect with the heavens and the earth. However, only those of the battle heaven realm could wield it, and it required the evolution of the heavenly battle saint law to be activated. To force its use could result in a backlash, inflicting not physical but spiritual wounds. Such communion with the cosmos demanded an extraordinary level of divine consciousness, which Xian Yuan Fei Yan had yet to attain. With a flourish of her hands, she released the immense power of the great strength diamond pill from within, unleashing a formidable surge of spiritual energy that darkened the skies. The sun and moon shone in unison, and then the Taiji symbol emerged, marking the formation of the sun-moon divine map, which descended upon the Emperor Shang with formidable force. Chapter 77. I adore you. Emperor Shang was taken aback, but before he could contemplate further, the sun-moon divine map had already descended upon him. In that instant, the mountains and rivers trembled, reverberating through the ages. Many cultivators were astonished, gazing at the celestial map as if witnessing the apocalypse. Waves of spiritual energy surged, overwhelming Emperor Shang in a torrent of power. This was indeed unexpected. Such an assault was deeply moving. You are formidable, yet after this strike, what else do you possess? Today, you must meet your demise. My avatar is but a trivial matter to eliminate. Emperor Shang roared, reverting to his true form, and unleashed his life essence pearl, lamenting the futility of his previous attack. Boom! The heavens quaked, and the world began to crumble. Cultivators retreated in haste, their bodies ablaze with energy, while the weaker among them exploded under the pressure, succumbing to a merciless fate. This was an indiscriminate attack that claimed many lives. A voice resonated from the sky, uttering a question before fading into oblivion, as if it had never existed. Only the most skilled could discern it, while the lesser cultivators struggled for survival. Crack! Blood splattered as one of Emperor Shang's claws was severed by the sun-moon divine map, which then vanished, its energy dissipating. Xian Yuan Fei Yin remained suspended in the air, gazing at Emperor Shang, her eyes dimming as she realized he had lost merely a claw. Tears welled in the corners of her eyes. Heaven, I have tried my utmost. It truly was futile. Now, I shall join you. Await my arrival. With a splatter of blood, Xian Yuan Fei Yin felt the vitality draining from her, her body plummeting. Tears glistened in her eyes, for she had not yet had the chance to express her affection for Do Tian before the chasm of life and death separated them. This was a tragic affair, one that shattered the heart. Now, having met her end, she would finally reunite with Do Tian, destined to be a couple in the afterlife. As she pondered this, a smile graced her lips. She felt her life had not been in vain. Meeting Do Tian was enough, and she had no regrets in death. Closing her eyes, she awaited the arrival of her demise. Yet even as she neared the ground, she remained alive, for someone had caught her. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld none other than Aoi Sora. What is this? What are you doing? You need not go to such lengths. Let my life end here. Xian Yuan Fei Yin sighed, gazing at Aoi Sora with a forlorn expression, shrouded in the miasma of death, devoid of any fervor. With me here, you shall not perish. You are a friend of Ao Tian, and I shall not allow you to perish, declared Aoi Sora. What is the reason for this? Heaven has granted you nothing. Has it? Why do you go to such lengths to assist him? Do you harbor feelings for him as well? No, she replied. He is my first friend. The first person I can truly converse with, and thus I cherish this bond, even if it means defending it with my life. Enough talk. I shall take you away. With that, Aoi Sora concealed herself, and Xian Yuan Fei Yin, preparing to depart. However, she had sustained unknown injuries, and her breath was heavy. Emperor Shang descended from the sky, sweeping them aside with a single swipe of his tail. Blood splattered as a gaping wound appeared on Aoi Sora, inflicted by the tail of the dragon. It turned out that this injury should have belonged to Xian Yuan, yet at the moment of their merging, Aoi Sora had forcibly exchanged places with Xian Yuan Fei Yin. What are you doing? You must flee. He seeks me, not you. Xian Yuan Fei Yin struggled to break free from Aoi Sora's grasp to assess her injuries. But halfway there, her body became ensnared, and Emperor Shang lashed out again with his tail. Suddenly, a figure reappeared beside Xian Yuan Fei Yin, intercepting the blow. No, you are courting death. I must bear my own burdens, Xian Yuan Fei Yin cried out. Yet Aoi Sora had been struck by Emperor Shang's tail, her body nearly shattering. Emperor Shang, cease at once. You desire Xian Yuan Fei Yin. Do not harm my junior sister, Ri Tai Lang implored, unable to remain silent any longer. He did not comprehend why always Sora acted in such a manner, but he recognized that if he did not speak up, his position would be jeopardized. Should always Sora perish, his standing would undoubtedly be threatened. Always Sora was a precious gem of the Eastern Japan sect, the beloved of the sect leader. Not my concern. Did you not see that she is seeking her own demise? Emperor Shang retorted arrogantly, speaking dismissively to Ri Tai Lang. Take her away. It is I who have embroiled her in this matter. I can only repay her in another life. Xian Yuan Fei Yin urged as she pushed Aoi Sora toward Ri Tai Lang. He nodded in silence, carrying the unconscious Aoi Sora away. What tricks do you have left? You have impressed me, inflicting considerable wounds, but ultimately, your vision is obscured. You have no chance now. Draw the imperial sword, and I shall grant you a swift end. Declared Emperor Shang, his claws having regrown yet appearing grotesquely misaligned. Kill me if you must. The sword shall never be surrendered to you. It was bestowed upon me by heaven, and unless you take your own life, you shall never possess it, Xian Yuan Fei Yin asserted. Her body was drenched in blood. A melancholic smile gracing her lips as she glanced at the distant Xian Yuan Long. With a gasp, Xian Yuan Fei Yin, devoid of strength to retaliate, was struck with a force that shattered her bones, sending her flying. She landed on the ground nearby, still alive but struggling to rise. Oh, is your vitality so resilient? Very well, then, grant me another blow, Emperor Shang expressed in astonishment, preparing to strike again. Forgive me, I have arrived too late. Do Tian cried as he embraced Xian Yuan Fei Yin, his eyes reddened. A surge of water-based spiritual energy flowed into her body, but it proved futile. Her meridians and bones had been completely shattered, leaving her in a state of silence, as good as lost. He hastily retrieved the golden pill that Yi Chi had once given him, claiming that it could save his life in an emergency, albeit he possessed only one. He offered it to Xian Yuan Fei. No, you should keep it for yourself. I am beyond saving. All I wish is to gaze upon you. In the past, I failed to cherish you, but now I realize we must part ways. Heaven, I truly cannot bear to lose you. Could you grant me a kiss? I have harbored affection for you for quite some time. Guemo was merely a facade. Please, do not take offense. Xian Yuan Fei attempted to prevent Do Tian from proceeding. Her eyes were gentle and filled with anticipation. Do not speak foolishly. You shall come to no harm. With me, Do Tian, by your side. No one can take you away. Do Tian forcefully administered the golden elixir to Xian Yuan Fei, then kissed her passionately. After a prolonged moment, they parted, and he lifted Xian Yuan Fei, carrying her to Xian Yuan Long Chapter 78. The return of Do Tian. I apologize for the trouble. This is a matter I, Do Tian, shall resolve myself. Do Tian turned to leave. My suspicions were correct. He is indeed from that family. Do Tian, that is his true name. What a curious name. Could it be that the records on that parchment were truly prophetic? Do Tian, a soul who had perished eons ago, was a forgotten genius, known only to a few ancient sects, and even then, as their most closely guarded secret. Xian Yuan Fei had encountered him within the royal archives of the Xian Yuan family. Yet she could not be certain he was the same Do Tian. If he were, it would be astonishing. Who in this world can evade death? No matter how exceptional one may be, in the end, they too become mere ashes. Even those who have not ascended to the immortal realm are destined to perish. How could anyone live for 10,000 years? This name, why does it sound so familiar? Do Tian. Lu Xing also found it familiar, yet at that moment, he could not recall where he had encountered it. It is him. But didn't he succumb to the desire pill? Why has he not yet succumbed? Lu Xing murmured near him. Lu Xing naturally overheard. Lu Xing, do you know Do Tian? What? Have you forgotten, young master? Did you not order his execution? I even took action myself. Feng Lu exclaimed in astonishment. It seemed Lu Xing was indeed a forgetful noble. Ah, now I remember. How could it be him? This is troubling. Recalling the young man he had encountered earlier in the alley, cold sweat broke out on Lu Xing's brow. How had he offended Do Tian? What is it, young master? You do not look well. What has transpired? Do not pursue Do Tian any longer, and never speak of my having targeted him. Let this matter be as if it never occurred, Lu Xing urged hastily. You need not know too much. Simply heed my words, or bear the consequences yourself. I will not concern myself with you, Feng Lu offered as a warning. Oh, since you say so, I shall let it go. There is no animosity between Do Tian and myself. Feng Lu acquiesced verbally, yet in his heart, he held immense disdain. What was Do Tian to him? Under the influence of the desire pill, he would obediently submit. Soon, there would be a spectacle to behold. You have managed to survive? What a surprise. Have you encountered that mysterious entity? Connie's condition seems quite dire. Did you emerge prepared to meet your end? Although the emperor's heart was shaken and grave, he maintained an outward composure, appearing nonchalant and indifferent. Thanks to you, I remain alive. Why would I perish? Speak, for I harbor no animosity towards you. Why then seek me out, even to the point of killing my kin? Do Tian remained equally unperturbed. You have slain my avatar. That is reason enough. What? Do you deny your actions? The emperor, with an air of arrogance, fixed a piercing gaze upon Do Tian. Indeed, I do not shy away from my deeds. What more is there to discuss? A cold smile crept across the emperor's lips. Killing him was justified, for he struck first. Shall I simply accept my demise? And what of your dragon avatar? It is nothing more than a malevolent thought, contained within that broken sword. Do Tian's eyes gleamed with cold light. Unafraid of the emperor's demeanor. All I know is that my avatar was killed. The rest matters not to me. Since you have taken my avatar's life, you shall pay the price, your own. The emperor disregarded Do Tian's explanation. It seems you are merely a misguided dragon, devoid of discernment. You have harmed my family, leaving no room for negotiation. Let us commence. Your strength is commendable. It has been a millennium since I felt such fervor. Let it begin. Do Tian's eyes turned blood red. A bloodthirsty glow emanating as he unleashed the suppressed desire for bloodshed, his rage reaching its zenith. The people of Shanghai had wronged him, an unforgivable act. A millennium, the emperor furrowed his brow, recalling a certain lineage. Having lived for 1,000 years, he possessed knowledge of some ancient texts. There was only one family with the surname Do, the ancient Jumi Do clan, which had long vanished, the last descendant ascending to the heavens 5,000 years ago. How then had Do Tian emerged? The Do Zhan Sheng Fa transformed into the Bo Long technique, summoning a golden dragon that expanded in the air. In an instant, it matched the emperor's stature. Roar! The azure dragon sensed a threat. This was a true dragon form, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary dragon. And the power of the golden dragon continued to escalate. He realized he was in deep trouble. After the previous battle, the dragon had sustained injuries, now wielding only 70% of its strength. Observing Do Tian's assault, it was evident that matters were more complex than they appeared. If he were indeed a member of the Do clan, the situation would grow even more dire. Do Zhan Sheng Fa, the name echoed in the dragon's mind. A formidable technique. The foremost secret method of ancient combat. Enough of this chatter. You must die today. For Yanzi, you must perish. Do Tian had gone mad. Commanding the golden divine dragon to unleash a torrent of dragon flames towards the emperor's head, a concentrated force of spiritual energy with unparalleled might. Million ice glaciers. The dragon invoked the spell once more, summoning a million ice shards to intercept the incoming dragon flame. Simultaneously, his body moved, sweeping his tail with ferocity, sweep the 1,000 armies. The dragon's tail, like a blade, transformed into a blur, striking towards Do Tian's head. Yet Do Tian fought with fervor. He brandished a fiery staff, immediately awakening its latent power, striking directly upon the dragon's tail with a force that severed it. Roar! The dragon howled in pain, unable to contain its agony. As the million ice shards dissipated the dragon flames, they surged towards Do Tian in retaliation. Tai Chi Forbidden Word Technique. The Tai Chi Forbidden Technique was unleashed, rendering the ice blocks forbidden, followed by a sweeping motion that dissolved all the ice, allowing him to rise swiftly. He sensed his internal strength beginning to wane rapidly. An ominous sign. If he did not resolve the situation quickly, he feared he might not survive. Thus, he drew forth the sun-shooting divine bow, knocking a fiery arrow and launching it directly at the celestial dragon. It appeared that matters were nearing their conclusion, though they had arrived too late. A portal suddenly materialized in the sky, through which Xianyuan Linglong and 2 elderly men emerged. They appeared extraordinarily aged, standing in the air with an air of normalcy. Yet a discerning eye could perceive that their forms seemed to meld into the void, rendering them nearly imperceptible. Sister Fian, what has happened to you? Xianyuan Linglong descended, alarmed at the sight of Xianyuan Fian, drenched in blood. Chapter 79. The arbiter Xianyuan Fian managed to open her eyes with great effort, catching sight of Xianyuan Linglong, and forced a faint smile. Do not worry about me. I am fine. You must assist Tian. He cannot be harmed. With that, she succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Sister Fian, Xianyuan Linglong called to the 2 individuals hovering in the air, whom she had summoned. With Fian in a state of unconsciousness, she had not hesitated to bring them forth. Linglong, step aside. Let me take a look. An elder swiftly appeared beside Xianyuan Linglong, urging her to move away as he examined Xianyuan Fian's body. Yet, upon his initial inspection, he was taken aback. A formidable life force within Xianyuan Fian was rapidly mending her injuries, astonishingly swift in its restoration. What on earth has this girl consumed? The elder exclaimed, never having encountered such vitality, more potent than their own dragon lineage. Stop looking, you will discern nothing. Allow me to handle this. Another elder approached, pushing aside the first. What nonsense! Are you suggesting I cannot do it? Let me tell you, my medical skills from the left dragon school are unmatched by you throughout your lifetime. Spare yourself the embarrassment, the elder from the left dragon retorted, shoving the other elder aside. Left old fool, what are you saying? How could my medical skills from the right dragon be inferior? Save your breath. Do not obstruct my treatment, the elder from the right dragon countered, pushing the left dragon elder away again. Do you want to fight, right old fool? Do not think I fear you. I'll fight you. I simply cannot tolerate your arrogance. The two elders readied themselves for a brawl over Xianyuan Fian, leaving the onlookers bewildered, nearly fainting at the absurdity of the situation. What strange old men. Are they not here to save someone? Why have they devolved into a quarrel? Grandpa left, Grandpa right. What are you doing? This is so embarrassing. Had I known, I would not have brought you along. Quickly, help me check on Sister Fian. She has lost consciousness. Xianyuan Linglong expressed her frustration. Realizing that her summons had turned into a comedic spectacle, she understood well that these two were relics of the past, but their tempers were equally antiquated. Perpetually at odds with one another. Oh dear. I nearly forgot. Look at what you have done, causing me to lose track of the important matters. Dragonswa expressed his dissatisfaction to Dragonyu, but Dragonyu was equally unwilling to yield, and in an instant, they were embroiled in yet another quarrel. Xianyuan Linglong found herself at a loss for words. Only by reiterating her authority could she separate the two. Linglong, rest assured. Your sister is merely gravely injured and will recover shortly. There is no cause for concern. I have examined her. And within her body resides a powerful force that is rapidly mending her injuries. You need not worry, dragons were reassured. Indeed, that is precisely the case. I say, old Ghostwa, why do you insist on stealing my lines? This is my part to say. Are you looking for a fight? Then come at me. Dragon, you retorted. Xianyuan Linglong watched exasperatedly as these two clowns actually began to brawl, leaping into the air with fervor. Behold my divine dragon's grasp. Dragons were roared, as a claw materialized from thin air, lunging towards Dragonyu. However, Dragonyu's agility was unparalleled. He swiftly evaded the strike, causing Dragonswa's claw to grasp at nothing but air, which then veered towards Dotian. With a resounding crash, Dotian, who had been observing a burning stick flying near the dragon, suddenly felt a powerful surge of energy approach, but it was too late. The dragon's claw caught him squarely, sending him crashing to the ground with a deafening thud. What the hell? This is outrageous. Dotian exclaimed, seeing stars as his body felt like it had been shattered, rendering him immobile. Do I have a vendetta against you? Why must you attack me? He fumed, glaring at the two elderly figures. Yet, the old men merely cast him a disdainful glance, choosing to continue their skirmish. How dare you ignore me? You force me to resort to foul language. I curse you both to be struck by lightning. Dotian, drained of energy, felt as though his body might fracture. He lay there, motionless. Ah, Brother Tian, are you all right? Xianyuan Linglong's heart raced as she witnessed Dotian being assaulted. A pang of panic surged within her. She understood that the two elders were far beyond Dotian's capabilities. To be struck directly would spell disaster. Where did these two old men come from? And why are they behaving like this? Dotian spat out a mouthful of blood, his mood heavy with despair. His spiritual energy was rapidly dissipating, and he sought an outlet for his frustration. I invited them for assistance, but now that they are here, they refuse to heed my words. Please tell me you are unharmed. Do not frighten me. If you were to perish, I would bear the burden of guilt. I truly do not wish to harm Brother Tian. Xianyuan Linglong's tears began to flow as she sensed Dotian's vitality waning, as if he might vanish at any moment. Humph, pitiful insect, you should be more concerned about your own survival. Such grandiose words are beyond your reach. Dragonswa, proud as a member of the dragon clan, swung his hand once more. Yet, an invisible force intercepted the blow. Those of your realm are forbidden to engage in combat here. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to render judgment, a voice declared. Humph, what a charade. If the adjudicator dares to judge us, let them show themselves and witness who truly holds power. Dragonswa boasted, but Dragonyu pulled him back, urging silence. This is Ming High City. If a fight breaks out, we will indeed find ourselves in trouble. There is not just one adjudicator here. Xianyuan Linglong let out a long, resounding roar that echoed through the heavens, unleashing a powerful dragon's cry that rendered all present momentarily deaf, causing even Longzwa and Longyu to nearly prostrate themselves. Following the dragon's lament, their expressions darkened as they tore through the fabric of reality and departed. Chapter 80. Reduced to a wretch thus concluded a crisis, an unexpected turn of events that led to the demise of many cultivators. It unveiled legendary masters and revealed certain secrets. The flood dragon, it turned out, was the emperor's grief, and the entity atop the underworld rankings was, astonishingly, a monster, an outcome that left many in disbelief. This was a ludicrous conclusion. In battle, there must be a cause, yet the reason remained elusive from beginning to end. Was it merely due to a clone? The flood dragon had slain numerous cultivators, a situation that seemed incongruous. Speculation arose that perhaps the dragon had sought something precious it had lost, yet it ultimately found nothing, as the Northern Dipper had driven it away. The most dazzling aspect of this conflict was undoubtedly Do Tian. Whether Lu Tian or the flood dragon was mightier, in the end, they both succumbed to a cultivator of Do Tian, a young prodigy. Regrettably, he was rendered incapacitated, and despite Do Tian's immediate efforts, news of his plight leaked. This ignited excitement among Do Tian's enemies, who ordered a thorough search for him, demanding either corpses or living captives. As for the affairs of the Huaxia kingdom, they were straightforward. Xian Yuanlong's throne remained secure, as the Tang dynasty's prince had been rendered a vegetable by Xian Yuanfian's mighty blow. As for Guemo, Xian Yuanlong executed him, for he was a man of iron resolve, intolerant of betrayal. Death was his only assurance. After the stabilization of Xian Yuanlong's empire, Xian Yuanling long departed from the royal family, her whereabouts unknown. Half a month later, near the martial arts arena of Ming High City, several cultivators clad in black robes appeared. Although their garments bore a similar hue, they displayed markedly different patterns, one of which was particularly striking, a golden demon. They stood silently, gazing upon the ruins of the arena. They had arrived too late. The golden demon, obscured by a black robe, bore no discernible age, his voice rasped, sending chills down the spines of those who listened. Lord Segura, it is evident that a battle occurred here not long ago, resulting in many casualties. Among them was a Do Tian, who must be the person we seek, yet he has been incapacitated, and his whereabouts remain unknown. Spoke a figure clad in a black robe adorned with a golden skull, positioned behind the golden demon. Very well, our people must not have died in vain. Release a message, conduct a thorough investigation into Do Tian's whereabouts, and apprehend those associated with him. If he has survived, he will undoubtedly make an appearance. No. Let us indulge ourselves. It is said that the 100 Flowers Valley is soon to host a dance conference. We should attend. It is rumored that the flower fairy possesses unmatched beauty, renowned as the most exquisite maiden of all time. Just the right match, as I am in need of a queen. Indeed, my lord is correct. Only you are worthy of such beauty. Oh no. It is she who is suited to a person of your stature, Lord Segura, a match made in heaven. Flattery will get you far. Let us go. Inform me immediately should there be any news. In the enchanting month of March, amidst the fluttering willows, 5 fleeting days have passed in the blink of an eye. The grand dance conference at the 100 Flowers Valley draws ever closer. On the ancient path, 1,000 miles from the valley, throngs of cultivators traverse, their numbers ceaseless. Here lies an inn for weary travelers. In the desolate wilderness, where solitude once reigned, now it is bustling with life. Within the inn's hall, a multitude engage in animated conversations, sharing tales of their experiences. Did you see? The young master of the Divine Dragon Palace has emerged, a cultivator proclaimed, his voice rising above the chatter. This is a mysterious lineage. The young master is no ordinary figure, and now he has stepped into the open. Are you aware? 3 years ago, he was merely 17, already at the peak of the transcendent realm. After 3 years, his prowess must be even more formidable. The anticipation is palpable. Another chimed in. Indeed, he is a prodigy among prodigies, surpassing even those cultivators engaged in trivial pursuits. It seems this dance conference will be nothing short of spectacular. What do you know? Yi Valley pales in comparison. Just days ago, I encountered the Emperor's Sorrow. He is also present. You are unaware, I presume? He is akin to a dragon, his strength unfathomable. Even Lu Zhentian cannot contend with him. This is bound to be a sight to behold. The crowd buzzed with discussions of notable figures emerging, some lamenting that these individuals might soon clash in a monumental battle for a coveted spot in the celestial realm, a conflict of legendary proportions that would even stir the divine. In a shadowy corner, a pale youth sat, occasionally coughing, absorbing the unfolding scene. The tides of fortune had shifted, despite his past glory. The emergence of these figures rendered his achievements forgotten. With a sigh, he resolved to depart, for nothing here held his heart, and there was nothing left to contest. Remaining would only breed discontent. Yet, fate played a cruel jest upon him. A young cultivator, noticing his tattered attire and the conspicuous storage ring adorning his finger, felt a surge of greed and stealthily followed him. This individual was none other than Do Tian, whose spiritual energy was nearly depleted, his body on the verge of collapse. As he stepped into the wilderness, Do Tian sensed a presence trailing him. With a resigned sigh, he sought to evade capture, yet his failing body rendered him incapable. He could only watch as the cultivator approached. "Friend, are you unwell?" The cultivator inquired with a disarming smile, showing no intent to harm Do Tian. "This is hardly your concern. Step aside. I have urgent matters to attend to," Do Tian retorted. Though his body was weak, his consciousness remained sharp. He shot a fierce glare at the cultivator, momentarily startling him with the intensity of his gaze. "I had hoped for a cordial exchange, but it seems unnecessary now. You appear to be on the brink of death, and your possessions hold little value. Hand them over to me." The cultivator revealed his true intentions, a sinister grin spreading across his face. A chill gripped Do Tian's heart. He sensed another watching from the periphery. Reluctantly, he ceased to resist, feigning a struggle before the young cultivator swiftly subdued him. In truth, it is not that Do Tian lacks the will to resist, but rather that he is utterly powerless. Wounded and incapacitated, he has no opportunity to fight back. With a heavy heart, he sighs, allowing the pain to numb his troubled spirit. A cough escapes his lips, and as internal injuries flare, he spits out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, yet somehow manages to laugh, recognizing the desolation of his situation. His laughter is tinged with despair. The cultivator, taken aback by Do Tian's unexpected mirth, halts his actions, perplexed by the latter's apparent insanity. Intent on removing the storage ring from Do Tian's hand, he is suddenly confronted by a figure that materializes before him, severing his hand in an instant. "Are you unharmed?" a voice inquires. This is the individual Do Tian had mentioned, a bystander who could no longer stand idly by, stepping in to alleviate Do Tian's predicament. "Who are you to meddle in my affairs? It seems your impatience has led you to folly. Do you know who I am?" The newcomer, with flowing golden hair and clad in a white priestly robe, turns her back to Do Tian, her playful smile accentuating her charm. "I care not for your identity. If I, Ulil, have laid eyes upon you, I must intervene. Will you leave, or shall I escort you?" The golden-haired maiden's delightful voice conjures a vivid image in Do Tian's mind as he gazes at his savior. Ultimately, he succumbs to unconsciousness, feeling a sense of honor in his defeat. By the banks of West Lake, amidst enchanting silhouettes, Do Tian finds himself fishing with a bamboo rod. While a raven-haired beauty diligently massages his back, he basks in the scenic view across the water, but suddenly, the alluring figure behind him gives him a forceful push, and he plunges into the lake. Oh, you are awake. Thank goodness. I thought my first rescue would end in tragedy." A golden-haired beauty with blue eyes exclaims as she enters, beaming at Do Tian. She exudes an undeniable charm and vitality that is utterly comforting. Do Tian, smiling gratefully, responds, "Thank you. Had it not been for you, I might have met my end there. May I know your name, miss?" He attempts to rise, but realizes his body is too weak to do so. "Stay still. Your injuries are severe. You must not move recklessly. I am unharmed." "It is the duty of our kind to assist those in need," she reassures him. "I am Ulil. You have heard of the temple, I presume? Yuian is my brother. Fear not. They will not dare to harm you again," she adds, sensing Do Tian's trepidation. Ulil is a kind-hearted and endearing young lady, direct in her speech, reminiscent of the spirited Xianyuan Linglong. Yet, Do Tian recognizes a significant distinction. Ulil's physical form is exceptionally well-developed, surpassing even Xianyuan Fian, likely due to her Western lineage, presenting a strikingly alluring appearance that momentarily captivates Do Tian. "It appears you are the little princess of the temple. I am Knight Xiaoqi, at your service." "Xiaoqi? Such a feminine name. Haha, but quite lovely. You seem older than I. I shall call you Brother Xiaoqi, if you don't mind." Golden locks of hair cascaded around Ulil, her face radiant with anticipation as she gazed at Do Tian, who felt his heart nearly shatter under her expectant gaze. How could he possibly refuse her? Haha, this is splendid. Just wait and see how that brother of mine manages me now. With you, little Seven, by my side, he will have no grounds to reprimand me. Do Tian's expression darkened with exasperation. This little girl, no, this little princess, was remarkably similar to Xianyuan Linglong, serving as a shield for him. Yet, he could hardly deny her request, especially since she was a princess of the Divine Hall, and none would dare to question her. After a moment of mutual sighing, Do Tian soon discerned their purpose for visiting. They had come to participate in the dance conference at the 100 Flowers Valley, led by Uai, the young master of the Divine Hall, with Ulil being his sister who had sneaked away. On her journey, she fortuitously encountered Do Tian, rescuing him, albeit inadvertently revealing his whereabouts. Before long, another figure entered the room, and to Do Tian's surprise, it was Uai, accompanied by a nemesis he could never forget, Dishang. Clad in a Taoist robe, Dishang emanated an otherworldly aura, almost blending into the very fabric of nature. A glint of cold light flashed in Do Tian's eyes as he prepared to confront him. Yuliel, upon seeing UAI, pouted in dissatisfaction and dashed over, taking his hand. Stinky brother, I merely wanted to play a little. Why are you searching everywhere? Do you think I would get lost? She huffed, exasperated. Honestly, you promised to listen to me in front of the shopkeeper, and now that we're here, you run off as if there's no one left to care for me. If it weren't for Brother D telling me he had heard news of you, I would still be searching. Really, you cause me endless worry. UAI playfully pinched Yuliel's nose, and she squirmed in protest. Stop it. Don't pinch my nose. You'll break it. Haha. All right, enough of the laughter. Brother, allow me to introduce someone to you. This is my newly acquainted brother, Yi Xiaoqi. What a lovely name. Isn't it? Yuliel, having playfully nestled in UAI's embrace for a moment, then left his side to approach Do Tian. UAI was momentarily taken aback. He had entered to see another individual, yet he was completely captivated by Yuliel's charm. Upon hearing her mention Do Tian, his interest was piqued. Brother, could it possibly be yet another shield for you? Hello, I am Yi Xiaoqi. Do we know each other? Yuliel mentioned you are her brother. And you truly possess remarkable talent. I cannot help but feel compelled to revere you, Do Tian replied, internally communicating the situation to UAI, who swiftly understood the implications. The rumors of Do Tian's downfall appeared to be true. Chapter 82. 100 Flowers Valley. UAI deliberately approached Do Tian, casting a glance before feigning an awkward smile. My apologies. Xiaoqi, I mistook you for an old friend. You and her bear such a striking resemblance. I am sincerely sorry. Do Tian chuckled lightly, gesturing for the three of them to take a seat. His strength had indeed diminished, and there was no need for them to stand while he spoke. No need to stand on ceremony. Please, continue your conversation. Since you have met, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again at the 100 Flowers Valley. Dishang comprehended the intricacies of the situation. His family's discourse always rendered his presence somewhat awkward. After his departure, Do Tian cast a resigned smile towards UAI, who remained silent, simply seated. Brother, I perceive a subtle difference in the way you regard each other. Yuli Er remarked. I must tell you, despite my brother's name having a somewhat feminine connotation, he is indeed a normal man. Do not harbor any misguided intentions towards him. Her words nearly caused UAI to stumble. Lier, is it customary to speak of your own brother in such a manner? After 2 decades, are you still uncertain of my inclinations? He retorted. I was aware of it in the past, yet one can never be certain. Circumstances can shift in an instant. Even the most formidable can meet their demise unexpectedly. Much like Do Tian, his exploits have reached my ears numerous times, Yuli Er asserted earnestly. Li Er is correct. Individuals can experience varying moments, and sometimes it can transpire in a heartbeat. However, how do you know about Do Tian? Do Tian inquired, perplexed. He had heard cultivators discussing him throughout the journey. Yet he doubted such tales had traversed to the west. The bards, of course. They have disseminated Do Tian's feats far and wide. Are you unaware? I hold him in the highest regard. A single individual vanquishing a monster and contending with the Dragon Valley folk. He epitomizes the youthful ideal. The immortal path should be one of boldness and retribution. If one in love cannot protect their beloved, then what purpose does their existence serve? Oh. Do Tian gazed at Yuli Er. Though she was not particularly imposing, her words resonated with wisdom. The notion that his deeds could be so widely known was beyond his expectations, yet not entirely implausible. He noted UAI's curiosity, although Yuli Er hesitated to voice it. Lier, you must be unaware that Do Tian is quite the philanderer. He has left his affections scattered far and wide. You ought to refrain from idolizing him, lest you be led astray. UAI interjected, concerned that Do Tian might lead his sister astray. Ah, old AI. You are mistaken. Lier's admiration is her own prerogative. It is her affair, after all. Are you perhaps envious? Do Tian felt a twinge of irritation at UAI's words. What do you mean by being a philanderer? I merely have a few admirers, he countered. Is it truly necessary to disparage others in their presence? Indeed. Brother, your jealousy is evident. Having a few confidants merely indicates one's capability. As for you, Taoist brother, not a single maiden has shown you favor. What a pitiable state. Yuli Er chimed in, wrapping her arms around Do Tian. Ah, you truly are a fickle lot. Lier, it has barely been a moment, and you've already turned your allegiance to an outsider. Brother, how disheartening. UAI feigned a sorrowful expression, fully aware of Do Tian's playful manipulation. Pah, such pretense. To seek sympathy is nothing short of a fantasy. Oh, that hurts. Do Tian suddenly groaned. Ah, Xiaoqi. Are you all right? I won't disturb you any longer. You should rest, Yuli Er exclaimed, startled by Do Tian's outcry, fully cognizant of his injuries. Without miraculous remedies, he surely would not survive beyond 3 days. I'm fine, Just a bit dizzy. A brief respite will suffice, he reassured her. Do not worry. Oh, indeed, liar, could you kindly venture outside to procure some fruit for me? I find myself rather famished. Perhaps I should go instead. I cannot trouble you with this. Do Tian's imposing demeanor arose once more. Oh, stingy brother, what are you saying? You lie there, and someone will surely go. Just tell me what you wish to eat, and I shall fetch it for you. I am quite eager to assist. Yulier glanced at Yuan, who was sipping tea, her eyes reflecting profound sorrow. Yuan, setting aside her tea, stood up to oblige. Do Tian, my dear brother, I shall remember this grievance. You ought to be cautious in the coming days. Yuan communicated discreetly, prompting a quiet chuckle from Do Tian. Come now, liar, share with me your admiration for Do Tian. I shall help you analyze it. As soon as Yulier heard Do Tian's name, her mind conjured a multitude of delightful images. Throughout history, every era has had its stars, strictly speaking. Do Tian is indeed a celebrity in the present day, and Yulier is his devoted fan. One must never underestimate the fervor of a fan. It can be quite formidable. 2 days passed in the light-hearted banter with Yulier, and Do Tian's condition improved, allowing him to walk normally. During this time, he and Yuan engaged in a profound exchange, revealing the truth to her, no longer fearing betrayal. He had lost everything, with little left to lose but his life. Yuan, possessing a sense of integrity, had refrained from aiding Lu Xing in the Lost Lands, which attests to her character. She decisively kept Do Tian's secret, presenting him as a distant relative, Yulier's cousin, thus sparing him some troubles. 3 days later, Do Tian accompanied Yuan and others to the Hundred Flowers Valley, a grand gorge enveloped by misty mountains, with the valley nestled within. Towering pine trees adorned with blossoms greeted Do Tian's gaze, evoking a sense of wonder, particularly in Yulier, who was filled with joyous excitement. Hurry up, why are you dawdling? If you lack an invitation, be swift in your departure. Do not waste others' time, scorned a female disciple. Ah, is this the standard of hospitality among the disciples of Hundred Flowers Valley? Do you not understand that a guest from afar should be treated with respect? If all who come here are met with such disdain, the reputation of your valley shall begin to tarnish because of you. Who do you think you are? Hundred Flowers Valley does not require reprimanding from a mere nobody like you. Leave at once, or I shall not be so courteous. This woman, having encountered many similar situations, remained unfazed. Most visitors catered to her whims, sometimes even bribing her for swift entry, for accommodations within the valley were allocated on a first-come, first-served basis. And time was of the essence. Do Tian's boldness in speaking out struck a chord with her proud heart. Chapter 83. The Woman's Contempt for Do Tian. His expression darkened in an instant. Is this how you receive guests? Summon your Hundred Flowers Fairy. I am acquainted with her. Do Tian's face momentarily froze before regaining composure. He was no fool. He had nothing left, rendering him vulnerable to others' whims. Thus, he recalled the 100 flowers. Could this person be mad? With such a disposition, how could they possibly recognize the flower fairy? It seems they are indeed insane. Someone behind is growing impatient, watching like an audience at a show, as if people were not meant to coexist. I believe that without even a proper invitation, merely wishing to enter the Flower Valley is nothing short of a fantasy. Humph. Who are you referring to? Have you nothing better to do? Unable to bear it any longer, Yuliel stepped forward, producing her invitation and tossing it towards the woman. Oh. Liar, what are you doing? There's no need for that. I truly know the flower fairy. Just ask your brother. Do Tian forcibly snatched the invitation from the woman's hand and handed it back to Yuliel. This commotion only served to infuriate the woman further, who then called over several others from a nearby stone house. Who dares to cause trouble here? Do you wish to step out for some tea? Come. We have a few sisters here to entertain those who disrupt the peace of the Flower Valley. In an instant, 5 women rushed over from the vicinity of the food. Do Tian was momentarily taken aback. It seemed reinforcements had arrived. However, upon seeing them, a wave of nausea washed over him. Wasn't it said that the Flower Valley was filled with beauties? Who were these individuals? They were like flowers in the rough, each one robust, with arms thicker than Do Tian's thighs, their faces utterly ghastly. Goodness, this is an affront to me. Get these brutes away from here. I will simply hand you the invitation. Unable to endure the disheartening sight of these burly women any longer, Do Tian reluctantly produced the invitation and tossed it to the gatekeeper. The woman was taken aback, staring at the invitation in disbelief, unable to fathom that he truly possessed one. Her eyes widened as she read the name inscribed on the invitation, and she gazed fearfully at Do Tian. You are Do Tian? What? He is Do Tian? Look at your excitement. That invitation can't be a forgery, can it? So, does this mean I can enter? Do Tian, unfazed, wore a bashful expression and mumbled, "Fortunately, I exchanged a pancake for this item on the way. It seems that fellow holds quite the reputation. And I've struck it rich. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Could it be that Do Tian had met his demise? Yuliel stood frozen. Then, Do Tian abruptly pulled her away to a nearby pavilion, where they finally paused. I'm just teasing you. Do Tian is alive, though his situation is rather dire. He asked me to find someone named Yuqi, claiming they could assist him. If you see this person, please let me know. Do Tian whispered. Phew. Yuliel exhaled, patting her heaving chest, which caused Do Tian's eyes to widen momentarily. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I was genuinely tempted to give you a beating. Do Tian is such a sentimental person. If you were to harm him, I would never speak to you again. Such jokes should never be made again. They are far too distressing. Yi Qi, don't you think the weather is delightful right now? Why not indulge an old man like me for a while? Perhaps that is unnecessary. I see you look rather weary, and I wouldn't want to impose. There will be another opportunity. You all chat. I will seek out an old friend and join you shortly. Do Tian felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed that Yulian was about to lose her temper. It was wise to leave while he still could. Consider yourself fortunate to have left swiftly. Otherwise, you would have been in for a rough time. Those claws run deep, and that is no trivial matter, Yulian remarked with a cold smile. In truth, the moment Do Tian was rendered powerless, a subtle transformation occurred within him. This world reveres the strong, and at present, Do Tian is but a useless being, incapable of evoking any admiration in Uain. After Do Tian departed, Uain reprimanded Yulier, yet she remained indifferent, allowing her words to flow in one ear and out the other. Soon being whisked away by a striking beauty, this enchanting woman was nothing short of breathtaking. Uain was momentarily taken aback, for she was none other than the illustrious Hundred Flowers Fairy, a presence that had inexplicably graced this place. It seemed she had come seeking someone, having overheard something. Uain sighed regretfully, pondering the fate of Do Tian, who, despite being surrounded by such beauty, would find it impossible to capture her attention. If he were to appear, he would likely meet a swift demise, rendering any contest unnecessary. Hey, young man, why the sigh? In this era, beauty abounds. Are you not satisfied? A somewhat peculiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning around, Uain was astonished to find a youth clad in unusual attire standing behind him, having approached without his notice. His heart raced in disbelief. Beside this handsome young man, two beautiful women engaged him in conversation, their laughter harmonizing delightfully. Indeed, young master, what troubles you? Has someone caused you distress? Share with us, and perhaps we can assist you. One of the lovely women ventured, seemingly eager to please the young man. However, he appeared unperturbed, his brow furrowed as he gazed into the sky. No, I am merely feeling contemplative. May I inquire about the three of you? Uain sighed once more, reluctant to divulge his thoughts. We are the Rose and Lily sisters, possessing some influence within the valley. Pray, share your troubles, and we shall see if we can be of assistance, they replied, their demeanor cordial. To discover that he was in the presence of the third and fourth sisters of the Hundred Flowers Valley was indeed an honor. I am Uain, honored to meet both of you fairies. I truly have no concerns, but may I ask how to address this young master? Oh, he is the esteemed proprietor of the Divine Hall, the Rose and Lily sisters explained. This is young Master Yi Qi, a distinguished guest of the valley. It is indeed a coincidence that we encountered you here while accompanying him for a stroll. Astonishment washed over Uain as he regarded Yi Qi. Who was this individual capable of attracting the attention of two fairies? Wait a moment, Yi Qi, Do Tian's alias, could there be a connection? He had just heard Yulia mention that Do Tian was seeking Yi Qi. Could it be that he was the one? Do not utter a word. I am already aware of everything. Thank you, you brother, for your care during these days. In the future, Yi Qi shall repay your kindness. For now, please remain with the two fairies while I seek him out. Do not mention our conversation today, otherwise I shall not be so courteous. Yi Qi declared before vanishing without a trace. In this world, he felt no need for pretense. Should anyone dare to threaten those he protected, they would face his wrath. Uain stood dumbfounded, the two fairies equally astonished, gazing at the spot where Yi Qi had disappeared, rendered speechless. This was a monumental event. Should they inform the Valley Master? After contemplating, they ultimately decided against it. Knight 7 was acutely aware of the consequences awaiting anyone who dared to reveal his secrets. They would undoubtedly face his wrath, a fury comparable to a volcanic eruption. Meanwhile, Yuan found himself in a state of bliss, strolling with two fairies, sharing laughter and conversation, evoking envy from passers-by. Many attempted to engage him in conversation, but the two celestial beings swiftly dismissed them, allowing the idyllic scene to belong solely to Yuan. After parting ways with Yuan, Do Tian sought a secluded spot. where he could no longer contain the injuries within him, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The invitation he had just sent had indeed drained his spiritual energy, exacerbating his perilous condition. His life now lingered on a thread, less than 3 months remaining. Really, with such a state, it's a miracle you're still alive. Knight 7 remarked, appearing behind him, channeling a blue astral force into Do Tian's body. Yet, in an instant, Knight 7 halted. Do Tian's meridians were completely damaged, his bones fractured, and his organs severely injured. Who did this to you? Knight 7 demanded, his gaze icy. That's of little consequence now. But since you're here, would you mind telling me your origins? After all, I'm on the brink of death and one be spreading your tales. Do Tian replied with a resigned smile. Knight 7 cast him a disapproving glance. You're fortunate I foresaw this. You'll survive, so hold still. I shall stabilize your injuries. Using spatial techniques, Knight 7 immobilized Do Tian, then extracted a branch-like essence from within himself and infused it into Do Tian's body, before withdrawing to smoke a cigarette, leaving Do Tian to recuperate. After a considerable time, Do Tian regained his mobility, feeling an immense sense of relief. However, without spiritual energy, he could not internally assess his condition. Yet, he sensed a burgeoning vitality within him, growing stronger by the moment. Astonished, he pondered the nature of Knight 7's intervention. Enough of the hesitation. You want to perish. Now, tell me who inflicted this upon you, and which rumors are true. I encountered a mere serpent on the ground. Hardly a threat capable of causing such harm, Knight 7 stated, offering Do Tian a cigarette as they both squatted down to smoke. It's a long story. Let me explain. After you left, I recounted the events but omitted the more thrilling details. Do Tian began to narrate his experiences, leaving out the more sensational aspects. You're saying you fell into a trance while cultivating, and that you provoked the Emperor's wrath? Additionally, you engaged in a battle with 2 dragons? Good grief. Have you committed some heinous act to bring such misfortune upon yourself? Knight 7 remarked, incredulous. You're the one guilty of wrongdoing. Your entire family is to blame. I am a person of purity. I would never stoop to such actions, Do Tian retorted with an eye roll. Well, that is curious. The divine beast you encountered is indeed a formidable opponent, one of the best in this realm. Its Xuanwu technique is commendable, yet you were too hasty. Your meridians have undergone modification, but they require gradual resolution. Releasing such a vast amount of spiritual energy at once, surviving that is a feat in itself. Consider it a lesson learned. Let us see if you will act recklessly again in the future. To prevent you from repeating past mistakes, I shall impart to you a technique for refining spiritual power, one that I devised myself. This method is known as ultimate refinement, capable of transmuting all tangible entities for personal use, including individuals. With mastery, you may even refine others to enhance your own capabilities, though such actions are morally reprehensible. I advise against using it on anyone who is not your adversary. This technique requires no spiritual energy, only your willpower, which is essentially your consciousness, is necessary. It appears that your consciousness has undergone significant refinement during these recent days, now reaching the martial reverse realm. With the knowledge of ultimate refinement, you need not flee from a teacher in a one-on-one confrontation, which would be quite disgraceful. You may engage in banter and attack those who are weaker than you, providing you with avenues for retreat. Knight 7 remarked, ultimate refinement. A commendable technique indeed. However, he added, I currently lack any formidable abilities. Would it be possible for you to grant me a sacred artifact for self-defense? Enough of your nonsense. Get to work. Your confidant is quite worried about you. Today, there are rumors of someone seeking to kill you, and that individual is actively pursuing you. You must handle this situation accordingly. With a swift kick, Knight 7 vanished from sight. Do Tian touched his behind, gazing at the disappearing figure of Knight 7, lost in contemplation, then deeply bowed. This was the second occasion. Knight 7 had mentioned there would only be 3 opportunities, and this was the last. While he was unaware of Knight 7's true identity, he understood that there was a pact involved, one that ensured his protection from harm. It was a perplexing matter indeed. Who could it be? Sighing, he decided to visit Bai Hua, the enchanting beauty he had encountered at the very beginning, renowned as the most exquisite woman of all time. If he could secure her loyalty, it would be a source of immense pride. Puffing on a cigarette, Do Tian left his concealed location, determined to find someone upon whom to test ultimate refinement, to ascertain whether it truly functioned as Knight 7 described. The technique was indelibly etched in his mind. Yet some aspects remained elusive. Chapter 85. A beauty to the rescue. Greetings, fair lady. What an unexpected encounter. Our paths cross once more. Do you remember me? Do Tian approached the woman, maintaining an unaltered expression, grinning playfully. Oh, my lady, must you be so irritable? After all, I am a guest. Is this how you treat your visitors? If this were Earth, You might face dire consequences for such behavior. Do you believe that spirits would haunt your windows at midnight? Do Tian remained unfazed, his grin unwavering. You have your own matters to attend to, and if you delay, you will bear the consequences as well. Do Tian wore a mischievous expression. The more the woman asserted her authority, the less he seemed to care. Casually crossing his arms. You worthless fool, step aside. If you impede my senior sister's affairs, you shall never leave this valley today. Do you even comprehend who my senior sister is? Her reputation is one you dare not provoke. Regardless of whose faction you belong to, respect for her will be expected. They will not trouble themselves over a mere waste like you. Think carefully about your next move. The woman did not dare to confront Do Tian directly. Instead, she resorted to intimidation. Oh, you still threaten me? I am the senior sister of the 100 Flowers Valley. What was her name again? I've forgotten. I've seen you before. You are truly audacious. Your affairs are affairs, but are mine not of consequence? Step aside. I must pass. Do Tian replied nonchalantly. Immediately, the woman's expression shifted. Do Tian actually knew her senior sister. How could that be? Gazing at Do Tian's mischievous grin, she suddenly conceived a devious plan. A surge of murderous intent filled her mind. Do Tian's actions were encroaching upon her limits. As a subordinate of the senior sister in the 100 Flowers Valley, she was used to being domineering. Now, seeing someone daring to deceive her, she quickly assessed her surroundings and, finding no one else, acted decisively. You have a loose tongue. Prepare to die. With a surge of spiritual energy, she lunged at Do Tian. Do Tian's face turned pale with fear, which only delighted the woman further. Look, this is the consequence of acting. What are you doing? This is your 100 Flowers Valley. Are you intending to commit murder? Do Tian stumbled back and swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a fall into the gorge, grasping the railing just in time. What do you want? The woman approached Do Tian swiftly, her foot poised to strike. I'm merely expressing my disdain for your existence. It's time to send you to the underworld. Perhaps in your next life, you will be born into a better fate and not remain a waste. A waste is a waste, but you lack self-awareness. Truly. You are a fool, she sneered, then brought her foot down. Ah! Do Tian screamed as he lost his grip and began to plummet into the gorge. The woman watched, reveling in his terror. However, before her laughter could escape, she received a sharp slap across the face. Bai Hua, why did you hit me? I will inform the senior sister, she exclaimed, threateningly. She will deal with you properly. Upon recognizing her assailant as Bai Hua, the woman felt no fear, only deep resentment. Bai Hua, familiar with Yi Qi, had come to seek out the one who threatened Do Tian after being informed of his whereabouts. He would not let this opportunity slip by and unexpectedly stumbled upon this scene. Enraged, he retaliated with a swift slap. You are truly vicious. It is no wonder the senior sister has become like this with a servant such as you. How dare you suggest that I should be punished? I could easily inform the valley chief about this matter. What do you think would happen then? Bai Hua glared coldly, causing the woman to shrink back. Although she had the senior sister's backing, she still feared the valley chief. If the chief learned of this, her fate would be dire. She had no desire to perish. Now, tell me, who was it you confronted earlier? Who attempted to bring you down? I was speaking of someone named Yi Shaoqi. He produced an invitation for Do Tian and declared his intent to kill him. Truly, he is a mere fool. You can see for yourself. He has already been knocked into the gorge by me. Fear. And you dare to call this glory? This is humiliation for my 100 Flowers Valley. How can we have someone like you among us? You are nothing but a stain on our reputation. Step aside. Bai Hua struck the woman once more. Then a piece of white cloth was released, entangling a solitary figure, whose body began to plummet rapidly, in an attempt to halt the descent. Do Tian was fortunate that he was not truly trampled by the woman. At that moment, he was able to harness a modicum of spiritual energy to slow his fall. He refrained from retaliating, having sensed the arrival of Bai Hua. The notion of a beautiful maiden rescuing a hero sparked a plan in Do Tian's mind, as he contemplated self-sacrifice and various scenarios. Chapter 86. Silencing the witnesses, however, Do Tian did not anticipate that Bai Hua would be so utterly reckless as to descend. Was she courting death? Did she genuinely believe that the figure above was one capable of repentance? Bai Hua, do not blame me. Your arrogance has led you here. If you consider yourself formidable, then come down. The woman, gazing at the white satin, produced a dagger and slashed at it. In an instant, the satin tore apart, and Bai Hua vanished from the solitary path. I hope you do not reappear. This is a place historically designated for sealing beasts in confinement. Even if you do not perish from the fall, do not expect to escape. The woman declared fiercely, her face alight with satisfaction. Senior sister, I encountered some complications on my journey, which caused my delay. This is the letter from Yin Xiao. I shall descend now. Scorpion, at last, this woman has a name. no longer a mere bystander, let us applaud, was visibly unsettled but, upon receiving the letter, Bai Kai's expression transformed into one of exhilaration, disregarding Scorpion entirely. Bai Hua, I wonder how you will evade this time. Senior sister, I shall find you a suitable match. You shall want for nothing, nor shall I. Bai Kai read the letter thoroughly before contentedly destroying it and beckoning Scorpion to summon Bai Hua to her. Scorpion's demeanor shifted to one of panic, her entire body trembling. What are you hesitating for? Go at once. Do you wish for me to escort you? Bai Kai huffed. No, senior sister, forgive me. I did not mean it. Bai Hua, she fell into the gorge, pulled down by someone named Yi Shaoqi. It truly has nothing to do with me, Scorpion stammered incoherently. Only I am aware. No one else knows, Scorpion added. That is good. Scorpion, come here. We must discuss how to handle this matter. Bai Kai sighed with relief and called for Scorpion, who dared not delay and promptly followed her to a secluded spot. Bai Kai instructed Scorpion to clear a stone platform, indicating her desire to sit. Scorpion immediately complied, but the moment she bent down, Bai Kai struck. Senior sister, you are ruthless. Scorpion spat blood, her expression becoming unfocused as she glared fiercely at Bai Kai. Bai Kai showed no mercy, delivering another blow. Scorpion's life force extinguished, and Bai Kai set her ablaze, turning her into fertilizer for flowers. Do not blame me. Only the mouths of the dead are truly secure. Bai Hua, you wretched woman. Let us see who will save you this time. The entirety of Bai Hua Valley shall belong to me. None shall seize it. Bai Kai laughed heartily. In the enchanting Valley of Flowers, Yichi was engaging in a leisurely tea conversation with Rose, Lily, and Yue Ayin. Suddenly, Yichi began to contemplate. Exhaling a sigh and shaking his head, did young master you find something amiss in Rose's words? No, she replied. It's merely that I have encountered a rather unfortunate situation. Truly, the Valley of Flowers is teeming with talent, yet everything remains rather naive. The real drama has only just begun. Prepare yourselves to witness it. Yichi retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, ignited it, and reclined in his chair, inhaling deeply. Young master, what is that? It is rather pungent. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from smoking it, as it could be detrimental to your health. Let us instead enjoy our tea, which is both wholesome and environmentally friendly. Lily, eager to please, offered a cup of tea to Yichi. He chuckled softly, accepted it, took a sip, and then returned it to her. The tea is fragrant, yet the company is even more delightful. Thank you for your kind words, young master, Lily replied, blushing with rare shyness. Yue Ayin watched in admiration, marveling at Yichi's composure. He seemed entirely unfazed by the two women practically vying for his attention. It appears I must truly change my ways. If only I could be like Yichi, then I could navigate the divine realm with ease. Old you. That's an intriguing notion, but take your time. Ambitious aspirations may not suit you. For a straightforward person like you, it's better to proceed gradually. Pursuing romance is an art in itself. With proper rest, success will surely follow. Yichi communicated telepathically with Yue Ayin. Thus, Yue Ayin resolved to learn the art of romance from Yichi. The two reclined, exchanging thoughts through their minds, leaving the two ladies momentarily unattended. Chapter 87. Welcome to hell in darkness and confusion. Light had faded, and time felt immaterial. Only a beautiful figure loomed ever closer. You truly amaze me. How dare you trust such a person? I'm astonished by your faith. Yet, it seems you have encountered me. Consider yourself fortunate. Amidst her fear, Bai Hua heard the voice of Do Tian. Is it you? Are you Do Tian? Bai Hua was taken aback as he pulled her into his embrace. A sword appeared at his feet, the very celestial sword belonging to Lu Wu. Indeed, it is I. Bai Hua, my dear, it has been far too long. Have you missed me? I think of you daily. Do Tian laughed heartily, drawing Bai Hua closer. Uft, who would miss you? You are truly insufferable. I only wish to hit you. You've neglected to visit me for so long, yet you claim to miss me. Clearly, you are deceiving me, Bai Hua retorted, dismissing his embrace. Haha, but here I am, aren't I? Tell me, upon hearing of my demise, did you rush to find me to stir up trouble? Do Tian teased. Absolutely not. Who said that? I merely wished to see the hero who vanquished you, and I owe him my gratitude, Bai Hua replied defiantly, though her gaze betrayed a hint of uncertainty. Haha, what are you laughing at? I'm not worried about you. Now what shall we do? We have fallen beneath the valley's formation and cannot ascend. Let us first find a way to land safely, then we can converse. I fear you might not endure. Bai Hua, while asserting her lack of concern for Do Tian's injuries, revealed her true feelings through her words. Though he harbored no genuine affection for Do Tian, the impression she left upon him had already etched a faint silhouette of her presence within his heart, rendering him rather sensitive. Indeed, had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten my own injuries. To speak candidly, I have but 2 months left to live. You must brace yourself for this reality and do not forget to collect my remains. Do Tian's voice deepened as he contemplated teasing Bai Hua. What? Then land quickly. I must see your injuries. Fear not. You shall be fine with me by your side, Bai Hua urged, grasping Do Tian and channeling some spiritual energy into him, enabling him to wield his sword more effectively. Do Tian fell silent, concentrating on his swordsmanship while his heightened senses sought a landing point in the canyon. 10 minutes later, their bodies began to sway precariously, their spiritual energy nearly depleted. Yet, the promised land remained elusive, as if they were suspended in an abyss with no discernible end, surrounded solely by darkness. What manner of place is this, fair Bai Hua? How deep is this canyon that we cannot find its bottom? Do Tian exclaimed, nearly at his wit's end. I cannot say. I once read in a tome that the canyon leads to the underworld, purportedly with 18 layers. A prison for demons and monsters along the Great Road. It is said to harbor ancient formations, resembling a battlefield from primordial times, shrouded in countless unknown secrets. The book merely hinted at its dangers, warning that it is a place of death, Bai Hua explained. Good heavens! Is it truly so unfortunate? Do Tian lamented, feeling disheartened. Just as he thought his fortunes had turned, now he found himself in such dire straits. What a dismal fate! I disdain the author for this. Do Tian? Who is the author? Do you hold a grudge against them? Bai Hua inquired. Certainly not a benevolent soul, seeing as they have not granted me a reprieve. Do Tian replied dismissively. Forget it. If he were to relinquish me to you, I would disdain him indeed. There must be a process. Why must you claim me as yours? If you are capable, then pursue me, Bai Hua retorted, left speechless by Do Tian's sudden outburst. Really? You mean it? Do Tian's eyes brightened, brimming with fervor. I said nothing. If you did not hear it, then forget it, Bai Hua's heart raced. Being with Do Tian allowed her to shed all pretense. Such was his charm. His vivacity, humor, and audacity made him endearing, leaving him perpetually with a playful grin. Haha. Brother is elated. Thank you, esteemed author. I shall treat you to some cakes from Wu Dalong another day. After a while, both sensed the atmosphere of the canyon grow suddenly cold. Not a chill of the body, but a deep, soul-crushing cold. Hold me tight. I have exhausted my spiritual energy. And now we must leave our fate to chance. From this moment forth, you must heed my commands if we are to survive, Do Tian declared as his energy waned, his celestial sword retracting into his body, and they began to free fall. Bai Hua remained calm, tightly embracing Do Tian as a pure and ethereal being. This was her first encounter with a male embrace, and her body inexplicably flushed with warmth. At this moment, all was silent, devoid of any sound save for the rhythm of breath. A peculiar aura pervaded the atmosphere, causing Do Tian's heart to flutter. The beauty of Bai Hua had been engulfed by darkness, yet the faint fragrance emanating from her, combined with the tactile sensations, stirred an irresistible urge within him. However, upon reflection, he realized that offending Bai Hua would lead to his own ruin. He must not, under any circumstances, allow that to happen. Perhaps it was akin to descending into hell, for he had committed many wrongs in the past, even taking lives. Do Tian exhaled, attempting to quell the memories that assailed him. Does hell truly exist in this world? What might it be like? Speak of it, if you will. Bai Hua found herself at a loss for words, merely rambling in this perplexing moment. Simultaneously, Yi Qi of Bai Hua Valley trembled, having lost the sense of Do Tian's presence. How could this be? Do Tian bore the marks left by Yi Qi, which could save him in critical moments, but only if summoned by Do Tian. Yi Qi had not been informed of this, and now he found himself utterly unable to sense Do Tian's essence. Curiosity began to take root within Yi Qi as he extended his will throughout the canyon. Chapter 88. The Stone of Three Lives. Do Tian and Bai Hua clung tightly within the spatial passage, fearful that any loosening of their grip would result in their separation. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until they finally beheld a glimmer of light, resting upon a stone. Welcome to hell. Greetings. I am the guide to the underworld. Please present your application for entry. A voice resonated through the space. Do Tian and Bai Hua exchanged confused glances, for their surroundings resembled a vast ocean, with a bridge appearing before them, supported by stones at either end, one of which they stood upon. By offering a drop of blood upon the stone, your information shall be recorded. This serves as your application, the voice continued. Do Tian, realizing the source of the voice was the stone itself, was astonished. Could it have gained sentience? Bai Hua, let go of me. We are safe now. Even if we are not, there is nothing more we can do. Since we are here, we must accept our fate. If this is hell, then it is undoubtedly another realm. We are fortunate to have traversed it. Do Tian drew forth his celestial sword, slicing his finger to let his blood fall upon the stone. A remarkable mark was made, heralding limitless potential. After a brief moment of silence, the stone spoke again. Of course. Do you not recognize who I am? In my heyday, I was the one who kicked down the gates of the North Sea kindergarten and fought against the elders of the South Mountain nursing home. An invincible presence. Do Tian declared with bravado. That is impossible. You would be shot by the police for such actions, the stone retorted, exhibiting a surprisingly human-like wit. By heavens, you seem to know quite a bit, Do Tian exclaimed. Your blood contains fragments of your memories. Quite intriguing, I must say. I gleaned this information from there. No offense intended. Greetings. Your application has been approved. You may now enter hell, the stone explained. At Do Tian's urging, Bai Hua also let a drop of her blood fall. The stone remained silent for a time before announcing the success of their application, permitting their entrance. With this opportunity granted, Do Tian and Bai Hua leaped from the stone, making their way towards the broken bridge. Turning back, they beheld the stone in its entirety, which bore 3 ancient characters glowing vividly. Do Tian recognized some of the script, deciphering its meaning, the Stone of 3 Lives. Do Tian was taken aback. It was indeed the 3 Lives stone. Had he truly descended into the underworld? Shaoqi refrained from further explanations, suggesting that one could perceive the underworld as the eastern realm of the dead, since Shaoqi did not adhere to traditional legends, but rather crafted his own imagination. He declared his intent to shape his narrative without further scrutiny. With that, he dismissed any superfluous words and urged readers to continue. Do Tian was familiar with the legend of the 3 Lives stone. If one were to inscribe the names of their beloved and themselves upon it, they would be eternally united across lifetimes. Now that both his and Bai Hua's names were etched upon the stone, did it signify that he and Bai Hua were destined to be together? A mischievous grin spread across Do Tian's face. What are you laughing at? How wicked? Bai Hua inquired. Do you understand the meaning of those 3 characters? Haha, no. Let us go. Let us cross the bridge and see if this truly is the underworld. They say it has 18 layers. And I am quite eager to witness the legendary 18 layers of hell. Such a mythical existence. Do Tian exclaimed, leading the way across the bridge. The bridge was woven from a unique plant, soft and pliable. As Do Tian traversed it, he observed numerous plants, vibrantly red, blooming and wilting in rapid succession, their flowers and leaves never meeting. Could this be the flower of the other shore? A bloom that flourishes in life while its leaves remain eternally unseen. Half of the bridge Do Tian had crossed had vanished, leaving only 3 meters visible. Let us proceed. Even if it is the underworld, I, Do Tian, shall venture forth and discover what exists within. Bai Hua, fear not. I, Do Tian, vow that as long as I am present, nothing can harm you. Do Tian, it seems your strength is currently less than mine, so should I be the one making such declarations? Bai Hua remarked. All right, Do Tian retorted, turning away. Bai Hua was correct. The reality was that his power had indeed diminished to a peak where he was no match for Bai Hua. He accepted this without protest, thinking it a privilege to be saved by a beauty. Perhaps, should he become overly emotional, he might even manifest in some way. After crossing the Naiha Bridge, Do Tian and Bai Hua arrived at a stone known as the Nether Stone. The sight of it captivated Do Tian. This nether stone was a precious item, imbued with an endless aura of death, which, when combined with the essence of life, could forge a sacred weapon. Life and death as yin and yang, merging to give rise to chaos, from which consciousness could emerge. With the birth of a weapon spirit, such a weapon would ascend to the level of a holy artifact, an object capable of obliterating even the most formidable adversaries. Without hesitation, Do Tian took possession of the stone. However, to his chagrin, as he secured one piece, another fell from the sky and landed before him. Do Tian, why don't you want this stone? Do you not recognize what it is? I do not know. What is it? Bai Hua responded. My heavens, what have you been doing in Bai Hua Valley? Don't tell me you merely tend to flowers. This is the Nether Stone, a material for crafting sacred artifacts. You are unaware of its significance? Do Tian conceded defeat to Bai Hua's ignorance. So this is the Nether Stone. I thought it was just an ordinary rock, he mused. Previously, I had encountered this in a book, yet without any illustrations, it is only natural to be unfamiliar. What is there to be astonished about? Moreover, we find ourselves in the realm of the dead, surrounded entirely by lifeless entities. Where could the breath of life possibly emanate from? Such a notion seems utterly futile, Bai Hua remarked with a demeanor of nonchalance. This statement served as a reminder to Do Tian. In this realm of the deceased, how could one expect any semblance of vitality? Nonetheless, it is not entirely fair to blame Do Tian for those who arrive from the outside world, encountering treasures that could not be acquired for countless spirit stones in the realm beyond. It is only human to feel a twinge of greed. Unperturbed, Do Tian gathered a few more nether stones only proceeding further upon by Wai's insistence. After traversing the Naya Bridge, the pair reached a darkened passageway, the entrance to the Inferno itself. At the end of this corridor stood a grand door, adorned with a handprint. Detian glanced at it before pressing his right hand firmly against the imprint. Baiwa too placed her hand upon another corresponding mark. In that instant, the door suddenly stirred, causing both of them to stumble back. With a resounding crack, the portal swung wide open, revealing a blood-red moon that captured Detian's gaze, followed by the appearance of numerous figures, indeed human figures, who halted in their tracks at the sight of newcomers, seemingly eager to witness the unfolding drama. Chapter 89. The Celestial Tomb, What is Happening? Detian instinctively shielded Baiwa behind him, observing the throngs before him, which bore an unsettling resemblance to human souls. For he could sense their essence was but a mere phantom, devoid of tangible presence. Ah, newcomers, greetings. Come with us. Here, apart from our ghostly domain. No other power can safeguard you. We earnestly desire your companionship, called out a rather diminutive elder, his eyes squinting to mere slits, exuding an air of cunning. Nonsense. Our celestial tomb possesses far greater strength than yours. This newcomer ought to align with us. Come, both of you, and we assure you of your safety. Along with boundless advantages, interjected a pale youth, adorned with demonic tattoos, his expression decidedly displeased. Huh, you two truly lack shame. Who in this inferno is unaware of the Southern Corpse King, the Northern Ghost King, the Western Satan, and the Eastern Yama? You two from the Shao organization are quite audacious to bellow here. A voice rang out, as a middle-aged man clad in black robes, wielding a soul-reaping banner, parted the crowd. Hey you, what is your intent? We of the Celestial Tomb have not wronged you. Why so slanderous against us? The members of the Celestial Tomb retorted, as they stood among the formidable powers of the Southern Corpse King, Northern Ghost King, Western Satan, and Eastern Yama, holding considerable prestige. Of course, Detian remained oblivious to these dynamics. Observing the fearful expressions around him left him bewildered. Did he perhaps look especially handsome today, or were they simply captivated by his aura? Detian, Baiwa, let us depart. As a practitioner of the East, you ought to align with the domain overseen by Yama. Do not engage further with these ill-intentioned individuals. It would be prudent for us to leave promptly. Heiyu observed the unsettling atmosphere and urged them to move along. Tian nodded, sensing an unsettling atmosphere. The name Yin Wang bore a striking resemblance to what he had envisioned, evoking a sense of familiarity. It was decided they would proceed to that place. Tian embraced by Hua and followed He Wuchang. However, after taking just a few steps, they were confronted by several individuals. Guiyin, what is the meaning of this? Do you dare to act against us Easterners? Are you not afraid of being reduced to ashes? He Wuchang's heart sank. He had merely passed by and wished to take Tian with him to garner some merit. Now, it seemed he would have to rely on Yin Wang's authority to subdue the opposition. If they were unyielding, matters could become dire. He Wuchang, you should leave. Our Lord Zhang Qianqi has already arrived in this neutral city. Even with your strength as a ghost general, you are of no use alone. Guiyan's words were unmistakable. He intended to seize Tian, disregarding any concerns for Yin Wang. This was neutral city, not the realm of the underworld. Those who had not entered the sphere of influence were free to roam as they wished. You audacious fool. How dare a mere ghostling speak to me in such a manner? You seem to have a death wish. He Wuchang, as the vanguard of Yin Wang, possessed the strength of an initial ghost general. Infuriated by Guiyan's insolence, he was ready to retaliate. At that moment, Tian intervened, placing Bai Hua beside He Wuchang and instructing him to take her at the first opportunity. He understood that today would not yield favorable results. It was a matter of accepting losses. He had vowed to protect Bai Hua from any harm, and now was the moment to honor that promise. He Wuchang quelled his anger and cast a surprised glance at Tian. This young man was indeed commendable, displaying profound loyalty. He nodded in agreement. From the outset, he sensed that these two were not mere shades, but living beings who had somehow ventured into the underworld, a remarkable occurrence. This had not happened in countless years. The last instance was over 10,000 years ago when a fellow named Do entered the underworld, possessing a corporeal form and astonishing cultivation speed. He had nearly wreaked havoc in hell, only to be sent back to the human realm by the combined efforts of 4 powerful beings. Now, 2 humans had entered once more. What events would unfold? No one could predict. Rest assured, this young lady will be safe. You must also take care of yourself. Your arrival is entirely unexpected. If you survive, you shall surely shine brightly. He Wuchang conveyed telepathically. What do you wish to accomplish? Speak, and I, Tian, will provide answers, Tian declared. Upon hearing Tian's name, He Wuchang trembled, waves of emotion stirring within him. Tian, Doi, What was their connection? Do not worry. All you need to do is join our celestial grave. There are no other demands, Guoyin stated. Oh, I see. Yet you must acknowledge that this esteemed elder from the ghost nest also wishes for my allegiance. With such formidable forces on both sides, which should I choose? Do Tian's expression revealed his inner conflict as he looked between the two, gesturing his uncertainty. In an instant, Do Tian felt the atmosphere grow tense, and he chuckled internally. Let them come. Whoever it may be, let us face it head on. However, meditation left him disheartened, and the diminutive elder voluntarily suggested not to pursue the battle any longer. Granting a favor to Guoyin. Old man, what is your name? How can you lack such resolve? Do Tian, undeterred, smiled as he regarded the elder. In Chapter 90. The mysterious ghost saint, Do Tian chuckled heartily, comprehending the elder's insinuation. He then turned to Guoyin. If you wish to invite me to your immortal tomb, shouldn't you exhibit a modicum of sincerity? Perhaps a token of our meeting would be in order? What do you desire? Guoyin initially contemplated a fierce retort, but then realized that once Do Tian entered their immortal tomb, everything would belong to them. He considered the present expenditure as an investment for future returns. Well, you can see what you have, but I must warn you, do not present anything of poor quality, lest you embarrass yourself, Do Tian stated firmly, boldly approaching Guoyin. With a charismatic toss of his head, he left Bai Hua momentarily dumbfounded, now understanding what it meant to be dramatic, calm, and composed. Bai Hua, while Do Tian is captivating his attention, we should take our leave, Black Wuchang whispered to Bai Hua, sensing impending trouble. Bai Hua looked at him in confusion, her eyes filled with questions. Black Wuchang, exasperated, noted that while she was indeed beautiful, her intellect was clearly not on par with Do Tian's. As she failed to grasp the situation, Bai Hua, Do Tian is essentially courting death. He is deliberately drawing their focus onto himself to allow me to escort you away to the underworld. Is that not permissible? I came with Do Tian, and I refuse to part ways. I will not go with you, Bai Hua declared, her spirit stirred as she gazed at Do Tian. His image in her heart becoming clearer. If you proceed, you will end up like Do Tian, captured. Do you comprehend the consequences of being taken? What consequences? Regardless, I will not leave. Do Tian came with me, and I will not abandon him. In a foreign land, as a woman. To claim she was unafraid would be a falsehood. It was Do Tian who provided her with a sense of security. If he were to depart, she would be at a loss for how to survive. They would flay her flesh piece by piece, offering it to the inhabitants of the immortal tomb. The bone of the immortal, a being who had achieved mastery, poised to ascend to the ghost king, thereby transcending the shackles of hell. When the celestial ladder opened, one could escape hell and enter the realm beyond. Black Wuchang elucidated, wishing to dissuade Bai Hua from her course, hoping she would obediently leave with him. Yet, Bai Hua paused, showing little sign of relenting. No, I cannot allow Do Tian to face this alone. I must assist him. As she advanced, Black Wuchang swiftly intervened, using his dark energy to render her unconscious. Thank you. When he awakens, tell him that I, Do Tian, shall one day come for her. And she should await him in all her honesty. Bai Hua was carried away by Black Wuchang, while Yiqi continued to engage Guoyin in trivial conversation. Acquiring a ghostly weapon forged from the bones of a ghost general, a commendable piece of equipment indeed. What did you say? When did I ever agree to join your immortal tomb? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Guoyin retorted. What nonsense are you spouting? Esteemed elder with the mustache? Do Tian embraced the elder from the ghostly lair beside him. The elder, with his long beard, received Do Tian's affable demeanor with a hint of amusement. Is it not that your calmness stems from your remarkable composure? I must admit, I find it rather perplexing, Do Tian remarked, believing himself to be quite astute. His final words were whispered into the elder's ear, causing a flicker of seriousness to replace the elder's smile as he regarded Do Tian with a nod. You are quite impressive. We must find a time to share a drink. In an instant, the elder's face returned to a jovial expression, and they exchanged smiles. How dare you deceive me? Do Tian exclaimed, filled with indignation. You think you can take advantage of me? I Haven T acted as a leader for years, and yet here you are? A mere child, engaging in such deceitful antics. It truly vexes me. The spirit of Guoyin, who had once been a bandit king before meeting his demise at the hands of the authorities, resurfaced with fervor. Upon entering the underworld, he had encountered numerous fortuitous events that led to his current stature. This sounds familiar, Do Tian mused, realizing he had indeed stumbled upon a bandit hideout. The reality was undeniable. He found himself surrounded by brigands who not only sought to rob him of his possessions, but also his very flesh. If a woman were present, they might have even attempted to seize his virtue. Without hesitation, Do Tian sought refuge behind the elder with the long beard. However, before he could fully retreat, The elder had already distanced himself by 10 meters. Consequently, Do Tian found himself exposed before the throng of ghostly cultivators. Let us discuss this amicably. After all, gentlemen prefer words over violence. We are all gentlemen here, are we not? It would be unwise to resort to blows. Such actions only harm our camaraderie, Do Tian reasoned. Though he currently lacked any spiritual energy, rendering him no more formidable than an ordinary person, and certainly no match for Go Yan's subordinates. Forced to interject, he attempted to defuse the situation. Yet, Go Yan was incensed by Do Tian's defiance and insisted that he must face consequences. With a wave of his hand, he signaled his minions to advance. What is this situation? Truly, a tiger has fallen into the plains and is being beset by dogs. This is utterly excessive. Do Tian protested, clutching his head as he squatted on the ground, receiving blows from a disciple of the immortal tomb. Fortunately, the strength of these innate realm cultivators posed no real threat to Do Tian's enhanced physique, which had begun to manifest due to the medicinal elixirs from Doi. Unbeknownst to Do Tian, his constitution was of a special kind, the specifics of which would be revealed in due course. After enduring a series of strikes without sign of respite, Do Tian grew impatient. Although his physique was robust, he would not tolerate such trivial torment. Suddenly, he recalled his desire to test the power of ultimate refinement. Was this not the perfect opportunity? Moreover, his spiritual awareness, now at the level of the initial ghostly sage realm, suggested that he could theoretically refine any entity that was not a ghostly sage. Do Tian sat cross-legged and began to perform the techniques amidst the flurry of fists and kicks. His spiritual awareness initiated the process of ultimate refinement, first targeting a weaker opponent. The refinement proved effective. His awareness discerned the struggle of the ghostly cultivator, who soon succumbed to Do Tian's refining force. Following the refinement of his consciousness, the cultivator's body disintegrated into countless fine particles, dissipating into the cosmos. In the midst of a fierce battle, Do Tian displayed remarkable prowess in vanquishing these ghostly entities, skillfully employing the unparalleled technique of ultimate refinement. In a mere moment, his surrounding adversaries were reduced to nothingness, and Do Tian rose, an enigmatic expression adorning his countenance. However, when his gaze fell upon the vicinity of Go Yan, a smile crept upon his lips. For fate had orchestrated an unexpected reunion. Chapter 91. A reunion with Zhang Qianqi life is replete with uncertainties. Just when one believes they have forgotten or missed an opportunity, they are met with the unexpected. Do Tian's expression soured as he beheld the individual before him, the very architect of his current plight. Zhang Qianqi, once a protector of the pirate King Zhang Yu within the depths of Minghai City, had met his demise at Do Tian's hands during their previous encounter. Who are you to cause such a ruckus here? Zhang Qianqi inquired, his appearance resembling that of old, shrouded in an ominous aura, the essence of death swirling around him. He now stood amongst the ranks of ghost generals, regarding Do Tian with disdain. I am someone you may have encountered before, though given your forgetful nature, you likely do not remember me. Yet, I have not forgotten you. Your name is Zhang Qianqi, am I mistaken? Do Tian articulated. Zhang Qianqi, taken aback by Do Tian's words, found himself at a loss, for he had never laid eyes on this man, yet he possessed knowledge of his name. Regardless of who you are still obliged to accompany us. Go Yan has made it abundantly clear. In this hell, without strength to shield you, there is no room for negotiation. Surrender and accompany us willingly, Zhang Qianqi declared, having experienced much and learned that the path to survival in this realm was to forge alliances rather than enmities. At that moment, the ghostly sage felt an unusual tickle in his nose and let out a forceful sneeze, pondering if someone was casting aspersions upon him. Were you not the one who claimed that benefits would suffice? Having provided the advantages, you now wish to retract? Do you truly believe you can bully us, the guardians of the immortal tomb? Go Yan bellowed, relying on Zhang Qianqi's presence. Patience, let us proceed with caution. This individual is merely a newcomer. We must entice him properly. Why fret over his potential compliance? Zhang Qianqi interjected, stepping forward to approach Do Tian. Young man, you do not appear to be one who lacks discernment. Joining us would be in your best interest. Consider it. Our immortal tomb is a formidable sect in the Eastern Hell, boasting countless disciples and powerful cultivation techniques that could expedite your ascension. Achieving the status of a ghostly immortal and ascending to the heavens could very well become your reality. Do contemplate this, Zhang Qianqi suggested. Oh, such a lure. It seems I must deliberate further. If what you say is indeed true, enlighten me regarding your sect's hierarchical structure, and perhaps share one or two of your techniques for my evaluation. I shall make my decision thereafter, Do Tian responded, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Zhang Qianqi's demeanor shifted abruptly, his expression darkening, as he grasped Do Tian's implication. The latter was clearly mocking him, exhibiting a lack of genuine intent, which incensed him. You are refusing the wine offered and instead seeking punishment. Do you wish to court death? Please, do not speak in such a manner. I am a good person, striving to live well. You cannot curse me thus, lest I extend my greetings to your ancestors. Do Tian retorted playfully, feigning shyness. Chapter 92. Astonishment. Do not be overly excited. I am but a newcomer, seeking patronage. If you choose not to support me, please do not harm me either. Esteemed elder with the long beard, do you not agree? Speak up, if you will, for should you emerge, I would gladly offer you the small stone I collected from the Naya bridge. It appears to possess quite an allure. Do Tian retrieved a piece of netherstone, roughly the size of a head, causing the eyes of all who beheld it to widen in astonishment. This object was the very reason for their actions. Yet here it was, so easily acquired. The glint of unabashed greed was evident in everyone's eyes, prompting many imprudent ghost cultivators to contemplate their own ambitions. This is a matter for my celestial tomb to resolve internally. Others must refrain from involvement, lest they find themselves at odds with us, Zhang Qianqi cautioned, utilizing the power of the celestial tomb to intimidate the onlookers. However, with the netherstone before them, none were deterred by his warning. Hushed whispers and conspiratorial discussions began to circulate. Young man, you are quite impressive. Indeed, even I am tempted by this trinket. However, to entice me into action, you must double the offering. Otherwise, I shall remain indifferent, remarked the diminutive elder with the long beard. Esteemed elder, you are taking advantage of my predicament. I possess no more netherstone than this, which I painstakingly extracted upon my arrival. Its potent essence is ample enough to elevate your esteemed self. Shun Tiyu. As a venerable figure, consider a selfless contribution. Besides, this transaction is not without recompense. Take delight in that, Do Tian retorted, revealing the audacity of his character. The elder was left speechless, Do Tian's words reflecting the thickness of his skin, impervious to any rebuke. Enough of this chatter, do as you see fit. Add another piece, there can be no less. Otherwise, you shall find yourself at the mercy of the crowd, though their power may be insignificant. A few formidable individuals lurk among them. Your current strength pales in comparison to even a single one of their fingers. Then, esteemed elder, you must surely save your own life. You do not understand how much I admire you. The ghost saint is an invincible being, and I trust the strength of your ghost nest is formidable as well. Do not diminish its reputation, Do Tian implored, attempting to sway the elder, who remained aloof, casually observing the unfolding chaos. Clear out, or do not blame us for our lack of hospitality. Do you not realize that within this neutral city resides a ghost saint from my celestial tomb? Should you wish for death, feel free to approach, threatened Zhang Qianqi. Though empty threats, his words proved effective, managing to intimidate a few cultivators, while others remained indifferent, advancing towards Do Tian, poised to strike at any moment. Enough with the idle talk. Let us engage. Do Tian, now anxious, was aware that he was inciting a conflict. If his opponents remained passive, he would be the only one to suffer the consequences. Do you think we are as foolish as you? Utilizing another's blade to kill is a clever tactic. Yet you are unaware that I relish employing such strategies. Compared to my capabilities, you are woefully inadequate. Surrender all the netherstone, or you shall meet a grim fate. Human flesh serves as our finest sustenance, quite delightful indeed. Despite the lingering anger etched upon Zhang Qianqi's face, he remained remarkably composed. It appeared that the time had come for him to take matters into his own hands. Zhang Qianqi, do you still fancy yourself a strategist? I recall your obstinacy in the city of the undersea. What have you achieved since your demise? Allow me to enlighten you. Your right-hand protector discarded your corpse into the ocean to feed the sharks, ensuring you found no resting place. How ironic that you toiled for Zhangyu, only to meet such a fate. Do Tian chuckled heartily before making his move. Enveloping the nearest ghostly cultivator in his divine consciousness, he obliterated the soul, reducing it to mere fragments. How do you know of my past life? Who exactly are you? Zhang Qianqi's heart trembled with shock. It matters not who I am. The only intention is to reveal the fate that awaits you after death. The very ones you served have led you to become fish food, and yet you still dare to whine here? You would be better off dead, Do Tian declared loudly. This provocation left Zhang Qianqi no choice but to respond. Do Tian was openly humiliating him, reminding him of the disgrace of being fed to fish. The audacity of Do Tian's words was infuriating. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Qianqi commanded, "Everyone, step aside. Why should I let you pass? Is the ghost general so formidable? It seems to me you are the pitiable one, reduced to fish food even in death, truly a disgrace," retorted a figure approaching from the distance. a comical skeleton carrying its own skull in one hand while incessantly rubbing its head with the other. Bone King, what is the meaning of this? You have no business here. Please refrain from interfering with my affairs, or you shall regret it, Zhang Qianqi warned, having heard of the Bone King's reputation. Pfft. Little one, do you think I was raised in fear? Such trivial matters do not concern me. I merely find this brother here rather amiable and quite handsome. Have you considered consuming his flesh? I could use his sturdy bones to recruit him as a subordinate, the Bone King remarked nonchalantly, placing its skull back atop its neck. These words nearly sent Do Tian into a frenzy. You'd make my bones your subordinate? Why don't you go perish instead? Yet Do Tian had not lost his temper entirely. His earlier provocation of Zhang Qianqi was a ploy to incite this long-bearded elder into action. However, the unexpected arrival of this amusing skeleton altered the dynamics. Many ghostly cultivators stood speechless, marveling at this audacious individual who dared to speak so freely to the Bone King. Huh, did you hear that, Bone King? This young brother seems dissatisfied with you. You might as well watch from the sidelines, if fortune smiles upon him. Your share will not be diminished, Zhang Qianqi chuckled, aware of the Bone King's enigmatic background. It was speculated that the Bone King was merely a resilient remnant of a once mighty figure, possessing little combat prowess. Very perceptive of you. Very well. I shall remain here as an observer. If you decide to flee, I shall block your path, the Bone King replied, removing its own head once more and placing it on a makeshift seat. Do Tian stared, dumbfounded. This Bone King was truly a marvel. Even using its own head as a chair, an extraordinary being indeed. Chapter 93. Blade of Death. Zhang Qianqi's expression was ominous. He aimed to kill Do Tian. A dark, instantaneous strike was unleashed, a common yet practical technique from the depths of hell, manifesting as a blade of death that tore through his opponent. The dark strike took form, seemingly cleaving the void of hell as it rushed towards Do Tian. Panic seized Do Tian. He was no longer the martial prodigy of yore, and now his spiritual energy was insufficient even to contend with a mere mouse. Desperation overtook him. Resolving to fight back, Do Tian sat cross-legged on the ground, activating his consciousness to assault Zhang Qianqi's mind. The essence of death was bound to Zhang Qianqi. If he could sever the connection between them, perhaps he could prevail. Suddenly, Zhang Qianqi felt an exhilarating thrill as he observed Do Tian's distress. Yet before he could express his delight, a violent headache struck him, plunging him into darkness and unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Do Tian was momentarily stunned, spitting out a mouthful of blood. What on earth has this man done to slaughter so many ghostly cultivators, exuding such overwhelming malice? A series of anguished cries echoed, and Do Tian was astonished to see that the blade of death had not vanished. Instead, it lingered in the air. And the wretched individual was struck by his own blood, his body rapidly disintegrating. Do Tian pondered silently, could it be that he truly possessed the ability to kill anything? A wave of life energy emanated from him. The elderly man with the long beard was visibly moved. Upon seeing the blood, he hastily approached and grasped it, instantly feeling a searing heat. Subsequently, the remnants of death within him began to surge forth, resisting the influx. This young man is no ordinary individual. He must contain some form of life essence, which accounts for the potent life fluctuations. Another possibility is that he is a human who has not perished before arriving in this world. The long-bearded elder contemplated deeply. Isn't this akin to a divine boon? Do Tian erupted into laughter. The blade of death, which had once instilled fear in him, now swirled around him without causing harm. What is happening? The onlookers were equally perplexed. The blade of death circled Do Tian after Zhang Qianqi collapsed, seemingly freed from its master-esque control. Despite Zhang Qianqi previously holding the upper hand, he now lay on the ground, his fate uncertain. What could this mean? The cultivators were bewildered. Neutral City was a bustling metropolis, where great battles seldom occurred, thanks to the unification of 4 major factions maintaining peace. It served as a hub for trade and freelance missions, attracting numerous cultivators whenever it became a battleground. As the crowd swelled, Go Yin challenged. You wish for me to join your celestial tomb? Very well, then face this trial first. If you survive, we shall discuss further. Do Tian laughed heartily. The blade of death was unleashed. Do Tian wielded it with his consciousness effortlessly, propelling it towards Go Yin with lethal intent. In mere moments, it reached him. Stop. We can discuss this rationally. Too late. Do Tian scoffed. The blade of death approached Go Yin, poised to claim his life. However, Go Yin's strength was merely at the ghostly spirit level, unable to withstand such a formidable attack from the ghostly general. Regret is of no use. Go Yin's face was etched with terror, reminiscent of his demise in a previous life, his heart trembling in fear. Weren't you once arrogant? Now you must taste the depths of despair. Let it all turn to ashes. Do Tian felt an exhilarating thrill. Just moments ago, he had been cornered. And if Do Tian's ultimate refinement failed, death would be his fate. You shall not escape a dire end. In the future, you will endure the relentless pursuit that the immortal grave brings. Go Yin was pierced by the blade of death. His body struggled in vain, utterly futile, as Do Tian's ultimate refinement unleashed its power. In an instant, Go Yin met an untimely demise. The ghostly cultivators observed in horror as their most formidable companions fell lifeless, their bodies cold as ice. They dared not covet the nether stone, vanishing into the shadows. Some, however, sought to negotiate with Do Tian. These were merchants from the neutral city, their strength formidable. Do Tian had no desire to part with such treasures and declined their offers. You better run while you can, or soon it will be too late. There is a creature from the immortal grave within this city, one you cannot afford to provoke. Once everyone had departed, the elder with the long beard prepared to leave, having no further interest in Do Tian's affairs. At his level of power, he required little from the external world. What mattered most was comprehension. Only through enlightenment could one ascend to greater heights. Senior, I understand, Do Tian replied. But would you be interested in making a trade? Oh, a trade? What do you propose? The elder inquired, clearly perplexed by Do Tian's intentions. Nothing much. Oh, by the way, those bones, if you save me, you may join me. Shall we make a deal? Do Tian gestured towards the scattered bones, sensing their potent consciousness. What is the catch? Speak quickly, for I am quite eager. Suddenly, the bones began to levitate, swiftly forming a skeletal structure that approached Do Tian, emanating a strange energy. Hey, keep your distance. Standing beside you makes me feel uneasy. Do Tian halted the advancing skeleton. Be at ease, Bone King. Brother Bone, you are quite the peculiar one. Let us negotiate, lest it becomes truly difficult to part ways. Do Tian regarded the skeleton with resignation, signaling for a pause. Here is the matter. I possess 2 nether stones, which you both are aware of. Their heavy aura of death is burdensome for me to carry alone for extended periods. I wish to bestow them upon you, esteemed seniors. But there is a condition. Can either of you take them from me? You may assert that I no longer possess any nether stones. Whatever you say will suffice to prove my lack thereof. Do Tian articulated his rationale, seeking to sever his ties to the stones. If he were associated with the nether stones, tranquility would be a distant dream. While Do Tian was not averse to trouble, excessive complications could lead to weariness. He yearned to explore the blooming flowers and seek a path forward. If one could enter, surely, one could also exit. Are you suggesting we take the blame for you? Your strategy seems rather self-serving. Do you truly believe us to be fools? The elderly man with a long beard snorted and turned to leave. However, a single phrase from Do Tian halted him. The reward, 20 times the amount of the ghostly stone, Do Tian stated with a smile. 20 times. Are you certain you can produce it? The old man exclaimed, disbelief written across his face. Just look at this. Do Tian revealed a complete ghostly stone. Instantly, a palpable aura of death enveloped the surroundings, evoking a primal urge to evolve among several nearby cultivators who turned their gazes toward Do Tian. The old man was taken aback and quickly stashed the ghostly stone away. Deal, he exclaimed excitedly. The abundance of death energy was sufficient for him to strive for the mid-stage of the ghostly saint realm, a level he had long coveted. Haha, you truly possess daring resolve. If you no longer desire this ghostly stone, I can assist you, but under one condition. Allow me to accompany you. I am quite intrigued by the treasures you possess, particularly your skeletal frame. What do you say? This condition is absolutely unconditional. The Bone King laughed heartily, his bony jaws clicking ominously. Do Tian forced a smile and, appearing somewhat troubled, replied, That is acceptable. Let us finalize this. Senior, shall we commence? The performance is complete. Do Tian instructed the Bone King to lead him away, to which the Bone King responded with feigned enthusiasm. Haha, in the end, this skeletal frame belongs to me. With that, he took 3 strides and vanished from the streets of Neutral City. Chapter 94. Haotian City under the hellish sky. The blood moon cast a sinister light, and an eerie atmosphere prevailed, with blood bats incessantly flitting about. On the ancient continent, this was nothing short of hell. Yet, within this realm, such a state was merely commonplace. As the blood moon shifted eastward, yet another conflict approached. It was time to venture forth. On a distant, desolate peak exuding an ancient aura, silence enveloped the land once more after a solitary utterance. Since you have emerged, I too must stretch my limbs. Let us proceed together. From a place millions of miles away, a voice echoed, seemingly responding to the words of the desolate mountain peak. This was a deep valley, surrounded by numerous mounds resembling countless graves. At the entrance stood 2 ancient characters inscribed on a monument before the tombs. Celestial Tomb. With the expiration of the 10,000-year period, the heavenly ladder would soon reopen, attracting crowds from all directions, signaling the commencement of a new selection process in hell. Like the ancient times, hell was a realm with celestial quotas, a merciless world where slaughter would be even more intense and brutal than in the ancient era. Haha, you still possess that silver-tongued charm. You've been hollering at every demonic toad you encounter along the way. Truly, I am astounded by you, the Bone King scoffed. Uft. You, a mere skeleton, know nothing of emotions, Dotion retorted. You cheeky brat, I, the Bone King, have consumed more bone scraps than you can imagine. You dare insult me? The Bone King replied indignantly. Haha, that's because you've become too accustomed to being a monster. After all, I am still young. Dotion remarked as he entered the ancient city. This ancient city was named Haotian City, steeped in history. Would you like to hear more about it? The Bone King inquired as they walked along the road. Haotian City sounds familiar. Could it be related to the ancient deity Haotian? Dotion pondered aloud. Indeed. It pertains to Haotian, for this city was originally his dominion. However, unforeseen events transpired, affecting this city and leading to its current desolation. What transpired? Inquired Dotion. Why did it impact this city? This tale must be traced back to ancient times, Bone King replied. Come, sit here, and we shall recount it slowly. Bone King beckoned Dotion to take a seat on a stone. Oh, you are aware of events from ancient times? Dotion remarked skeptically, with your skeletal frame. You likely hadn't even existed then. Bone King dismissed the skepticism. I never claimed to have experienced it firsthand. It is merely a legend that has been passed down. You are quite insistent. Yet do you truly wish to hear it? I am merely offering my guidance. Yet you continue to chatter. Beware, or I might depart, leaving you to wander alone in this treacherous place, filled with malevolent spirits. Many who have ventured here dared not linger. Bone King asserted. Pfft. Who are you trying to frighten? Dotion scoffed. Is there truly any significance to this? There have been countless souls lost here, formidable beings who sometimes emerge. Many who have come to this place have inexplicably heard the howls of wolves and the cries of vengeful spirits. Each time such sounds are heard, someone vanishes. Regardless of whether they are a master or an ordinary cultivator, even the most powerful ghostly saints are not exempt. Bone King explained. Is that so? Surely. It cannot be that terrifying. Come now, we are in a fantasy tale, not a horror story. Dotion exclaimed, visibly agitated. What tale? Bone King retorted. Let us return to the story. The legend speaks of a time when powerful beings flourished during the ancient era, a period of great prosperity on a continent known as the primordial land. This land was divided into 3 realms, heaven, earth, and humanity, each inhabited by diverse life forms, with humans being the most numerous. Haotian was a formidable human expert of that time. During that era, myriad races coexisted, with powerful cultivators prevailing everywhere, marking a grand epic. However, this situation changed dramatically around 100,000 years ago when the skies of the primordial land shattered, giving rise to numerous mysterious entities. The ancient ancestors referred to them as the destroyers, for their arrival brought unprecedented calamities to the primordial land. These entities were extraordinarily fearsome, each possessing strength surpassing the realm of heavenly combatants, akin to the ghostly saints of the underworld. In a bid for survival, the ancient masters emerged to combat these unknown invaders, igniting a cataclysmic battle. The clash was so fierce that the heavens and earth trembled, with many great warriors perishing, their blood staining the land, and sacred bones and divine blood splattering across the terrain. The primordial land was fractured, resulting in the present state of heaven, earth, and humanity. Though these realms are no longer what they once were, the specifics of the situation remain a mystery to all on the continent. As Bone King recounted this ancient legend, a glimmer of nostalgia appeared in his eyes. You have shared so much, yet I still fail to grasp the connection to Haotian City, Dotion remarked, casting a dubious glance at Bone King. In ancient times, a multitude of skilled practitioners flourished, among whom 5 exceptional masters were revered as immortals. However, the term immortal here diverges from its contemporary connotation. These beings transcended the ordinary, wielding the power to annihilate worlds with a mere gesture. In the distant past, the hierarchy of prowess was markedly different from today, with the names of realms remaining the same, yet the actual strength being worlds apart, as elucidated by the Bone King. These 5 masters, known as immortals by the ancients, epitomized the pinnacle of existence, and among them was Haotian. The shattering of ancient times reverberated across numerous star domains, adversely affecting many primordial planets. The 5 immortals, awakened from their slumber by the dire circumstances, launched a counteroffensive. Yet, legend suggests that despite their invincibility in the ancient realm, formidable immortal-level foes from beyond also emerged. Thus commenced a cataclysmic battle, the outcome of which remains shrouded in uncertainty. According to ancient lore, Haotian City once served as Haotian's palace, and it was here that the final battle culminated, leading to Haotian's demise. Furthermore, it is said that this city was sealed by Haotian to contain certain extra-mundane entities, and legends abound of boundless treasures hidden within, promising invincibility to those who uncover them and a revival of the immortal's grandeur. As the Bone King recounted these tales, Do Tian grew increasingly impatient. Stop. These are merely legends, unsubstantiated by facts, and thus unreliable. And did you not mention 5 immortals? Who are the other 4? Youngster. Patience is a virtue when indulging in stories. Without proof, why would I divulge anything? All of this is grounded in reality. Just listen carefully. Oh, do go on then. Do Tian replied, finding a perch on a broken limb. Alas, you should feel fortunate. Others would give anything to glean such knowledge. You truly are a troublesome lad. The Bone King chuckled heartily before continuing with many secrets. Chapter 95, The Legend of the 5 Immortals. The 5 Immortals are the Haotian Immortal Emperor, the defeated Heaven Immortal Emperor, the Duel of Void Immortal Emperor, the Undying Immortal Emperor, and the Time-Space Immortal Emperor. Each governs a distinct order and is said to have emerged in harmony with the cosmos, cultivating their powers with remarkable speed. By maturity, they had already attained the status of saints, and by their 30s, they were renowned across the land. Let us set aside these details for now. You will gradually uncover them. Instead, let us delve into the concentrated lore surrounding the Haotian Immortal Emperor. You must understand that individuals of such caliber embody the laws of order in their very utterances. Consequently, their writings, paintings, and other artifacts are imbued with invincible techniques. It is said that even a single strand of their hair possesses the quality of a divine weapon. Once, within Haotian City, a person stumbled upon a rusted short sword, which later garnered fame as a divine weapon, autonomously defending its master and slaying a low-level ghostly cultivator, despite the latter only possessing the strength of a mid-tier ghost general. This exemplifies what I term the theory of divine weaponry. As for the theory of sealing, it refers to the aforementioned tales. There were those who, in pursuit of treasure, ventured here, and many were formidable practitioners. However, during one such treasure hunt, an unearthly roar echoed, a sound potent enough to ensnare the hearts and minds of its listeners. Those skilled individuals fell under its enchantment and vanished, only to reappear later as mere desiccated corpses, their lifeless forms a haunting testament to the horrors that transpired. The Bone King's countenance grew grave as he recounted this chilling tale. The atmosphere was charged with tension as Do Tian felt a jolt of fear, reminiscent of stumbling upon a long-forgotten corpse, his hair standing on end. Goodness, don't frighten me. Is it truly so eerie? He exclaimed. If 10 people witnessed this firsthand, would it be a mere fabrication? Why would I deceive you, a mere child? Are you implying that this is the palace of Haotian, his final abode, and that these relics may indeed be authentic? Do Tian mused, a newfound wisdom glimmering in his eyes. The formidable figure of Haotian, the immortal emperor, was beyond our comprehension. Countless possibilities lay before us, chuckled Bone King. By heavens, we must search diligently. There may be treasures to uncover. Do Tian leaped off the stone, eagerly rummaging through the items, leaving Bone King momentarily bewildered. This is merely a legend, yet you believe it? What's your intention? This is Haotian City, not some insignificant town. Everything here could potentially be a legacy of the immortal emperor. We must preserve these artifacts. Do Tian carefully stowed away a rusted nail into his storage ring. As dusk approached, Do Tian and Bone King prepared to depart when suddenly, several figures appeared before them, causing Do Tian to startle. The imposing aura they exuded was unmistakable. Ghost Sage? Bone King, you have proven elusive. Speak no further. Summon the Netherstone, and we shall part ways. Do Tian scrutinized the newcomers, noting 4 individuals, each of whom possessed at least the strength of a ghost general. His heart raced as the realization dawned. They had come for the Netherstone. Glancing at Bone King, he wondered if this fellow would betray him to save his own skin. You seek me out? Bone King replied nonchalantly. Curiously, just moments ago, Satan from the underworld approached me, requesting the Netherstone. I apologize, but perhaps you should pay him a visit. He mentioned he has been rather bored lately, having not feasted on fresh blood for quite some time. You cannot deceive us. You are merely this boy's subordinate now, correct? If so, I shall remove an arm as a warning. Should you remain obstinate, I will proceed to dismember him piece by piece, one of the ghost sages snarled. A stout figure marred with scars, exuding a sinister demeanor. Goodness, what does my involvement have to do with your quarrel? Do not entangle me in this. I am not his subordinate. I am Do Tian, he retorted, his frustration boiling over as he stomped his foot in anger. Your misfortune is palpable. Aligning with Bone King was your gravest mistake. As I understand it, The Netherstone was originally yours, taken by Bone King. If you wish to survive, simply subdue him and hand over the Netherstone, and we shall let you go," the tall ghost sage interjected. "You're spouting nonsense. If I were to hand over the artifact, would you not slay us immediately? Such a childish notion. You expect me, Do Tian, to comply with such folly? Are you a fool or simply dim-witted?" Do Tian seethed, incensed by their contempt. "Bone King, I believe I have devised a strategy that may allow us to retain our lives without surrendering anything. Would you care to hear it?" Bone King regarded Do Tian with a mix of curiosity and skepticism, pondering his serious expression. "What do you propose?" The four individuals across from him were equally curious. Momentarily suspending their actions, they observed Do Tian, pondering how he would navigate the situation. They were ghost saints, in stark contrast to a mere skeleton and a ghostly spirit. His solution was simply to flee. "What are you doing? Run!" Do Tian exclaimed before dashing away. The ghost saints were left in utter astonishment. What was happening? In the blink of an eye, Do Tian and the Bone King were nearly out of sight when they finally reacted. "What are we waiting for? Chase after him." How could one lack a semblance of a cultivator's demeanor? It was truly exasperating. Do Tian sprinted toward Haoyan City, with the ghost saints trailing behind. However, the deeper he ran, the more he felt an ominous chill. The sky darkened, the evening glow faded, and a blood moon rose, casting a terrifying ambience. "Stop. Do not venture any further. We are nearing the center of Haoyan City, the very place where the ghost saints disappeared. We must not proceed." The Bone King halted Do Tian, shifting his attention to the surroundings. They stood atop the ruins of a grand structure, behind which lay a profound chasm. As if it had been struck by a mighty fist, an awe-inspiring sight. "Run. Why have you stopped?" the diminutive figure urged, hastening to catch up with Do Tian and the Bone King. "Do Tian, you should leave and head outside. I will handle things here." The Bone King glanced at the short figure and the taller one, his heart heavy. Although he had a resilient constitution, he was still bound to face considerable tribulation. "Alas, this body is truly insufficient." "What do you mean? Allow me to take charge and show you what high-tech warfare looks like." Do Tian suddenly recalled something essential that he had long forgotten, but was now fortuitously relevant. "Don't overestimate yourself. You wouldn't be able to move even a finger of theirs. It's best if you leave now. To be frank, aside from your audacity, you're quite decent. There will be opportunities for us to meet again in the future. Let us part ways here." The Bone King chuckled lightly. "Why speak so sentimentally? You might make someone shy. You're quite charming yourself. In all my days, I have never seen someone use their head as a chair. You truly have pioneered a new trend." Seeing Do Tian and the Bone King engaged in light-hearted banter enraged the Ghost Saint. With a swift motion, he unleashed an attack. And the air thickened with a malevolent aura. A black mist materialized, transforming into a skull that lunged at Do Tian. Do Tian, fully aware of his limitations, wisely retreated 10 paces. From his storage ring, he produced a frog-shaped device. Upon pressing a switch, it emitted a multitude of white, adhesive fluids that ensnared the skull. "Behold my Super 502. The Bone King stood flabbergasted as the skeletal figure remained immobilized. The Ghost Saint, equally stunned, watched the skull suspended in the air, ensnared by the white substance. A sense of disbelief washed over him. How could an attack formed from condensed death energy be trapped by this adhesive? What on earth was this substance? A super ageless child? Indeed, it possesses a certain artistic flair. The diminutive figure across from me. I shall have 2 more of those. This one possesses a rather remarkable shape." With an air of triumph, I chuckled. "What is this?" Bone King exclaimed in astonishment. "Can it truly freeze attacks? Kill him. Dismantle Bone King and seal him in disparate realms. I am eager to witness how you intend to resurrect him," Ghost Saint remarked with a sinister tone, aware of certain legends surrounding Bone King. "You speak of such matters, yet those who have uttered similar words have met with dire fates. Do you truly believe Bone King to be so easily bullied?" Bone King retorted, his anger ignited, for he was a well-known figure, now subjected to such disparagement. Had it not been for the presence of those speaking against him. "Do not be enraged, Bone Brother. This person's words are akin to those of the wretched beings from the immortal tomb, loathsome in nature. Allow me to handle them shortly." I reassured Bone King with a pat on his shoulder. "Arrogant fool, you shall perish. You, a mere cultivator, dare to masquerade here. Your audacity is astonishing." The diminutive figure declared. "As you wish, then. Death Servant, eliminate him." The diminutive figure, having learned from past encounters, refrained from striking first this time. I had anticipated this. Thus no need for such advanced beings. Behold. I laughed heartily, producing a firearm from my storage ring, the very one that Xuanwu had once shown me. Renowned for its formidable offensive capabilities, capable of piercing through any tangible entity. Blade of Death. Without hesitation, Death Servant lunged forward. This move again, I scoffed, severing the connection between my adversary and the blade of death through ultimate refinement, asserting my control. This understanding had dawned upon me after my prior victory over Zhang Qianxi. As long as my spiritual consciousness remained potent, I could assault the consciousness of my opponent, severing their skills and commandeering control. This could be deemed a heaven-defying technique. An existence of my own creation, bestowing an additional function upon Yi Qi's ultimate refinement. Beware. This is a manifestation of the immortal tomb. You must tread carefully. If my assumptions are correct, these individuals are likely from the immortal tomb, and it appears they shall not relent. Bone King discerned the underlying truth. Bone King, it seems you are more knowledgeable than I presumed, yet what of it? Allow me to inform you. Our supreme existence from the immortal tomb has emerged. The dynamics of this hell shall shift, and should you perform admirably, I could endorse you to the Supreme One. Given your qualifications, securing a prestigious position within the immortal tomb should be quite feasible. What say you? Will you consider it? The diminutive figure chuckled heartily, visibly excited. However, his mirth was soon extinguished, replaced by terror in his eyes. The diminutive figure stood aghast, witnessing an astonishing entity approaching, a projectile akin to a cannonball, whose spiritual energy fluctuations were overwhelmingly fierce, so potent it left him utterly shaken. Bone King was equally astonished. The earth trembled, an awe-inspiring spectacle, as the very fabric of space was breached. Surrounding debris soared through the air, unceasingly. I observed all of this with great satisfaction. At the moment I utilized the pistol to vanquish Death's servant, I boldly activated the cannon, unleashing a spiritual energy projectile that hurtled towards the diminutive figure and his companions. The scene froze, and the diminutive figure reacted swiftly, aware that evasion was futile. He communicated with the other two, bracing for confrontation against an entity that surpassed their capabilities, a force that demanded their utmost attention. A resounding boom echoed as the projectile collided with the small figure's palm, shaking the very foundations of the crumbling structures around them. Meanwhile, Do Tian and Bone King had discreetly retreated, for they were no fools and would not linger to face the ensuing chaos. What is happening? Is anyone dead? Do Tian inquired, glancing at Bone King and then towards the distant cloud of dust. It should be about time, he mused. Incredible. Where did you procure such a treasure? This weapon rivals divine artifacts. With it, one could reign supreme in the underworld. It was an unexpected acquisition. These are consumables, akin to forbidden tools, and I possess very few. I shall only resort to using them in dire circumstances, Bone King explained. I intend to keep some secrets from my enemies. I see. I thought you wielded some legendary weapon, Bone King remarked. In the depths of hell, forbidden tools abound, and yours is of a notably high caliber. Use it cautiously. If discovered, it could cost you your life. Why is that? The affairs here are intricate. You need not concern yourself with the details. The mere possession of a forbidden tool signifies that your cultivation has reached the threshold of the Ghost Saint level. Encountering a formidable opponent could lead to your demise, as Ghost Saints are particularly vulnerable to being hunted due to their moderate power level, making them prime targets for the strong seeking to enhance their own strength through consumption. Bone King elaborated. Indeed, I had no idea such secrets existed. It appears I must be vigilant in the future. If I must kill, I shall do so decisively, ensuring that my secrets remain concealed. The dust lingered for half an hour before dissipating, revealing a deep pit where the Ghost Saint had vanished, leaving behind only finely shattered stones, as though the result of an apocalyptic assault. Are you dead? I thought you were formidable. Why aren't you rising to confront me? You're nothing but a disgraceful bunch, Do Tian shouted. Suddenly, a chilling scream erupted from the depths of the pit, sending shivers down spines. In an instant, a tangible aura of death enveloped the air, as a shadowy figure soared from the abyss. The sealed legend. Do Tian recalled the tale, his heart racing with excitement, soon followed by an unsettling dread. Could it be that he had indeed encountered something unclean? Enough said. I have already declared this as a fantasy tale, not a horror story. We should flee at once, lest we discover how mummies are truly created, Do Tian declared, sprinting alongside Bone King. However, after only a few paces, a tall figure emerged from the pit, mirroring the fearful expression of the diminutive one. Do Tian dared not pause any longer. A cacophony of eerie sounds erupted, accompanied by the distant sound of a mournful horn, heralding an endless wail. Bone King grasped Do Tian, halting abruptly, a weight settling in his heart. Do not move. They are coming. Who? Could you please be more explicit, Bone Brother? This is quite frightening. The existence of ancient legends speaks of indomitable battle spirits, whose formidable consciousness, impervious to decay, gives rise to malevolent thoughts through the passage of time. They are imbued with a murderous awareness, formidable entities that, despite lacking the consciousness of their former selves, still embody vestiges of ancient techniques and divine powers. Bone King spoke in a low voice, gazing ahead. Goodness! This is no horror novel. The immortal battle spirits of antiquity are simply absurd. Do Tian exclaimed in astonishment. If that were the case, how could they even exist? The strongest master I encountered a millennium ago was none other than his father, a being transcending the shattered void, an invincible presence atop the continent, unparalleled, capable of feats beyond the reach of all mortals. Chapter 97. The Divine Awakens. What shall we do now? Are we truly destined to perish here? Do Tian looked to Bone King, seeking a solution. Bone King contemplated for a moment, then decisively turned and headed into the city. Since we cannot escape, we must enter. At worst, we shall merely slumber for a few centuries. Do Tian cursed under his breath. You can sleep for centuries, but what about me? Am I to meet my end here? Do you expect me, a handsome fellow, to become like you, a mere skeleton? Enough chatter. Are you coming or not? If you hesitate any longer, you won't even have the chance to run. Bone King urged, clearly aware of the terrifying nature of their predicament. Very well, Bone Brother. But you must ensure my safety. My future depends on you. If you can guarantee my survival, I will accept becoming a skeleton. Do Tian pleaded pitifully to Bone King. Bone King, undeterred by Do Tian's lamentations, forged ahead with purpose, moving swiftly across the ground. Wait for me, Bone Brother. Do Tian called out as he followed Bone King toward the heart of Haotian City. As they traversed, the sound of war drums grew increasingly distinct, accompanied by defiant roars and the chilling essence of slaughter. The cacophony intertwined and exerted a profound influence on the mind, amplifying negative emotions. Do Tian could no longer endure. The overwhelming battle spirits of Haotian City proved too intense for his consciousness, leading to a collapse. Blood trickled from his mouth as he began to bleed profusely. This lad is truly inexperienced. It seems there is no other way, Bone King mused, noticing Do Tian's distress. He bent down, hoisting him onto his back, and dashed toward the center of Haotian City with remarkable speed. Around Bone King, the aura of life surged. And soon he transformed into a striking young man with flowing black hair, utterly enchanting. If Do Tian were to behold him, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Isn't this a scene from a painting? How can Bone King possess such grace? What sorcery is this? Once again, it is you. You have repeatedly disrupted my endeavors. Today, you shall not escape," a furious voice echoed amidst the chaos in the dark Haotian City. Goodness, you two have awakened? Do you think I desired to be here? I was compelled. And what of your kind? Why do you forsake proper reincarnation to linger here, conjuring illusions? What is the purpose of this? The Bone King continued his relentless advance. Once you succumb to death and willingly offer your soul to us, you shall comprehend our intentions. For now, ponder on how to escape, young ones. Manifest, let these ignorant humans witness our might. I speak to you, my old friend. We are friends, are we not? So, do refrain from excessive enthusiasm. At last, the Bone King arrived at the heart of Haotian City, where a grand palace stood, albeit partially collapsed. However, this palace remained one of the more intact structures in the city of the underworld. The Bone King exhaled a sigh of relief upon entering. The Haotian Temple, once resplendent in glory, had now succumbed to the ravages of time. The echoes of its former magnificence lingered, a testament to the glory that had once been, now overshadowed by the passage of time. With a sense of melancholy, the Bone King, accompanied by Do Tian, entered the palace. Within, countless divine orbs lay scattered. Yet under the relentless erosion of time, they had turned to dust. Many grand doorways, once imposing, now bore the marks of age, cracked and weathered, surrounded by desiccated bones, resembling a site of burial. Even if you reach that temple, what of it? You will still meet your demise. Though we cannot approach the temple, do not forget who we are. That temple, it shall be banished. Prepare to relish your days adrift among the stars. The voice proclaimed. What did you say? How is that possible? This is the Haotian Temple. How could it be banished? What do you mean by that? The Bone King's dark hair flowed more fiercely, his gaze filled with astonishment. This was the palace of an immortal emperor. Despite its apparent deterioration, it remained an indomitable presence, with many hidden spaces yet to be uncovered. It was a supreme treasure of the Haotian immortal emperor. By heavens, this is utter nonsense. Damn it, I feel utterly miserable. Do Tian, awakening at an unknown moment, heard a chilling laugh and could not restrain himself from cursing. After venting his frustration, he coughed up blood. A mere ghostly spirit has yet to perish. How surprising. The ethereal voice remarked in astonishment. What a farce. Allow me to be candid. I am both a deity and a spirit. There is no need for pretense. You claim to be a god. I find that hard to believe. Do you not fear your tongue might slip? The life force within Do Tian began to surge. After Yi Qi inserted a branch into his body, it had been nurturing his veins. Now, despite his severe injuries, its effect was beginning to manifest. I shan't tell you. For guests are arriving. You shall be obliterated in the vast cosmos. The voice exclaimed with excitement, as if anticipating a grand haunt. By heavens, beautiful lady, who might you be? As the voice faded, Do Tian surveyed his surroundings. This was a palace. Upon seeing the Bone King, his eyes widened in disbelief. Staring at the beauty before him, young one, open your eyes and behold. It is I, the Bone Lord, not some enchanting maiden. The Bone King asserted in a familiar tone. Do Tian gazed at the Bone King in utter incredulity. This figure was astonishingly beautiful. More so than any woman he had encountered, the only flaw being the absence of two prominent features on the chest. And what of it? Was it not for you that this was all done? This is the energy I have accumulated over a century. Alas. It has all been expended in the act of carrying you to safety. The Bone King spoke with an air of irritation. His expression bore a melancholic weight, not anger, but rather a sense of profound weariness. Just as he contemplated his questions, the palace began to warp, and the sky outside transformed, devoid of light. Enveloped in an all-consuming darkness that reeked of suffocation and an unsettling chill. Amidst the vast cosmos, a palace drifted, ceaselessly traversing as though propelled by an invisible hand towards the distant horizon. Yet, this palace seemed reluctant to be manipulated. It radiated resplendent, multicolored celestial light, tearing through the fabric of space and vanishing into the universe. Chapter 98. Exiled in the Cosmos. Darkness and coldness coexisted, drowning everything in their wake, banishing all light, rendering the world an abyss of shadow, perpetually unchanged in this universe. Do Tian sensed the upheaval outside, immediately recalling the words of the battle spirit. They had been exiled, struck down by a deity. This deity existed on par with the celestial emperor, fully capable of such feats. Bone brother, what shall we do now? We have already been exiled. Can we still return? Do Tian communicated through his divine consciousness. Indeed, shortly after the Bone King spoke, the grand hall began to transform. The damaged areas slowly began to regenerate, almost as if they were growing anew, akin to flesh and blood. Eventually, it erupted with dazzling, multicolored celestial light. You are fine. But I am not. My body aches terribly. That battle spirit's essence is truly formidable. Its voice has pierced me in several places. Were it not for Yi Qi's assistance, I would have likely met Yama by now, Do Tian lamented. Child, this is a tremendous opportunity. Hasten to meditate and focus your mind. This multicolored celestial light represents the primordial power of the celestial emperor, transcending all else. If you attain its acknowledgement, your future cultivation shall be described as terrifyingly formidable. Given such an advantage, one must also experience the demon suppression. Do Tian followed the Bone King's advice, entering a state of deep concentration. After a while, he was astonished to discover he could introspect his own body, much to his delight. Previously, when Yi Qi had imparted to him a branch, he was unable to see within and had remained unaware of what Yi Qi had given him. Now, he beheld a tiny sapling floating within his dantian, continuously exuding a verdant aura. Upon contact with his divine consciousness, an overwhelming sense of refreshment washed over him. What is this? Such potent life energy, he exclaimed. A mere sapling. Could it be the fabled tree of life? How can this be? Such a legendary entity. How could Yi Qi possess it? Do Tian was taken aback. The tree of life, a symbol of vitality, is a tangible manifestation of the life essence in the world, regarded as the mother tree of a species. Often referred to in legends as an elf. On Earth, Do Tian had heard tales of the legendary elves and had perused numerous fantastical novels depicting their appearances. However, Do Tian understood that elves are unique beings, emblematic of life itself. In ancient times, they were exceedingly rare and held immense value, sought after by many formidable experts. For elves were born from the essence of life, embodying an infinite breadth of vitality. The refinement of such beings would amplify one's soul, and upon reaching a certain pinnacle, it would signify immortality as long as the soul remained intact. Yet, in the days that followed, the elven race mysteriously vanished, leaving no trace, and even to this day, they have not re-emerged. Could it be that Yi Qi is a member of the elven lineage? Do Tian opened his eyes and shouted at Bone King. Oh, is there such a thing? You must be mistaken. Every individual possesses meridian patterns, a creation of heaven and earth, which cannot simply disappear. Prepare yourself. I shall take a look. Bone King's immense consciousness enveloped Do Tian, and he immediately felt as though he were a solitary leaf adrift upon a vast ocean, swaying uncontrollably. Eventually, the sea poured into his being, beginning to erode him. Upon envisioning this scene in his mind, Do Tian could not help but bellow no. An extraordinary event unfolded. As Bone King unleashed his consciousness and made contact with Do Tian's body, Do Tian exclaimed, and the Haotian palace instantaneously radiated a resplendent spectrum of celestial light, forming a realm of consciousness around Do Tian. A formidable wave of consciousness surged forth from the palace, sweeping Do Tian away into the boundless cosmos, rendering him invisible. However, the stark reality remained. Within that grand palace, only he existed. The palace had expelled Do Tian, the multicolored celestial light flickering until it vanished, followed by a soft, lingering sigh. Is someone present here? Bone King questioned in disbelief, straining to listen, only to realize that there was none. Yet a sense of unease began to creep into his heart. Could it be a deity's arrival? Or perhaps the spirit of the former Emperor Haotian? A chilling desolation engulfed the soul, who was calling from the other side of the world. A familiar tenderness approaches, then gradually recedes. I yearn to grasp everything, yet discover it eludes me further with each moment. Time knows no bounds, allowing the passage of eons to etch memories into existence, while those memories blur my vision. We lack the capacity to mate, only able to find solace in dreams, awaiting an unchanging wait of a millennium. When will it conclude? Let the cosmos no longer be frigid. Let me cease to drift. Awaken, ancient battle spirit. Time is infinite, and in this cold universe, there are no traces to be found. After being cast into the cosmos, Do Tian remained unmoved, seated in stillness with his legs crossed, surrounded by an endless expanse of profound consciousness shielding him from being consumed by the universe. In the boundless darkness, devoid of any semblance of vitality, capable of extinguishing and depleting all things of the world, yet at this moment, it could do nothing to Do Tian. He remained immersed in his own realm, illuminated by the radiant celestial light of the Haotian palace as visions began to unfold in his mind. Li Jiesun, on earth, sat weeping by the lakeside, waiting solely for his return. Xian Yuan Fei Yin gently caressed her abdomen, her eyes vacant as she gazed into the distance. Night 7, with his profound gaze fixed on the cosmos, soon broke into a smile. He uttered a few words, yet Do Tian could not hear them. Meanwhile, Bai Hua found herself in the underworld, pursued by a throng of assailants within the palace of Yin Wang, where the very walls shattered into chaos. The scene was brutal and tragic. In the final moments, the one who caused him the deepest anguish appeared. Ling Xian, the woman he once adored, his childhood companion. Brother Tian, wait for me. I can't catch up. A little girl pouted, calling out. Haha, such a silly girl, Xian Air. If you catch me, I shall pluck the moon for you and craft a little boat, replied the boy ahead. No, I want Brother Tian to marry me. She insisted. All right, here I come. But you mustn't be naughty, or else you'll be a little puppy. I promise not to be naughty. Just let me catch up. In the ancestral abode of the Do family, Do Tian was in seclusion. Why is this happening? A young boy exclaimed, blood spilling from his mouth. His eyes filled with agony. You need not know. Once you perish, all will be well. A fairy-like maiden stood nearby, a short sword in her hand, as a gaping wound bled profusely from the boy's chest. Do Tian's heart ached, longing for death, yet thoughts of Xian Yuan Fei Yin and her rounded belly, along with Li Jiesun and Bai Hua, brought him a sense of calm. He could not die. He was loved by these people and had an unborn child to care for. Opening his eyes, Do Tian beheld darkness, surrounded by the frigid void of the universe, devoid of any light. In this chaotic expanse, he found no means to draw upon strength to replenish his energy. Otherwise, he would succumb to the chaos and vanish. Do Tian pondered how to escape the clutches of death. His reflections were lengthy, as he scoured every possibility, ultimately resting on a massive stone, the Netherstone, a vessel of endless deathly energy. Suddenly, a perilous notion struck Do Tian's mind. Life and death, opposing forces, yin and yang, the primordial essence of chaos. Do Tian envisioned harnessing the powers of life and death to evolve yin and yang, allowing them to interweave and give rise to chaos. If he could generate chaotic energy within himself, he could traverse the universe unbound. Determined to act, Do Tian resolved to risk everything once more. Within him resided the Tree of Life and the Netherstone, both extraordinary entities. Success or failure hinged on this singular endeavor. He minimized the Netherstone, placing it in his dantian, and released a wisp of deathly energy. Yet, before it could disperse, it was consumed by the life force within, creating no ripple, let alone a collision. Undeterred, Do Tian began to expel the deathly energy in abundance. Within his dantian, the life force surged, finally reaching a level that could contend with the deathly energy. However, as expected, the opposing essences clashed violently upon contact. Do Tian's current consciousness was ill-equipped to control these two forces. With a bitter smile, Do Tian pondered the absurdity of his misfortune. The conflicting breaths of life and death clashed within him, threatening to tear his body apart. The pain was excruciating, causing him to grit his teeth. Had it not been for the formidable consciousness safeguarding him, he would have likely been reduced to mere shards of flesh. What should he do? He did not wish to perish. He yearned to survive and uncover the truth behind everything. Battle Saint Technique. A voice, that of Yi Qi, resonated within Do Tian's ears. Startled, he began to heed Yi Qi's guidance. Evolve chaos. Do Tian was uncertain how to evolve into chaos. Yet he understood the concept of Tai Chi, which delineates yin and yang. At its pinnacle, it culminates in chaos, a force to be harnessed. Utilizing the Battle Saint technique to evolve Tai Chi, Do Tian perceived the breaths of life and death as the dual points of yin and yang. Embarking on a protracted evolution, life and death, yin and yang, mutually birth. The essence of yin becomes yang, and that of yang reverts to yin, each transforming into the other. Time passed imperceptibly, silent and unmarked. Eventually, in the frigid cosmos, a resounding explosion reverberated. The chaotic essence was cleaved apart, revealing a youth wielding a blood-red divine sword, his countenance ablaze with excitement. He felt his strength could rival that of the so-called battle souls. Yin and yang merged, giving rise to chaos. Do Tian had succeeded. In the icy expanse of the universe, he could now draw upon power and had grasped part of the essence of the Battle Saint technique. It became clear to him that this technique was a means to cultivate chaos. Only through the evolution of chaos could one touch the laws and transform the heavens and earth. While Do Tian was lost in thought, a dazzling array of celestial light appeared, revealing a grand palace before him, the imperial palace of the former Emperor Hao Yan. He had indeed located himself, as well as the speaker from earlier. Could it be that this was the celestial Emperor Hao Yan? Comrade, what does this mean? Oh, by the heavens. It startled my skeletal eyes. Do Tian, you are still alive. How can this be? Do Tian effortlessly leapt into the palace. Upon sensing an intruder, Bone King turned to see Do Tian, his eyes widening in disbelief, akin to eggs. Humph, Bone Brother, what do you mean by that? Who do you think I am? I am Do Tian. One day, I shall make this sky tremble at my presence, and this earth shall not dare to bury me. I want all the celestial beings to fear me. I am who I am, Do Tian. In an instant, Do Tian's aura transformed, radiating an indomitable spirit that left Bone King utterly astounded.